Look at that man. He is incredibly handsome. Which one? Indeed. Hurry and capture a photo. I want to post it on Douyin. A group of young girls gathered at the station, excitedly whispering to one another. Their gaze was fixed upon a tall, striking man. Standing at approximately 185 centimeters, his chiseled features were undeniably captivating. Even in casual attire, he exuded an extraordinary charm. As Yin Qi listened to the praises surrounding him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Ah, it has been ages since I have received such compliments. In the past, I would have certainly engaged with you all. Alas, I have turned over a new leaf. I shall no longer entangle myself with women. Yin Qi had fled Yunqing 3 years prior. The reason for his escape was rather straightforward. He was being relentlessly pursued by 5 girlfriends. Indeed, 5. From a young age, Yin Qi possessed a striking appearance, which garnered him considerable attention from the opposite sex, resulting in a continuous stream of romantic interests. His peak occurred during his university years, where he simultaneously dated 5 girlfriends. As a master of time management, he deftly navigated between them for 4 years without detection. However, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. It was during his graduation year that his clandestine affairs were ultimately revealed. Each of his 5 girlfriends possessed unique talents that, in a bid to eliminate Yin Qi, they even issued a bounty of 1 million. Terrified, Yin Qi fled Yunqing under the cover of night. To evade capture, he sought refuge in a temple for 3 years. During his time in the temple, Yin Qi experienced a profound epiphany. It was all the fault of women. He resolved to mend his ways, vowing never to entangle himself with women again. From henceforth, he aspired to become a person of value to society. Yin Qi retrieved his phone and activated the navigation application. He had already secured housing online and scheduled interviews via job recruitment platforms. His plan was to settle in before attending the interview the following day. The Nanyang district, quite a distance away, he noted that he hailed a taxi and set off for Nanyang district. Is this the place? Yin Qi looked up in astonishment. Before him stood a brand new, impressive residential building, seemingly erected not long ago. Mr. Yin Qi, is it? A middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle approached him. With a smile, he extended his hand. We have previously corresponded online. I am Li Weiqiang from Hongfa Real Estate. Yin Qi shook his hand. Brother Li, this is indeed the place I am renting, correct? Yes, indeed. It's on the 5th floor, Li Weiqiang pointed upward. Follow me, I will show you around. He led Yin Qi inside the building. Brotherly, if I may be so bold, our monthly rent is 1,000, correct? Yin Qi inquired, observing the luxurious decor surrounding him. Li Weiqiang chuckled. Indeed, doesn't it feel somewhat too good to be true? Yin Qi nodded in agreement. Typically, for such a location and level of decor, the rental price will be no less than 2,000. Rest assured, I am not a fraud. Li Weiqiang clarified the circumstances. Originally, there were plans to establish an international high school nearby. The surrounding buildings were constructed to be sold as properties within the school district. However, the plans were abruptly canceled, rendering those properties unsellable. In an effort to recoup their investments swiftly, the developers resorted to offering them at a reduced rental price. Thus, you are fortunate to have arrived at this moment. Li Weiqiang led Yin Qi into the elevator. Take a look at the apartment first. If you're satisfied, we can proceed with the contract. Soon, the elevator reached the 5th floor. Li Weiqiang guided Yin Qi to room 505. He retrieved a bundle of access cards from his bag. After swiping one on the door, it unlocked. Come in and take a look, Li Weiqiang beckoned. Yin Qi followed him inside. The interior was quite well decorated, with a complete array of appliances. It comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room, with an area of approximately 70 square meters, sufficient for a single occupant. Is this apartment truly only 1,000? Yin Qi could not help but inquire once more. Li Weiqiang nodded. Rest assured, the landlord will be here shortly. He then presented the rental contract. Take a look at the contract. If everything appears satisfactory, we can sign it. Yin Qi took the contract and perused it carefully. The rental period was set for 1 year, with the payment structure being a deposit of 1 month and 3 months' rent in advance. The agency fee for Li Weiqiang amounted to 1 month's rent, equating to 1,000 yuan. And indeed, there seemed to be no peculiarities. Yin Qi nodded. All right, let us proceed with the signing. Excellent. Li Weiqiang affirmed with a nod. The two then executed the contract. Now, feel free to explore the apartment. Li Weiqiang gestured towards the outside. I shall go downstairs to meet the landlord henceforth. You will remit your rent to her. With that, he departed. Yanqi approached the window, feeling quite elated. His fortune was truly remarkable. To stumble upon such an affordable apartment upon arrival. If only the job application process could be as smooth. After a short while, Li Weiqiang's voice echoed from outside. Room 505, the tenant is already inside. Following was a somewhat languid female voice. Well done, renting out 7 units so swiftly. Upon hearing this voice, Yanqi's body tensed in alarm. Could it be? He abruptly turned a glance towards the entrance. A pair of delicate feet, clad in slippers, appeared first at the doorway. Yanqi keenly observed that the individual bore a heart-shaped birthmark on her ankle. Damn! Yanqi muttered under his breath. He hastily retreated into the bathroom. Immediately thereafter, Li Weiqiang entered the room accompanied by the landlord. The landlord was a rather attractive young woman, albeit dressed casually in a printed t-shirt and denim shorts, complemented by a pair of women's slippers. Most striking were her long, alluring legs. As she surveyed the empty space, she cast a puzzled glance at Li Weiqiang, inquiring, "Where is everyone? Mr. Yan?" Li Weiqiang called out loudly. At that moment, a voice emerged from the restroom. "My stomach hurts, I might be a while." Yanqi replied, his voice slightly strained. "Why don't you have the landlord add me on WeChat, and I can connect with her later?" Li Weiqiang scratched his head. "Your voice sounded a bit off, are you all right?" However, upon hearing Yanqi's voice, the landlord's expression suddenly shifted. "You just refer to him as Mr. Yin. What is his full name?" She questioned Li Weiqiang. "I forgot to mention his name is Yanqi." Li Weiqiang chuckled. The landlord paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Haha! This startled Li Weiqiang, for it was the first time he had witnessed her so joyful. The landlord approached the restroom door and knocked, saying, "Yanqi, stop pretending and come out." Silence enveloped the restroom, that if you refused to come out, you might as well spend the night in there. The landlord knocked again. This time, a sigh echoed from within. Soon after, the door swung open, revealing a visibly embarrassed Yanqi. Upon seeing him, the landlord's eyes briefly sparkled with excitement, only to be swiftly consumed by anger as she gritted her teeth. "It is truly you, Yanqi." "Cough, what a coincidence!" Yanqi chuckled. Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang, once the belle of Yunqing University, also one of Yanqi's 5 former girlfriends. Su Xiaoshuang was one of the most renowned individuals among her cohort at university. Beyond her beauty and long legs, she was most famous for her entrance on registration day, arriving at the campus in a Lamborghini. Yanqi vividly recalled that day. The first to emerge from the vehicle were those stunning legs. As her body exited the car, a long-haired beauty appeared on that day. Su Xiaoshuang donned a little black dress, complemented by black leather shoes, her expression radiating a hint of pride. The combination of beauty and luxury instantly made Su Xiaoshuang the center of attention. In that moment, Yanqi silently vowed to pursue her relentlessly. Subsequent events unfolded more smoothly than Yanqi had anticipated. Coming from a wealthy family, Su Xiaoshuang was under strict supervision. Prior to attending university, she had never been in a relationship. To a seasoned romantic like Yanqi, she appeared to be a lamb ready for sacrifice, as anticipated. Within less than a month, Su Xiaoshuang succumbed. She became Yanqi's second girlfriend. At that time, Su Xiaoshuang was utterly enamored with Yanqi, wishing to offer him everything she possessed. Yanqi recalled how Su Xiaoshuang would incessantly discuss their future together. She envisioned a post-graduation scenario where her father would invest in a company for them, with Yanqi as the boss and herself as the boss's wife. However, the deeper the love, the more profound the resentment. When Yanqi's betrayals were unveiled, it was Su Xiaoshuang who suggested the idea of a reward for his infidelity. Thus, if Yanqi were to choose his most dreaded ex-girlfriend, he would undoubtedly select Su Xiaoshuang. Inside the rental apartment, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Su Xiaoshuang fixed a penetrating gaze on Yanqi, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Yanqi, feeling awkward, diverted his eyes elsewhere, while Li Weiqiang sensed the tension and quietly retreated a couple of steps. Ultimately, it was Yanqi who shattered the silence, his gaze evasively shifting towards Li Weiqiang. "Ahem, brotherly, I've given it some thought. This place, while inexpensive, seems somewhat unsuitable for me. How about you rent it to someone else? Li Weiqiang was taken aback. Mr. Yin, but we've already signed a contract. He pointed to the document on the table. Upon hearing this, Yin Qi felt a pang of regret, wishing he had never signed it. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuang spoke up. Are you attempting to escape again? Yin Qi's lips twitched, and he had no choice but to change the subject. Xiaoshuang, I have urgent matters to attend to today. Let's discuss this another time, shall we? However, Su Xiaoshuang firmly positioned herself against the doorframe, a slight smile gracing her lips. Mr. Yin, you've already signed a contract. Did you think you could simply walk away? Realizing Su Xiaoshuang was not about to let him off the hook, Yin Qi responded with a grin. Miss Su, if it comes to that, I suppose I could forfeit my deposit. Wait, I don't believe I've actually paid yet. How about this? They'll give you 1,000 yuan as a deposit, and I won't rent this place anymore. Is that acceptable? Su Xiaoshuang clenched her fist quietly. The cunning Yin Qi was still as silver-tongued as ever. In the past, she had always been easily swayed by his eloquence. But not anymore. Turning to Li Weiqiang, she asked, Brother Li, if someone intends to violate a rental agreement, can they take them to court? Yin Qi was somewhat astonished this girl was more ruthless than he had anticipated. It was merely a rental dispute. Did it truly warrant court action? Indeed, she still harbored resentment towards him. It is indeed possible, but typically, the court would only rule for the deduction of the deposit. There usually wouldn't be any further consequences. Li Weiqiang nodded. Su Xiaoshuang nodded in satisfaction. That will suffice. She cast a triumphant glance at Yin Qi. Did you hear that? If you don't rent, I will go to court tomorrow. Given your demeanor, you must have just returned to Yunqing. Although it's merely a small lawsuit, it could still prove quite troublesome, don't you think? She then released her hand from the doorframe and made her way to the living room. Humph, I won't stop you anymore. If you wish to leave, then go, she remarked. Yin Qi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoshuang was indeed correct. Though the lawsuit was minor, the back and forth was an utter waste of time. He was currently without a job. Pursuing this matter was decidedly unwise. Upon this realization, Yin Qi's demeanor swiftly transformed. He, with such a splendid house, how could I possibly resist renting it? He chuckled, following Xiaoshuang. I was merely joking earlier. You didn't take me seriously, did you, Xiaoshuang? Xiaoshuang settled onto the sofa. Her legs crossed elegantly. She lifted her gaze to Yin Qi and teased. Xiaoshuang, I seem to recall someone just refer to me as Miss Su. Miss Su? Who said that? Yin Qi exclaimed indignantly. Such a title feels so distant. What is our relationship that I should call you Miss Su? Xiaoshuang laughed at his response. All right then, enlighten me on what our relationship is. Yin Qi faltered again. Indeed, the nature of their relationship was somewhat difficult to articulate. Seeing Yin Qi's awkward expression, Xiaoshuang couldn't help but chuckle. How did you address me back in university? Baby? Yin Qi ventured tentatively. At this utterance, Xiaoshuang felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. She hastily turned her gaze to the window, stammering, What, baby? Are we that familiar? Then let's stick with Xiaoshuang, Yin Qi suggested, scratching his head. Not far away. Li Weiqiang was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Xiaoshuang display such an expression. TSK, TSK, TSK. Their relationship is quite extraordinary, he mused internally. At that moment, Xiaoshuang suddenly turned her attention to him. Why are you still here? Miss Su, about my commission fee. Li Weiqiang inquired cautiously. Xiaoshuang waved her hand dismissively. I'll transfer it to you later. All right, I'll take my leave then. Li Weiqiang quickly exited the room, shutting the door behind him with consideration. Only Xiaoshuang and Yin Qi remained in the house. Once again, they were enveloped in an oppressive silence. Xiaoshuang lowered her head, lost in thought. Yin Qi, too, felt somewhat at a lost point. One of the most awkward situations in the world is encountering an ex-girlfriend, especially one who harbors a desire to do you harm. She isn't thinking of how to take me down, is she? Yin Qi pondered anxiously. Thus, he tentatively broke the silence. Xiaoshuang, perhaps I should transfer the rent and deposit to you? Xiaoshuang sighed. She then retrieved her phone. Add me on WeChat. Over the years, Yin Qi had changed all his contact information for fear of being found. He took out his phone and added Xiaoshuang on WeChat. Paying 1 month in advance along with 3 months rent amounts to 4,000 yuan, plus an additional 1,000 yuan for brother Lee's agency fee. Yin Qi tapped the screen twice. I've transferred 5,000 yuan to you. Su Xiaoshuang did not even glance at her phone before putting it away. She then stood up, saying, "All right, Mr. Yin, remember to transfer my rent every 3 months from now on." Seeing this, Yin Qi hurriedly replied, "All right, I won't see you off then. Who said I was leaving?" Su Xiaoshuang leaned closer to Yin Qi. "Do you really want me to go?" An enchanting fragrance wafted into Yin Qi's nostrils, tantalizing his senses. Having spent 3 years in a temple, Yin Qi had not been with a woman for quite some time. With such a beautiful woman before him, his mind began to wander. No, stay calm. Yin Qi urged himself internally. You cannot become entangled with women again. He took a deep breath and stepped back. Xiaoshuang, let me be honest with you. Actually, after leaving Yin City, I spent 3 years in a temple. In a temple? Su Xiaoshuang blinked. You mean a monastery? Yin Qi nodded. Yes, I have attained enlightenment now. I know I have wronged you greatly, but I swear I have truly reformed. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Yin Qi incredulously. You really understand your mistakes? I understand, and I will never act recklessly again. Yin Qi affirmed with a serious nod. He said this hoping Su Xiaoshuang would refrain from causing him further trouble. Despite her desire to be rid of Yin Qi, seeing him softened her resolve. Su Xiaoshuang realized she had never truly forgotten him, and if I agree too easily, it would make me appear too lenient. She wrestled with her emotions fiercely. Turning her blushing face away, she said, I'm not so easily forgiving, but if you demonstrate good behavior, I might consider it. What she meant was, of course, the possibility of reconciliation. Yet to Yin Qi, it took on a different significance. Clearly, speaking the truth is effective. She is already considering not troubling me further. Yin Qi thought to himself, so. He quickly nodded. Rest assured, I will certainly show my improvement. Though they were communicating across a divide, both received the outcome they desired. Chapter 3. The challenge of job hunting. After a casual conversation between the two, night swiftly fell. Well, it's getting late, Su Xiaoshuang remarked, scratching her cheek. I suppose I should head back now. All right, Yin Qi replied, visibly relieved. Su Xiaoshuang cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Yin Qi. Aren't you supposed to be on your best behavior? Aren't you going to see me off? Of course, I will, Yin Qi responded earnestly, nodding his head. He then feigned a gentlemanly demeanor, opening the door for Su Xiaoshuang. Please, after you, Lady Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang was taken aback, pleasantly surprised. It was well known that in the past, Yin Qi would never have engaged in such courtesy. It seemed he was genuinely reflecting on his behavior. She bit her lip shyly as she stepped outside. Following her, Yin Qi mused, TSK, this ancestor is not only my ex-girlfriend, but now also my landlord. I must tread carefully around her. He accompanied her to the underground parking lot, where Su Xiaoshuang approached a pink McLaren 720. That car must be worth over 3 million. This girl is still as affluent as ever, Yin Qi thought to himself. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuang turned to Yin Qi and quietly inquired, Can I come to see you again next time? Yin Qi was momentarily taken aback. He wanted to decline, yet he recognized it was wiser not to offend Su Xiaoshuang. Of course, you're always welcome, he replied with a smile. Su Xiaoshuang responded with a satisfied huff. Humph, now that's more like it. She then opened the car door and settled inside. Well, I'm off, she said, waving her hand with a hint of reluctance before starting the engine. Watching her vehicle disappear into the distance, Yin Qi exhaled deeply. Phew, my life is finally safe. His anxiety stemmed from the fact that, given Su Xiaoshuang's background, a mere whim could jeopardize his life. Yet, he couldn't help but admire her beauty, reminiscent of the past. However, he quickly quelled that thought. Amitba. I must not think of such things again. Yin Qi resolved firmly that he would never again be swayed by a woman's allure. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshuang hummed a peculiar tune in her car when a thought struck her. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Li Weiqiang. Are there any available rooms on the 5th floor of my building? Preferably close to 505. My friend? No, it's not for a friend. It's for me. 507. Directly across from 505? Great, I'll take it. After hanging up, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across her face. Heh. This time I won't let you slip away, Yin Qi. The following day, Yin Qi rose early. He had several interviews lined up. To survive, he had to approach these opportunities with utmost seriousness. However, while dreams may be beautiful, reality often proves harsh. Yin Chi's university major was marketing, a field notoriously difficult for securing employment. After graduating from Yinchi University, he spent an additional 3 years in a temple. His sum, therefore, is rather lackluster. Although he had prepared himself for the worst, the outcome was even more disheartening than he had anticipated. Mr. Yin, why have you not participated in any work since graduating from university 3 years ago? Inquired the first company, perplexed. This was a rather critical question. Yin Chi had not included his time in the temple on his sum, as it bore no relevance to his job search. Naturally, he could not divulge the truth. Thus, he resorted to a pre-prepared excuse. I have been preparing for graduate school entrance examinations during these 3 years. The interviewer incisively pointed out so. You failed your graduate school exams, and that's why you are now seeking employment? At your age, with nearly zero work experience, this is quite unfortunate. Yin Chi found himself at a loss for words. They were not mistaken. His sum was indeed abysmal. However, one aspect perplexed Yin Chi. The recruitment software displayed his sum, so why did they still agree to an interview? He later realized this was merely a tactic to meet performance quotas. Each month, there were targets to fulfill, and often, to achieve these goals. Random candidates would be summoned for interviews, only to be dismissed thereafter. After being rejected by the first company, he promptly proceeded to the second. But the outcome was similarly grim. They casually dismissed him after a brief conversation. The third and fourth companies followed suit. Soon, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and only one final company remained for his interview. Exhausted, he trudged down the street, his day's experiences leaving him utterly drained. He felt disinclined to attend this last interview, reasoning that he would likely be rejected again. Yet, he compelled himself to go, shaking his head to dispel his doubts. He arrived at the last company, a media firm named Moshi Media. Approaching the front desk with practiced ease, he said, "Hello, I am here for an interview." The receptionist's eyes lit up upon seeing him. How handsome. The employees from previous companies had reacted similarly at first glance, but once they reviewed his sum, their interest waned instantly. "All right, I will contact you right away," the receptionist cheerfully replied. Meanwhile, in a photography studio within the company, a stunning woman dressed in a fitted blazer and high heels was berating her subordinates. "What did you say? Zhou Wenyo canceled?" she shouted angrily. Her subordinates hastily explained. "Manager Zhang, Zhou Wenyo said he has a small cut on his finger and needs to go to the hospital, so he requests to reschedule the shoot for tomorrow." The woman trembled with rage, exclaiming, "I knew it. None of these internet celebrities can be relied upon." Today was the day for Moxin Media to photograph the cover of its flagship magazine. They had arranged for the recently popular star, Zhou Wenyo, to participate. However, just as everything was prepared, Zhou Wenyo announced he would not be coming. Now, they faced two choices: endure the situation and wait until tomorrow to shoot. But what if he failed to show up again? Their timeline was tight, and any mishap with the magazine cover could jeopardize the entire company. The second option was to dismiss Zhou Wenyo and find a replacement to continue shooting. At that moment, a subordinate cautiously suggested, "General Manager Zhang, why don't we quickly bring in a model?" But where could they find one? All the reputable models were booked. Were they to settle for subpar options? General Manager Zhang sighed deeply. This was their flagship magazine. It absolutely could not afford to have any issues. The subordinates lowered their heads, aware that if the cover failed, their jobs would be at stake. In resignation, Zhang covered her forehead and said, "You all think it over. I need to step out for some fresh air." As she exited the studio, her subordinates immediately began discussing the situation. Zhang leaned against the corridor wall, mentally searching for any potential models. Suddenly, she heard voices from deeper in the corridor. Turning her head, she realized it was coming from the conference room. There was an interview today. She shook her head, dismissing it. "It doesn't concern me anyway." At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and a tall man emerged, crumpled resume in hand, looking quite dejected. Zhang's gaze fell upon him, and she was momentarily stunned. As realization struck, she straightened up, scrutinizing him closely. Once she confirmed her suspicions, she murmured softly, "Yin Chi?" Chapter 4. Would you like to be a model? General Manager Zhang stood frozen in place, and by the time she regained her composure, Yin Chi had already walked away. She hurriedly rushed toward the conference room. Just as she reached the doorway, several individuals exited, laughing and discussing the recent interview. "Ha, that guy looked decent. But his resume was a disaster," one remarked. "Indeed, it's audacious for the youth today to have a 3-year gap. He'll likely struggle to find work again." Another chimed in. Noticing Zhang approaching, they quickly fell silent and greeted her, general manager. May I ask the name of the individual you just interviewed? Zhang inquired anxiously. They exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before responding, I believe it was Yin Qi. Are you certain it is Yin Qi? Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. They nodded yes. Yes, it was definitely Yin Qi. Taking a deep breath, Zhang murmured to herself, Phew, it truly is you. She fell into deep thought. While those in front of her dared not interrupt, the scene fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Mr. Zhang slowly spoke. Please call him back and inquire whether he would be interested in working for our company. The others were taken aback. Mr. Zhang. But his resume is extremely poor. He is wholly unqualified for our marketing department. Who said anything about marketing? Mr. Zhang shook his head. Ask him if he would consider becoming a model. Meanwhile, Yin Qi, feeling dejected, exited the company. As expected, the firm had not expressed any interest in him. Although he had prepared himself for this outcome, a sense of disappointment still lingered. Was it truly impossible? He sighed helplessly, contemplating whether he should resort to delivering takeout. With his current savings, he could barely last 3 months. He needed to devise a way to earn money. With this thought, Yin Qi decided to head home. Just then, a voice called out to him, Mr. Yin, wait a moment. He turned to see one of the interviewers approaching. Is there something you need? He asked, somewhat listlessly. With a professionally crafted smile, she replied, Mr. Yin, we just had another discussion, and we believe your qualifications are quite impressive. Would you be interested in working with us? Yin Qi was momentarily stunned. Surely, he had not misheard. They were offering him a job? Really? His eyes sparkled with hope as he nodded and walked back toward the company. Yes, please come in, and let us discuss the specifics of the position. Great. Yin Qi eagerly followed her, saying, Rest assured, I am a quick learner. I will surely excel in marketing. However, she awkwardly halted and added, Mr. Yin. I forgot to mention, the position we are offering you is not in marketing. What? Then what is it? Yin Qi was bewildered. Surely, they wouldn't want him to be a janitor. He might as well deliver takeout instead. Modeling. Would you be interested? She tentatively inquired. Yin Qi blinked in surprise. Modeling? Me? I have never engaged in such work before. In fact, during his university days, there were offers for him to model, but at that time, he was juggling multiple interests and had declined outright. It's quite simple to be a model. She quickly assured him. You will receive guidance from professional instructors regarding poses. All you need to do is relax. Yin Qi pondered this. Becoming a model was not entirely out of the question, given his current financial state. Securing a respectable job was already a significant achievement. The interviewer felt a bit anxious, fearing that Yin Qi might not be interested, especially considering the challenges of today as cover shoot. Suddenly, Yin Qi asked, How much can one earn as a model per month? Her heart leapt with joy. His inquiry about the salary indicated his interest. We can discuss the compensation details further. With a gesture of invitation, he suggested, Let us step inside and converse. Certainly. The company's model position offers a base salary of 8,000, in addition to commissions based on workload. He explained the compensation details to Yin Qi. Should the magazine sales perform well, there will also be bonuses. Yin Qi was taken aback with delight. A base salary of 8,000, plus commissions and bonuses. This means I could earn over 10,000 in a month. It was noteworthy that the marketing position he had interviewed for only offered a base salary of 6,000. If you agree, we can sign the contract right now. The employment contract was handed to Yin Qi. He took it and scrutinized it closely, discovering no deceitful clauses. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed the contract, rising with satisfaction. He was informed, Mr. Yin, we happen to have a shooting project today. Would you like to give it a try? A beginner's tutorial? Yin Qi pondered. Although he was already quite fatigued from the day's events, he felt compelled to embrace the opportunity as a newcomer. All right, he replied. A breath of relief escaped him. Finally, there was a substitute model. Yin Qi followed them out of the meeting room, unaware that he was about to shoot for the company's flagship magazine. Considering he had just joined, he would have been content to work with a mediocre publication. He arrived at the photography studio. Upon entering, he announced, I've brought the model. Take a look. No sooner had he spoken than a group of individuals surrounded him, inspecting him closely. Approximately 185 centimeters tall, his height is ideal, splendid. His looks are also exceptional, perfectly meeting our requirements. Absolutely perfect. They erupted in applause. Excellent. No wonder Mr. Zhang chose him. Their jobs were finally secured. Yin Qi felt intimidated by their enthusiasm. Do not be afraid, the leading middle-aged photographer chuckled, extending his hand. I am Zhong Kue. We shall collaborate often in the future. Yan Qi shook his hand, introducing himself. I am Yan Qi. Mr. Yan, is it? The photographer nodded. Have you modeled before? Yan Qi shook his head. No experience is no issue. We will teach you how to pose. Subsequently, Yan Qi was ushered into the spotlight by a throng of people. As this unfolded, a colleague quietly exited the studio, only to encounter Mr. Zhang. She promptly greeted him. Mr. Zhang, the contract has been signed and the shoot is underway. Mr. Zhang nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. However, Mr. Zhang called her back. By the way, were you all mocking the applicants behind their backs? Claiming their resumes were worthless? I distinctly remember instructing the HR department that all applicants must be treated with respect. She was taken aback, realizing Mr. Zhang had indeed been attentive. She truly felt the urge to slap herself, realizing how careless her words had been. Hastily, she apologized. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhang. We were merely joking. I hope you refrain from such jesting in the future, Mr. Zhang responded, his gaze piercing. Can you manage that? Absolutely. We will certainly caution them upon our return, she assured him. Very well, off you go. Mr. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. She left, dejected. Mr. Zhang then discreetly opened the door to the photography studio. Inside, Yan Qi was awkwardly posing. Upon seeing this, Mr. Zhang bit his lip gently, adopting a feminine demeanor. Oh. Yan Qi, you didn't come to see me after returning to Yun City. Chapter 5, the female superior is also an ex-girlfriend? As it was Yan Qi's first shoot, he was severely lacking in experience, resulting in a grueling 5-hour session. By the time they concluded, it was already 11 p.m. Exhausted, Yan Qi slumped into a chair. Realizing this job was far more taxing than he had anticipated. Well done, Teacher Yin, the cameraman and assistants nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the challenges faced during the shoot, the outcome was quite commendable, yielding a series of remarkably successful photographs. During this time, their address for Yan Qi shifted from Mr. Yin to Teacher Yin. At that moment, a staff member approached Yan Qi. Teacher Yin, Mr. Zhang would like to see you in her office. Mr. Zhang? Yan Qi queried, puzzled. The staff member nodded. Yes. Our company's president. She wishes to meet with you. All right, Yan Qi replied, suppressing his fatigue, although he longed to return home to rest. It was imperative to heed the summons of a superior. Navigating through the office corridors, Yan Qi arrived at the door of an office. You may knock and enter. The staff member indicated before departing. Yan Qi approached the door and knocked gently. Come in, a female voice called from within. Upon hearing it, Yan Qi scratched his head in confusion. That voice sounds so familiar. No, it must be a mistake. How could it possibly be her? With that thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Good day, Mr. Zhang. Yan Qi greeted with a beaming smile. Mr. Zhang sat in her executive chair, facing away from him. Are you adapting to the work? She inquired. I am. Thanks to your recognition, Yan Qi replied. When did you return to Yin City? She continued. I came back yesterday. Yan Qi began, only to pause, sensing something amiss. How did Mr. Zhang know he had returned to Yun City? At that moment, Mr. Zhang turned around. Oh. You just came back yesterday? In that case, I suppose I cannot fault you. Yan Qi stood frozen, utterly astonished. Zhang Yue, he exclaimed in disbelief, seeing her face. Memories of their past flooded back. Zhang Yue, one of his former girlfriends, lingered in his heart as the person he felt most guilty towards. Yan Qi vividly recalls the night of their first encounter, a rainy evening during his second year of university. He had a strong desire to watch a particular film. Yet all his friends had pressing matters to attend to. Thus, Yan Qi ventured alone to the cinema. As it was a late-night showing, the theater was sparsely populated, with only 2 souls present, himself and a girl seated next to him. That girl was Zhang Yue. She was dressed quite simply in a white shirt, denim jeans, and canvas shoes, her short black hair framing her face, complemented by a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Despite her modest attire, her striking features could not be concealed. At that time, Yan Qi was undeniably a notorious playboy. His immediate reaction upon encountering such beauty was to approach her for her contact information. Initially, Zhang Yue was quite cautious, yet under Yan Qi's charming persuasion, she gradually let her guard down. They engaged in conversation for an extensive duration within the cinema. Unlike Su Xiaoshuang, who hailed from a prestigious family, Zhang Yue came from a rather modest background. Although she performed commendably in her college entrance examinations, her family could not afford her tuition fees, compelling her to seek work. During her employment, she developed a passion for photography, having read that watching films greatly aids in learning the craft. Consequently, she frequented the cinema, favoring the late-night shows for their affordability. As their conversation unfolded, they grew increasingly familiar with one another, exchanging contact details. Although Yin Qi was a rogue, he was a sincere one, willing to invest effort in pursuing the woman he admired. Knowing Zhang Yue's fondness for photography, he diligently sought to acquire knowledge about the art. Subsequently, they often arranged to watch late-night films together, discussing photography afterward. As their bond deepened, they eventually became a couple. Their relationship flourished, and Yin Qi gifted Zhang Yue a DSLR camera. Though it was merely an entry-level model, she was deeply moved, shedding tears of joy for an extended period. In contrast to Yin Qi, Zhang Yue's affection was remarkably devoted. For her, loving Yin Qi meant a lifelong commitment. At that time, she often contemplated their future together, lost in a blissful reverie. However, that dream eventually shattered. In their senior year, the revelation of Yin Qi's entanglements with multiple partners came to light. Yin Qi distinctly remembers that Zhang Yue was the first to confront his former girlfriends. Yet, she neither wept nor created a scene. Instead, she transferred some money to him and urged him to swiftly leave Yun City, saying, "You should go quickly. They truly wish to harm you, especially that woman. We do not understand why you did this, but let us part ways." These were Zhang Yue's final words to Yin Qi. On that day, Yin Qi experienced, for the first time, the profound desolation of a heart turned to ash. Despite being deeply hurt by Yin Qi, Zhang Yue still assisted him in his escape. 3 years have passed since that moment. Now, Yin Qi gazes intently at Zhang Yue, who has undergone significant transformation, shedding her previous innocence. Before him stands a resolute and powerful woman. Yin Qi finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Sister Wei, what kind of misfortune is this? I rent a place, and the landlord is my ex-girlfriend. I find a job, and the company leader is also my ex. How am I supposed to live like this? And she still recognizes me." Zhang Yue chuckles. "I thought you, the notorious scoundrel, had forgotten about me." Yin Qi looks down. "How could I possibly forget? But why haven't you sought me out since you returned to Yun City?" Zhang Yue stands and approaches him. "My phone number has never changed. And unlike your other ex-girlfriends, I have no intention of harming you." Yin Qi sighs and shares the story of his 3 years in the temple with her. "Sister Wei, I know I was a terrible person before, but I genuinely want to change." He speaks earnestly. Zhang Yue, surprised by his confession, bursts into laughter. "No wonder they couldn't find you. You became a monk." Yin Qi shakes his head in resignation. "Feel free to laugh. If it were you, I would accept anything." He feels a deep sense of guilt toward her. A flicker of compassion crosses Zhang Yue's eyes. "I wasn't laughing at you," she reassures him, gently patting his head. "Knowing you're safe brings me some relief." Zhang Yue is 2 years older than Yin Qi, which is why she enjoyed patting his head during their time together. Glancing at the clock, she realizes it is getting late. What time does the subway stop running in Yun City? Yin Qi suddenly remembers. "I think it's at 11:30. Zhang Yue checks her phone. It's already 11:40. Yin Qi covers his forehead in dismay. "Forget it. I'll just take a taxi home." Zhang Yue observes him thoughtfully and suggests, "Let me drive you home." Yin Qi quickly shakes his head. No, it's fine. I can take a taxi. Why are you being so polite? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you?" Zhang Yue firmly grasps his arm. "Let us go." Reluctantly, Yin Qi follows her out of the office, leaving the company devoid of anyone but the two of them. Zhang Yue surveys the empty office and turns to Yin Qi. "So, what do you think of my company?" "It's quite impressive." Yin Qi nods, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. To achieve this in just 3 years must have been quite challenging. Zhang Yue bites her lip. Over the years, she has received countless compliments, some calling her a business genius, others praising her decisive approach. Yet, no one has ever inquired about her struggles, which brings to mind many memories of her time with Yin Qi. At that time, she worked during the day to learn photography, leaving her evenings free for study. Yin Qi was always by her side, frequently inquiring, "Are you tired? Perhaps you should take a break. Don't exhaust yourself." "Indeed, you remain the same." Zhang Yue murmured softly. Yin Qi, unable to catch her words, asked, "What?" "Nothing. Let us go." Zhang Yue replied with a smile, "I'll drive you home." The two strolled to the underground parking lot. Zhang Yue's vehicle was a sleek black BMW 5 Series, which surprised Yin Qi. This must cost around 5 to 600,000. In just 3 years, she has acquired such an exquisite car. "Get in," Zhang Yue said as she opened the door for him. Once inside, she inquired, "Where do you live now?" "In Nanyang District, Jinghu Garden." Yin Qi responded while fastening his seatbelt. Once secured, they set off. Jinghu Garden was not far from the company. Within half an hour, they arrived at the community entrance. "This is fine. I can walk in from here, Yin Qi said, unbuckling his seatbelt and preparing to exit. At that moment, Zhang Yue suddenly asked, "Can I come up for a bit?" Huh? Yin Qi turned abruptly. However, Zhang Yue quickly realized the potential misunderstanding. Don't get the wrong idea. I merely wish to chat, she hastily clarified. Yin Qi glanced out the window, but it's already midnight, and you have work tomorrow, don't you? Rest assured. Zhang Yue replied with a smile. The company has a policy that if one works late, they can take time off the next morning. Of course, overtime pay will not be compromised. Yin Qi was pleasantly surprised. That's wonderful. The boss is remarkably considerate. Since the leadership had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to decline. All right, but I haven't tidied up my place. No worries, I can help you with that. Consequently, Zhang Yue drove directly to the underground parking garage. They then ascended the building together. Unbeknownst to Yin Qi, a pink McLaren 720 was parked in a corner of the garage. Meanwhile, at the entrance of room 505, Su Xiaoshuang crouched against the wall, holding a takeout box. Where on earth is that rascal? She fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Earlier that afternoon, she had moved her belongings to the opposite room 507, planning to live across from Yin Qi. To surprise him, she had even prepared a meal herself. Yet, as the clock struck midnight, he still hadn't returned. Surely, that scoundrel has gone out to fool around again. The thought ignited a wave of anger within her. What am I even angry about? She sighed, shaking her head. We've clearly broken up. Resigned, she decided to return to room 507. Just then, the elevator doors opened nearby. A man and a woman, engaged in cheerful conversation, descended from the elevator. Su Xiaoshuang keenly observed that one of them was Yin Qi. She quickly shifted her gaze to the woman beside him, whose face seemed eerily familiar. In a flash, Su Xiaoshuang's mind raced, and she soon recalled her identity, Zhang Yue. Su Xiaoshuang called out the woman's name aloud. After Yin Qi's scandalous behavior was exposed, his 5 ex-girlfriends had met briefly, united in their quest to confront him. Su Xiaoshuang had a vivid impression of Zhang Yue. During their discussions on how to take revenge on Yin Qi, it was only Zhang Yue who appeared disinterested. Su Xiaoshuang could tell that despite her disappointment in Yin Qi, Zhang Yue harbored no desire for vengeance. They had not crossed paths since Yin Qi fled. Upon hearing Su Xiaoshuang's voice, both Yin Qi and the woman were taken aback, particularly Yin Qi. He hurriedly glanced towards the entrance of room 505. Upon spotting Su Xiaoshuang, a cold sweat broke out on him. Why is this little ancestor here? Yin Qi gasped, feeling the awkwardness of the situation intensify. His ex-girlfriend was opposite him, and beside him stood yet another. Oh heavens, are you trying to ruin me? Yin Qi sighed inwardly. Zhang Yue, recognizing Su Xiaoshuang, cast a discontented look at Yin Qi. Oh dear, didn't someone claim to have just returned to Yongqing yesterday? How is it that his little girlfriend has already arrived? Yin Qi hastily waved his hands. You've misunderstood, let me explain. Before he could finish, Su Xiaoshuang stormed over, her anger palpable. You, Yin Qi, swore just yesterday that you would cease your reckless behavior. She seized Yin Qi by the collar. It's only been a day, and you've already brought a woman home. Haven't you? Yin Qi shook his head vehemently. No, it's not like that. Then what is it? Su Xiaoshuang and Zhang Yue inquired in unison. Yin Qi felt the pressure mounting. One ex-girlfriend was daunting enough. 2 together was suffocating. Taking a deep breath, he pointed to Su Xiaoshuang. This is my current landlord. We happened to meet while I was renting a place yesterday. He then gestured towards Zhang Yue, and this is my boss from work. I ran into her while job hunting today. Although it sounded somewhat implausible, it was indeed a string of coincidences. I swear, I am not being unfaithful. Really? Su Xiaoshuang asked, her skepticism evident. Zhang Yue too appeared to ponder, acknowledging that Yin Qi's job search today was indeed coincidental. Truly, I swear on my life. Yin Qi raised 3 fingers, if I'm lying. May I be struck by a car. Enough. Zhang Yue interrupted loudly. There's no need to make such a dramatic oath over a trivial matter. She then turned to Su Xiaoshuang. What Yin Qi says is true. He was genuinely recruited by my company today. I returned him home solely because I had worked late and the subway was no longer in service. Is that so? Su Xiaoshuang asked sharply. Was it really necessary to accompany him to his doorstep? Zhang Yue smiled at her words. Even setting aside my past relationship with Yin Qi, we are still old acquaintances. After such a long time apart, it is only natural that I would wish to engage in a conversation. She then shifted the topic. But what about you? As his landlord, what brings you here at such a late hour? Surely, you are not here to collect rent? Zhang Yue glanced at the takeout box in Su Xiaoshuang's hand. Su Xiaoshuang was left speechless by the retort. She could only stubbornly reply, "What does it have to do with you? This is my house. I can come and go as I please." Sensing the tension, Yin Qi quickly interjected, "All right. Let's clarify that this is a misunderstanding." "Indeed." Zhang Yue nodded. "We should not disturb the neighbors in the corridor. Let us discuss this inside." With a hint of provocation, she looked towards Su Xiaoshuang. "Tonight, I intend to have a chat with Yin Qi. Are you joining us? If so, I have things to say as well." Su Xiaoshuang defiantly met her gaze. Yin Qi, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself, does no one care about my opinion? Chapter 7. Drinking 3 days prior. When Yin Qi exited the temple, the abbot earnestly advised him, "Yin benefactor, you are fated to encounter romantic entanglements. Please do not repeat past mistakes. Rest assured, abbot, I shall keep my distance from women henceforth," Yin Qi assured him repeatedly. However, just 3 days later, circumstances had veered off course. At that moment, Yin Qi found himself seated on the living room couch, flanked by his ex-girlfriend Su Xiaoshuang on his left and another ex-girlfriend, Zhang Yue, on his right. The situation was undeniably awkward. Yin Qi broke the silence first. "Well, we need not be cramped on the same couch. I don't mind the closeness. This is quite comfortable." Zhang Yue shook her head. Su Xiaoshuang scoffed. "Humph, neither do I." Silence enveloped the room once more. "Oh dear, who could save me?" Yin Qi lamented as he covered his forehead in despair. 3 years had passed, and he found himself at a loss for words with them. Thus, he forced a topic. "By the way, are you hungry? Shall I order some late-night snacks?" At this suggestion, Su Xiaoshuang recalled the meal she had prepared. She handed the takeout box to Yin Qi. "Here you go. What is this?" Yin Qi asked, somewhat bewildered. Su Xiaoshuang shyly glanced away. "I made too much food today, so I thought I'd share some with you." Yin Qi accepted the takeout box. "You didn't wait for me since this afternoon, did you?" "Of course not." Su Xiaoshuang vehemently defended. "I just happened to pass by. Don't overthink it." All right. Yin Qi chuckled helplessly, recognizing that she was still the same as before. At that moment, Zhang Yue suddenly inquired, "Would you like to drink beer?" "Beer?" Yin Qi turned to Zhang Yue. She gestured towards her phone. "Didn't you mention late-night snacks? How about skewers and beer?" Yin Qi quickly shook his head. "No beer for me. I want a drink." Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Yue disregarded Yin Qi's opinion. "All right, let's order some beer then." Before long, she had placed an order through a food delivery app. "I recall your tolerance for alcohol is quite poor," Zhang Yue remarked, patting Yin Qi on the back. "You're the type who gets drunk after just one bottle." At the mention of this, Su Xiaoshuang chimed in. Yes. I remember one time when he got so drunk he cried like a baby." "Is that so?" Zhang Yue expressed her curiosity. Su Xiaoshuang pulled out her phone, grinning mischievously. "Hee, I still have pictures." "Don't." Yin Qi exclaimed, trying to snatch the phone away. "Why do you still have those?" With a playful chuckle, Su Xiaoshuang tossed the phone high into the air towards Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue caught it effortlessly. The screen displayed a photo of Yin Qi and Su Xiaoshuang together. In the image, Yin Qi's face was flushed, and he was embracing Su Xiaoshuang's waist while sobbing uncontrollably. His expression rather unflattering. Zhang Yue burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yin Qi, rarely shy, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Such historical blunders were undeniably mortifying. Zhang Yue returned the phone to Su Xiaoshuang, then picked up her own device. "I have a few treasures of my own. Would you like to see?" "Absolutely." Su Xiaoshuang eagerly leaned in. The two then began to laugh heartily as they scrolled through the photos, discussing various gossip. Women possess an extraordinary ability to forget everything when engrossed in conversation about rumors. Yet, Yin Qi found himself feeling more at ease. Engaging in light-hearted gossip was far preferable to tension-filled discussions. After a while, a knock echoed from the door. "The delivery must be here," Zhang Yue said, looking up. "I'll get it," Yin Qi volunteered, rising to his feet. He approached the door and opened it. Standing outside was a breathless delivery man. "Is this room 505? At his feet lay 3 crates of beer and a large bag of grilled skewers. "That's quite a lot," Yin Qi exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuang and Zhang Yue emerged from the room. "If we can't finish it, we can save some for next time. Let's each carry a crate inside," Zhang Yue suggested with a smile. The delivery man glanced at the 2 women and then at Yin Qi, his eyes filled with envy. 2 stunning beauties sharing a space with one man, and they had ordered 3 crates of beer. What might transpire next was certainly the stuff of wild imagination. Su Xiaoshuang and Zhang Yue each took a crate of beer inside. Yin Qi followed suit, carrying one as well, nodding to the delivery man. "Thank you." The delivery man, with a knowing look, remarked, "Take care of yourself, buddy," before turning and leaving with a casual air. Yin-Chi felt slightly dazed, wondering if the man had misunderstood something. At the dining table, Su Xiaoshuang took a sip of the chilled beer. "Ah, it's been so long since I've enjoyed a good beer." She leaned back in her chair, satisfied. Zhang Yue poured herself a glass and drank heartily. "Then let us indulge tonight. After all, we have nothing planned for tomorrow." "You are quite a decent person," Su Xiaoshuang remarked with a smile. She raised her glass, saying, "A toast to you." In a spirit of courtesy, Zhang Yue clinked her glass with Su Xiaoshuang's. As the two indulged in their drinks, Yin-Chi silently opened the lunchbox that Su Xiaoshuang had provided. Inside was a bowl of Peking-style shredded pork, which was Yin-Chi's favorite dish from his university days. "It's a bit cold. Let me warm it up for you," Su Xiaoshuang offered, attempting to rise. However, Yin-Chi directly stopped her, saying, "No need. It tastes just fine cold." He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The familiar flavor enveloped his palate, momentarily transporting him back to his university days, when Su Xiaoshuang would often prepare meals for him. "Is it delicious?" Su Xiaoshuang inquired tentatively. "I haven't cooked in ages, so I'm not sure if it still tastes right." Yin-Chi smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's just as delicious as before." "Well, of course," Su Xiaoshuang replied with a satisfied hum. Yin-Chi glanced at her, feeling a pang of guilt. She had always treated him well. Yet he had taken her kindness for granted, indulging only in his own pleasures. He grabbed a can of beer from the table, opened it, and downed it in one go. "Yin-Chi, don't." Zhang Yue attempted to intervene, but Yin-Chi had already finished the drink. As the alcohol coursed through him, his face flushed instantly. "Oh dear, if you can't handle it, then don't drink." Zhang Yue hurriedly moved the bottle aside. Yin-Chi felt a dizzying haze envelop him. He had always struggled with alcohol. His friends would often tease him, claiming even the younger ones at the table found his drinking capacity lacking. He turned to Su Xiaoshuang and Zhang Yue, saying, "Xiaoshuang, Sister Wei, I owe you both an apology. I am not a good person." In a daze, he slapped himself across the face, producing a loud sound that startled both women. Su Xiaoshuang grasped his arm, saying, "Have you lost your mind? Don't do that. Let me go." Yin-Chi shook off Su Xiaoshuang's grip. "I must apologize to you both today. I do not expect your forgiveness. But if you face any difficulties in the future, come to me, and I, Yin-Chi, will brave any challenge for you." Su Xiaoshuang sighed. All right. No need to be so dramatic. You can barely speak coherently." Zhang Yue chuckled and took another sip. Watching Yin-Chi in this state reminded her of many past memories. After a series of nonsensical ramblings, Yin-Chi suddenly leaned to the side and fell asleep with a soft snore. Zhang Yue shook her head in exasperation, then stood up to help him sit up. "He is so heavy," she muttered. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang came over to assist. Together, they managed to move Yin-Chi onto the bed. Zhang Yue gently tucked him in and patted his head, saying, "Honestly, I wanted to talk to you a bit more." Observing Zhang Yue's actions, Su Xiaoshuang suddenly blurted out, "Do you still like him?" Chapter 8. The revelation. Zhang Yue looked at Su Xiaoshuang in astonishment. She was momentarily at a loss for words, finally uttering, "Is it really that direct?" Su Xiaoshuang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I appreciate straightforwardness." Zhang Yue fell into contemplation, first shaking her head, then nodding in agreement. With a sigh, she confessed, "I don't know. However, I do not harbor any hatred towards him." Zhang Yue turned her gaze towards the sleeping Yin-Chi, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "My former dream was to become a photographer, but I was too impoverished back then to afford a camera. It was Yin-Chi who gifted me my first DSLR, and he has consistently encouraged me to pursue my dream. Without him, I might still be secretly dreaming while working odd jobs." She gently stroked Yin-Chi's hair, affirming, "Therefore, regardless of his misdeeds, I will not hold it against him." Turning to Su Xiaoshuang, she remarked, "As for matters of the heart, I'm quite uncertain. After all, it has been 3 years since we last met. Perhaps it requires time for clarification." A flicker of melancholy crossed Su Xiaoshuang's eyes. "Indeed, he has treated you well. I shall be forthright. I still have feelings for Yin-Chi." Zhang Yue's eyes widened in surprise. "Did you not wish to kill him?" She recalled that at one point, Su Xiaoshuang despised Yin-Chi the most, even offering a considerable sum to hunt him down. Su Xiaoshuang bit her lip. "True. I still wish to eliminate him. But that is not contradictory." She resolutely shook her head, declaring, "In any case, I will not let him escape this time." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue playfully tugged on Yin-Chi's ear, gently twisting it. "You rascal certainly has a charmed life." She then turned to Su Xiaoshuang with a smile. But you should be wary of someone other than me. Huh? What do you mean? Su Xiaoshuang was puzzled. Zhang Yue gazed out the window. This scoundrel was once juggling 5 relationships simultaneously. I recall they never left Yun City either. Rising from her seat, she returned to the dining table and downed a beer in one go. Those ladies are not as accommodating as I am. Su Xiaoshuang also lifted her glass, declaring, regardless of who it is, I will not be defeated. Zhang Yue chuckled, pulling out her phone. Let's exchange contact information. For now, I will not compete with you. However, should Yan Qi dare to misbehave at the company, I will inform you. All right. Su Xiaoshuang also retrieved her phone. The two reached a temporary alliance. The following day, when Yan Qi awoke, it was already noon. His mind felt foggy, and he sensed something weighing down on him. Slowly opening his eyes, he was immediately met with the scent of alcohol and the sound of a shower cascading nearby. Looking down, he was taken aback to find Su Xiaoshuang sleeping atop him. What on earth is happening? Yan Qi felt a surge of panic. He could only recall consuming a bottle of wine the previous night, after which his memory became a blur. Panic surged through him. Could he have engaged in indiscreet behavior while intoxicated? Yan Qi inhaled sharply. Hastily, he moved Su Xiaoshuang aside. Simultaneously, the sound of the shower in the bathroom ceased. Zhang Yue emerged, wrapped in a towel. She sauntered to the bedside, her long legs gracefully traversing the space. You're awake, she remarked. Yan Qi quickly diverted his gaze. Why are you being shy? Zhang Yue teased, as if you've never seen it before. It dawned on Yan Qi. Indeed, he had seen Zhang Yue in various states of undress countless times, even completely bare. However, after spending 3 years in a temple, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such encounters. Tentatively, he inquired, I didn't do anything last night, did I? Oh my, what a little scoundrel you are. Zhang Yue replied with a laugh. You truly can't remember the outrageous things you did last night? Yan Qi was taken aback. Really? I would have done anything to you too, would I? Zhang Yue could no longer contain her laughter. Haha, look at how frightened you are. You were sleeping so soundly that even if you wanted to do something, you couldn't have. She pinched Yan Qi's cheek. Rest assured, little scoundrel, you did nothing. Thank goodness, Yan Qi sighed in relief. After finally achieving a semblance of stability in his life, he had no desire to be hunted by women again. Thank goodness? Zhang Yue pouted. It sounds like you're dismissing me. Yan Qi grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Not at all, Sister Wei. I'm simply relieved that I didn't cause any chaos. Now that's more like it. If you dare to dismiss me, Zhang Yue leaned closer. Her eyes narrowing playfully, I want to let you off easily. The scent of the body wash enveloped him, combined with Zhang Yue's exquisite beauty, leaving Yan Qi somewhat flustered. He took deep breaths to quell any inappropriate thoughts. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Zhang Yue smiled. There's an issue at the company that I must attend to. Upon hearing this, Yan Qi quickly rose. Then I'll go with you. Never mind. I'll grant you a day off. Report back to the company tomorrow. Zhang Yue waved her hand dismissively. She then turned and re-entered the bathroom. After a while, dressed appropriately, Zhang Yue emerged once more. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned and exclaimed, Yan Qi, don't you dare cause any trouble while I'm gone. I wouldn't. He laughed. See you. With that, Zhang Yue departed. Yan Qi surveyed the surroundings. The once cluttered room was now impeccably organized. It was evident that Zhang Yue had tidied up. Being 2 years his senior, she always took great care of him. Sister Wei is just the same as before, Yan Qi mused. He rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom to wash away the lingering scent of alcohol. Upon his exit, he discovered that Su Xiaoshuang had also awakened. Blinking in confusion, she murmured, Where am I? Her gaze fell upon Yan Qi, prompting her to think, Am I still dreaming? She lay back down. Yan Qi, noticing her demeanor, chuckled, You mocked my drinking capacity, yet it seems your tolerance isn't impressive either. At his words, Su Xiaoshuang instantly became alert. She sat up abruptly, exclaiming, Yan Qi. Yes, you've returned to Yun City. In truth, her own ability to hold her liquor was rather poor. After consuming 4 bottles of beer the previous night, she had been utterly incapacitated. Suddenly, she recalled her conversation with Zhang Yue. Oh no, she shrieked, covering her face. What on earth did I say? One often feels shame for past actions, even if only a mere 10 hours have passed. Su Xiaoshuang wished to disappear into the ground, mortified at having confessed to Zhang Yue. I still like Yan Qi. It was indeed too embarrassing. Yan Qi, oblivious to her turmoil, covered his ears and waved his hands dismissively. Stop screaming. I haven't done anything. What about Zhang Yue? Su Xiaoshuang scanned the surroundings. She is already back at the office. Why do you need her? Su Xiaoshuang pressed on. She didn't say anything, did she? Nothing particularly noteworthy, Yin Qi pondered. Just a little teasing. Su Xiaoshuang exhaled in relief. That's a relief. What did you two discuss after I fell asleep? Yin Qi inquired with curiosity. Su Xiaoshuang smirked. Oh, we talked about a lot, like whether I should stab you while you were sleeping for being a scoundrel. Yin Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Although it sounded like a jest, he couldn't shake the feeling that Su Xiaoshuang might actually follow through. For the sake of my safety, perhaps you should refrain from drinking in the future. Chapter 9. Fandoms and followers. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Su Xiaoshuang's lovely face. Yin Qi stood behind her, gently combing her hair. Is this satisfactory? He asked, tilting his head to gauge her reaction. Su Xiaoshuang examined herself in the mirror, nodding in approval. Quite nice. Your technique has diminished. You must have styled many women's hair over the past 3 years. Oh please, for the last 3 years, I've only been surrounded by monks, hardly any women, Yin Qi replied with a laugh. In the past, he had often styled Su Xiaoshuang's hair and had become quite adept at it. Su Xiaoshuang stood up, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. By the way, do you have plans this afternoon? She asked, feeling a rush of anxiety. Despite having shared so much in their past, even the simplest question now made her feel uneasy. Yes, I have to go to the office this afternoon, Yin Qi answered honestly. Su Xiaoshuang frowned, but didn't Zhang Yue say she did give you the day off? I too wish to attend, as I have just commenced my career and must leave a favorable impression on my colleagues. Yin Qi patted his chest. Su Xiaoshuang curled her lips. She had initially intended to invite Yin Qi to the cinema. So perhaps next time. Su Xiaoshuang prepared to depart. Yin Qi followed closely behind, asking, would you like me to accompany you? No need, she replied, opening the door. She walked straight to room 507 across the hall. It's so close. There's no need for an escort. She produced her access card and swiped it. With a chime, the door swung open. This seamless sequence of actions left Yin Qi momentarily speechless. What is this? Su Xiaoshuang cast a proud glance at him. Is it so surprising? This entire building belongs to me. I can reside wherever I please. Yin Qi found himself at a loss for words. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Quite impressively extravagant, indeed. Yin Qi stepped out of his room as well. All right then, should you encounter any troubles, feel free to knock on my door. Su Xiaoshuang paused, initially believing Yin Qi would reject the offer. She shyly nodded. If you ever need anything, you may also knock on my door. However, she quickly realized the ambiguity of her words and hastily added, I meant for legitimate needs. It would have been better to leave it unexplained. Explaining only twisted it further. Could there possibly be illegitimate needs? Yin Qi teased with a smile. Su Xiaoshuang's face flushed crimson as she pinched his side. You are the most indecent one. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yin Qi quickly pleaded for mercy. Su Xiaoshuang released her grip, huffing lightly. Humph, it's good you know your place. She then stepped into room 507. Turning to threaten, don't forget what you said earlier. No fooling around at the office. With that, she shut the door firmly. Yin Qi rubbed the spot she had pinched. This girl certainly pinches hard. After tidying up, Yin Qi set off for the company. He was not deliberately dismissing Su Xiaoshuang. He genuinely intended to work earnestly. Especially for someone like him, who had not worked for 3 years post-graduation, it was imperative to exert greater effort. The company was not too far from his home. A half-hour subway ride sufficed. Exiting the subway station, a further 3-minute walk would lead him to the company entrance. Clearing his throat, he thought, hello everyone. My name is Yin Qi. My interests are. As he walked, he contemplated how to introduce himself. Should he invite his colleagues out for dinner tonight? Lacking work experience, he was uncertain about the appropriate course of action. Approaching the vicinity of the company, the sound of commotion caught his attention. He looked up to see a large group of women surrounding the building below. They were shouting at the edifice. Give us an explanation. How dare you act this way? Get out here, you scoundrels. How could you treat our brother like this? Everyone, come and see. Is bullying honest artists, allowing those who take shortcuts to replace them in filming. They are holding various signs, most of which are curses directed at the company. Yin Qi was startled by the scene before him. What is happening? He scratched his head. After observing for a while, he roughly understood what this group was about. They were fans of a celebrity named Zhou Wenyo. However, having spent 3 years in the temple, Yin Qi had never heard of this person. The matter that Wei Jia mentioned needing to handle must refer to this. Looking at the fervent fans, he felt a bit anxious. This was not out of cowardice, but rather because the opposing force seemed overwhelmingly large. For some reason, most of these fans were on the heavier side, with 2 or 3 of them weighing over 200 pounds. Just their appearance alone was quite intimidating. If they were to charge at him, he feared his bones might shatter. Hiss, this is somewhat frightening. Yanqi inhaled sharply, yet after pondering for a moment, he mustered his courage and approached the company. Zhang Yue had been quite nice to him. How could he back down at such a crucial moment? Thus, Yanqi gathered his courage and walked up behind the group. He cautiously spoke. Hello, may I ask what you are doing? One woman impatiently turned around. None of your business. But her words halted midway. Yanqi may not excel in many areas, but his appearance was certainly commendable, and the fans valued looks above all. So handsome, the woman said softly. Yanqi's mouth twitched. The change in attitude was rather abrupt. What are you doing here? He continued to inquire. The fan's tone softened, and she pointed to the sign in her hand. This is despicable. It should have been our brother on the cover. Instead, this company kicked him out and replaced him with someone who took shortcuts. Today, we are here to find that scoundrel and see what audacity he has to replace our brother. Other fans, hearing the commotion, turned their heads as well. Upon seeing Yanqi, their eyes brightened. Oh, a handsome guy. Feels like he's just a bit less handsome than Brother Wenyo. A bit less? No way. Brother Wenyo is the most handsome. This guy is just a tad good-looking. Actually, it's not that much of a difference. He's even a bit taller than Brother. Yanqi had received compliments throughout his life, but this was the first time he felt uncomfortable from flattery. This group was quite intimidating. Yanqi swallowed hard, yet he took a deep breath and continued. Do you know what that person's name is? We know. The fans exclaimed in unison, their anger rising. That scoundrel who took shortcuts is named Yanqi. We will never let him off. Chapter 10. Fury. Yanqi was utterly bewildered. After inquiring for quite some time, it dawned on him that this group was actually seeking him. A cold sweat broke out as he thought. Could it be about last night's filming? If these fervent fans discovered that he was indeed Yanqi, he might as well be devoured alive. Oh heavens! Must I be punished so harshly? Yanqi despaired inwardly. After finally achieving a semblance of stability in his life, he found himself entangled with a horde of obsessive fans. He had heard tales of the terrifying measures these fans resorted to. In their fervent defense of their idol, they would employ any means necessary: stalking, clandestine photography, doxing, and online harassment. Just the thought sent chills down Yanqi's spine. I cannot allow them to discover my identity as Yanqi. Thus, he forced a smile and stammered. Oh, I see. Well, good luck to you. With that, he turned to leave. However, the fans clearly had no intention of letting him slip away. Hey there. What's your name? Are you an employee of this company? No, I'm merely passing through. Yanqi hastily waved his hands, eager to make his exit. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, Hey, look, someone posted a photo of Yanqi in the group. At this, everyone promptly retrieved their phones. These zealous fans often communicated through group chats, sharing a wealth of information, from celebrity schedules to scandalous gossip. Yanqi's heart raced at the revelation. How on earth did they obtain his photograph? Just as he contemplated fleeing, the female fans had already lifted their gazes toward him. You are Yanqi, the one who took over our brother's job. One of them exclaimed, I can't believe I was deceived. I thought you were a decent person. You look human. Yet you are utterly vile. Why did you steal our brother's position? They surged toward Yanqi with heavy steps, as if the very ground trembled beneath them. Wait. Let me explain. I don't even know who Zhou Wenyo is. Yanqi hurriedly tried to clarify. However, this only fueled their rage further. You don't even know our brother? Who were you trying to fool? The fans' fury escalated. Are you jealous of our brother, deliberately tarnishing his name? They even brandished their phones, snapping chaotic photographs of Yanqi. Everyone, look. Here's the person who stole our brother's job. He must have gotten in through the back door. Perhaps he is in cahoots with the company's owner. It was clear that the owner of the company was no saint either. They were clearly colluding. Upon hearing this, Yanqi's expression darkened. While insults directed at him were tolerable, slandering Zhang Yue was simply unbearable. Shut the hell up. Yanqi forcefully shoved the nearest fan aside, gritting his teeth as he growled, If you keep spewing nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. The fans were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that anyone would dare to resist them. However, this was soon followed by a torrent of venomous insults. Are you feeling anxious? Did we strike a nerve? Haha. I heard the owner of this company is merely 27 years old. Achieving such success at such a young age surely implies she has entertained numerous men. That wretched woman is consorting with men, and you are accompanying her. What a pair of debauches. Before the speaker could finish, Yanqi had already unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, The individual was knocked down, their substantial weight crashing onto the surrounding fans, causing a domino effect. Your tongues are truly vile, Yin-Chi seethed, thoroughly provoked. He paid no heed to the phones capturing the moment. His sole desire was to retaliate against this group. The women, clearly stunned by the sudden violence, shouted, "How dare you strike a woman? Sisters, attack him!" A swarm of women surged forward. Yet, Yin-Chi remained unperturbed. In that moment, he embodied a warrior, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to the throng of fans. Standing at 185 meters tall, coupled with 3 years of rigorous training in the temple, his combat prowess far exceeded that of these unfit individuals. With every punch he threw, another woman toppled to the ground. Simultaneously, the women, driven by frenzy, retaliated against him, igniting a chaotic brawl. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue sat leisurely in her office. For her, such disruptions caused by fans were commonplace, hardly worth her concern. She smiled as she scrolled through her phone's gallery, admiring the numerous photos she had stealthily taken of Yin-Chi while he slept the previous night. "He looks quite adorable," she chuckled softly. Just then, a frantic knock echoed from the door. "Manager Zhang, there's trouble. A fight has broken out." "Let them fight. Haven't we already called the police?" Zhang Yue replied nonchalantly. "No. They're attacking Yin-Chi," came the urgent shout from outside. Zhang Yue froze. Yin-Chi? Hadn't she given him the day off? Instantly, she sprang to her feet. Rushing to the door, bursting it open, she demanded, "Did you see clearly? Are they indeed attacking Yin-Chi?" "Yes, a group of fans is surrounding him," an employee outside quickly confirmed. Panic surged through Zhang Yue. "Quick, call for help. Everyone needs to go down." The employee was taken aback, witnessing her typically composed demeanor shatter. "All right, I'll go summon assistance," the employee nodded, swiftly departing. Zhang Yue was genuinely frightened. She knew all too well how relentless these fans could be. The thought of Yin-Chi being harmed sent a shiver down her spine, and she hurriedly raced downstairs. Desperately wishing for nothing to go awry, she silently pleaded within herself. As she dashed to the entrance of the company, the timely wail of police sirens echoed in her ears. The authorities had finally arrived. Yet, Zhang Yue was far too preoccupied to pay heed to such matters. Her gaze was solely fixated on Yin-Chi, who was not faring well. Blood streamed from his nose, and his forehead bore the marks of a violent altercation, his body marred with scratches. In stark contrast, the group of fervent fans had suffered even worse, with numerous hefty figures sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. The remaining individuals, upon seeing the police, scattered in haste. Yin-Chi's eyes caught sight of Zhang Yue, and just as he was about to utter a word, he was ushered into the police car. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yue felt as if her heart were being mercilessly shredded. Chapter 11. Trending online. Seated in the interrogation room, Yin-Chi cradled his head in his hands. 2 police officers stood beside him, ensuring no conflict ensued. To avert any discord, the police had separated Yin-Chi from the fans for questioning. Regret weighed heavily on Yin-Chi. He lamented not the act of striking those fans, for given another chance, he would undoubtedly act again. What tormented him was the trouble he had inadvertently caused Zhang Yue. Initially, the situation appeared straightforward, merely a disturbance caused by fans that could be quelled. However, after his impulsive actions, it had spiraled into a predicament. This incident involved a popular celebrity and would surely attract widespread attention. Soon, the entire city would be aware of the unfolding drama. If the repercussions were to affect only Yin-Chi, it would be bearable. He would merely face some criticism. However, if this were to tarnish MOXIN media, he would be engulfed in guilt, knowing it represented 3 years of Zhang Yue's dedication. His momentary lapse could potentially ruin everything and add more troubles to her life. With a sigh, Yin-Chi reflected on his initial intentions to work diligently in gratitude to Zhang Yue. Yet now, before he had even begun his employment, he had already entangled himself in such considerable trouble. Just as he was engulfed in self-reproach, the door to the interrogation room swung open. A police officer entered, escorting Zhang Yue. Upon seeing Yin-Chi, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Yin-Chi, are you all right?" She cupped his face in her hands, anxiously scanning for injuries. "I'm fine. Just a minor wound," Yin-Chi replied, gingerly touching the cut on his forehead. Zhang Yue let out a sigh of relief. Then, seizing his shoulders, she raised her voice. "Yin-Chi, have you lost your mind? Why did you engage in a fight with them? Didn't I grant you a break? What are you doing at the company?" Yin-Chi was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Zhang Yue so furious. Even 3 years ago, when his multiple relationships were exposed, her reprimand had been mild in comparison. It was evident just how incensed she was now. Indeed, this company held immense significance for Wei Jie, and Yin Qi sighed internally. He fully comprehended Zhang Yue's feelings. If his own hard work were to be casually destroyed by others, he too would be infuriated. Thus, he hastily declared, Wei Jie, please do not be upset. I have a solution. When you return, inform the media that I am merely a temporary worker of our company. The entire situation is solely my doing, and it bears no relation to the company. You can dismiss me afterward. Zhang Yue was momentarily bewildered by his words. What was Yin Qi really implying? Her anger was directed at the fact that he had been assaulted. Just as she was about to clarify, another police officer entered. Yin Qi, it's your turn. This signified he was to be taken into the interrogation room. Yin Qi immediately rose and followed the officer outside. Before he departed, he reassured Zhang Yue, rest assured, our company will certainly be fine. As the police executed their duties, Zhang Yue had no means to intervene and could only watch helplessly as Yin Qi was led away. This separation would last for 7 days. Ultimately, Yin Qi was administratively detained for 7 days due to his involvement in a brawl, and the same fate befell the fans who were apprehended. Upon entering the detention center, he was required to surrender his mobile phone. Yin Qi managed to glimpse the news one last time. His assault had made the trending topics. The headline read, Male employee of media company assaults innocent female fan in public. This title epitomized the sensationalism of journalism. Yin Qi had been transformed into a villain of the utmost depravity, while the fangirls were portrayed as innocent victims. Furthermore, there was a subtle incitement of gender conflict, amplifying the male and female identifiers to make it immediately apparent that a man had assaulted a woman. The content of the news was even more exaggerated. Videos of the fangirls were meticulously edited, omitting their provocative behaviors and leaving only the footage of Yin Qi's assault. In summary, Yin Qi had become a thoroughly condemned figure. He was not surprised by this turn of events. He merely hoped that the online outrage would be directed solely at him and not extend to the company. Following this, Yin Qi surrendered his phone and personal belongings and was confined to the detention center. Meanwhile, at the heart of Yin City, the Yunguang building was set to host a charity gala that evening. A multitude of stars and affluent individuals gathered there. Reporters were stationed at the entrance, snapping photos of the celebrities. At that moment, a black van slowly pulled up to the building's entrance. The reporters, who had been capturing images of other stars, swiftly redirected their cameras towards the van. Could it be Pei Liuxi? Indeed, her presence was unexpected, indicating that the evening's affair was quite grand. The reporters engaged in hushed discussions among themselves. A chauffeur-driven vehicle came to a halt, and an assistant promptly exited to open the rear door. Soon, a pair of long, elegant legs emerged from the car. Following that, an extraordinarily beautiful woman stepped out of the vehicle. Dressed in a haute couture gown, the fitted design accentuated her enviable curves. Photographers frantically pressed their shutters, the flashes illuminating the scene in quick succession. At that moment, other celebrities seemed to fade into the background. Pei Liuxi, one of the most popular actresses of recent years, possessed an unparalleled combination of beauty, physique, and acting prowess that overshadowed her peers. Every move she made was destined to trend on social media. She waved at the photographers before gracefully lifting her gown and entering the building. Wow, she's truly stunning up close, even more so than on the internet. Tonight was definitely worth it. Another headline. The photographers marveled. Meanwhile, Pei Liuxi stepped into the elevator of the building, her female assistant following closely behind. Is everything ready for tonight's trending topic? Pei Liuxi inquired. Her assistant quickly replied, rest assured, Sister Lu, I've taken care of it. We will secure the top spot on the trending list tonight. Pei Liuxi's enduring popularity can be attributed not only to her talent, but also to her mastery of extensive media resources. Whenever she wished, she could easily dominate the trending topics. At that moment, the assistant handed her a phone, saying, by the way, Sister Lu, take a look at this. Pei Liuxi glanced at it nonchalantly. What is it? It seems someone assaulted a fan of Zhou Wenyo in public, the assistant remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Intrigued, Pei Liuxi responded, interesting. Is there truly someone bold enough to provoke that pack of rabid fans? She took the phone and began watching the video. A male employee from a media company brutally attacked an innocent female fan. Innocent? How daring to claim that? It appears to be someone from Zhou Wenyo's camp. Pei Liuxi chuckled lightly. However, her amusement quickly faded as she watched the footage of the assault. Pei Liuxi fixated on the video, murmuring softly, no way. Sister Lu, what's wrong? The assistant asked, puzzled. Pei Liuxi hastily zoomed in on the video, scrutinizing the assailant. Shali, Do you know the name of the man who attacked? She inquired, her eyes fixed on her assistant. Although the assistant was unsure why Paleosi asked, she promptly replied, "Let me find out right away." The assistant took out another phone and made a call. "Hello, it's me. Please help me find out." Paleosi meticulously rewatched the video. It looked so much like him, but didn't he leave? Her hands began to tremble involuntarily. Soon, the assistant had the information. "Sister Lou, this person is named Yin Chi. He is a male model under MOXIN Media, and it appears he just started last night. He has now been detained by the police due to the altercation," the assistant reported. Paleosi felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her assistant, startled, rushed to support her. "Sister Lou, are you all right? Do you need to take a break?" Paleosi gasped for breath, her eyes shimmering with fervor. "Rest? I am perfectly fine." After a moment of contemplation, she instructed her assistant, "Inform everyone that there shall be no trending topics about me tonight." The assistant was slightly bewildered. Paleosi continued, "Tell all our media contacts to dig up dirt on Zhou Wenyo. And I need the original footage of the incident where I was assaulted." The assistant was utterly confused. "Sister Lou, what exactly do you intend to do?" Paleosi's eyes blazed with uncontainable rage as she growled, "I want Zhou Wenyo dead, immediately." Chapter 12. Offending someone meanwhile. In the kitchen of the Su Xiaoshuang family's residence, apartment 507, Su Xiaoshuang was busy preparing dinner. She hummed a peculiar little tune, her mood remarkably buoyant. Tonight's meal was beef stew with potatoes, one of Yin Chi's favorite dishes. After tasting it, she nodded in satisfaction. It was delicious, and Yin Chi would surely love it. The thought of his surprised expression upon tasting her cooking made her smile involuntarily. She contemplated asking him if he wanted to catch a movie later. At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Irritated by the interruption while she cooked, she pulled it out. It was a WeChat message from Zhang Yue. "Ugh, I hope this woman isn't going to make Yin Chi work overtime again." Su Xiaoshuang clicked her tongue in annoyance before opening the message. "Yin Chi has been detained by the police for 7 days due to fighting." With a clatter, the spoon in her hand fell to the floor. Fighting? Detained? She could hardly believe the words on her screen. This was impossible. Yin Chi was always cheerful. She had never witnessed him in a fight. Quickly, she dialed Zhang Yue on WeChat. The call connected swiftly. "Zhang Yue, is Yin Chi okay?" Su Xiaoshuang asked anxiously. On the other end, Zhang Yue's voice was slightly hoarse. "He sustained some minor injuries, but it's nothing serious." Su Xiaoshuang felt a slight relief wash over her. At least he was unharmed. What exactly happened? Wasn't he supposed to be at work? She pressed. "Didn't you see the news?" Zhang Yue sighed, then recounted the entire incident. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoshuang asked, "Who is Zhou Wenyo?" She had never paid attention to such trivial celebrities. "A popular star. He's been quite in the limelight lately," Zhang Yue replied casually. Su Xiaoshuang said nothing further and ended the call. "Zhou Wenyo," she thought, her gaze cold and indifferent as she stared at her phone. Once again, Xiaoshuang hastily dialed her father, imploring, "Dad, I need your assistance. This night is destined to be tumultuous." At that moment, Zhou Wenyo reclined on the opulent sofa of his lavish estate. The so-called eligible bachelor, who was reputed to be single, was nestled with an older woman in his embrace. The woman appeared to be nearly 50 years of age. Yet Zhou Wenyo showed no disdain. Rather, his eyes shimmered with affection. This peculiarity of his, an attraction to older women, stemmed from his belief that women, much like fine wine, become richer with age. He gazed at his phone with satisfaction, laughing heartily at the ignorant netizens. "Ha! What a bunch of fools. They believe every word I utter." This afternoon, he had received news of an incident where his fan had been assaulted. Realizing the potential for publicity, he recognized it as an opportune moment for sensationalism. If executed well, he could position himself as the quintessential victim, elevating his popularity to new heights. In essence, for internet celebrities, their persona is paramount. A steadfast image guarantees a surge in followers. Within a mere afternoon, his Weibo followers had surged by over 1 million. However, success often comes at the expense of others, and this unfortunate victim was the hapless assailant. Zhou Wenyo had received the original footage captured by his fans. Although it was indeed the assailant who initiated the altercation, the foul language hurled by his fans was also quite deplorable. Should this information be disclosed, the situation could swiftly turn against him. Nevertheless, Zhou Wenyo had already arranged for the original video to be suppressed. His next step was to shift the blame entirely onto the unfortunate assailant, allowing him to bask in both fame and fortune effortlessly. With this thought, Zhou Wenyo affectionately kissed the older woman in his arms, exclaiming, Come, let us enjoy this night together. Of course, darling, the older woman replied in an exaggerated tone. The following day, Zhou Wenyo was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Groggily answering, he impatiently barked, "Damn it. Didn't I say not to call me in the morning? Are you losing your mind?" On the other end, his assistant frantically exclaimed, "Brother Yao, this is bad. We are in serious trouble. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm perfectly fine. How could we be in trouble? Speak clearly." Zhou Wenyo retorted vehemently. The assistant hastily clarified, No, it's genuinely dire. Your scandal has spread like wildfire, and our endorsements are pulling out." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenyo felt as though an atomic bomb had detonated in his mind. "Are you seriously joking with me?" he asked, his lips twitching in disbelief. "No. You need to check the trending topics right away." The moment he hung up, Zhou Wenyo swiftly opened Weibo. Instantly, a multitude of notifications flooded his screen. With trembling fingers, he accessed the trending list. At the very top, the headline read, "Zhou Wenyo and the older woman." Unlike typical trending topics that merely carry the word hot, this one bore the word explosive. It is evident how many individuals are captivated by this matter. Zhou Wenyo, in a frenzy, clicked on the trending search. His photographs with an older woman appeared prominently. Images of them clandestinely visiting a hotel, surreptitiously shopping together, and even some highly suggestive censored photos emerged. "Ah," Zhou Wenyo exclaimed, dropping his phone onto the bed. This is it. With just this single piece of scandal, his career was irrevocably ruined. He was not a powerhouse celebrity, but rather a fleeting star reliant on fanfare for sustenance. Having a girlfriend was already an egregious sin, let alone one considerably older than him. In despair, Zhou Wenyo picked up his phone, only to be met with an even greater despair. The trending list comprised 50 topics, and he alone occupied 32 of them. This might be the pinnacle of his life, albeit a reverse pinnacle. Zhou Wenyo stared vacantly at the trending topics. Zhou Wenyo smoking indoors. Zhou Wenyo tax evasion. Zhou Wenyo nightclub. The most striking headline, however, was Zhou Wenyo fan assault incident reversal. Zhou Wenyo felt numb as he clicked on this trending topic. It has reversed. Zhou Wenyo threw a tantrum and was absent from filming. Fans verbally abused a model, prompting the model to retaliate. This news recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Initially, Zhou Wenyo's absence from filming forced machine media to find a last-minute substitute. Consequently, the fans retaliated, protesting outside machine media's building. These fervent fans then encountered the model, ultimately unleashing vile insults upon her and her company's leadership. Unable to endure the humiliation, the model was compelled to respond. The complete video of the incident also surfaced, showcasing the venomous words of Zhou Wenyo's fans, which spread across the internet overnight. In a mere instant, Yanqi transformed from a despicable perpetrator into a pitiable victim. This is the captivating allure of journalism. Zhou Wenyo's phone incessantly pinged with messages from his assistant. All his endorsements had sent him legal notices overnight, demanding compensation for the damage to their reputations. Particularly, the wealthiest individual in Yunqing, the He Yao Group, declared an intent to thoroughly blacklist Zhou Wenyo. Zhou Wenyo lay on the bed, ashen-faced, realizing he was utterly doomed. With such a plethora of scandals surfacing, a comeback was no longer feasible. Yet, what perplexed him was how so much dirt could suddenly emerge at once. It seemed as if someone was deliberately targeting him, especially the He Yao Group. Was there truly such animosity towards him? Zhou Wenyo had even met the chairman of the He Yao Group once. If he recalled correctly, the name was Su Dagua. Damn it, who have I offended? He lamented in despair, covering his forehead. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wenyo, the individual he had offended was currently squatting in a detention center. Chapter 13. A turbulent transformation. Life in the detention center was far more tolerable than Yanqi had envisioned. While the 3 daily meals were not extravagant, they were sufficiently filling. Furthermore, there were no incidents reminiscent of bullies tormenting others as depicted in television dramas. The 7 days swiftly passed without incident. On the final day, Yanqi had already packed his belongings in anticipation of his release, awaiting the officer's notification. The police returned Yanqi's confiscated items, advising him not to engage in fights again. Understood, officer. Yanqi nodded vigorously. He sensed a peculiar gaze from the officers, as if they were observing an endangered species. However, he paid little heed to it, for he had more pressing matters at hand. During these 7 days, he had come to a resolution. He must not implicate Zhang Yue. Yanqi intended to post a video online, confessing to all his transgressions. He had braced himself for the inevitable backlash from the internet. Yet, Rather than feeling fear, he was enveloped by a sense of resolute determination. Akin to the chilling winds of the Ishui River, echoing the sentiment of a valiant warrior embarking on an irreversible journey. Come on, unleash your wrath upon me. Yanqi strode confidently out of the police station. As he exited the building, a throng of journalists descended upon him from all directions, their gazes sharp and predatory. Akin to that of famished wolves. Excellent. Yanqi silently exulted. This spares me the trouble of posting a video. Let you unveil the ugliness of my character. The reporters surrounded Yanqi, and one boldly inquired, Mr. Yin, regarding the incident from 7 days ago. Before the reporter could finish, Yanqi interjected. Hands on his hips. Indeed, it was all my doing. The sudden proclamation left the journalists momentarily stunned. What do you mean it was all your doing? Whether it was assuming the role of that popular star or engaging in violence, it was solely my idea, Yanqi asserted candidly. As for why I did it, it was primarily because I found that star intolerable. I intentionally sought to undermine him. Upon hearing this, the reporter's expression shifted. Though not in the manner Yanqi had anticipated. He expected disdain or anger, yet they regarded him with admiration, as if witnessing a hero. Yanqi blinked in surprise, believing he had not articulated his point clearly. Thus, he emphasized, I am referring to that individual named Zhou Wenyo. In response, the smiles on the reporters' faces broadened. Mr. Yin, what is it that you find so objectionable about him? They inquired with curiosity. Yanqi found himself at a loss for words. He had never even met Zhou Wenyo. Reluctantly, he resorted to a flimsy justification. It's just a gut feeling. He seems untrustworthy to me, which is why I deliberately targeted him. Yanqi thought to himself that after such an awkward admission, surely the reporters would look down on him. As a result, the reporters not only did not express disdain, but rather, they admired him even more. Some even gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. Truly prescient. What is happening? Am I, for heaven's sake, time traveling? Yanqi looked around in confusion. How could his nonsensical ramblings earn him such praise? Just as he pondered this, a black BMW 5 sped towards him. Halting at the entrance of the police station, Zhang Yue opened the car door and called out, Yanqi, hurry up. Seeing this, Yanqi felt a surge of joy. He quickly pushed past the reporters, saying, Excuse me, I must take my leave. Wait, Mr. Yanqi, we still have questions. But Yanqi offered them no chance and leaped into the BMW. Zhang Yue immediately pressed the accelerator, driving away from the police station. Phew. Yanqi leaned back in the seat and exhaled, turning to Zhang Yue with a smile. Sister Wei, those reporters seem to have lost their minds. Zhang Yue glanced at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. They're not mad. You are now a sensation online. Even if it's for the wrong reasons, it's still fame. Isn't it? Yanqi quipped self-deprecatingly. Zhang Yue found a place to park the car and then said with a smile, Why don't you check your phone? The situation has changed dramatically from a week ago. Yanqi scoffed. What could possibly be different? He pulled out his phone and turned it on. As he opened the social media app, his brows furrowed deeper. What on earth? Yanqi was completely bewildered. The trending topics were astonishing. Zhou Wenyo is truly disgusting. Zhou Wenyo refuses media interviews. Zhou Wenyo breaks up with an older woman. Among these, there were also trending topics about Yanqi. Yanqi is quite handsome. Yanqi combats fan culture. Yanqi's height. In disbelief, Yanqi looked at Zhang Yue. Am I dreaming? Before he was detained, he was like a pariah? Loathed by everyone. How could it be that just a week later, his reputation had improved so remarkably? At that moment, he recalled the reporter's peculiar behavior. If that were the case, their reactions made sense, while his earlier conduct appeared rather odd. Zhang Yue began recounting the events of the past few days. It all started when you were detained. The more Yanqi listened, the wider his eyes grew. By the end, he exclaimed in astonishment, Is it really that miraculous? Indeed, in recent days, there has been a backlash against fan culture. And you have become a hero of progress, Zhang Yue chuckled. Yanqi scratched his head, feeling that this was all too coincidental. He had just been confined. And then the opposing side's scandals erupted. It felt as though someone was orchestrating these events. While he was lost in thought, Zhang Yue suddenly spoke up, Little Qi. I have something to tell you. Upon hearing the term Little Qi, Yanqi shivered. Zhang Yue had always affectionately called him that when they were together. Yanqi turned his head and noticed that Zhang Yue was looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Sister Wei, what's wrong? Yanqi asked, slightly flustered. Hadn't everything been perfectly resolved? Why was she crying? Zhang Yue bit her lip and said softly, I saw the complete video from that time. Did you get into a fight with them because they insulted me? Tears welled up in her eyes, filled with concern. She had never imagined that Yanqi's beating and detention were due to her. Yanqi scratched his face. They were saying some really harsh things. You've worked so hard, and they spoke about you that way. So upon hearing this, Zhang Yue's tears flowed freely. She grasped Yin Qi's hand tightly. Well. Why didn't you tell me? There was really anything to say, after all. I caused you such a big trouble. Yin Qi shook his head. Zhang Yue gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She felt her heart racing, as if she had returned to 3 years ago. Yin Qi quietly comforted her. Actually, it's nothing. Now that everything is resolved, isn't that good? Before he could finish, Zhang Yue wrapped her arms around his head. Suddenly, Yin Qi felt his lips enveloped in softness. He was taken aback, although he had long lost his first kiss. This was the first time he had been kissed in 3 years. After a moment, Zhang Yue slowly released him, shyly glancing to the side. Let us go. I'll take you back to the company. Yin Qi was still dazed by the kiss. Oh. Zhang Yue then drove off again. She stole a glance at Yin Qi, thinking to herself, I'm sorry, Xiao Shuang, but I still can't let go of Yin Qi. Chapter 14. The madman Yin Qi had completely forgotten how he returned to the company, his mind consumed by Zhang Yue's kiss. During their university days, he and Zhang Yue had shared everything, and kissing was merely a daily occurrence. Yet perhaps due to 3 years of abstinence, a simple kiss had stirred his emotions profoundly. I'm sorry, master, I have broken my vow again, he silently lamented. They had agreed never to approach women again, and yet within 10 days, he had faltered. While Yin Qi struggled with his thoughts, Zhang Yue was in a state of utter confusion. I actually kissed him. He hadn't recoiled. Did that mean? No. He was probably just startled. After all, anyone would be shocked to be suddenly kissed by an ex-girlfriend. What should she do? What if he got angry? What if he ran away again? Should she apologize? No, that would be too awkward. Zhang Yue stole another glance at Yin Qi, who was expressionless, staring ahead. What kind of expression was that? Happiness? Anger? I don't understand. Zhang Yue felt herself becoming frantic, as the two of them were lost in their thoughts. The car had already arrived near the company. Yin Qi took a deep breath, yet he resolved to inquire. Sister Wei, just now show. Zhang Yue suddenly interrupted him with an air of seriousness, her gaze intensely fixed on the entrance of the company. Yin Qi followed her line of sight and observed a white Porsche Panamera parked outside. Whose car could that be? He pondered, perplexed. After all, who among their employees could afford such a vehicle? Zhang Yue clenched the steering wheel tightly, then turned to Yin Qi. Xiao Qi, please wait in the conference room for a moment. Sister Wei, whose car is it? Yin Qi pressed once more. Zhang Yue gently ruffled Yin Qi's hair. Just listen to your sister for now. I will explain everything later. All right, Yin Qi acquiesced with a nod. Following this, Zhang Yue ushered him into the company. She confined him within the conference room on the first floor before ascending to the second floor alone. Upon reaching the second floor, an employee approached her. Zhang Zong. The person has arrived, the employee whispered. Zhang Yue merely nodded, acknowledging the information, and made her way to her office. There, she found the entrance crowded with employees, anxiously peering inside. Don't crowd. Let me take a look first. Wow, she's even more stunning than in the photos. How could she come to our company? At that moment, Zhang Yue's voice rang out. What are you all doing here? The employees were instantly silenced, turning to face the displeased Zhang Yue. Zhang Zong. They greeted her, bowing their heads in respect. Zhang Yue waved her hand dismissively. Quickly return to your duties. Yes. The employees promptly dispersed. Zhang Yue approached the door, inhaled deeply, and opened it wide. Inside, she beheld a woman seated in her boss's chair. The woman was dressed quite ordinarily in a white shirt, black jacket, denim jeans, and sneakers, topped off with a baseball cap. Yet her nearly flawless features and figure radiated an undeniable brilliance. Indeed, it is you, Pei Liusi, Zhang Yue remarked, her eyes brimming with caution. The visitor was none other than the renowned star, Pei Liusi. Pei Liusi smiled lightly. It's been a while, Zhang Yue. I want to beat around the bush. You're aware of my purpose here. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Where's Yin Qi? A profound silence enveloped the room. The two women regarded each other, the air charged with tension. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Yue finally spoke. I will not allow you to see him. You want tea? Pei Liusi rose, her expression darkening as she stepped closer to Zhang Yue, her eyes filled with malice. What right do you have to stop me? You are merely Yin Qi's ex-girlfriend. No, I am different from you, Zhang Yue retorted defiantly. Even if Yin Qi and I are not in a romantic relationship, I am still his sister. As his sister, I cannot permit a lunatic to approach him, especially not a lunatic like you. Zhang Yue's aversion towards Pei Liuxi is not born of jealousy, but rather from a genuine perception of danger that the latter embodies. She finds it acceptable to tolerate Su Xiaoshuang, as she considers her merely a naive young lady, although Su Xiaoshuang vocally threatens to harm Yanqi. She lacks the resolve to act on such declarations. In contrast, Pei Liuxi possesses an exceedingly unstable mental state, making it entirely plausible for her to inflict real harm upon Yanqi. Zhang Yue can accept Yanqi's choice to reject her, yet she cannot abide the thought of him being harmed. Upon hearing this, Pei Liuxi, rather than becoming enraged, merely smirks with disdain. Zhang Yue, do you truly believe you can stop me? With your dilapidated little company, I could bring it crashing down at any moment. Unfazed, Zhang Yue retorts defiantly. Do as you wish. I have ample information on you, and I would not hesitate to expose it. Pei Liuxi's gaze fixates on Zhang Yue, taken aback by her unyielding stance. Even at the cost of her company's downfall, Zhang Yue is resolute in her determination to thwart her plans. Consequently, Pei Liuxi feigns submission, stating, I would not harm Yanqi. I do not believe you. Zhang Yue scoffs in response. Pei Liuxi lowers her head and soon begins to sob softly. Please, I beg you. Just let me see him once. I truly miss him. Tears cascade down her exquisite features, enhancing her sorrowful beauty to a point that captivates not only men but also women. Yet, Zhang Yue remains coldly steadfast. Do not feign innocence. Such tactics are ineffectual against me. She is acutely aware of the true nature of the woman before her, recognizing the performance for what it is. As anticipated, Pei Liuxi's weeping ceases abruptly. With a mask of indifference, she lifts her head and wipes the traces of tears from her face. You are truly insufferable, she remarks with a click of her tongue. With a resigned sigh, she turns towards the window, stating, I had no intention of resorting to such measures. But you have compelled me. She then retrieves her phone and dials a number, instructing, have them all come here. Are you truly so reckless as to force your way in? Zhang Yue asks, her wariness piqued. Pei Liuxi shakes her head. I would not resort to such crudeness. Simply observe. Zhang Yue rushes to the window, peering outside, her eyes widening in shock. A dozen news vans are converging from all directions, comprising both mainstream media and online outlets. Yanqi has become quite the internet sensation. I dare say many would wish to interview him. Pei Liuxi chuckles. What do you suppose would happen if the reporters were to learn that Yanqi is my ex-boyfriend? Zhang Yue stands frozen. Should this revelation come to light, the uproar would be monumental. It is worth noting that Pei Liuxi's fanbase far surpasses that of Zhou Wenyo. Some ardent fans might even resort to revenge against Yanqi offline, leading to dire consequences. She gazed at Pei Liuxi in disbelief, exclaiming, You must be insane. By doing this, you will only bring ruin upon yourself. Pei Liuxi, however, wore a somewhat deranged smile, laughing maniacally, Ha ha ha, I couldn't care less. Yanqi will be reviled by the masses, and so shall I. In that moment, he will have no choice but to be with me. We shall be together forever. Ha ha. Zhang Yue was taken aback, realizing that a rational mind could not contend with madness. Zhang Yue and Pei Liuxi represented two extremes. Zhang Yue only desired Yanqi's safety and happiness, indifferent to whom he chose to be with. While Pei Liuxi was entirely the opposite, she cared not for Yanqi's joy, only yearning to be with him eternally, even if it required extreme measures. With a heavy heart, Zhang Yue felt the pressure of the situation. She could not allow Yanqi's life to be destroyed. Ultimately, she sighed in resignation. Fine. I will arrange for you to see him. Chapter 15. Pei Liuxi. Zhang Yue led Pei Liuxi to the door of the conference room on the first floor. He is inside. Zhang Yue indicated towards the grand entrance. Pei Liuxi's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly grasped the doorknob. However, Zhang Yue suddenly seized her wrist, stating, Before you enter, I must conduct a security check. What? Pei Liuxi frowned. Zhang Yue stepped aside to a nearby cabinet and retrieved the security wand, a device designed to detect any metal objects on a person. Pei Liuxi's expression darkened. You intend to use that on me? Indeed, Zhang Yue replied firmly. She powered on the wand and waved it across Pei Liuxi's waist. Beep. The wand emitted an alarm as it passed over Pei Liuxi's slender form. Zhang Yue shook her head in resignation. Please, remove the item. Pei Liuxi clicked her tongue in annoyance, then produced a slender dagger from behind her waist. Zhang Yue's lips twitched. Thankfully, she had conducted the check beforehand. Don't misunderstand. It's for self-defense. Pei Liuxi tossed the dagger to the ground carelessly. Zhang Yue scanned again, and the wand remained silent. You may enter now, she declared, retracting the wand. Pei Liuxi cast a forlorn glance at the dagger before stepping into the conference room. Meanwhile, Yin Qi, noticing the door open, assumed it was Zhang Yue and hurried to rise. To his astonishment, the person who entered took him by surprise. "Liusi?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Pei Liusi closed the door behind her and, like a ravenous wolf, lunged towards Yin Qi. She knocked him to the ground. Burying her head in his embrace, "Yin Qi, brother?" Yin Qi's back collided with the floor, causing him to wince in pain. "Ouch." Pei Liusi fluttered her eyelashes. "I missed you so much. Do you miss me?" In that moment, she appeared transformed, resembling a playful kitten. If the reporters were to witness her in this state, it is likely that the trending topics would erupt once more that very night. Yin Qi nodded. "I was thinking of you." "Thinking of me?" Pei Liusi's expression shifted once again. She fixed her gaze on Yin Qi with intensity. "Then why did you leave me 3 years ago?" Pei Liusi grasped Yin Qi's shoulders tightly. "Are you already weary of me? Is it because I am not beautiful enough? Or is it because of those 4 detestable women? Speak." Her eyes were filled with a frenzied madness, as if she might harm Yin Qi at any moment. Yet, he remained unfazed. On the contrary, he felt a sense of nostalgia. "Ah, it seems you have not changed at all," he remarked, patting Pei Liusi on the head. The once frenzied Pei Liusi immediately transformed back into a vulnerable kitten upon being patted. "Whoa, you bad person," she whimpered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yin Qi tenderly wiped her tears away. This was his 3rd ex-girlfriend, Pei Liusi, a woman with a few screws loose. Yin Qi recalled their first encounter during the 2nd semester of his freshman year. A few friends from the dormitory decided to visit the Yun City Film Academy, and Yin Qi tagged along. However, he was greatly disappointed after wandering around. The female students at the academy were hardly more attractive than Su Xiaoshuang. The outing was utterly uninteresting. Thus, Yin Qi bought a drink at the cafeteria and took a seat. No sooner had he sat down than a girl approached him. "Could I have your contact information?" she asked timidly. This girl was Pei Liusi, who at that time was far from the star she is today. Though she was beautiful, her eyes were filled with self-doubt and shyness. Yin Qi found it peculiar. While he was frequently approached for his contact information due to his handsome looks, it was typically outgoing girls who would do so. Introverted girls like her would not normally initiate such requests. Curiously, he asked, "Is it you who wants it?" Pei Liusi instinctively glanced back. Following her gaze, Yin Qi noticed 4 or 5 fashionably dressed students watching them, laughing and pointing at Pei Liusi. Suddenly, he understood. This girl was being bullied. He directly inquired, "Are those people bothering you?" And no. Pei Liusi quickly lowered her head. "I just wanted your contact information." Yin Qi pursed his lips. "I think you should give them a good thrashing. People like them will behave once they get beaten up." "Hit them?" Pei Liusi looked bewildered. Yin Qi nodded. "Yes, if you don't want to be bullied anymore, it's best to be a little tougher." He wasn't particularly keen on causing trouble at the film academy either. Yuan Qi provided his contact information to Pei Liusi, stating that it was merely a suggestion. If she felt apprehensive, she could share her contact details with them instead. As he prepared to depart, Pei Liusi unexpectedly inquired, "May I strike them?" At that moment, Yuan Qi did not grasp the implication of her question and responded directly, "Of course. If anyone dares to bully you, you must retaliate. That is the correct approach." With that, he took his leave. Mere minutes after his departure, a brawl erupted in the cafeteria, with Pei Liusi, in a frenzy, injuring 5 female classmates. According to witnesses, she was laughing maniacally as she struck them. That evening, Pei Liusi added Yuan Qi on WeChat, and her first message read, "I hit them. Well done." Yuan Qi praised her. It was later that he learned about Pei Liusi's past. Raised in a single-parent household, she had grown up in an environment devoid of affection, which gradually warped her character into one that was irritable and volatile. Consequently, she frequently found herself in conflict with her peers. In her first year of middle school, she had even stabbed a classmate in the eye with a pencil after the student taunted her about her absent father and insulted her mother. As a result, Pei Liusi was expelled from school. In an attempt to rectify her behavior, her mother sent her to a local juvenile correctional facility. No one knew what Pei Liusi endured there, and she was reluctant to share. However, upon her release, she had not engaged in physical altercations again. Moreover, even when bullied, she chose to endure in silence, often repeating to herself, "I cannot hit others. Hitting is wrong." This continued until her university years, when she encountered Yuan Qi. "I believe you should give them a good thrashing," Yuan Qi remarked. His words resonated in her mind like an explosion. Over the years, she had been indoctrinated with the belief that violence was unacceptable. Instinctively, she thought that under no circumstances could she ever resort to physical action. Hence, her question arose, "May I hit them?" "Of course." If anyone dares to bully you, you must retaliate. That is the right way. Yuan Shi's words acted like a switch, releasing the monster that had been contained within Paleosi for so long. That day, she injured her 5 roommates. In consideration of the school's reputation, the Film Academy suppressed the incident. That same evening, Paleosi messaged Yuan Shi on WeChat, as if seeking acknowledgement. I hit them. Well done. Yuan Shi replied. Those 4 simple words rejuvenated Paleosi. From that moment on, her thoughts revolved around 2 figures, herself and Yuan Shi. Chapter 16. Burden Love Eventually. Yin Chi and Paleosi naturally found themselves together. However, it did not take long for Yin Chi to sense something amiss. Paleosi's possessiveness was overwhelming. She yearned to be with him every hour of the day, all 24 of them. It is worth noting that Yin Chi, still a freshman in college, was already entangled in multiple relationships. With time being a scarce resource, he contemplated deeply and decided to end their relationship. That day, he witnessed the ferocity of Paleosi. Armed with a dagger, she cornered him in a hotel room, forcing an encounter that was anything but pleasant, as her fervor bordered on madness. Following that incident, Yin Chi refrained from ever mentioning a breakup again. Nevertheless, he gradually learned how to handle Paleosi. Despite her deteriorating mental state, she was ultimately susceptible to gentle words and affection. A few compliments and a tender pat on her head would suffice to ease tensions. With Yin Chi's encouragement, Paleosi redirected some of her focus towards her studies, which provided him with a semblance of relief. At that time, she was majoring in performance, laying a solid foundation for her acting career. Thus, it continued until their senior year when Yin Chi's multiple relationships were exposed. The reason he chose to flee was partly due to fear of Paleosi. He genuinely feared for his life. 3 years passed since then. You scoundrel. Paleosi repeatedly pounded her fists against Yin Chi's chest, her actions far from playful, but rather a full-hearted assault. Calm down. I might just perish from your blows, he exclaimed, gently ruffling her hair until she ceased her onslaught. Sniffling, she asked, so why did you run away back then? Yin Chi, feeling a tinge of guilt, scratched his face and replied, wasn't I afraid of making you angry? And yet you ran away, Paleosi retorted. Yin Chi sighed, all right, no more anger. I won't run away anymore. Is that satisfactory? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Really? He understood Paleosi all too well. Among his 5 ex-girlfriends, she was the most formidable yet also the easiest to appease with a few soft words. Indeed, I will remain in Yun City from now on, he assured her with a nod. Paleosi closed her eyes and said, then give me a kiss, and I will believe you. As Yin Chi gazed upon her exquisite features, his heart fluttered. It must be said that while Paleosi exhibited a hint of madness, she was undeniably the most beautiful among his former lovers. Actually, during these 3 years, I have visited a temple, Yin Chi shared. Paleosi looked puzzled. Did you become a monk? Not exactly a monk. I simply sought guidance from a master, he clarified. Yin Chi candidly expressed. The master remarked that I am destined for romantic entanglements, and if this continues, it could lead to significant troubles. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Paleosi's eyes. Where is this temple? What is the name of this so-called master? I must have a word with him and ascertain the true extent of his prowess. Yin Chi swallowed hard. It seemed she was intent on ending the abbot's life. Thus, he hastily interjected, that is not the crux of the matter. What I truly desire is to focus on my work. This simply cannot be. Are you planning to abandon me once more? Paleosi's gaze darkened. Instinctively, she reached behind her, yearning to retrieve the dagger she always carried. But suddenly, she recalled that Zhang Yue had taken it from her. TSK, what a meddlesome woman. Paleosi clicked her tongue in frustration. Yin Chi instantly grasped her intentions. He firmly grasped her face. After 3 years, why do you still resort to these tactics? Whenever displeased, you brandish a knife. Perhaps you might as well end my life with it. Can we not discuss matters amicably? 3 years ago, Yin Chi would have feared Paleosi. However, he had since shed that fear. Having returned to Yun City, he was prepared for the possibility of betrayal. Paleosi's small face flushed crimson as she bit her lip in a mix of indignation and vulnerability. You wicked man. You exploit my affection for you to perpetually bully me. Then, how would you prefer to negotiate? Shall we rise from the ground first? Yin Chi tenderly caressed Paleosi's face. She nodded and climbed to her feet. Yin Chi also stood, nursing his back, and found a chair to sit upon. At that moment, Paleosi retrieved her wallet from her pocket. She then extracted several bank cards and handed them to Yin Chi. This contains all the money I have earned over these past 3 years. It is all yours. Please do not work anymore, all right? As a rising star, her income over the years had been nothing short of astonishing. Not working and spending all day with you. Is that the plan? Yin-Chi sighed. Paleosi eagerly nodded. Yes, from now on, you only need to stay home with me. No need to go anywhere else. Absolutely not. Yin-Chi resolutely declined. He understood all too well that should he acquiesce, Paleosi would promptly confine him. This confinement was no exaggeration. It was a genuine captivity. It was likely that Yin-Chi would never escape such a heavy love. Paleosi looked somewhat dejected. Then what do you wish for? Quite simply, you shall continue your career as a star, while I persist in my work here. Yin-Chi articulated his thoughts. You may visit me whenever you have the time, or I can come to see you as well. Paleosi remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Yin-Chi, am I particularly bothersome, always compelling you? Please do not be upset. I fear you might suddenly disappear again. Yin-Chi stood up and approached Paleosi. I am not angry. It is simply impossible for me to be by your side 24 hours a day. However, I can assure you that whenever you seek me out, I will always be there. Paleosi entwined her hands and gently lifted her gaze. Can I trust you? Would you grant me your trust once more? Yin-Chi tenderly brushed her hair. Paleosi leaped into Yin-Chi's embrace. All right, she had come to a realization. Forcing Yin-Chi at this moment would yield only adverse outcomes. If she frightened him away again, it would be a grave loss. It was better to take gradual steps. One day, she would undoubtedly have Yin-Chi completely in her grasp. You cannot escape. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hey, it's about time. The reporters outside are about to break in. What reporters? Yin-Chi appeared somewhat bewildered. Paleosi suddenly recalled the reporters. She had called them to pressure Zhang Yue. You are quite the internet celebrity now, so surely many reporters wish to interview you, Paleosi said, awkwardly fiddling with the hem of her garment. Upon seeing her demeanor, Yin-Chi understood everything. He pinched Paleosi's delicate face. Did you summon the reporters? I merely wish to see you. It's all Zhang Yue's fault for obstructing me, Paleosi muttered softly, lowering her head. She only revealed this vulnerable side in front of Yin-Chi. Yin-Chi sighed. You should apologize to Sister Wei later. Apologize to her? Paleosi's expression turned dismissive. Noticing Yin-Chi's slight frown, she quickly added, all right, I will apologize. But you should stop frowning. It will make you age faster. Paleosi gently touched Yin-Chi's brow. From now on, whatever you ask of me, I will comply. All right? Yin-Chi playfully pinched her cheek. Stay here. I will go and send the reporters away first. Chapter 17. Another break in restraint. Zhang Yue paced anxiously outside, repeatedly checking her phone for the time. Why were they not coming out yet? She was more nervous than she had ever been during business negotiations. She feared something might happen to Yin-Chi. Just then, the door opened, and Yin-Chi stepped out. Zhang Yue immediately approached him. Xiao-Qi, that crazy woman didn't do anything to you, did she? She scrutinized him from head to toe, anxious for any signs of trouble. Sister Wei, I am fine. Yin-Chi shook his head. In fact, Paleosi isn't as terrifying as you think. Zhang Yue seized a dagger from the table nearby. Not terrifying? She carries a knife with her. No wonder it took her so long to retrieve it. Sister Wei must have taken it away. Yin-Chi chuckled to himself. He grasped Zhang Yue's hand. Sister Wei, I have caused you more trouble. Zhang Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Ahem, what trouble could there be? Why be so formal with your sister? As long as you are all right, I can rest easy. She then gestured towards the entrance. A throng of reporters is waiting outside. If you do not make an appearance, the situation may not resolve itself. Rest assured, leave it to me, Yin-Chi replied with a nod, turning to walk towards the door. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Paleosi was engaged in a phone call. With Yin-Chi's absence, she resumed her demeanor as a poised and aloof star. She instructed the reporters not to pose overly sensitive questions. And by a few trending topics, yes, nothing too prominent. Just a focused praise for Yin-Chi will suffice. All right, that will be all. After hanging up, Paleosi leaned back in her chair. In truth, she could have sent those reporters away, preventing them from interviewing Yin-Chi. However, she refrained from doing so because she desired to elevate Yin-Chi's status. The more famous Yin-Chi became, the closer she would be, thus providing her with greater opportunities to control Yin-Chi. A manic smile crept across Paleosi's face. Oh, Yin-Chi, one day you shall beg to be with me forever. At that time, let us bear 10 children together. Ha ha ha. Just as she indulged in her fantasies, the door swung open. Zhang Yue entered, brandishing a dagger with a stern expression, fixing her gaze on Paleosi. She tossed the dagger back to her and stated, Do not bring such dangerous items when meeting Yin Qi in the future. Paleosi caught the dagger and chuckled lightly. Ah, this is merely a little playful banter between us. Someone as rigid as you surely cannot comprehend. Zhang Yue scoffed. What banter? You are merely indulging yourself. And I am not rigid. My interactions with Yin Qi are far more open than you can imagine. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of red, as if recalling something. It is the kind of playful banter that we both enjoy. Paleosi's lips twitched in irritation as she slammed her hand on the table. You wretched woman. Yet. She quickly inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. Though Paleosi harbored a desire to eliminate Zhang Yue and the other three vixens at that moment. She understood the need for restraint. Scaring Yin Qi away was not an option. Her current objective was to ensure Yin Qi could not live without her. Eventually, Yin Qi would be the one to dismiss these bothersome distractions. Thus, Paleosi rose slightly and bowed. I was too impulsive before. I apologize. Zhang Yue was taken aback. The woman actually apologized? Paleosi resumed her seat, elegantly crossing her legs. Do not read too much into it. It was Yin Qi who asked me to apologize to you. At this, Zhang Yue's lips curled into a smile, thinking to herself, you little rascal. At least you have a conscience. At that moment, Paleosi inquired, where is Yin Qi currently residing? With your network of information. This should be a trivial matter for you, no? Zhang Yue replied with a hint of sarcasm, is it necessary to ask me? Paleosi pinched the hem of her clothes, expressing her reluctance to investigate Yin Qi in such a manner, deeming it appropriate only for her adversaries. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yue ventured to inquire, the scandal involving Zhou and Yao was leaked by you, wasn't it? Paleosi responded with a cold smirk, indeed. While I cannot control those fans, tarnishing their master is certainly within my capabilities. Those fans must be wailing in despair. They deserve it. This is the consequence of bullying Yin Qi. Fury ignited in her eyes as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Zhang Yue studied Paleosi, feeling a sense of estrangement from the woman before her. The Paleosi she knew was an unapologetic egoist, one who disregarded the fates and feelings of others as long as her objectives were achieved. This was also the reason Zhang Yue was hesitant to allow Yin Qi to associate with Paleosi. Yet, it appeared that this woman harbored genuine feelings for Yin Qi. With a sigh, Zhang Yue relented, Jinghu Garden, Building 3, Room 505. She then pivoted to exit, reiterating, let me make myself clear, should you dare to harm Yin Qi, I will not spare you. Thank you, Paleosi murmured softly. The interview extended for a full 2 hours, and by the time it concluded, dusk was settling in. Yin Qi trudged back to the company, utterly exhausted, pondering the relentless inquiries of the reporters. He pressed his shoulders, feeling the strain. Zhang Yue offered him a bottle of water, teasingly remarking, well done, internet sensation. The company will rely on you for revenue henceforth. Indeed, I shall fulfill my duties to the leadership. Yin Qi replied with a mock salute, prompting a shared laughter between them. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and Paleosi hurriedly emerged. Yin Qi chuckled, Leosi, you haven't yet, however. Before he could finish, Paleosi had rushed to him, cupping his face in her hands and planting a kiss on his lips. Zhang Yue's eyes widened in surprise, but her initial reaction was not jealousy. She glanced around to ensure their privacy before exhaling in relief. Paleosi gently released Yin Qi, whispering, if you won't kiss me, then I shall take the initiative. She quickly added, I'll take my leave now. I'll come find you again soon. Without waiting for Yin Qi's response, she blushed deeply and briskly exited the company. Once she had driven away, Yin Qi regained his composure. He touched his lips, internally chastising himself. Oh no, master, I've broken my vow again. Well? It seems you enjoyed it, a teasing voice interjected from beside him. Yin Qi awkwardly scratched his head. Sister Wei, that was enough, little scoundrel. I'm not mad at you, Zhang Yue teased as she pinched his cheek. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, so, whose lips do you think are sweeter? Mine or the celebrities? Yin Qi was momentarily speechless. To be honest, both were quite sweet, but it felt inappropriate to voice his thoughts at that moment. Zhang Yue erupted in laughter. Haha, just kidding. Subsequently, she adjusted Yin Qi's collar and remarked, it's about time to leave work and head home. If you linger any longer, that person might just storm into the office. In an instant, Yin Qi recalled the little ancestor awaiting him at home. All right then. I shall take my leave, Sister Wei. As Yin Qi walked away, Zhang Yue gently pressed her hand to her chest, murmuring, indeed, the heart still aches. Alas, one day, this little scoundrel will be the death of me. Yin Qi took the subway directly back to his residential complex. He ascended to the 5th floor and cautiously approached room 507. Since he had returned, he felt it necessary to inform Su Xiaoshuang. He wondered if she would be furious. Taking a deep breath, Yanqi prepared to knock on the door, but at that moment, the door swung open. Su Xiaoshuang peeked out. She appeared in a rather disheveled state, her hair in disarray, and her eyes were red and swollen from crying, devoid of any vitality. Yanqi felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow and pushed the door open wide, exclaiming, "Xiaoshuang, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Su Xiaoshuang quickly realized his presence, and upon seeing him, tears streamed down her face. She sobbed and flung herself into Yanqi's arms. Woo-woo, Yanqi. Chapter 18. Another breach of restraint in recent days. Su Xiaoshuang had neither eaten nor slept well. Haunted by the thought of the many criminals in the detention center who would mercilessly bully newcomers. As soon as she fell asleep, she would dream of Yanqi being cornered and beaten by several burly men, while he called out, "Xiaoshuang, save me." This would jolt her awake in tears. This was the first time Yanqi had witnessed Su Xiaoshuang in such a state, and guilt washed over him. He gently stroked her hair, saying, "I'm sorry for worrying you again." Su Xiaoshuang shook her head and softly replied, "It's not your fault, but please refrain from getting into fights." "All right. I promise you," Yanqi nodded. Su Xiaoshuang looked up, sniffing back her tears. "Next time someone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll have my father deal with them. Okay, just don't cry anymore." At that moment, Yanqi's stomach growled audibly, reminding him that he had not eaten anything all day. Su Xiaoshuang chuckled through her tears. "Hee, I knew you must be hungry." She took hold of his arm and said, "Come on, I've already prepared dinner." Yanqi did not resist and followed her into the house. The aroma of food filled the air, making him feel hungrier. However, as they passed by a mirror, Su Xiaoshuang stopped in her tracks, tilting her head to look at her reflection before exclaiming, "Ah, why do I look so ugly?" Consumed by thoughts of Yanqi, she had neglected her appearance in recent days. Only upon seeing that Yanqi was safe did she finally have the inclination to pay attention to her looks. Su Xiaoshuang covered her face with one hand while waving the other at Yanqi, exclaiming, "Don't look at me, don't look at me." Observing her distress, Yanqi grasped her hand firmly and reassured her, "Do not say such things. Even in this state, you are still incredibly beautiful." Releasing her hand from her face, Su Xiaoshuang softly inquired, "Really?" "Of course it's true, Xiaoshuang. You are the most beautiful," Yanqi affirmed, gently ruffling her hair. A smile blossomed on her face as she joyfully chimed, "Humph, it seems you possess some taste after all. I am undeniably the most beautiful." She then took Yanqi's hand and led him to the dining table. "You sit down first. I'll fetch you something to eat. Let us serve together." He replied, "All right, just sit down quickly," she insisted. Reluctantly, Yanqi complied and took a seat. Su Xiaoshuang dashed into the kitchen, returning with 7 or 8 dishes, all of which were Yanqi's favorites. "Is this all for me?" he exclaimed, astonished. Su Xiaoshuang giggled, "Eat plenty. You've lost weight in detention." "Really?" Yanqi touched his face. Impatiently, Su Xiaoshuang urged, "Let us not dwell on that. Hurry and taste the food." Yanqi took a bite of the curry beef. He exaggeratedly shook his head, exclaiming, "It's absolutely delicious. You truly live up to your title as Chef Su." "Ha ha, that is a bit too much flattery." Su Xiaoshuang laughed heartily. She then patted his hand and said, "You eat first. I'll go wash my face." Despite Yanqi's compliments, she couldn't accept her own disheveled appearance. Turning, she rushed back to the bathroom. Yanqi stared at the array of dishes and sighed. The more kindness his ex-girlfriends showed him, the heavier his heart felt. He felt utterly at a loss for how to repay them. "I really am a scoundrel," he muttered under his breath. Su Xiaoshuang spent half an hour in the bathroom. By the time she emerged, Yanqi was nearly full. She had washed her hair, cleaned her face, and applied makeup, concealing her fatigue. "Tada, how do I look?" Su Xiaoshuang asked eagerly. Yanqi gave her a thumbs up. "Wow, you look even more beautiful. If you went out like this, you'd surely captivate everyone." Ecstatically, Su Xiaoshuang scampered over to him and nudged him playfully. Hee. "Only you know how to sweet talk." Suddenly recalling something, she bent down and asked, "By the way, did Paleosi come looking for you?" Yanqi was taken aback. "Yes, how did you know?" Su Xiaoshuang clenched her small fist, a flicker of fire igniting in her eyes. "I guessed. After all, she was the one who exposed Zhou Wenyo's scandal, so I figured she would seek you out. It's her." Yanqi finally connected the dots. It all made sense now. Given the abruptness of the situation, it was clear someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. With Paleosi's temperament, it was indeed plausible that she was involved. Su Xiaoshuang clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tisk, meddling in affairs that don't concern her. Even without her. I could take down Zhou Wenyo myself. Zhou Wenyao's downfall was utterly comprehensive, significantly aided by the obsidian conglomerate behind Su Xiaoshuang. Were it not for their leadership, such a multitude of endorsements would not have been simultaneously rescinded. Su Xiaoshuang, feeling a twinge of anxiety, nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment and inquired, "What exactly did you discuss with her? You haven't lost everything, have you?" Yin Qi chuckled, but then a sudden recollection of Paleosi's kiss struck him. Surely not? He scratched his head in contemplation. Su Xiaoshuang, intimately familiar with Yin Qi, recognized that his expression indicated something was amiss. Grasping the collar of his shirt, she exclaimed with gritted teeth, "Ah, you haven't gone to a hotel, have you?" No. Yin Qi quickly waved his hands in denial. He then recounted the events that transpired. Upon hearing this, the fire of indignation ignited in Su Xiaoshuang's eyes. That wretched homewrecker. I will not let her off easily. It can't be termed as infidelity, Yin Qi awkwardly chuckled. Discussing a kiss with one ex-girlfriend while in the company of another was indeed peculiar. Just then, Su Xiaoshuang leaned in abruptly, declaring, "I want in." "And on what?" Yin Qi blinked in confusion. Su Xiaoshuang's cheeks flushed crimson. "Whatever Paleosi has, I want." Noticing Yin Qi's hesitation, she impatiently embraced his head and pressed her lips against his. However, the moment their lips touched, she recoiled like a startled rabbit. I. Su Xiaoshuang stammered, waving her hands in a flurry. Her earlier jealousy had clouded her judgment, and only upon contact did she realize the gravity of her actions. Yin Qi touched his lips, silently chastising himself. "Master, I have broken my vow once again." Just as he was about to speak, Su Xiaoshuang suddenly collapsed. Alarmed, Yin Qi swiftly caught her, dazed and on the verge of sleep. Su Xiaoshuang had been fatigued from several nights of poor rest. She had managed to stay upright only by the determination to prepare a meal for Yin Qi. But with that resolve now dissipated, exhaustion flooded back in. Nestled in Yin Qi's embrace, she murmured, "Yin Qi, I am so tired." He gently stroked her head and, lifting her in a princess carry, said, "Then let us go to sleep." He carried Su Xiaoshuang into the bedroom, laid her on the bed, and tucked her in. Su Xiaoshuang weakly raised her hand, requesting, "Hold my hand." Yin Qi sat at the bedside, clasping her hand gently. "Sleep now." She obediently closed her eyes. And within 10 seconds, she had drifted into a deep slumber. "Good night," Yin Qi said with a smile, affectionately patting her head. Chapter 19. A Life for a Life. Every city harbors unsavory enterprises, and Yun City is no exception. In the Yulong district of Yun City lies the Tianhong Microloan Company. On the surface, this establishment purports to engage in legitimate lending practices, yet in reality, it serves as a front for the underground gang, the Yulin Society. Their business encompasses various illicit activities, including flesh trades, gambling, and usury. In essence, as long as one possesses the means, the Yulin Society is capable of fulfilling any request. At this juncture, a man clad in a hood entered the establishment. "I apologize, sir, but we have concluded our business for the day," an employee approached and stated. "If you require a loan, please return tomorrow morning at 8. Before the employee could finish, the man tossed a crescent-shaped keychain to him, asserting, "I am here to discuss business." Upon receiving the keychain, the employee's expression shifted instantly. A valued regular. "Please, follow me upstairs." The employee then escorted the man to the 3rd floor. He knocked on one of the doors, announcing, "Third master, someone has come to discuss business. Come in." A rugged voice responded from within. Nodding to the man, the employee said, "You may enter." The man pushed the door open and stepped inside. A burly figure sat in the center of a sofa, flanked by 7 or 8 menacing subordinates. The burly man smiled and gestured, "Have a seat." The man settled onto the opposite sofa. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Chang, the 3rd in command of the Yulin Society. Feel free to state your business, provided you can afford it." The man wasted no time and produced a photograph, handing it to Lu Chang. "I need you to kill him." Taken aback, Lu Chang and his associates were stunned by the immediate request for murder. "I'm afraid we are not taking on any assassination jobs at present," Lu Chang replied gravely. The man then revealed a bank card, saying, "This contains 1.5 million. Upon completion, I will provide you with another 1.5 million." Lu Chang swallowed hard, contemplating the generous offer of 3 million. He accepted the photograph and the bank card. "We will consider it," Lu Chang began. But his words faltered as he recognized the individual in the photograph. "Wait, is this not the person who has recently gained significant notoriety?" Lu Chang handed the photo to one of his subordinates. What was his name again? Yin Chi. The subordinate identified the figure in the image. Yin Chi had recently been trending on social media, garnering quite a reputation. This complicates matters. Lu Chang shook his head. The risks associated with eliminating a public figure are considerable. The man produced another bank card, stating an additional 2 million, totaling 5 million. Lu Chang gasped in astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Please remove your hood, otherwise, I cannot place my trust in you." Without hesitation, the man took off his hood, revealing a handsome visage. Zhou Wenyao, someone instantly recognized him. He was indeed the recently scandal-ridden celebrity, Zhou Wenyao. At this moment, Zhou Wenyao appeared in a dismal state, as if a decade older. This past week, he had been tormented by reporters and public opinion, facing widespread condemnation from society. Moreover, numerous endorsement contracts were demanding compensation. Zhou Wenyao sought vengeance. Yet he was uncertain of whom to retaliate against. Was it the brands led by the Black Yao Group? He was still the one who exposed the scandal. Yet he had no idea who was behind it. After much contemplation, the only person he could suspect was Yin Chi. Damn it, my reputation is tarnished. This kid has become quite popular. The more Zhou Wenyao pondered, the angrier he became, thus he resolved to hire someone to eliminate Yin Chi. After all, whether or not he spent money, he would ultimately have to compensate the brand. It would be better to pay for a hitman instead. 5 million to take him out. Zhou Wenyao said, fixing his gaze on Lu Chang. Lu Chang nodded, that's feasible, but you'll need to add another 2 million. Why? Zhou Wenyao furrowed his brow. Lu Chang flashed a mischievous smile, a confidentiality fee, so that regardless of the outcome, it cannot be traced back to you. Fine, but I must see his corpse with my own eyes. Zhou Wenyao gritted his teeth in agreement. Deal. Meanwhile, Yin Chi was blissfully unaware that someone was plotting his demise. He was asleep beside Su Xiaoshuang's bed. The next morning, he was awakened by her voice. Yin Chi, it's time to get up. Startled, he sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes to find Su Xiaoshuang standing beside him. She poked his cheek. Breakfast is ready. Go wash your face first. Yin Chi groggily nodded and shuffled into the bathroom. Upon finishing his morning routine, he sensed an odd atmosphere, reminiscent of 3 years ago when they were still together. Yin Chi shook his head vigorously. Oh no, here we go again. He recalled how, just yesterday, he had been simultaneously kissed by 3 of his ex-girlfriends. Goodness. I fear I won't last much longer. Yin Chi sighed, knowing his resistance to beautiful women was notably weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have juggled 5 relationships at once. The relentless bombardment from his ex-girlfriends in recent days had left him dizzy. If this continued, he might soon cross that line again. And if he were to juggle several relationships once more, he feared he might end up assassinated, his body left on the streets. No, I must endure. I can do this. Yin Chi slapped his own face for encouragement. Taking a deep breath, he emerged from the bathroom. Su Xiaoshuang stood by the dining table, clad in an apron, with youtiao and tofu pudding laid out before her. At that moment, she resembled a newlywed wife. Come try what I made, she beckoned. Just as Yin Chi was about to sit down, a knock echoed from the entrance. Is someone here? I'll go answer the door. He made his way to the front door. Peering through the peephole, he realized the knocking was not on room 507, but rather on the door of room 505. His rental unit. Upon closer inspection, he froze. That silhouette was all too familiar. Hiss, Paleosi. Yin Chi gasped. What was this woman doing here? Instinctively, he glanced back over his shoulder. Su Xiaoshuang and Paleosi, the 2 most formidable women among his ex-girlfriends. If they were to cross paths, it could spell trouble. Yin Chi, who is he? Su Xiaoshuang curiously approached the door. Yin Chi nervously swallowed. It's nobody. I was not knocking on this door. Yet. Su Xiaoshuang discerned the oddity at once. Really? She casually removed her apron and strode towards the entrance. The aura surrounding Su Xiaoshuang shifted dramatically, transforming from a delicate wife into a powerful heiress. Just as Yin Chi attempted to intervene, a second knock resonated from behind, accompanied by Paleosi's deliberately hushed voice calling out, Yin Chi, are you there? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang's expression darkened. This voice did not belong to Zhang Yue, meaning another woman had come to seek Yin Chi. Step aside, Yin Chi. Su Xiaoshuang approached the door. I wish to see who it is. She grasped the doorknob and forcefully flung the door open. Simultaneously, Paleosi, still knocking, turned upon hearing the sound. The gazes of the 2 women met, and they instantly recognized one another. Su Xiaoshuang. Paleosi. Chapter 20, A Headache-Inducing Battlefield. A popular star and the daughter of a billionaire. Their paths had naturally crossed over the past 3 years, albeit only in passing nods. After all, neither wished to engage in extensive dialogue with a rival. Heh. So it's you? No wonder Yanqi is so anxious. Su Xiaoshuang remarked sarcastically, glancing at Yanqi. Yanqi, feeling somewhat guilty, diverted his gaze. Ahem. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. Given this, he could only feign ignorance. Pei Liuxi, however, bypassed Su Xiaoshuang and directed her attention to Yanqi. Yanqi, she cheerfully waved. But soon she sensed something amiss. Why was Yanqi in the same room as this woman? The thought of them being together last night crossed her mind. And a glint of ferocity flashed in Pei Liuxi's eyes. She fixed her gaze on Su Xiaoshuang. What are you doing here? This is our family's property. I can live wherever I choose. Su Xiaoshuang retorted without reservation. Pei Liuxi sneered. Heh, right? I almost forgot. You are an heiress. You wouldn't be using your wealth to keep Yanqi with you, would you? Su Xiaoshuang silently clenched her fists. Pei Liuxi had struck a nerve. Although Su Xiaoshuang was indeed a wealthy heiress, she deliberately downplayed this aspect of her identity while with Yanqi, as she desired their relationship to stem from love rather than financial gain. Observing the tension, Yanqi hastily interjected to change the subject. Liuxi, what did you want to see me about? Pei Liuxi immediately donned a different expression, smiling as she inquired. Do you have time today? Let us go out and have some fun. No time. Yanqi still has to go to work. Su Xiaoshuang stood defiantly in front of Yanqi. Pei Liuxi scoffed. I didn't ask you. What is your relationship with Yanqi that you make decisions for him? Su Xiaoshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. However, she quickly regained her composure and retorted, I would like to ask you the same about your relationship with him. What gives him the right to go out with you? Pei Liuxi found herself at a loss as well. Meanwhile, Yanqi felt as though his head might explode. The conflict between women was truly formidable. This situation was not unprecedented. There had been instances of two ex-girlfriends meeting before. Yet, each time, Zhang Yue had been present. And her presence usually diffused any tension, as she tended to take a step back. But Pei Liuxi and Su Xiaoshuang were not the types to concede easily. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the door beside them swung open, revealing a young man carrying a briefcase, evidently on his way to work. He cast a puzzled glance at Pei Liuxi and the others. Instinctively, Pei Liuxi lowered the brim of her hat, fearful of being recognized. It was only when the man entered the elevator that she finally exhaled in relief. TSK, 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 the big star is afraid of being discovered while seeking a man. Su Xiaoshuang taunted. If you're so worried about being found out, perhaps you should refrain from pursuing Yanqi altogether, lest you jeopardize your illustrious career. Pei Liuxi gently bit her lip. This time, she had been struck where it hurt. Like Su Xiaoshuang, she was unwilling to let her celebrity status create a rift between her and Yanqi. Observing the tension, Yanqi quickly intervened. All right. Let us not disturb the peace outside. How about we go inside and discuss this? He looked at Su Xiaoshuang, as it was her residence. Sure, Su Xiaoshuang nodded nonchalantly. Refusing would only make her appear petty. Allowing this woman in would provide an opportunity to confront her directly. Pei Liuxi, undeterred, lifted her chin defiantly. Then I shall not hold back. She promptly strode into room 507. Su Xiaoshuang appraised her from head to toe. Even she had to concede that Pei Liuxi's beauty could be described as nearly flawless. It was worth noting that Su Xiaoshuang herself was quite the beauty. Yet compared to Pei Liuxi, she felt somewhat lacking. No wonder Yanqi was drawn to this seductress. She was indeed attractive. Su Xiaoshuang thought indignantly. But I will not be defeated. With that, she shut the door. Yanqi watched the two women, feeling overwhelmed. He had nearly succumbed to the allure of a gentle embrace, but the imminent battlefield before him brought him back to reality. Indeed, straddling multiple relationships was perilously treacherous. He had yet to reconcile with his ex-girlfriend, and already the atmosphere was fraught with tension. If they were to reconcile, it might very well lead to a bloodbath. Yanqi forced a smile. Let us eat first. Xiaoshuang's culinary skills are exceptional. I wonder if Miss Pei will find it to her liking. As it is merely a simple breakfast. Su Xiaoshuang spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Pei Liuxi retorted in a similar tone. If someone like Miss Su, a wealthy heiress, can manage, then as a mere small-time celebrity, I surely can as well. Yanqi quickly pulled out chairs for both of them, saying, please, have a seat. Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi settled into their chairs, and to prevent any potential conflict between them, Yanqi positioned himself between the two. He generously served each of them a bowl of tofu pudding, drizzled with savory sauce, and handed them a fried dough stick, urging, come, Give it a try. Pei Liuxi eyed the tofu pudding with skepticism. Would a rich second generation like Su Xiaoshuang really know how to cook? Tentatively, she scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding. As it entered her mouth, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was delicious. She had braced herself for an odd taste. But she was taken aback by how delightful Su Xiaoshuang's creation was, even surpassing that of street vendors. No wonder Yin Qi was so enchanted by her. Indeed. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Pei Liuxi thought defiantly, I will not concede. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Pei Liuxi with a hint of pride, so. What do you think, Miss Pei? The taste is quite good, isn't it? It's passable, Pei Liuxi replied, her tone stubbornly defensive. Su Xiaoshuang, unfazed, continued, Miss Pei. You certainly have discerning tastes. Do you often cook for yourself? Pei Liuxi detected the underlying sarcasm in Su Xiaoshuang's words and smiled. I'm quite busy, unlike Miss Su, who has ample free time to devote to culinary arts. Su Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth at the insinuation that she was idle. Surely, one should learn to cook, as some simply do not enjoy dining out. She propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Yin Qi, for instance. Yin Qi does not prefer it, right? Pei Liuxi turned to Yin Qi as well. Is that so? I thought you enjoyed eating out, Yin Qi. Where do you like to dine? Yin Qi, caught in the middle, felt sweat bead on his forehead. Just then, a phone rang on the table. The caller was Zhang Yue. Chapter 21. A temporary truce. Yin Qi felt as if he had found a lifeline. Thank goodness for Sister Wei, he silently exclaimed. He quickly announced, I need to take this call. Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Yin Qi answered the phone. Sister Wei, what is up? Nothing much. Just checking in on you, Zhang Yue replied with a laugh. But you sound a bit off. Yin Qi stole a glance at Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi. Feeling awkward as he replied, ahem, it's a bit complicated. Let me guess, Zhang Yue teased. Is it that Pei Liuxi happened to visit your place and ran into Su Xiaoshuang, leaving you, the little scoundrel, caught in between? How did you know? Yin Qi was taken aback. How astute this observation is, Zhang Yue chuckled. You've been gallivanting about, and now you find yourself in a predicament. Yin Qi was momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledging that this indeed was his fault. Alas, I am truly at your mercy, Zhang Yue sighed. Just tell them that the company has an urgent matter and you must hurry back. Upon hearing this, Yin Qi's face brightened. He quickly feigned reluctance, saying, Sister Wei, is there truly an urgent matter at the company? Oh dear, but I am currently dining with someone. It might be rather awkward. What? So urgent? Very well. I shall head there at once. He then regretfully hung up the phone. Lucy, Xiaoshuang, the company has an unexpected emergency. Yin Qi turned to Pei Liuxi and Su Xiaoshuang. I must make haste. The two looked at him incredulously. Having spent considerable time with Yin Qi, they could easily discern whether he was being truthful. Yin Qi, realizing their insight, sighed inwardly. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from them. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuang grasped his wrist, saying softly, Let us have a bite before you go. I shall refrain from speaking. She could sense that Yin Qi preferred to avoid any tension. Pei Liuxi also lowered her head. I won't say anything either. Let us eat. Yin Qi glanced at the two and reluctantly picked up a fried dough stick to eat. The trio consumed their meal in silence, not exchanging a single word. Once Yin Qi had his fill, he declared, I'm satisfied. I'll be on my way. I'll accompany you. Pei Liuxi promptly responded. Su Xiaoshuang quickly interjected, No, what if the reporters capture a picture of a superstar with you? It would be quite the scandal. Let me take you. What? I'm escorting Yin Qi because I happen to be heading to their company. Pei Liuxi shot a look at Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang defiantly returned her gaze. I have business there as well. Is that not permissible? Seeing the two on the verge of an argument, Yin Qi hastily clapped his hands and said, Enough. I shall take the subway. With that, he grabbed his phone and briskly walked towards the exit. With a resounding thud, Yin Qi departed. Sighing in unison, Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi lamented their failure. They had intended to confront one another directly, but unexpectedly, Yin Qi had been the one to succumb first. The two fell silent, and after a considerable pause, Su Xiaoshuang finally spoke. Let us call a truce for now. If this continues, Zhang Yue will surely revel in her triumph. Zhang Yue, the most laid-back among them, inadvertently provided Yin Qi with a sense of refuge. If this trend persists, he would only grow more distant from them. Pei Liuxi remained silent. Given her nature, she would rather eliminate all obstacles in her path than entertain a ceasefire. Su Xiaoshuang continued, I must remind you, Xuanning has returned. If Yin Qi encounters her, do you think he can maintain his composure? Pei Liuxi raised her head in disbelief. Xuanning? Didn't she go abroad? This was all thanks to you. Constantly sending Yin Qi to the trending searches, Su Xiaoshuang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Upon seeing the news, that woman flew back immediately. Pei, with her hands intertwined, realized she had been so focused on elevating Yin Qi's fame that she had completely overlooked this situation. Su Xiaoshuang seized the moment. Besides Xuanning, there's also that woman with the surname Bai. If Yin Qi encounters her again, he might lose his very soul. Upon hearing this, Pei Liuxi's expression shifted dramatically. Xuanning was manageable, but the woman with the surname Bai was indeed formidable. She swiftly made a decision. All right, truce. With that, Pei Liuxi stood up and headed outside. Where are you going? Su Xiaoshuang turned to look. To Yin Qi's company. I'm coming too. Meanwhile, Yin Qi sat on the subway, his gaze vacant. His mind was consumed by the image of Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi quarreling. This couldn't continue. Yin Qi shook his head. The abbot was right. He was indeed plagued by romantic entanglements. Unbeknownst to him, he was once again surrounded by women. If this persisted, he would surely repeat past mistakes. Yin Qi made a resolution. From now on, he would devote all his time to work and minimize interactions with women. Yes, that's the plan. As he pondered, a timid girl in a school uniform approached him. Excuse me, may I take a picture with you? Yin Qi looked up, slightly bewildered. Are you talking to me? Yes. You are Yin Qi, right? The girl nodded. Yin Qi suddenly recalled that he seemed to be quite popular online. He had been so absorbed in the quarrel between Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi that he had forgotten about his own notoriety. Sure, Yin Qi nodded. The girl quickly took out her phone. Thank you. She opened the camera and snapped a photo with him. Meanwhile, other passengers in the carriage gathered around. It really is Yin Qi. I thought it looked like him. So handsome, even better looking than in photos. Can I take a picture with you too? A signature would be great. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Yin Qi had no choice but to fulfill their wishes. Pictures here. Signatures there. Until the subway announced, the train will be stopping at Chunyun Station. The doors will open on the right side. This is my stop. Let us do this again next time. Yin Qi quickly stood up and exited the train. Behind him, the crowd called out. Wait, I haven't taken a picture yet. But Yin Qi had already dashed away. He swiftly left the high-speed train station, feeling a bit shaken. No wonder Pei Liuxi wore hats and masks when she went out. He had just gained a bit of fame, and it was already like this. If someone like Pei Liuxi, a major star, were to step out, the entire street would likely be besieged. Yin Qi shook his head. This morning, after being thoroughly disoriented by the bickering of Su Xiaoshuang and another, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people clamoring for photographs as he stepped outside. The commotion left him somewhat dazed. Perhaps a brief respite at the office would do him good. Yin Qi turned toward MOXIN Media. At that moment, a man clad in a hood approached him directly. Inquiring, Are you Yin Qi? Yin Qi waved dismissively, saying, I have urgent matters at the company. Let us defer this to another time. He assumed the man was yet another admirer seeking a snapshot. However, in the next instant, the hooded individual withdrew a gleaming dagger from his pocket and swiftly slashed at Yin Qi's neck. Yin Qi's eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, he recoiled, and the blade grazed his throat, inflicting only a superficial wound. The assailant, taken aback by Yin Qi's quick reflexes, seized his shoulders, rendering him unable to evade further. Then, the dagger plunged into Yin Qi's abdomen. Chapter 22, Assassination. At first, Yin Qi felt a chilling sensation, swiftly followed by a wave of excruciating pain that enveloped his entire being. The hooded man gripped the dagger firmly, intending to twist it violently, aiming to shred Yin Qi's innards completely. Yet, in a moment of life and death, Yin Qi summoned an extraordinary surge of strength and caught the man's wrist. Against all odds, he found himself able to immobilize the blade. Meanwhile, bystanders began to sense the unfolding chaos. Upon witnessing the blood, a terrified scream pierced the air. Ah! A murder! All eyes turned toward them. The hooded man, clearly flustered, attempted to withdraw his hand and escape swiftly. However, Yin Qi held onto his arm with unwavering resolve. Bellowing, You will not get away. The assailant was momentarily paralyzed by fear. How could this man, having been stabbed, show no signs of terror? Let me go, he shouted, exerting all his strength to free himself. Despite Yin Qi's fierce resistance, he ultimately managed to extricate his hand, turning to flee. A black motorcycle idled at the roadside, and the hooded man nimbly mounted it. The motorcycle roared to life, speeding away from the scene. Yin Qi gasped for breath, calmly instructing those around him. Please call an ambulance. Then, his body weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Quickly, call an ambulance. The crowd cried out in alarm. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yue stood at the entrance of MOXIN Media, glancing anxiously from side to side. Where are they? It should only take half an hour from the community to the office. Yet, instead of Yin Qi, 2 luxury cars arrived. They approached from a distance, halting at the company entrance, a pink McLaren and a white Porsche. Zhang Yue sighed softly. Alas, they have both come as well. I had hoped for some time alone with Xiaoqi. This charming rogue seems to be rather popular, doesn't he? Pei Liuxi and Su Xiaoshuang exited their vehicles simultaneously, striding toward the company. Where is Yin Qi? They inquired in unison. Zhang Yue calmly shook her head. Not yet. It shouldn't be the case. Su Xiaoshuang furrowed her brow. He left earlier than us. Pei Liuxi, however, proceeded directly into the company. Then I shall wait inside. You're quite unreserved, Zhang Yue remarked with a slight pout. Just as the three were engaged in their conversation, an ambulance passed by the company entrance, closely followed by several police cars with sirens blaring. What is going on? Zhang Yue inquired with curiosity. Su Xiaoshuang shook her head. They hadn't passed by the subway station on their way. Neither paid it much mind, as such events were not uncommon in Yunqing. Mr. Zhang, a grave incident has occurred. An employee rushed over from the direction of the subway station, shouting, Yin Qi has been stabbed. He had just seen Yin Qi lying on the ground as he exited the subway station. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue and Su Xiaoshuang were both taken aback. Su Xiaoshuang stopped the employee, disbelief etched on her face. What did you just say happened to Yin Qi? He was stabbed in the stomach, and there's a lot of blood. Over by the subway station, the employee stammered, clearly shaken. Su Xiaoshuang felt darkness envelop her, and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yue fared slightly better, though she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Yin Qi had been stabbed? A profound sense of dread enveloped her as she dashed towards the subway station. Pei Liuxi, who had already settled inside the company, emerged upon hearing the commotion, only to find Su Xiaoshuang lying on the ground. What are you doing on the floor? Pei Liuxi asked, perplexed. Su Xiaoshuang scrambled to her feet, trembling, and whispered, Something has happened to Yin Qi. What? When Zhang Yue reached the subway station, she encountered the sight of Yin Qi being lifted onto an ambulance by doctors. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, she caught a glimpse of Yin Qi's pale face. Yin Qi, Zhang Yue called out hoarsely, tears welling in her eyes. Desperately, she pushed her way through the crowd, shouting, Make way. Reaching the ambulance, she seized the arm of a nearby doctor. Doctor, is he going to be all right? The doctor glanced back at her. Who are you to him? I am his employer. Zhang Yue hesitated before answering. The doctor replied, The wound is quite deep, but we need to examine it closely. Since you know him, you may accompany him in the ambulance. All right. Zhang Yue nodded eagerly and climbed aboard the ambulance. By the time Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi arrived, the ambulance had already departed from the subway station. Yin Qi. Yin Qi, Yin Qi, Pei Liuxi kept murmuring, her eyes almost wild. The mental solace she had found due to Yin Qi was shattered once again by the harshness of reality. Go die, just go die? She glared ahead, filled with resentment and hatred. Then, she turned and walked towards the company entrance. Are you heading to the hospital? Let us go together. Su Xiaoshuang followed closely behind. Now, she had calmed down slightly. A knife plunged into the abdomen, as long as it did not damage any vital organs, should not pose a life-threatening risk. Pei Liuxi shook her head expressionlessly. No, I must find Zhuaning. A singular thought consumed her mind, to dismember the one who harmed Yin Qi. Upon hearing Zhuaning's name, Su Xiaoshuang halted her steps. She was acutely aware that once Zhuaning learned of this incident, chaos would likely ensue throughout Yun City. Logically, Su Xiaoshuang should have intervened to prevent Pei Liuxi, yet she refrained. She too yearned to witness the perpetrator face justice. Thus, Su Xiaoshuang retrieved her phone. If that is the case, let the turmoil commence. Meanwhile, on the ambulance, doctors and nurses were working diligently to staunch Yin Qi's bleeding. Zhang Yue gazed at the unconscious Yin Qi, her heart laden with guilt. If only she had not insisted he come to work. Perhaps Yin Qi would not be in this dire state. Please, do not let anything happen to him, she silently prayed. If you die, then I will not live either. Perhaps her prayers were answered, for Yin Qi slowly opened his eyes. Ouch, he gasped in pain. Zhang Yue exclaimed with excitement. Yin Qi, are you all right? Sister Wei? Yin Qi turned his gaze to Zhang Yue, managing a faint smile. I'm fine. I should survive. Do not worry. Well, as long as you're okay, Zhang Yue replied, biting her lip as she gently touched Yin Qi's forehead. As long as he was alive, everything else could be dealt with. At that moment, the doctor approached. saying, "I just examined the wound. It appears that no vital organs were pierced. We will conduct a thorough examination once we reach the hospital." Yanqi nodded. Suddenly, he recalled something and raised his arm. "Do not move that. You must remain still," the doctor quickly responded. Yanqi weakly said, "No. I believe there is evidence under my nails from the perpetrator. It should aid in solving the case." During the final struggle with the assailant, he had scratched the individual fiercely on the arm. At that moment, not only was there his own blood beneath Yanqi's nails, but also flesh and blood from the perpetrator. Chapter 23, Zhuaning in the Underworld of Yun City. There are typically two outcomes for gangs. Either they are apprehended by the police, or they devise a means to cleanse their reputation. Among the underground factions in Yun City, the one that has most successfully rehabilitated itself is the former leader, the Qian Association. 6 years ago, the Qian Association was the largest gang in Yun City. Yet today, it has transformed into the Hongan Group. The most significant reason for this metamorphosis is the change in leadership. Presently, the chairman of the Hongan Group is named Zhuaning. At merely 31 years of age, she has already ascended to become one of the top 20 wealthiest individuals in Yun City. However, even though the Qian Association has ostensibly cleaned its image, rumors persist that it still exerts control over the underground forces of Yun City. Yet, no one has been able to produce evidence to substantiate these claims. At this moment, in the opulent office on the top floor of the Hongan building, Zhuaning stood before a full-length mirror, meticulously scrutinizing her reflection. The woman in the mirror boasted a cascade of wine-red curls and a pair of enchanting almond-shaped eyes, with a beauty mark beneath her left eye that added an alluring charm. However, what truly stirred one's blood was Zhuaning's captivating physique. Her voluptuous bosom nearly strained against her blouse, complemented by a slender waist and a curvaceous form accentuated by a form-fitting pencil skirt. It was hard to fathom that such a figure was not sculpted through artifice, but rather a gift of nature. Dressed in a body-hugging dress and adorned with open-toe stilettos, her nails painted a striking crimson, she exuded an undeniable allure. It had been long since she wore this outfit, and it felt a tad snug. Had she gained weight? She mused aloud as she turned to assess herself. Over the years, consumed by her career, she had typically donned tailored suits. After a 3-year hiatus, Zhuaning had finally decided to adorn herself once more, all for one person, Yanqi, a man who evoked both love and resentment within her. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "General, someone wishes to see you." "Not today," Zhuaning snapped impatiently. "I've made it clear. I will not see anyone." The assistant outside persisted. "General, the visitor insists on discussing matters regarding Yanqi." Upon hearing this, Zhuaning abruptly turned. "Let her in." "As you wish." Zhuaning resumed her seat behind the desk, elegantly crossing her legs. Who could it be? Could it be Yanqi himself? Given his nature, that seemed unlikely. She shook her head. Soon, another knock resounded at the door. Before Zhuaning could respond, the door was thrust open. Her expression darkened instantly. How dare someone intrude upon her office? However, her anger dissipated the moment she recognized the visitor. "Miss, please wait." The assistant called out. Zhuaning waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. You may leave. I wish to speak with her alone." "Understood, General." The assistant quickly exited and closed the door behind her. Zhuaning smiled at the woman across from her. "It's been a while, Paleosi." The visitor, Paleosi, unceremoniously took a seat on the sofa. She glanced at Zhuaning and smirked derisively. Dressed so provocatively, "Are you trying to seduce Yanqi?" Zhuaning, far from offended, graciously conceded, "Indeed. You wouldn't have come for that reason, would you? I know you're a lunatic, but I've encountered many mad individuals, and you hardly rank among the most insane. So I suggest you hurry." Paleosi interjected bluntly. "Yanqi has been hospitalized." Zhuaning was taken aback. "What did you say?" "Yanqi was stabbed and is currently lying in the hospital," Paleosi stated coolly, although she maintained a facade of composure. The fury and resentment in her eyes were unmistakable. She was merely putting on a brave front. Zhuaning gripped the armrest tightly and asked, "Is he dead?" "No," Paleosi replied, shaking her head. "I've heard he has escaped life-threatening danger, but he will still need to remain hospitalized for a while." Zhuaning let out a slight sigh of relief, leaning back in her chair and murmuring, "As long as he is not dead." In that fleeting moment, her back had already been drenched in sweat. What followed was Zhuaning's mounting anger. She slammed her palm against the table and shouted, "Who did this? I will personally see to their demise." "I don't know," Paleosi sighed. "Though my intelligence network is extensive throughout Yun City, there are certain areas I cannot infiltrate." Zhuaning narrowed her eyes. "Are you suggesting this was the work of the underground gangs?" Quite possibly, Paleosi nodded. Zhuaning chuckled softly, shaking her head. Oh, I see. No wonder you sought me out. She understood Paleosi well. The latter possessed an intense possessiveness over Yin Qi. Were it not for dire necessity, she would never have come to seek assistance from a rival. Yet, Paleosi had done just that, illustrating Yin Qi's significance in her heart. I understand. Leave the underworld matters to me, Zhuaning sneered. Within a day, no, within 12 hours, I will uncover the truth. She stood and gazed out the window. It seems some have forgotten about the Qian society. Let us remind them. 8 hours later, at Yun City First Hospital, Yin Qi lay weakly on the hospital bed, undergoing questioning by the police. He had just completed surgery. Fortunately, the knife had not struck any vital organs, resulting in a successful operation, though it would leave a scar on his abdomen. The assailant wore a black hood and had an accomplice. Yin Qi recounted all that he had seen. They rode off on motorcycles towards Guiyun Street. The police diligently recorded every detail. Officer, will you be able to apprehend that person? Yin Qi inquired curiously. The officer nodded. Rest assured, based on your description and the surveillance along the route, we have already identified the suspects. We should be able to capture them soon. Yin Qi exhaled in relief. That's good to hear. Thank you for your hard work. You remained remarkably calm, the officer remarked with a smile. We reviewed the footage of the incident, and despite being stabbed, you managed to seize the assailant's wrist. Most people would have been petrified in such a situation. Your demeanor is quite extraordinary. It doesn't seem like it's your first encounter with such events. Yin Qi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. Haha, I just enjoy watching horror and crime films, so I suppose I'm not as frightened. After exchanging a few more words, the officers took their leave. Watching their departing figures, Yin Qi felt a twinge of regret. I should have acted a bit more terrified. However, it should be fine. After all, that incident occurred 6 years ago, and certainly, no one remembers it. Yin Qi's calm demeanor is not merely a result of his frequent movie watching. Rather, it stems from having experienced something similar in the past. To be precise, he had once taken a life. No, to clarify, he and his accomplice, Zhuaning, had jointly committed the act. Zhuaning was also one of his former girlfriends. Chapter 24, Chaos in Yun City. That was a memory forever etched in Yin Qi's mind. Whenever he recalled that event, Zhuaning would surface in his thoughts, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. No, under no circumstances could he allow himself to encounter Zhuaning. Yin Qi shook his head vigorously. He was already teetering on the brink of succumbing to the allure of tenderness. If Zhuaning were to reappear, he feared he might truly lose control. Should he transform into a small teddy bear, chaos would surely ensue. At that moment, Zhang Yue entered the room, carrying a lunchbox. Feeling better? She inquired, settling by the bedside with a smile. Yin Qi nodded. Much better, thanks to Sister Wei's care. At least you have a conscience, Zhang Yue teased, gently ruffling Yin Qi's hair. Since Yin Qi had been hospitalized, Zhang Yue had not taken a moment's rest. Noticing Yin Qi's conflicted expression, she remarked, Sister Wei, never mind, perhaps I shouldn't ask. Zhang Yue knew Yin Qi all too well and could instantly discern his thoughts. He merely wished to inquire why Paleosi and Su Xiaoshuang had not visited him in the hospital. Yet, he felt that asking would contradict his earlier declarations of wanting to distance himself from women, thus causing his internal struggle. With a sigh, Zhang Yue shook her head. You little scoundrel, you secretly hope they will come to see you, don't you? Yin Qi scratched his head, feeling his unfaithful nature being laid bare. Just that morning, he had complained about their quarrels and resolved to steer clear of women, yet now he found himself wishing for their presence. What a turncoat, he thought, pressing his forehead in frustration. What am I to do? I'm sinking deeper into this predicament. Zhang Yue affectionately pinched Yin Qi's cheek. Well, they have important matters to attend to. They will certainly come tomorrow. Yin Qi furrowed his brow. What important matters? For some reason, he felt a foreboding sense of unease. Well, it's just some very important matters, Zhang Yue replied somewhat evasively. She was aware of Su Xiaoshuang's and the others' whereabouts, but Paleosi had instructed her not to divulge anything to Yin Qi. After all, if he learned that Zhuaning was involved, he would undoubtedly become anxious. Yin Qi sensed that something was amiss, but he refrained from pressing the issue. Once Zhang Yue resolved to keep a secret, no one could extract information from her lips. Hoping that no unforeseen troubles arise, Yin Qi gazed out of the window. One could say that Yin Qi's intuition was remarkably accurate. At this very moment, chaos had indeed erupted in Cloud City. The first to bear the brunt was the news media. Yin Qi had recently become a sensation, and this sudden assassination attempt had amplified his notoriety manifold. If one were to open their social media at this moment, they would find an abundance of trending topics featuring Yin Chi's name. The foremost headline read, Yin Chi stabbed at subway station, followed by video of Yin Chi's assassination scene. Yin Chi lost a great deal of blood. And who attempted to assassinate Yin Chi? Out of the 50 trending topics on a certain platform, Yin Chi occupied over 30, underscoring the magnitude of this incident's impact on Cloud City. In addition to the media frenzy, another explosive revelation had set the entire city into motion. The wealthiest corporation in Cloud City, the Obsidian Group, had issued a bounty. A staggering $10 million was promised to anyone who could provide the whereabouts of the assailant. This news astounded everyone. $10 million, a sum an ordinary family would take a lifetime to earn, was now attainable simply by revealing the criminal's location. This prospect was irresistibly alluring to the general populace, prompting throngs of citizens to take to the streets in search of clues, eager to be the first to locate the perpetrator. However, some began to sense something amiss. The Obsidian Group had no direct ties to Yin Chi. Why would they issue such a bounty? Speculation arose online, with some suggesting that Yin Chi might be the illegitimate son of the group's chairman, Sudagwa. Yet, such discussions failed to gain traction. After all, compared to familial connections, the allure of that $10 million was far more compelling. The entirety of Cloud City was thus thrown into disarray. Not only was Cloud City in turmoil on the surface, but its underbelly was equally chaotic. Over the past 6 years, the underground forces in Cloud City had stabilized, with 5 gangs each governing their territory, maintaining a delicate balance of non-interference. Yet today, the leaders of these gangs had gathered in rare unity, summoned by none other than the former kingpin, the Chi and Association. At this moment, the 5 leaders congregated at the entrance of an underground gambling den. Four appeared visibly anxious, while one young man exuded an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed. Damn it, we've been waiting for over an hour. The young man, Shui Kai, the current leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, cursed at the entrance. The other leaders paled at his words. Shui Kai, watch your tongue, one admonished. Shui Kai cast a disdainful glance at him. You all are too. Our old man is just as scared, right? The Chi and Association was formidable 6 years ago, but that was 6 years ago. What is there to fear now? I have come today to inform them that the Ghost Fire Gang shall no longer heed their commands. The other leaders exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. They ceased their attempts to dissuade him. If someone sought their own demise, there was no need to intervene. At that moment, the entrance to the underground casino swung open. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, emerged from within. Apologies for the wait. Sister Zhua has been expecting you, the hulking man said, bowing politely. The other leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the introduction. Only Shui Kai regarded the giant with curiosity, remarking, You're quite tall. You should join me. You jest, sir. Please. Follow me inside, the giant replied, turning toward the depths of the casino. Shui Kai clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering, What an ungrateful fellow. The group soon arrived at a small door. The giant knocked gently, announcing, Sister Zhua, I have brought the guests. Come in, came the voice of Zhuan Ning from within. The giant opened the door and led the leaders inside. The room was sparsely furnished, containing merely a table and a few chairs, alongside several tall black plastic bags. Zhuan Ning sat at the table, having changed from her form-fitting dress into a sharp women's suit. Gentlemen, it has been a while, she greeted with a light smile. It appears you are all faring quite well. The leaders bowed slightly, expressing their gratitude, thanks to Sister Zhua's care. Although they were older than Zhuan Ning, they were obligated to address her as sister. Shui Kai, however, observed Zhuan Ning with keen interest. He swallowed hard, thinking, damn, this woman is quite captivating. Zhuan Ning soon noticed his gaze and, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, And you are? The current leader of the Ghost Fire Gang, Shui Kai, he proclaimed, patting his chest. He then swaggered to the table, a lewd grin on his face, exclaiming, I never expected the leader of the Qian Association to be such a stunning beauty. The other leaders were taken aback, their legs trembling in fear. Has this fool lost his mind? How dare he flirt with Zhuan Ning? Shui Kai? Zhuan Ning raised an eyebrow. Ah, you must be the son of old Shui. Indeed. Shui Kai replied proudly, lifting his chin. On the streets, the mere mention of his lineage commanded respect, and women would flock to him, fostering a delusion that the Ghost Fire Gang was invincible. Yet, it was evident that not everyone was intimidated by his name. Zhuan Ning sighed wearily. I never imagined old Shui would father such a waste. Shui Kai was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. What did you just say? You dare insult me? You vile woman. He rose abruptly, intending to slap Zhuan Ning. At that moment, a sharp dagger pierced through his back. Huh. Shui Kai looked down in confusion. Chapter 25. The gang leader. As the dagger was drawn, Shui Kai clutched his abdomen and collapsed onto the ground. He had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Raising his gaze, he found that it was the courteous, robust man who had led them in who had plunged the knife into him. However, the politeness that once adorned the man's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling aura of malevolence. Shui Kai stared at the man in terror, bewildered by the sudden betrayal. In his years of experience within the gang, conflicts had typically resulted in mere brawls. He had never encountered such a lethal approach before. The robust man delivered a swift kick to Shui Kai, sending him flying several meters away. Shui Kai writhed in agony on the ground, while the nearby gang leaders averted their eyes, fearful of being implicated. The man's expression remained impassive as he respectfully bowed towards Zhuaning. Sister Zhua, how shall we deal with this fellow? Zhuaning waved her hand nonchalantly. Just kill him. Upon hearing this, not only Shui Kai but the other gang leaders were taken aback. Was it really to end here? Forgetting his pain, Shui Kai screamed in terror, "You cannot kill me. My father is Shui Lao Wu, and I am the leader of the Ghost Fire Gang. If you dare to kill me, my father will come for revenge." Zhuaning nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid point. This could complicate matters. Shui Kai felt a momentary relief. Evidently, the Ghost Fire Gang still held some influence. Yet, Zhuaning's next words plunged him into despair. She stifled a yawn, then let us wipe out Shui Lao Wu along with the Ghost Fire Gang. Understood. Sister Zhua. The robust man bowed, receiving his orders. He then advanced towards Shui Kai, dagger in hand. Shui Kai was stunned. This was not right. Why was the Ghost Fire Gang suddenly marked for annihilation? And judging by the woman's demeanor, she was not jesting. She truly intended to eradicate the gang. He turned desperately to the other leaders, shouting, "Uncle Wang, Uncle Wu, save me." But these leaders dared not intervene. They could barely lift their heads. Shui Kai fell into utter despair, continuously retreating. "Wait. I realize my mistakes. Please don't kill me. I can pay you. Anything you want." However, the robust man paid him no heed, raising his blade and striking down. With a few agonizing cries, Shui Kai's voice was silenced forever. The man skillfully stuffed him into a nearby black bag, evidently prepared for this very moment. The remaining gang leaders trembled in fear, realizing the ruthlessness of Zhuaning. "Ah, I had intended to catch up with you all," she sighed lightly, "but this fellow has spoiled my mood." She turned to the remaining four. "In that case, I shall dispense with further pleasantries. I summoned you here to request a small favor." The four leaders quickly raised their heads, eager to comply. "Speak." "We are willing to do anything." Having witnessed the brutal murder of Shui Kai, they had lost their courage to resist. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely a trivial matter," Zhuaning said with a light chuckle. "You are all aware of the news, correct? Today, someone was stabbed at Chunyan Station. Are you informed?" They nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of such a significant event. However, they wondered how it pertained to them. Zhuaning tapped the table, stating, "Excellent. What I require from you is to inquire within your ranks whether this incident was perpetrated by one of your own. If it was, I ask that you hand him over to me, and I assure you, there will be no repercussions for you." The four leaders exchanged glances. Realizing why they had been summoned, Zhuaning harbored suspicions about them. One among them, Wang Qing, the leader of the Yulin Society, hastily interjected, "Sister Zhua, you may not be aware, but in recent years, we have ceased to accept assignments involving murder." His words rang true. Although killing brought quick money, it was inherently perilous. Thus, several gangs had collectively decided to abstain from such undertakings. "I'm aware," Zhuaning nodded, "but can you truly keep your subordinates in check?" She fixed her gaze upon Wang Cheng and the others, reiterating, "Once more, I implore you to inquire among your men." She continued, "Of course, I shall ensure that you do not suffer. The territory of the Gue Ing gang will be divided among you four." Upon hearing this, the four leaders instantly perked up. The territory of the Gue Ing gang was substantial, and even a quarter would yield considerable profit. "Very well, Sister Zhua, await our news." Wang Qing and the others hastily acquiesced. Zhuaning expressed her satisfaction. "Splendid. I grant you 4 hours." "No problem." The group departed from the underground casino. Phew. That was terrifying. Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting, "Sister Zhua seems even more formidable than before." The others expressed concern. "Do you think the assailant is truly one of our own?" "Do not speak recklessly. It cannot possibly be one of my men," Wang Qing replied confidently, waving them off as he approached his vehicle. "Make sure to inquire thoroughly. Do not provoke Sister Zhua." Thus, a wave of searches swept through the underground of Yun City. At this juncture, nearly everyone in the city was on the lookout for the perpetrator who had wounded Yin Qi. Amid the chaos in Yun City, Yanqi lay in the hospital, basking in tranquility. He leisurely reclined in bed, engrossed in his phone, while Zhang Yue stood by his side, peeling an apple for him. Sister Wei, the Hiyao group belongs to Su Xiaoshuang's family, does it not? Yanqi inquired, glancing at the trending topic. It states there is a reward of 10 million. Could she be involved? Zhang Yue nodded. What other explanation could there be? She was quite furious upon learning of your stabbing. The reason she has not visited is that she is assisting in the pursuit of the assailant. A smile crept across Yanqi's lips. I see. That brings me joy. Zhang Yue pinched Yanqi's face and remarked, You little scoundrel. What can I possibly say about you? You've thrown the entire Yun city into chaos. Be it the media, the public, or the underworld, everything is in disarray. Yanqi offered an awkward smile, fully aware that his former girlfriends wielded considerable influence. Su Xiaoshuang, the daughter of a billionaire, could mobilize the populace with her wealth. Paleosi, a rising star, had the media at her disposal for publicity. Zhuaning, the leader of a gang, could leverage underground connections. Wait a moment. The underworld? Yanqi suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned to Zhang Yue and inquired, Sister Wei, did you just mention that the underworld is also in turmoil? Zhang Yue blinked. Did I say that? Indeed. I heard it distinctly. Zhang Yue swallowed nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Oh no, she had inadvertently let that slip. Handing an apple to Yanqi, she casually dismissed the matter. Ha, you must have misheard. Please eat your apple. I need to use the restroom. With that, she swiftly made her exit. Something felt off. Could Zhuaning have gotten involved as well? Yanqi gazed out the window, gripping the bed's railing tightly. A rare panic flickering in his eyes. This was bad. If that were the case, the situation could become quite troublesome. Yanqi understood Zhuaning all too well. This woman was truly capable of murder. Chapter 26, Planning an Escape? At the same time, within the Tianhong Microfinance Company, Lu Chang, the third in command of the Yuan Society, was unleashing a torrent of fury upon his subordinates. Incompetence, you are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. He cursed through gritted teeth. Two battered subordinates knelt before him. Heads bowed, trembling in fear. They were the very individuals who had attempted to assassinate Yanqi at the subway station that day, one tasked with the stabbing, the other with the getaway. Third brother, that guy reacted too quickly, one of the subordinates muttered, still looking down. I stabbed him once, yet he gripped my arm. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Chang, in a fit of rage, kicked him, shouting, to hell with it. Whether he is ordinary or not is of no concern to me. I need him dead. You failed to kill him and instead caused a citywide uproar. The subordinate fell to the ground, feeling aggrieved but daring not to voice his complaints. After a brief silence, Lu Chang took a deep breath, fortunately. The police have yet to trace this back to us. As for those citizens eager for a bounty, they pose no real threat. As he contemplated his next move, a sudden ring from his phone interrupted his thoughts. He picked it up to find it was his boss, Wang Cheng. Lu Chang immediately answered, and the arrogance he had displayed moments before vanished, replaced by extreme obsequiousness. Boss, how may I serve you? Old San, today at the subway entrance, someone was stabbed. Are you aware of this incident? Wang Cheng inquired on the other end of the line. Lu Chang's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he wanted to feign ignorance. But he quickly realized the absurdity of that response given the gravity of the situation. Thus, Lu Chang managed a smile and replied, Of course. Everyone in the city is aware, especially with the bounty that's been announced. You might want to check if it's one of your subordinates who did it. Wang Cheng instructed. Make sure everyone reports to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He knew that Wang Cheng was indeed behind this. Nevertheless, he feigned nonchalance and asked, Brother, is there something serious happening? Why are you personally inquiring about this matter? Oh, you have no idea, Wang Cheng sighed. Zhuaning from the Qian Society is currently searching for this individual. You must ensure to inquire thoroughly. We cannot afford to let the Qian Society have any leverage against us. At this, Lu Chang's legs began to tremble. He was no fool like Shui Kai. He understood the terrifying reputation of the Qian Society. The leader, Zhuaning, was particularly fearsome, while Lu Chang had little fear of the police, bounties, or the Obsidian Group. The Qian Society instilled a unique terror in him. Hey, what's wrong? Wang Cheng asked from the other end. Lu Chang quickly replied, Nothing, just a bit surprised. Didn't the Qian Society retreat several years ago? Don't concern yourself with the details. Just remember to ask, Wang Cheng said impatiently before hanging up. Lu Chang felt his legs give way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. It was over. He had stirred up a formidable opponent. He covered his head in fear. A junior brother rushed over to inquire, San, Are the police coming? Lu Chong slapped the junior brother across the face, exclaiming, "If it were just the police, that would be a relief. The Qian society is 1,000 times more terrifying than the police. If the police catch you, you might only spend time in custody. But if the Qian society gets you, you might not even leave a complete corpse behind. What should we do?" Lu Chong was genuinely panicking. Had he known it would end up like this, he would have refused the job outright. At that moment, one of the junior brothers suddenly suggested, "Sangu, why don't we run away and lay low in another city for a while?" There were two individuals responsible for the assassination of Yin Qi. He was the one who wielded the knife. If captured by the Qian society, it would spell certain doom. Lu Chong nodded. "That's the only course of action. Hurry and prepare." "Yes." The junior brother, who had been the one to stab, nodded and hurried out. In the room remained another junior brother, tasked with driving the motorcycle for their escape. "Guzi, you should prepare as well. We'll be leaving shortly," Lu Chong gestured. Guzi nodded silently and stepped outside. However, instead of preparing to flee, he made his way to the rooftop of the company building. Taking a deep breath, he dialed a number. "Hello, is this the Obsidian Group? I wish to report a lead on a criminal. Ultimately, he is merely responsible for riding a motorcycle, at most qualifying as an accomplice. Why should he flee with Lu Chong and the others?" This information swiftly reached Su Xiaoshuang's ears. At that moment, she was seated in her office, listening to her subordinate's report. Indeed, it was the scum from the underground that committed the act, Su Xiaoshuang remarked with evident disdain. Noticing her expression, her subordinate respectfully inquired, "Miss, should we inform the police of this lead?" Su Xiaoshuang shook her head. "No. Provide the location to Juaning and her team. Let them handle it." "Understood." She promptly rose to leave. "Miss, where are you going?" her subordinate hurriedly asked. "To the hospital." Su Xiaoshuang rushed out of the office. An hour later, Wang Cheng, the leader of the Yulin society, remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. At that moment, he was at home, reveling in song with a young lady. "Through storms and tempests, I boldly traverse. The crowd looks on in awe." Wang Cheng sang his favorite tune, "The Star of Turbulent Times." He had always believed this song was composed for him. It was undeniably stylish and carefree. Wang Cheng was in high spirits. His subordinates had reported to him that the incident at the subway station was not their doing. Thus, there was nothing to fear. From here on, he merely awaited the acquisition of the Ghost Fire Gang's territory. After finishing his song, Wang Cheng leaned back in his chair, exclaiming, "My luck is truly incredible. I'm making a fortune. Brother Wang is amazing. You must enjoy yourself tonight." The young lady beside him chimed. Wang Cheng laughed heartily, pulling her close. Just as he was about to indulge in some intimacy, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Wang Cheng turned and cursed, "Damn it. Didn't I say not to come in? Get the hell out." However, upon recognizing the intruder, his anger dissipated instantly. The young lady beside him, undeterred, shouted at the entrance, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Brother Wang tell you to leave?" At her words, Wang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. He slapped the young lady fiercely across the face. "Shut your mouth, you filthy whore." Stunned, the young lady realized that Wang Cheng, who usually doted on her, had turned on her. Wang Cheng then stood up abruptly, bending over as if he were a misbehaving student. "Sister Zhua, what brings you here?" The one who kicked the door was a member of the Qian society. The young lady trembled in fear, having hoped to rely on Wang Cheng's strength to assert her dominance, but now sensed that this group was likely formidable. Juaning surveyed the scene with a smile. "Well, old Wang, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself." The corners of Wang Cheng's mouth twitched, and he hastily ushered the young lady out. "Are you blind? Hurry up and get out." The young lady, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, quickly tried to exit the private room. Yet, a burly man from Juaning's entourage blocked her path. "Did you just call us deaf?" Juaning inquired with a smile. The young lady was utterly terrified, hastily admitting her fault. "I was wrong." Before she could finish her sentence, the burly man had already struck her face twice with tremendous force, leaving her visage swollen. "You may leave," Juaning stated coolly. The young lady scrambled away from the private room in a panic. This exemplifies the modus operandi of the Qian society. Offending them could lead even a mere passerby to receive a couple of slaps. Chapter 27. Capturing individuals. The private room descended into an eerie silence. All members of the Qian society fixed their gazes upon Wang Cheng, who promptly broke the stillness. "Sister Zhua, what brings you here personally? If you have any instructions, please have someone relay them to me." Juaning smiled lightly. "It's nothing significant, just inquiring about the situation regarding Chunyan Station." Wang Cheng instantly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing this was the matter at hand. He quickly replied, I have already inquired thoroughly. I assure you. It was not one of my men. A flicker of anger crossed Xuanning's eyes. Are you certain? Wang Qing patted his chest. Absolutely certain. My brothers would never lie to me. They adhere to the principles depicted in the film Young and Dangerous, where trust between brothers is paramount. Ha ha ha. Excellent, Xuanning chuckled. Somewhat amused by her anger. She then retrieved a voice recorder from her pocket. In that case, allow me to share something intriguing. With that, she pressed play. Hello. Is this the Black Obsidian Group? I wish to report information on a criminal, the recording revealed, featuring a call from Lu Chang's subordinate, Dogsy. Yes. It was all directed by Lu Chang, the third in command of the Yuan Society. He is planning to flee now. With each word, Wang Qing's heart sank further. Eventually, he collapsed onto the sofa, his legs giving way beneath him. This can't be true. Lu Chang would never deceive me, he muttered in a panic. If the recording were genuine, his fate would be sealed. Just moments ago, he had boasted with unwavering confidence, only to be brutally confronted by reality. Sister Zhua, please let me explain, Wang Qing pleaded, dropping to his knees. It was Lu Chang who deceived me. I truly had no idea it was him. Xuanning scoffed dismissively. It's too late. She gestured to her subordinates. Take him away. Let him meet his good brothers. Ignoring Wang Qing's desperate pleas, her men forcibly bound him. Meanwhile, Lu Chang had packed his vehicle and was preparing to leave the city under the cover of night, intending to stay away for 2 to 3 years before returning. Brother, I'm sorry, I had no other choice, Lu Chang murmured to himself from the passenger seat. He then turned to the driver. Drive, Erpai. Erpai was the thug who had previously stabbed Yan Qi. Dogsy hasn't he arrived yet, Erpai noted. Glancing out the window, Lu Chang, feeling agitated, waved his hand dismissively. Forget about him. Let us move swiftly. Just as Erpai was about to start the car, a black truck emerged from the intersection ahead, obstructing their path. Moments later, 7 or 8 individuals wielding machetes disembarked from the vehicle. Damn it, reverse, Lu Chang bellowed. Erpai hastily shifted into reverse. However, another truck suddenly appeared from behind, blocking their escape route, with one truck in front and another behind. Their avenue of flight was entirely sealed. Once the rear truck came to a halt, yet another group of 7 or 8 robust men emerged from it. Both factions approached the vehicle occupied by Lu Chang and his companions. The leader rapped on the window. Lu Chang, right? We are from the Qian Society. If you wish to live, step out of the car immediately. Lu Chang contemplated commanding Erpai to ram the vehicle into them. Yet, he ultimately relinquished the idea. After all, these were members of the Qian Society. Not attacking left them a slim chance of survival. Should he act violently, it would mean the end, and his family would suffer the consequences. Get out, Lu Chang uttered in despair. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Yan Qi was anxiously scrolling through his phone, fearful of any sudden bizarre trending topics, such as the Qian Society makes a comeback. Such headlines would spell trouble. Just then, the door to the ward creaked open. Su Xiaoshuang cautiously peeked in. Yan Qi, are you all right? Xiaoshuang, Yan Qi's eyes brightened instantly. He waved her in. Come in, come in. Seeing Yan Qi in good spirits, Su Xiaoshuang felt relieved and stepped inside. She obediently took a seat on the adjacent chair. Tentatively, Su Xiaoshuang inquired, Yan Qi, are you still angry? Angry? Yan Qi was momentarily taken aback. What would I be angry about? Nervously clutching her clothing, Su Xiaoshuang replied, about this morning during breakfast. I shouldn't have been so loud. Understanding dawned on Yan Qi. He gently patted Su Xiaoshuang's head. I'm not angry, and you shouldn't blame yourself. I was a bit impulsive then. I apologize, I'm sorry. Su Xiaoshuang, feeling a bit happier, playfully fidgeted with her fingers. No need to apologize. I'm just glad you're not angry. Typically, she interacted with Yan Qi with a hint of pride, but seeing him injured had tempered her demeanor, leaving only her softer side. At that moment, Yan Qi held his phone up to Su Xiaoshuang's face. Is this your doing? A bounty of 10 million? You truly went through with it, making the entire city go mad. Su Xiaoshuang huffed in indignation. I can't concern myself with that. If anyone dares to bully you, I will not let them off easily. When I heard you were stabbed, it nearly scared me to death. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes once again. Yan Qi quickly soothed her by stroking her head. All right, I'm not upset with you. In fact, I'm quite pleased. He scratched his cheek as he spoke. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Yan Qi with disbelief. It was rare for him to express such sentiments. Yan Qi, you're so cute. Su Xiaoshuang embraced Yan Qi's neck tightly. Yan Qi hurriedly exclaimed, No. The wound. Startled, Su Xiaoshuang immediately recoiled, her voice laced with panic. I completely forgot. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine, Yin Qi replied, covering his abdomen and shaking his head. But let us take it easy next time. Otherwise, we might end up in the operating room again. Su Xiaoshuang nodded, feeling a pang of guilt. At that moment, a somewhat jealous voice drifted in from the doorway. Oh dear, how sweet. Su Xiaoshuang's expression darkened as she turned to see Zhang Yue, who was leaning against the doorframe with a kettle of hot water in hand. Miss Zhang, you've worked hard taking care of Yin Qi all day, Su Xiaoshuang said, forcing a somewhat insincere smile. It's late. You should head back to rest. I can manage here. It's not hard at all. It's the search for the culprit that is truly exhausting, Zhang Yue replied, walking to the bedside to set down the kettle. Su Xiaoshuang and Zhang Yue locked eyes. Although both smiled, Yin Qi sensed an undercurrent of hostility. Suddenly, an idea struck him concerning the search for the culprit. Wait a moment, he said, turning to Su Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang, tell me the truth. Did Juaning get involved as well? Su Xiaoshuang was momentarily taken aback and then shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue awkwardly turned her head, clearing her throat. Well, this. Su Xiaoshuang scratched her head, uncertain of how to respond. Seeing her reaction, Yin Qi instantly understood. He grasped Su Xiaoshuang's hand firmly. Xiaoshuang, please don't lie to me. Su Xiaoshuang's cheeks flushed slightly. She could hardly withstand such pressure. After a moment, she gently nodded. Pei Liuxi did indeed go to find Juaning. Pei Liuxi went to find Juaning? Yin Qi exclaimed in shock. Juaning was known for her ruthlessness. Given Pei Liuxi's unstable mental state, what if she ended up harming someone? Yin Qi was genuinely alarmed. Chapter 28. No killing allowed. Lu Chang was stuffed into a sack by members of the Qian Society. When he was finally released from the sack, he found himself in a crematorium. The small room was crowded with people, most of whom were members of the Qian Society. At the forefront stood two striking women, both of whom he recognized. One was Juaning, the leader of the Qian Society. The other woman, however, surprised Lu Chang immensely. It was the popular star Pei Liuxi. What on earth is she doing here? Lu Chang felt bewildered, especially as she regarded him with a fierce gaze, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Just as he stood there, disoriented, a furious shout erupted from behind him. Lu Chang, you son of a BTCH. Lu Chang trembled and turned to find Wang Cheng, the leader of the Yulin Society, bound tightly behind him. Beside Wang Chen was the terrified assailant, Air Pai, shaking uncontrollably. The leader, Lu Chang, lowered my head in guilt as I gazed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's lips trembled in anger. So it truly was you, you bastard. You've nearly led me to my demise. He had placed such unwavering trust in his brother, only to find himself betrayed in the end. Enough, enough. I have no desire to witness your brotherly affection, Juaning interjected, clapping her hands with force. She approached Lu Chang. Looking down at him from her elevated stance, I have a small question for you. Who exactly instructed you to assassinate Yin Qi? The reason Juaning had yet to end his life was to uncover this answer. After all, the Yulin Society was not in the habit of senselessly killing without cause. Someone must have been pulling the strings from behind. Lu Chang furrowed his brow in distress, for he had accepted a $2 million hush fee. Just spit it out. Wang Cheng shouted at him. After a moment of silence, Lu Chang let out a despairing sigh. It was Zhou Wenyo. This revelation struck a chord, particularly with Pei Liuxi, who hastily approached Lu Chang, her voice trembling as she asked, Are you certain it was him? Yes, I saw his face. Lu Chang nodded. Pei Liuxi closed her eyes in regret, murmuring softly, It's all my fault. If I had been more resolute from the beginning, none of this would have transpired. Juaning clapped her hands again. Well then, it's time to discuss how to deal with the three of you. 3. Lu Chang suddenly realized, wait. What about Ergo? He was involved in this too. Juaning chuckled softly. Why don't you take a guess at how we discovered your whereabouts? Lu Chang quickly connected the dots. Was it Ergo? No wonder he didn't show up during the escape. He cursed through gritted teeth, that traitor. Juaning chose to ignore him. She first pointed at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, this matter does not concern you. Zhuijia, you are wise. Wang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. I was truly deceived. Juaning then turned her attention to Air Pai and Lu Chang. As for the two of you, we'll simply toss you into the incinerator. Both Lu Chang and Air Pai were struck dumb with fear, particularly Lu Chang, who begged desperately. I realize my mistakes. Please don't kill me. Give me another chance. I can help you draw Zhou Wenyo out. However, Juaning's subordinates paid him no heed and forcibly lifted them away. Wait, Pei Liuxi suddenly called out. Are you going to plead for them? Juaning shot her a glance. Pei Liuxi extended her hand. Give me a knife. I wish to slay them myself. At this declaration, not only Lu Chang, but even Juan Ning and her subordinates were momentarily stunned. Such was her hatred that she desired to personally deliver the blow. Yet, Juan Ning soon erupted into laughter. "Ha, splendid. I admire your spirit." She gestured to her subordinate. "Hand her a knife." Yes. The subordinate presented Pei Liusi with a cleaver. Grasping the knife firmly, Pei Liusi strode purposefully toward Lu Chang and Air Pai, muttering, "Die, die, die?" She fixed her gaze intensely on Lu Chang and the others, her eyes completely obscured by madness and resentment. The malice and murderous aura emanating from Pei Liusi astonished everyone present. Even those seasoned in bloodshed had never encountered such a terrifying intent to kill. The overwhelming hostility frightened Lu Chang and his companion to the point that they could not utter a word. Pei Liusi approached them, raising her knife. "Die?" Just as she was about to strike, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. The melody was a beautiful piano piece titled Wedding in the Dream. A special ringtone set by Pei Liusi for Yanqi. Yanqi? A flicker of clarity returned to Pei Liusi's eyes. She lowered her weapon and hurriedly answered the call. "Yanqi, are you okay?" she asked gently. This transformation left those around her dumbfounded. Moments ago, she resembled a death deity, and now she had turned into a gentle lamb upon answering the phone. This Yanqi must be extraordinary. Juaning looked at the phone with anticipation, suppressing her urge to snatch it away. "Where are you now?" Yanqi inquired directly. Pei Liusi glanced around. "I'm outside. I'll come see you shortly." Yanqi bluntly asked, "Are you with Juaning?" Pei Liusi fell silent. Yanqi sighed. "Hurry to the hospital, right now." Pei Liusi quickly replied, "Yanqi, I have something to take care of first." "I might. Are you planning to kill someone?" Yanqi interrupted her sharply. Pei Liusi clenched her fists silently. "They are bullying you like this. I must take care of them myself." "No," Yanqi rebuked. "If you dare to kill, don't ever come to see me again." Pei Liusi lowered her head, feeling a bit wronged. She began a fierce internal struggle. After a moment of silence, she ultimately conceded. "All right, then I want to kill them." Yanqi on the other end of the line instantly exhaled in relief. "Phew, that's better. Hand the phone to Juaning." "Oh." Pei Liusi obediently nodded and then passed the phone to Juaning. "Yanqi is looking for you." Juaning eagerly snatched the phone. Clearing her throat, she sweetly began, "Darling, don't you miss me?" Everyone was taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. Darling? Was this the decisive queen of the underworld? She was actually being coy with a man. Who exactly was this Yanqi? Not only Pei Liusi, but even Juaning displayed this demeanor toward him. Lu Chang felt utterly despaired. From the very beginning, they had provoked the wrong person. Meanwhile, Yanqi on the other end of the line completely ignored Juaning's flirtation. He sternly reprimanded, "Juaning, didn't you promise me that you would never get involved with the Red Peace Society again? Can't you just conduct legitimate business?" Juaning's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Upon hearing Yanqi's reprimand, her heart raced uncontrollably. Indeed, although Juaning appeared unflinching, she was quite the coward in her interactions with Yanqi. The more he scolded her, the more exhilarated she became. "I will heed your words. I haven't engaged in the Qian Society for years," Juaning hesitantly admitted. "I only reacted because I saw you were hurt. Then why not simply report it to the police?" Yanqi replied impatiently, clicking his tongue. Juaning felt a surge of excitement at his irritation. Yanqi sighed. "Regardless, you must ensure Pei Liusi does not take any lives, understand?" "All right," Juaning nodded. "May I visit you shortly?" "Tomorrow. It's too late today." "Very well," Juaning acquiesced, and promptly, Yanqi ended the call, panting with exhilaration. Juaning relished the long-lost sensation of being roughly treated by Yanqi. "Indeed, it must be you, Yanqi," she muttered to herself. It was then that she realized others were present. Instantly, Juaning's demeanor shifted, her eyes cold as she glared at her subordinates. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and incinerate them." "Ah, yes." Her subordinates hurriedly seized Lu Chang and his companion, pushing them towards the cremation furnace. Their anguished screams echoed, "Help!" Meanwhile, Pei Liusi took the phone from Juaning's hand and silently exited the cremation room. Soon, the cries within the furnace ceased. Chapter 29. Yield to me after hanging up. Yanqi finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Phew, I'm glad I caught it in time." His greatest concern had been Pei Liusi losing her sanity. Her mental state was already precarious. If she were to take 2 more lives, she might truly end up in a psychiatric facility. Yanqi turned to Zhang Yue and Su Xiaoshuang beside him. "You both should have informed me of such matters sooner." "We didn't want to worry you," Su Xiaoshuang replied sheepishly, smiling. Zhang Yue patted Yanqi on the head. Don't be angry. Next time something like this happens, I'll definitely inform you, alright? And I'll let you know too. Su Xiaoshuang retorted boldly. Yin Qi sighed. You both better. At that moment, Zhang Yue stifled a yawn. Fatigue evident after a long day at the hospital. Noticing this, Yin Qi expressed concern. Sister Wei, you should rest for a while. Don't overexert yourself. Feeling somewhat tired. Zhang Yue leaned closer to Yin Qi's ear. Just don't take advantage of my absence to be hands-on with anyone else, okay? Understood, Commander. Yin Qi mockingly saluted, eliciting a laugh from Zhang Yue. She then turned to Su Xiaoshuang. I'll leave things in your hands for now. Subsequently, Zhang Yue reluctantly departed from the hospital room. After watching her retreat, Su Xiaoshuang softly remarked, Yin Qi, doesn't Zhang Yue remind you of your mother? Not at all, Sister Wei merely enjoys being concerned. Yin Qi replied with a smile. Su Xiaoshuang leaned closer to Yin Qi's ear and asked, so, who do you think is better, me or Zhang Yue? Yin Qi was momentarily speechless. What a daunting question. Regardless of how he answered, it seemed a trap. Well, each has their own merits, he replied somewhat dismissively. Noticing his evasiveness, Su Xiaoshuang pinched his arm, exclaiming, you scoundrel. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yin Qi feigned great pain, grimacing. Su Xiaoshuang quickly released her grip. Ah? But I didn't squeeze hard. Yin Qi chuckled. Actually, it wasn't that painful. You rascal. Su Xiaoshuang retaliated with a playful punch to Yin Qi's arm. The two exchanged laughter for quite some time until Su Xiaoshuang, unable to resist any longer, succumbed to sleep atop the bed. Yin Qi, however, remained awake, waiting for someone. About an hour later, footsteps approached the door. As it slowly opened, Pei Liuxi timidly entered the hospital room, her gaze averted. She silently approached the bedside. Resembling a child who had erred, are you all right? Yin Qi gestured to the empty chair beside him. Please, have a seat. Obediently, Pei Liuxi settled onto the chair. Are you very angry? She inquired, her head bowed. Yin Qi regarded her with a serious demeanor. Yes, I am indeed very angry. Pei Liuxi trembled slightly. In all the time she had known Yin Qi, it was the first instance she witnessed him speaking to her with such gravity. A heaviness settled in her chest. She could dismiss the opinions of others, but Yin Qi had a unique ability to affect her emotions deeply. At that moment, Yin Qi gently grasped Pei Liuxi's hand. I understand you wish to protect me, but you must first ensure your own safety. Promise me, regardless of what happens in the future, do not entertain thoughts of violence. Pei Liuxi remained silent, slowly lifting her head. Tears glistened in her eyes. Yin Qi, this is all my fault. If only I had dealt with Zhou Wenyong completely. Zhou Wenyong? Yin Qi was taken aback. What connection did this have with Zhou Wenyong? He hired the assassin, Pei Liuxi replied, clenching her fists. The fury in her eyes igniting uncontrollably. Yin Qi suddenly understood. So that was it. He had pondered whether someone sought revenge due to events from 6 years ago. Upon hearing Zhou Wenyong's name, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Phew. Thankfully it's not that. Yin Qi patted Pei Liuxi's small hand. Do not blame yourself. This matter is not your fault. Are you still angry? Pei Liuxi leaned closer, her enchanting visage illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Yin Qi swallowed hard and then let out a gentle sigh, expressing his concern. I am upset because I worry about you. Please refrain from engaging in such perilous activities. If something were to happen to you, how would I endure? What if Pei Liuxi truly descends into madness? I fear he would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Pei Liuxi, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming joy. However, she only absorbed the latter part of Yin Qi's statement, which she reinterpreted in her mind. Yin Qi implied he could not live without her. Excitedly, she sprang to her feet, startling Yin Qi, who asked in surprise, What are you doing? Pei Liuxi gazed at him with eyes brimming with emotion. And then she leaned in and kissed him. Yin Qi felt a jolt throughout his body, thinking, Oh no, will I lose control again? Pei Liuxi, breathless, released him and eagerly began to shed her outer garment, exclaiming, Yin Qi, I can no longer wait. Yin Qi glanced at the sleeping Su Xiaoshuang and cautioned, Wait. Xiaoshuang is still here. But Pei Liuxi, with an insatiable longing, gazed at him intently, seizing his shirt. Yin Qi, surrender to me. No, my wound is not yet healed. Yin Qi protested in desperation. Suddenly, he heard the sound of stitches tearing, followed by a surge of excruciating pain that caused him to cry out, Ah! His anguished cries not only restored Pei Liuxi's composure, but also startled the sleeping Su Xiaoshuang awake. What happened? Su Xiaoshuang asked, bewildered. Only to see Yin Qi clutching his abdomen and Pei Liuxi, disheveled and panicked. Yin Qi, are you all right? Paleosi was on the verge of tears. I'm so sorry. I lost control again, boo-hoo. Su Xiaoshuang then sprang up, shouting, You unfaithful cat. Yin Qi, struggling, extended his hand. Quick, go call a doctor. That day, Yin Qi was once again thrust into the operating room. The residents of Yun City spent the first day searching for the perpetrator, but to no avail. They had planned to continue their search the next day, only to awaken to the shocking headline, Zhou Wenyao hires assassins to kill Yin Qi. This explosive news sent shockwaves throughout Yun City. Speculation had been rife online about whether Zhou Wenyao sought revenge on Yin Qi, as Yin Qi had overshadowed him in recent days, undoubtedly fueling Zhou's resentment. Yet, most dismissed the notion, doubting Zhou Wenyao would dare take such a bold step. After all, the previous incident had merely tarnished his reputation, while hiring assassins could lead to imprisonment. The trending news detailed the events leading up to this, albeit embellished, portraying Zhou Wenyao as a menacing villain while depicting Yin Qi as a saint, a narrative undoubtedly crafted by Paleosi. In addition to her efforts, Zhuaning was also working behind the scenes. As soon as the police station opened in the morning, an individual arrived to confess. This individual is Ergo, responsible for the motorcycle escape during the assassination of Yin Qi. Ergo recounted the entire sequence of events to the police, informing them that Lu Chang and his accomplice had fled Yun City overnight. This explains why Zhuaning spared Ergo's life. There had to be a scapegoat to bring the matter to a close. As for Lu Chang's whereabouts, they have transformed into 2 handfuls of ashes, scattered by the wind into the river. Chapter 30. The past with Zhuaning last night. Due to the reopening of his wounds, Yin Qi was once again rushed into the operating room. Paleosi squatted outside the surgical suite, overwhelmed with guilt and sobbing inconsolably. Originally, Su Xiaoshuang had intended to reprimand her, but witnessing her distress rendered her unable to do so. Eventually, she even began to comfort Paleosi. Thus, they endured a sleepless night. Yin Qi finally drifted into a haze of slumber around 2 in the morning. When he awoke, it was already noon. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a familiar face. Zhuaning? Yin Qi rubbed his eyes. At that moment, Zhuaning was clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her flawless figure. Upon seeing Yin Qi awake, she enthusiastically embraced his head, exclaiming, Qi, you're finally awake. I was almost worried to death. Instantly, Yin Qi felt his head enveloped in softness. Ah, what a long-lost sensation. Among his 5 former girlfriends, only Zhuaning could evoke such a response. For a moment, he was entranced. However, a vision of the Temple's abbot flashed through his mind. No. Yin Qi forcefully pushed Zhuaning away, leaving her bewildered. The former Yin Qi could never resist such an advance. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to dispel the impure thoughts from his mind. Zhuaning was undeniably alluring. The number of times he had shared a hotel room with her exceeded the total of all his encounters with his other 4 ex-girlfriends combined. Each time he emerged from those experiences, he required several days of rest. Qi, are you all right? Zhuaning inquired with concern. Yin Qi shook his head. I'm fine. Just reminiscing about some past events. His first encounter with Zhuaning occurred 6 years ago during his sophomore year. At that time, he was juggling multiple relationships. He vividly recalled that it was a rainy night. After watching a movie with Zhang Yue, he escorted her back to her apartment, with an umbrella in hand. He was making his way home when he heard a faint woman's voice emanating from an unoccupied alley. Initially, he thought it might be a ghost and considered fleeing. However, upon hearing the woman's cry for help me, he hurried into the alley. There, he discovered Zhuaning, bloodied and lying in the corner of the passageway. His first instinct was to call the police, but she clutched at him desperately. She implored Yin Qi not to report to the authorities or call for an ambulance. Consequently, Yin Qi had no choice but to bring Zhuaning back to his rented apartment. Originally, this dwelling was rented by Yin Qi for fleeting encounters with his girlfriends. Now, it served as a sanctuary for Zhuaning. As for Yin Qi's motivation to meddle in her affairs, it stemmed from a pure and naive attraction. At that time, Yin Qi was unaware that Zhuaning was associated with the underworld. Had he known, he would likely have refrained from getting involved. That night, Yin Qi tended to Zhuaning's wounds while she lay unconscious. However, during the process, he inadvertently glimpsed sights that were perhaps best left unseen. Far too magnificent for his modest comprehension, Yin Qi silently vowed to win Zhuaning's heart. Zhuaning slept for 2 consecutive days before awakening. Initially, Yin Qi felt detached from the incident of her injury. However, as Zhuaning's condition improved, he began to sense something unusual. The way she looked at him conveyed a sense of wariness and a subtle hint of murderous intent, an expression not typical of an ordinary individual. In that moment, Yin Qi comprehended the gravity of the entity he had saved. Nonetheless, owing to Yin Qi's intervention, Zhuaning maintained a relatively positive attitude towards him. For a period, she resided in the apartment, while Yin Qi occasionally brought her food. As time passed, their rapport deepened, until one day Zhuaning revealed her true identity. At that moment, she was the third in command of the largest gang in Yun City, the Qian Society. 2 months prior, the leader of the Qian Society had passed away due to illness, leading to a power struggle between Zhuaning and the second in command, Kong Luo. She refrained from detailing the events but mentioned her defeat. That fateful rainy night, she was pursued by Kong Luo's men. And it was only through the valiant efforts of a few loyal followers that she narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Yin Qi, Zhuaning would have perished that night. Zhuaning confided in Yin Qi because she intended to confront Kong Luo head-on, perhaps believing it would be their final meeting. Yin Qi urged her not to return, but Zhuaning replied, "Even if I do not go back, Kong Luo will not spare me. Yin Qi, you are a good person. Live well from now on." After uttering these words, she embraced him and bestowed a kiss upon him. "Farewell, Shaoqi." The indifference and murderous intent in Zhuaning's eyes had vanished, replaced by reluctance and sorrow. Perhaps it was the kiss, or perhaps the piercing intensity of her gaze that stirred something within Yin Qi, prompting him to impulsively declare, "Let me help you kill Kong Luo." Zhuaning immediately rejected his offer, unwilling to drag him into her perilous world. Yet, Yin Qi, with a stubborn resolve, grasped Zhuaning and returned the kiss fervently. "If we are to die, let us die together." That night, Zhuaning and Yin Qi achieved a profound harmony in their lives. Zhuaning fully embraced Yin Qi, and the next course of action was to eliminate Kong Luo. However, despite this resolve, it proved exceedingly challenging to assassinate the second-in-command of the Qian Association. After several days of contemplation, they devised a perilous plan. Kong Luo had been persistently searching for Zhuaning's whereabouts. Consequently, Yin Qi directly approached Kong Luo's subordinates, declaring, "I know where Zhuaning is, but I demand 1 million. This was a tactic Zhuaning had imparted to Yin Qi. Kong Luo, being both avaricious and arrogant, would never acquiesce to such a hefty sum. He would undoubtedly seek to obtain the information and then eliminate the informant. Yet, before proceeding, he would need to verify the authenticity of the intel, a task he would never entrust to his subordinates. As anticipated, he commanded his men to bring Yin Qi before him. Meanwhile, Zhuaning gathered her former subordinates, who followed Yin Qi to Kong Luo's location, a clandestine bar. Yin Qi was brought before Kong Luo, a middle-aged man with a perpetual smile. Kong Luo inquired about Zhuaning's hiding place. Yin Qi feigned terror, stammering in response. Just as their conversation unfolded, Zhuaning and her followers burst in. Kong Luo remained unperturbed, confident in his numerical superiority. A fierce battle ensued between the two factions. In the chaos, Yin Qi pretended to be frightened and hid beneath a table, drawing contemptuous glances from both Kong Luo and his men. To them, Yin Qi was merely a coward seeking money, posing no threat whatsoever. As the skirmish intensified, Kong Luo's men rallied to assist him, gradually overwhelming Zhuaning's group. "Spare that woman. I intend to have my fun with her," Kong Luo exclaimed with a triumphant laugh, his attention solely focused on Zhuaning, leaving him unguarded. Yin Qi recognized the opportunity that had arisen. He emerged from his hiding place, seizing an empty wine bottle from the table and shattering it against the surface. With the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, he lunged at Kong Luo. Clearly taken aback by Yin Qi's audacity, Kong Luo was unable to react in time, and the jagged glass pierced his neck. In that moment, Yin Qi lost all awareness of the unfolding situation. He only recalled wielding the broken bottle, frantically thrusting it at Kong Luo, blood splattering across him. When he finally came to his senses, Kong Luo had already breathed his last. Chapter 31. The arrival of Zhang Yue. Yin Qi had once read that a person would often vomit upon their first act of murder due to the overwhelming visual stimuli. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he did not experience such a reaction. He merely exhaled in relief. At the very least, Zhuaning no longer had to live in fear of being hunted. The fierce skirmishes that had transpired were quelled by the blood-soaked presence of Yin Qi, who had instilled dread in those who once fought. A seemingly inconspicuous individual had audaciously slain the second-in-command of the Qian Society. At that moment, Yin Qi rose, clutching a blood-stained wine bottle. Yet the subordinates of Kong Luo were clearly intimidated, none daring to step forward. Among them, Zhuaning was the first to react. Swiftly rushing to Yin Qi's side, she shouted at Kong Luo's men, "Kong Luo is dead. You have two choices: surrender immediately, and I guarantee your lives." or continue to fight, but be prepared to face death. This band of ruffians, primarily motivated by monetary gain, found themselves disinclined to fight when their benefactor had perished. Consequently, Xuanning swiftly regained control of the situation. In the aftermath, she embraced Yan Qi and wept bitterly, astonished that he had indeed accomplished what he set out to do. She had initially planned to die alongside him in the bar. Following those events, Yan Qi remained unaware of what transpired next. Xuanning escorted him back to school, cautioning him not to seek her out for the next 3 months. During that time, Yan Qi lived as he always had, free from police troubles. Until one day, upon returning to his rented room, he discovered Xuanning waiting for him. She briefly recounted the events that had unfolded, the demise of the Qian Society's leader and second-in-command, and how she swiftly unified the organization. However, she had not upheld her promise, as she eliminated all of Kong Luo's subordinates. The absence of police inquiries was due to Xuanning obliterating all evidence. Do not engage in such matters again. Focus on legitimate business, Yan Qi advised at the time. Xuanning acquiesced, leading to the establishment of the Hongan Group. Subsequently, the two naturally became a couple, enjoying a harmonious relationship. Their physical connection was particularly profound. With his other 4 girlfriends, Yan Qi engaged in typical romantic outings, watching movies, dining, shopping, and then retreating to a hotel. In contrast, with Xuanning, all activities transpired in the bedroom, indulging in the most primal of human desires. During this period, Yan Qi noticed something peculiar about Xuanning. This woman, ordinarily decisive in her actions, exhibited a hint of tremulousness. Thus, their escapades grew bolder as they fervently explored the mysteries of the human body. This continued until their senior year, when news of Yan Qi juggling multiple relationships came to light. However, unlike the fury displayed by Pei Lu Si and Su Xiaoshuang, or the sorrow of Zhang Yue, Xuanning's reaction was remarkably subdued. As she was the only one among the 5 women who had long been aware of Yan Qi's true nature as a scoundrel, Xuanning held a unique position. After all, she was 5 years his senior and wielded considerable influence at the time. No matter how adept Yan Qi was at concealing his true self, he could not evade the extensive information network operated by Xuanning. Yet, despite her awareness of his indiscretions, she refrained from confronting him. To her, it mattered little if Yan Qi had 4 girlfriends or even 100. Her contentment lay solely in being with him. Everything else was negotiable. Nevertheless, Yan Qi ultimately departed from Yin City. Thus, 3 years slipped by. Initially, Xuanning was abroad on business. Upon seeing the trending news, she promptly returned home. Upon her arrival, she encountered the shocking news of Yan Qi's assassination attempt. Now, seated by his hospital bed, she gazed tenderly at his profile. Were her subordinates present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to witness their formidable leader exhibiting such affection. How long do you intend to stay in Yun City? Xuanning inquired nonchalantly. Yan Qi shrugged and smiled. I won't be leaving anymore. A flicker of joy crossed Xuanning's face. She had already braced herself for his departure. So hearing that he would remain brought her a sense of relief. Curiosity piqued. She asked, where on earth have you been for the past 3 years? I had people searching for you everywhere, but to no avail. Yan Qi scratched his head before revealing the entirety of his 3-year stay at a temple. What? You lived with monks for 3 years? Xuanning exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder she could not locate him, no matter how diligently she searched. She could not penetrate the sanctity of a temple. Yan Qi nodded earnestly. Indeed, I have been enlightened by the abbot of the temple. From this day forth, I, Yan Qi, shall shun the company of women. At this declaration, Xuanning stifled a laugh. Shun the company of women? Are you referring to yourself? She knew Yan Qi all too well. If he could indeed forsake women, then perhaps roosters might lay eggs. Yan Qi patted his chest confidently. Of course it's me. Is that so? Xuanning replied in a soft tone, gently tugging at her collar to reveal an alluring cleavage. My, were the only thoughts that raced through Yan Qi's mind. No, he couldn't succumb to temptation. He quickly turned his head away, struggling with his resolve. Xuanning smiled lightly, leaning closer to his ear, gently exhaling, Darling, I had someone purchase a large waterbed yesterday. It's incredibly comfortable to sleep on. Would you care to give it a try? A shiver coursed through Yan Qi's body, leaving him feeling lightheaded. The allure of Xuanning was simply overwhelming. He found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open abruptly. Zhang Yue entered, holding a food container, only to halt mid-sentence. Zhang Yue observed the blushing Yan Qi and the provocatively posed Xuanning, causing her expression to darken. Sister Wei, Yan Qi exclaimed as if he had found a savior. Xuanning cleared her throat and returned to her original sitting posture. Zhang Yue closed the door behind her and approached the hospital bed. She regarded Xuanning and, with a tone laced with discontent, inquired, "You're Xuanning, aren't you? This marks our second encounter." Unlike Su Xiaoshuang and Paleosi, Zhang Yue's usual work had little intersection with Xuanning. "I remember you. It was you who assisted Yin Shi in escaping Yin City, wasn't it?" Xuanning replied with a smile, a result of her subsequent investigation. Zhang Yue was taken aback. She had thought this matter was known only to herself and Yin Shi. Her gaze toward Xuanning became more vigilant. Xuanning chuckled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not your rival in love." Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "How about this? Once Yin Shi is discharged, the three of us should go out together." Zhang Yue, somewhat bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by go out?" Xuanning responded with an air of certainty, "Of course, I mean the matters that occur on the bed." Zhang Yue froze. "The matters on the bed? Is that what I think it is? Surely, I'm not being overly indecent in my thoughts." Yet, judging by Xuanning's expression, it seemed to pertain precisely to that. Zhang Yue's face flushed deeply. Although she and Yin Shi had engaged in their share of intimacy, encountering such a situation was entirely new. Yin Shi was equally taken aback. How could Xuanning speak so boldly? His former girlfriend inviting another ex-girlfriend to partake in such a life-altering experience with him sounded utterly absurd. Xuanning noticed the awkwardness of the pair and blinked, incredulity evident in her voice. "Wait, you two haven't tea. How could that be possible?" Yin Shi instinctively retorted. Zhang Yue's face reddened further upon hearing this. Observing her reaction, Yin Shi hurriedly interjected, "Xuanning, it's not what you think between Sister Wei and me." Xuanning suddenly appeared enlightened. "Ah, I see. So it's more of a pure relationship?" She quickly lowered her head, apologizing, "I sincerely apologize for my presumptuousness." Zhang Yue waved her hand, then cast a disapproving glance at Yin Shi, remarking, "I didn't expect you, little Qi, to be so open. You must have played around with many girls before." "No, I haven't." Yin Shi quickly shook his head. "I have always been one-on-one." Xuanning chimed in, affirming, "Yes, that is indeed true." Only then did Zhang Yue's expression soften slightly. At that moment, Xuanning suddenly remarked, "But Yin Shi must be quite eager to do so, right? Being with two girls." Winking at Yin Shi's lips twitched in response. To claim disinterest would be to feign innocence. Yet he continued to shake his head, exclaiming, "Do not inquire of me, I am not one to pursue the fairer sex." It was utterly terrifying. Xuanning was indeed formidable. If this persisted, he feared he would not endure much longer. However, Zhang Yue, dissatisfied with the intensity of the flames, stoked them further. She seated herself upon a stool and grasped Yin Shi's hand. "Little Qi, if you truly desire this," she bit her lip, "I shall endeavor to accept it." Upon hearing this, Yin Shi felt as though an atomic bomb had detonated in his mind. "Sister Wei, do not accept everything," he silently shouted within. "If this continues, I truly cannot withstand it any longer." Among his 5 former girlfriends, the 2 most accommodating were present. As for Xuanning, she was one who could embrace all of Yin Shi's flaws. While Zhang Yue was not as forgiving, her temperament was exceedingly amiable. Despite feeling a strong aversion, she would still find ways to accommodate for Yin Shi's sake. Yin Shi found himself ensnared in a tinder trap. What a divine existence this was. "I am at my limit. A hero must come to my rescue." He silently cried out, "Hero." Just then, the ward door swung open once more. 2 striking figures entered, or rather, squeezed in. "Step aside." Su Xiaoshuang hissed through clenched teeth. Paleosi did not yield an inch. "Why must you be so childish? Is it truly necessary to compete over such trivial matters? If you do not wish to compete, then allow me to enter first." Soon, both noticed the situation within the room. "TSK." Su Xiaoshuang clicked her tongue in discontent. "What are these 2 scandalous cats doing here so early?" Paleosi wore a fierce expression. Yet Yin Shi's spirits lifted. The hero had indeed arrived. This was as it should be. Zhang Yue and Xuanning were excessively accommodating, easily leading one astray. Su Xiaoshuang and Paleosi were far better. The flickering flame of desire that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished. Su Xiaoshuang also carried a lunchbox, which she set down at the bedside. With an unfriendly glance at Zhang Yue and Xuanning, she inquired, "What are you discussing? Why are your faces so flushed?" Paleosi quietly closed the door and took a seat on the bed. "We were discussing whether we should all engage in some fun," Xuanning stated bluntly. Su Xiaoshuang and Paleosi were momentarily taken aback. "What kind of fun?" Xuanning smiled slightly. "What else could it be? Just the matters at hand on the bed. Are you interested? Would you like to join?" Her tone was laced with jest. Su Xiaoshuang initially thought she had misheard. when she realized Zhuan was serious. Her cheeks flushed instantly. However, this blush differed from that of Zhang Yue. While Zhang Yue's was pure embarrassment, Su Xiaoshuang's was a mixture of shame and anger. "You, Yinqi," she exclaimed, delivering a forceful punch to his calf. "So this is what has occupied your thoughts all along. Do not think that just because you are injured, you can indulge at will." She unleashed a flurry of punches upon Yinqi's legs, causing him to widen his eyes in pain. Simultaneously, Pei Liuxi drew the dagger from behind her, her gaze fierce as she fixed it upon Yinqi. "Yinqi, if a person is excessively despicable, they may meet their demise," she warned. "These two ancestors are not so forgiving. They can barely tolerate the presence of another woman here. And should you cross the line further, the consequences will be dire." Zhang Yue, witnessing the scene, hastily interjected, "Wait, that wasn't Yinqi's idea." Zhuan, amused, clapped her hands and chimed in, "Ha ha, it was merely my suggestion. Yinqi didn't consent." She finally comprehended why Yinqi had attempted to flee. These two were indeed formidable adversaries. Su Xiaoshuang quickly halted her assault, awkwardly regarding Yinqi. "Yinqi, does your leg hurt?" "I didn't mean to," she apologized. Pei Liuxi also sheathed her dagger, clearing her throat. "Ahem, I almost lost control again." To their surprise, Yinqi exhibited no anger. Instead, he looked at the two with a warm smile. "It's all right, you both did wonderfully." He felt as though he was drifting in a sea of tenderness, and their fiery tempers had successfully pulled him back from the brink of danger. It was indeed too perilous to act recklessly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noticed Su Xiaoshuang casting a discontented glance at Zhuan. "Zhuan, don't take advantage of your—" She paused, her eyes wandering to Zhuan's ample bosom. "Tsk, how can this woman be so well endowed?" Using her figure to entice Yinqi, Su Xiaoshuang protested. "Yinqi is not that kind of shallow man." Zhuan turned to Yinqi, inquiring, "Is that so? Which type do you prefer? Someone like me, or someone like Xiaoshuang?" Pei Liuxi and Zhang Yue also turned their gaze towards Yinqi, clearly intrigued by his answer. After all, they possessed similar, well-proportioned figures. Yinqi scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Zhuan subtly lowering her collar, revealing her delicate, ample form, which captivated his attention. He found himself momentarily entranced. It seemed the victor was clear. Zhuan chuckled smugly. Su Xiaoshuang erupted. "Oh, Yinqi." Zhang Yue sighed. "Ah, men are truly all the same." Pei Liuxi brandished her knife once more. "Tsk, shallow men can only see useless flesh." No. Yinqi hastily shook his head. "Let me explain." "We won't listen." On that day, Yinqi's wounds reopened. Chapter 33, The Frenzied Fan Circle During Yinqi's Hospitalization. The police continued their search for Zhou Wenyo. They not only froze his bank accounts but also issued a wanted notice. Strangely, however, the police were unable to locate Zhou Wenyo. Moreover, they could not uncover any travel records pertaining to him. Apart from the police, Zhuan, Su Xiaoshuang, and Pei Liuxi were all in search of Zhou Wenyo, yet they had no substantial leads. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. 10 days passed in this manner, and Yinqi was on the verge of being discharged from the hospital. On the day of his release, Zhang Yue came to pick him up. As soon as he entered the car, he received a call from Zhuan. The excitement in Zhuan's voice was palpable. "Yinqi, we've found where Zhou Wenyo is hiding." Yinqi felt a surge of joy. He had thought the man might have fled. Zhuan, with a hint of schadenfreude, replied, "Ha ha ha, that brat is in quite a predicament now. He has already been taken back to the police station. Let us rewind to an hour prior. Zhou Wenyo found himself at the nadir of his life. Even when his scandalous past was exposed and he faced societal condemnation, he had never felt such profound despair. At that moment, he was confined in a dilapidated room. Once a rising star, his attractiveness had been undeniable, but now his hair was disheveled, with streaks of white interspersed throughout. His cheeks were sunken, and he sported an unkempt beard, making him appear as though he had aged 20 years. Shackled by a pair of leg irons, the chains were tethered to the wall, and before him lay a dog bowl filled with repugnant remnants of food. Zhou Wenyo stared blankly at the ceiling, pondering how he had fallen so low. This unfortunate turn of events began 10 days prior when news broke of his hired assassination attempt on Yinqi, making headlines. Realizing he was in deep trouble, Zhou Wenyo contemplated escape. However, he soon discovered that the police had frozen all his assets and had set up checkpoints at train stations and airports to apprehend him. Daunted by the situation, he opted to walk towards the suburbs, hoping to exit the city. Yet, midway through his journey, he was recognized by a woman. Initially, Zhou Wenyo believed his fate was sealed, only to find that she was an ardent fan, a devoted supporter. This female admirer even offered to help him hide. While Zhou Wenyo hesitated, primarily due to her rather unfortunate appearance, standing at 150 centimeters and weighing 160 pounds. She fit the stereotype he had of his fans. He had no alternative but to accept her proposal, deciding to conceal himself for a while. Thus, she brought him to this location, a place initially slated for demolition. However, due to financial constraints, the demolition had been halted, leaving the area nearly deserted. The first couple of days were tolerable as the fan was relatively courteous, but by the third day, she began to lose control, initiating unwelcome advances towards Zhou Wenyo. Zhou Wenyo naturally refused. He held no regard for his female fans. This, in turn, incited the wrath of one particular admirer. In a fit of rage, she slipped sleeping pills into Zhou Wenyo's meal. When he regained consciousness, he found himself shackled by iron chains. The female fan, fervently declaring, "Brother, I will protect you. You belong to me now," proceeded to force herself upon him. 8 days have since elapsed, and during this time, the fan's attitude toward Zhou Wenyo has deteriorated significantly. The food she brought became increasingly sparse. Where there was once bread, now only spoiled remnants remained. Zhou Wenyo leaned against the wall in despair, realizing that he had brought this upon himself. In his pursuit of popularity, he had never imposed limits on his fans, leading to their escalating fanaticism. Now, the consequences of that madness had finally come to roost. Just as regret washed over him, footsteps echoed from outside the door. However, this time, it was not the sound of a single individual, but rather a throng of footsteps. Zhou Wenyo's heart raced with excitement. Could it be the police come to rescue him? He fervently hoped for their arrival, believing it would be preferable to his current predicament. Yet, despair soon enveloped him entirely. The door swung open, revealing a group of women. Among them the very fan who had imprisoned him. Zhou Wenyo found himself questioning whether they were clones, for they all bore striking similarities in appearance and weight. "See, I told you it was really him," the female fan exclaimed, pointing at Zhou Wenyo. The other fans erupted in excited exclamations. "Brother, you look so handsome. Even in such a disheveled state, you're still so charming. But why did we have to lock you up?" "Of course, it's to protect you. Those vile haters online want you dead. We must safeguard you, for you have only us now," they wailed. Zhou Wenyo was struck by the madness of these individuals. Previously, when he encountered similar sentiments, he would chuckle, for he believed these fans would indeed defend him against detractors. But now, he regretted his earlier dismissiveness. Having experienced firsthand the lunacy of the fandom, the fans crowded around him, their eyes gleaming with avarice. "Don't be afraid, brother. We will surely protect you." Zhou Wenyo was gripped by fear, pressing himself against the wall. Faced with the imposing figures surrounding him, his spirit crumbled. "Get away from me, you wretched pigs!" he screamed in desperation. At his outburst, the fans froze in shock. "Brother, what are you saying?" They gasped in disbelief. "You are the most respectful person towards women. How could you insult us like that?" Zhou Wenyo, weary of the charade, pointed at the fans and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, women. Each of you is uglier than a toad. And you dare to call yourselves ladies? You did not say this before, did you?" The female fans wept in sorrow. "You clearly stated that girls need not be concerned with their appearance, for each person is a beautiful angel." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenyo erupted into a fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha, you truly believe that? If I didn't say such things, how could I deceive you out of your money?" He proudly clapped his hands. "After all, your foolish money is the easiest to swindle, with just a few words. I can have you bankrupt in your support for me, so of course, I am willing to utter a few lies. I intend to use your money to indulge in the company of beautiful women, all the while deriding you. Moreover, it is not just me. The entire entertainment industry operates in this manner." Zhou Wenyo spread his arms and proclaimed, "No celebrity would ever love you. The despicable fans, you are, without a doubt, the most repugnant group on the internet. I have never liked you. Seeing you wretched fools disgusts me. Ugh. Phew. May you all perish." After venting, Zhou Wenyo felt significantly relieved. Finally, he need not placate these giant infants. The female fans, upon hearing this, felt their worldview shatter. Their beloved brother was, in fact, such a person. Their rage reignited fiercely. Suddenly, one individual picked up a dog bowl from the ground and smashed it over Zhou Wenyo's head. With a clang, Zhou Wenyo fell to the ground in disarray. Immediately, the female fans, like rabid dogs, began to violently tear at Zhou Wenyo's clothing. "Ah, ah, ah." Zhou Wenyo let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 34. The dust settles simultaneously. The police had also uncovered leads. This was primarily due to the overly conspicuous actions of the female fan who had imprisoned Zhou Wenyao. She was no longer satisfied with her own amusement and began to reach out to other fans, which alerted the authorities. Consequently, the police arrived at the demolition zone. Having received the tips, Zhuaning naturally got wind of it as well and dispatched personnel to follow. Given the size of the demolition area, the police spent over half an hour searching before they found the location. When they broke through the door, the scene inside left a profound impression on the officers. They beheld a large group of naked, overweight women, taking turns engaging in unspeakable acts with Zhou Wenyao, who had completely lost his mental composure. Even upon seeing the police arrive, he remained in a daze. Meanwhile, the female fan shouted, "You filthy rogues, how dare you spy on us?" and began to violently assault the officers. However, their size proved to be their only advantage, and they were swiftly subdued by the police. One of Zhuaning's subordinates secretly witnessed this scene and reported back to her. Zhuaning immediately informed Yan Qi. Meanwhile, Yan Qi was en route to the police station when he received a call informing him that Zhou Wenyao had been apprehended and asking him to come to the station to provide a statement. When Yan Qi arrived at the police station, he found the entrance swarmed with reporters. "Shall we come back another day?" Zhang Yue whispered. Yan Qi shook his head, stating, "What needs to happen will inevitably unfold, and I am rather curious to witness the extent of Zhou Wenyao's predicament." He stepped out of the car alone. Soon, the reporters noticed Yan Qi converging upon him as if he were a rare specimen. It was well known that he had been in the hospital for several days. With each attempt by the press to slip in for an interview thwarted by a group of imposing bodyguards. Now that they finally had a chance to see Yan Qi, they were eager to conduct a thorough interview. "Mr. Yan, are you here to see Zhou Wenyao?" The reporters eagerly inquired. Yan Qi had grown accustomed to such scenarios. As he maneuvered through the crowd, he nodded. "Yes, the police informed me to come. We've heard that Zhou Wenyao has been detained by his own fans." "Is this true?" The reporters pressed on. "I am not privy to the specifics," Yan Qi replied, shaking his head. He pushed through the throng of reporters. "Please step aside. I will speak with you after I exit." "One last question. Do you harbor a particular animosity towards Zhou Wenyao?" A reporter asked, clearly relishing the potential for sensationalism. Yan Qi recognized their intentions and smiled, responding, "It cannot be categorized as hatred. Both Zhou Wenyao and his fans are victims of the pernicious fan culture. Our focus should be on resisting this toxic phenomenon." The reporters were momentarily taken aback, realizing the positivity of his statement lacked the sensational appeal they desired. Before they could pose further questions, Yan Qi had already entered the police station. After completing his statement, he requested a glimpse of Zhou Wenyao. The officers consented and led him to a monitor displaying the interrogation room. In the center of the screen sat Zhou Wenyao, dazed and silent. Regardless of the police's persistent questioning, "What is happening to him?" Yan Qi inquired in confusion. The officer replied, "It appears he is experiencing some mental distress. His fans are quite fervent." Yan Qi glanced at the footage of other interrogation rooms. Some fans bowed their heads, confessing obediently, while others shouted at the officers. Yan Qi clicked his tongue, noting that they had allowed the fan culture to entrap them. Without further comment, Yan Qi departed from the police station. Outside, the reporters awaited his return. He offered them a few perfunctory remarks before departing in his vehicle. "Is it over?" Zhang Yue asked. Yan Qi nodded. "Indeed. I did not anticipate it would unfold in this manner." From the police, he had learned of Zhou Wenyao's ordeal, concluding that being forced to play cards by a throng of female fans was perhaps the most fitting punishment he could endure. In the years to come, he would likely continue to dwell in this pervasive anxiety. As Yan Qi pondered, Zhang Yue, seated in the driver's seat, stole a glance at his profile. Inhaling deeply as a wave of tension gripped her, causing her to clutch the steering wheel tightly. Resolutely, she steered the car into a parking lot of a shopping mall. "Sister Wei, are you planning to shop?" Yan Qi inquired with curiosity. After parking the vehicle, Zhang Yue turned to face him, her fingers anxiously tugging at her garment as her heart raced uncontrollably. "Yan Qi, I have something to tell you." She mustered the courage to speak. Despite being the CEO of a company, she felt a familiar nervousness whenever conversing with him. Yan Qi blinked. "Go ahead. Is there anything we cannot discuss?" Zhang Yue gazed at him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yan Qi sensed something amiss. This did not seem to be a conversation about mundane matters. If he was not mistaken, the sensation hinted at something deeper. Sure enough, Zhang Yue whispered, "Do you still love me?" Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yan Qi's heart raced in response. This was all too sudden, and he was utterly unprepared. Yet, It was evident that Zhang Yue had contemplated this moment for quite some time. She slowly reached for his hand and clasped it tightly. Xiaoqi. I know I am perhaps the most ordinary among your ex-girlfriends, she confessed, lowering her gaze. I am not as wealthy as Su Xiaoshuang, nor as beautiful as Paleosi, and certainly not as statuesque as Zhuaning. She lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Yanqi, I truly like you very much. What about you? She looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Do you still have feelings for me? Chapter 35. The comfort of love in the 3 years since Yanqi's departure. Zhang Yue seemed to lose interest in men altogether. Even when pursued by exceptionally talented suitors, she felt no spark. She believed her heart had become impervious to affection. However, everything changed the day she encountered Yanqi, who had failed his interview at the company. Her once-numb heart began to beat anew. Yet, she was uncertain whether this emotion stemmed from romantic feelings or merely sibling affection. Zhang Yue had been grappling with this dilemma for days. But when she saw Yanqi detained and later hospitalized due to an injury, clarity dawned on her heart. She was still profoundly in love with him. Yet, this realization was accompanied by a surge of dread. The caliber of Yanqi's former girlfriends was undeniably formidable. In truth, Zhang Yue was quite remarkable herself. She was beautiful and had built a media company from the ground up. However, in comparison to his other exes, she felt woefully ordinary. Su Xiaoshuang, the sole daughter of the wealthiest man in Yunqing, possessed wealth beyond measure. Paleosi, a rising star, possesses an abundance of media resources. Zhuaning, the queen of the underworld, operates one of the top 20 companies in Yunqing. Aside from these three, there is also that formidable ex-girlfriend surnamed Bai. Zhang Yue pondered deeply, struggling to identify her own advantages. Wealth, appearance, resources, or perhaps affection. The love those three harbor for Yanqi appears no less fervent than hers. Eventually, the weight of her thoughts led Zhang Yue into a state of melancholy. Ultimately, she resolved to confront Yanqi directly, desiring to ascertain his feelings. Should Yanqi no longer harbor romantic sentiments towards her, she would gracefully withdraw, content to remain his confidant. At that moment, Zhang Yue gazed anxiously at Yanqi, eager to discern his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yanqi was somewhat bewildered, taken aback by Zhang Yue's sudden candor. However, he quickly regained his composure. As a man, it is imperative to maintain calm in such situations. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Zhang Yue's hand firmly. Sister Wei, Yanqi said earnestly, locking eyes with her. I like you. This is no mere game. I have genuinely liked you for a long time. Zhang Yue slowly widened her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Xiaoqi, she murmured. And please, stop belittling yourself, Yanqi said, tenderly wiping away her tears. You need not compare yourself to others, in my eyes. You have always been the best. Being with you brings me the greatest comfort. His words were heartfelt, devoid of pretense. Yanqi truly loved Zhang Yue. And such love felt like basking in the sun on a soft grassy meadow, leisurely and serene. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yue's heartbeat gradually steadied, her anxious spirit soothed by Yanqi's reassurance. Yet, he hesitated, saying, But Sister Wei, I fear I am not ready. Before he could finish, Zhang Yue gently placed a finger on his lips. Sure, no need to say more, she replied, a gentle smile gracing her face. I will wait for you. She cared little for the eventual outcome. The mere fact that Yanqi still cherished her brought her immense joy. Seeing Zhang Yue's countenance, Yanqi felt a pang of guilt, unsure of how to navigate the situation. He certainly could not straddle multiple boats. Zhang Yue, perceptive to Yanqi's turmoil, playfully tapped his head. All right, Xiaoqi, if you feel guilty towards your sister, then give her a kiss. With that, she closed her eyes. Though they had kissed before, it had been initiated by her. Zhang Yue yearned for Yanqi to take the initiative this time. Yanqi's gaze lingered on Zhang Yue's soft lips, swallowing hard. His rational mind warned him against such an action, yet his emotions surged with fervent urgency. Reason and sentiment intertwined and clashed within his mind. Ultimately, Yanqi cradled Zhang Yue's face in his hands and gently pressed his lips against hers. At the moment their lips met, Zhang Yue felt as if her heart had momentarily ceased to beat. A smile then graced her lips as the long-lost familiar sensation brought her solace. Moments later, they slowly parted. Zhang Yue opened her eyes, their faces mere inches apart, allowing them to distinctly sense each other's breath. Unable to resist, she pecked Yanqi's lips once more before abruptly pulling away. A light cough escaped her lips as she teasingly remarked, I never imagined that 3 years would pass, and little Qi would become so innocent. You used to be so adventurous when you kissed me. Upon hearing this, Yanqi felt a hint of embarrassment. He had indeed been that way 3 years prior. As a university student, his youthful exuberance was uncontainable, consumed by such thoughts. Zhang Yue chuckled as she playfully pinched Yan-Chi's cheek. Regardless of whether you are the little rascal or the innocent little Chi, I cherish you all the same. She then restarted the car, adding, now that you've just been discharged, let us skip the office. I'll take you home. All right, Yan-Chi replied, gazing out the window. Sighing softly to himself, alas, I still lack restraint. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue was in high spirits, even beginning to hum a peculiar tune. Stealing a glance at Yan-Chi, she mused inwardly, indeed, you remain my favorite, little Chi. Zhang Yue drove Yan-Chi back to his neighborhood. Sister Wei, how about you come up for a bit? Yan-Chi inquired before exiting the car. Zhang Yue shook her head, perhaps next time. The company has been quite busy these past few days. Do you remember that magazine cover you shot? She continued. Yan-Chi's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. Is the magazine set to be published? He had been in Yun City for 20 days yet had only worked for 1 night. The rest of the time he had either been in detention or lying in a hospital bed. Reflecting on this made him slightly ashamed. Indeed. You are now quite the sensation, Zhang Yue smiled. This issue's pre-orders have already shattered our company's records. I must head to the office to ensure everything runs smoothly. Yan-Chi nodded. All right. I'll also visit the office tomorrow. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, Zhang Yue stopped him once more. Wait, take this. She opened the storage compartment beside her and retrieved a hat, a mask, and a pair of sunglasses. Handing them to Yan-Chi, she advised. Put these on to avoid being recognized. How considerate of you, Sister Wei. Yan-Chi expressed his gratitude as he accepted the items. He had been recognized on the subway last time and had no desire to endure the same experience again. After donning the hat, mask, and sunglasses, he stepped out of the car. Sister Wei, please drive safely, he waved as he closed the car door. Zhang Yue observed as Yan-Chi entered the community before she finally started her car and departed. There was, in fact, another reason for her hesitation. Someone was already waiting at Yan-Chi's residence. Zhang Yue wished to avoid the tumultuous entanglements of their situation. Ah, little Chi. Being a scoundrel is not as effortless as one might presume. Meanwhile, Yan-Chi ascended the stairs, thoroughly concealed by a heavy cloak. As he approached the corner of his doorstep, he heard a familiar voice. Since you are the landlord here, you must possess the key, right? But even if you do, you cannot simply unlock it. Otherwise, Yan-Chi would be rather displeased, wouldn't he? Sigh, does it really take this long to fetch Yan-Chi? TSK. It appears that this little vixen is attempting to seduce him again. Upon hearing the conversation, Yan-Chi leaned against the wall to peer inside. Sure enough, 2 beautiful women stood at his door, Su Xiaoshuang and Zhuaning. Chapter 36. The daughter of the wealthiest and the queen of the underworld. It is quite hard to fathom that the daughter of the wealthiest man in Yun City and the queen of the underworld would find themselves standing together in the corridor. And for the same man, no less. How on earth did they come to be together? Yan-Chi scratched his head in confusion. Just then, Su Xiaoshuang spotted him. Ah, you have finally returned, she said, striding towards him with an air of irritation. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Yan-Chi and demanded, is that Zhang Yue woman up to her old tricks again? After Yan-Chi had recovered from his injuries, Su Xiaoshuang's temper had resurfaced. There is no such thing as infidelity, Yan-Chi replied, somewhat sheepishly. Indeed, there was, but he would never admit it. Zhuaning approached with a playful giggle. Darling, we've been waiting for you outside for quite a while. Today, she wore a white chiffon blouse paired with a fitted skirt that perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. Her black stockings and high heels were utterly captivating. Could you refrain from being so overly affectionate? Su Xiaoshuang remarked with a hint of disdain. Zhuaning smiled gently. You could call him that too. I believe Yan-Chi would be quite pleased, don't you think? With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Yan-Chi. I would never call him that. Su Xiaoshuang stammered, quickly stealing a glance at Yan-Chi to gauge his reaction. Unfortunately, Yan-Chi merely cleared his throat and interjected, ahem. Zhuaning, please don't tease Xiaoshuang. TSK. Su Xiaoshuang clicked her tongue, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Noticing her discontent, Yan-Chi swiftly redirected the conversation, by the way. Why are you both standing out here? Isn't it because you haven't returned? Zhuaning shrugged. Yan-Chi turned to Su Xiaoshuang with a puzzled expression. Well, you could have gone to Xiaoshuang's place. It's just across the hall. Isn't it? Ah? Zhuaning turned to Su Xiaoshuang. You live here too? Why didn't you mention that? Su Xiaoshuang glanced away, feeling somewhat guilty. Well, you didn't ask, did you? In truth, she harbored a selfish desire. She had come to regard this little abode as her love nest with Yin-Chi. Unless absolutely necessary, she is entirely unwilling to let other women in. The last time Paleosi came over for breakfast, Su Xiaoshuang thoroughly cleaned the place inside and out, erasing all traces of her presence. Yin-Chi, well acquainted with Su Xiaoshuang, and Zhuaning, a seasoned observer, both instantly grasped her intentions. Zhuaning shook her head in resignation, pondering. This young girl is truly easy to understand. Yin-Chi then produced his room key, suggesting, then let South go to my place. He walked to the door and opened it, with Su Xiaoshuang and Zhuaning following closely behind. Zhuaning curiously peered inside. Is it all right? Yin-Chi inquired, turning to her. After a moment of consideration, she commented. It's quite nice, simple yet unpretentious. This was a high emotional intelligence way of expressing it. A lower emotional intelligence remark would have been that it was somewhat cramped and plain. Yin-Chi chuckled and stepped inside, beckoning, come in. Zhuaning entered, surveying the room before asking, Yin-Chi, have you thought about moving to a different place? I have a few decent options. Before Yin-Chi could respond, Su Xiaoshuang interjected. You cannot move. She could not accept the idea of Yin-Chi relocating. The current situation was just fine, although the space was a bit small. She lived directly across from him. If he were to move, it would be inconvenient for her to see him. Zhuaning immediately discerned her underlying thoughts and teased. Why can't you move? The conditions here are indeed quite ordinary. Could it be that you're reluctant to have Yin-Chi leave? Su Xiaoshuang's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly waved her hands, stammering, I don't think that way at all. I just feel that moving is too much trouble. Yin-Chi's job has just stabilized. Let us not complicate things. Zhuaning stifled a laugh, continuing to tease. It's not troublesome at all. Yin-Chi can focus on work, and I'll help him move tomorrow. No, you must not move. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed firmly. Zhuaning feigned confusion, asking, why not? Su Xiaoshuang hesitated, her face growing increasingly red. Finally, unable to hold back, she turned to Yin-Chi. Yin-Chi, are you really going to move? Biting her lip, she appeared quite pitiful. Yin-Chi looked at Zhuaning, somewhat speechless. Zhuaning had always been this way, relishing in the amusement of the moment. Seeing the daughter of a wealthy family exhibit such a demeanor filled her with delight. Don't worry, I want to move. Yin-Chi reassured, patting Su Xiaoshuang's head. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and she turned to Zhuaning, triumphantly huffing, Humph. How about that? Yin-Chi isn't going anywhere. However, to Zhuaning, this behavior seemed childlike. In that case, she nodded, why don't I rent a room here as well? That way, I can visit Yin-Chi more often. Oh, how delightful it is to think about. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaoshuang felt a surge of panic. If others moved in, wouldn't her advantage dissipate? Yet, if she declined to rent, wouldn't that seem rather petty? What to do? Observing Su Xiaoshuang's predicament, Zhuaning couldn't help but chuckle. Yin-Chi, noticing this, cleared his throat. Ahem, that's enough now. Zhuaning replied with a smile, I was merely joking. I have no intention of renting here, so you needn't worry. Su Xiaoshuang immediately let out a sigh of relief, but her stubbornness resurfaced as she retorted, actually, it wouldn't be a problem if you did rent. I'm not that petty. Is that so? That's splendid. I shall rent right now, Zhuaning said with a light laugh. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes widened in surprise. What? Zhuaning stifled her laughter once more. Yin-Chi quickly shifted the topic. By the way, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang's attention was swiftly diverted. I've already bought the ingredients. Just wait a moment, she exclaimed as she hurried back to room 507 across the hall. Seizing the opportunity, Yin-Chi playfully punched Zhuaning's arm. You shouldn't tease her. Her mind isn't that quick. All right, Zhuaning replied, rubbing against Yin-Chi. I was merely joking. She then looked up at Yin-Chi. No wonder you like her so much. This little girl is indeed amusing. Hearing this, Yin-Chi gently lifted Zhuaning's chin. What? Are you a bit jealous? Chapter 37. An unexpected call. Yin-Chi understood Zhuaning remarkably well. He was familiar not only with every part of her being, but also with her every word and action. Although Zhuaning often appeared quite open, she was, in truth, prone to jealousy. However, her expressions of jealousy were somewhat distinct from the typical reactions one might expect. While ordinary women might resort to tears, tantrums, or even extreme measures, Zhuaning's jealousy manifested in a more subtle manner. She would engage in playful teasing of those around her to alleviate her feelings of envy. Are you feeling jealous again? Yin-Chi teased, lifting Zhuaning's chin. Zhuaning pinched him gently and murmured, You're practically living with her. Am I not allowed to feel a twinge of jealousy? Yet, her gaze was soft and tender. In her position, She usually refrained from displaying too much emotion. The only one who could discern her little thoughts was Yin-Chi. Living together? There's still a distance of 2 doors between us, Yin-Chi replied with a playful grin. Juaning huffed, "Humph. I worry that someone might not be able to resist knocking on the door," calling out, "Is little sister Xiaoshuang there? Open the door for your brother, Yin-Chi." She mimicked Yin-Chi's tone, pouting adorably. Yin-Chi couldn't help but laugh. What was this person thinking? In light of this, he decided not to hold back. "Rest assured." He leaned closer to Juaning's ear. "Even if I truly couldn't resist, I would certainly come to find you first." After speaking, Yin-Chi unabashedly scrutinized Juaning from head to toe. If it were any of his previous girlfriends, they would have either felt bashful or would have retaliated against such an overt gaze. However, Juaning, with an air of pride, straightened her chest and declared, "I shall await you then," enhancing her already captivating figure. This marked the nature of their interaction. Having long since transcended innocence, it bore a hint of sultriness. Just as they were conversing, a voice rang out from the doorway. It was Su Xiaoshuang, burdened with numerous bags clearly filled with pre-prepared materials. "Ahem. I had a word with her." Yin-Chi coughed lightly, casting a glance at Juaning. "No more teasing Xiaoshuang from now on." Juaning, stifling her laughter, nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall refrain from frivolous jesting henceforth." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang smiled, placing her bundles onto the table. "Oh dear. I had already discerned that she was merely jesting," she said somewhat stubbornly. "I was just playing along." She then turned to Yin-Chi and announced, "Tonight we shall feast on dompa pork, mapo tofu, and spicy chicken." However, before she could finish, her phone rang unexpectedly, causing her expression to darken. "What a nuisance!" she exclaimed, pulling out her device and growing even more troubled upon seeing the caller ID. "I need to take this call," she said to Yin-Chi, swiftly retreating into the bathroom. "What is going on?" Yin-Chi wondered, scratching his head in confusion. Su Xiaoshuang's demeanor seemed off. Suddenly, her furious voice echoed from the restroom. "I'll say it once more. I do not wish to see him." Realizing she had raised her voice too high, she quickly lowered it. After approximately 5 minutes, she emerged, forcing a smile that was less than convincing. "Yin-Chi, I have an urgent matter and want to be able to cook for you tonight." Yin-Chi's expression turned serious. Such a reaction from Su Xiaoshuang indicated that something significant was amiss. He stepped closer and asked earnestly, "What has happened? Please tell me. Perhaps I can assist." "Indeed, I can help as well," Juaning chimed in. Su Xiaoshuang shook her head. "It's nothing major. I can handle it myself." "Are you sure?" Yin-Chi inquired, leaning in closer. Su Xiaoshuang nodded firmly, "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, Yin-Chi sighed. "Very well, but if you require assistance, do not hesitate to call me." "All right, I shall take my leave now," Su Xiaoshuang said, turning to depart. Suddenly, she paused, rose on her toes, and gently kissed Yin-Chi on the cheek. "I will return to see you in a couple of days." With that, she left, somewhat shyly. Despite the kiss, Yin-Chi found his thoughts elsewhere, for Su Xiaoshuang's behavior was decidedly unusual. "Seeing your anxiety, would you like me to assist in investigating the matter?" Juaning lightly tapped Yin-Chi. Yin-Chi frowned. Su Xiaoshuang had already stated that no assistance was needed, and insisting on an investigation would make him seem meddlesome. Yet, if he refrained from investigating and something were to occur, he would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of his life. After much contemplation, Yin-Chi ultimately resolved, "I shall indeed assist in the inquiry." Even if Su Xiaoshuang were to reproach him later, it was imperative that he uncover the truth. "Very well." Juaning acquiesced. She then took out her phone and dialed, "Please investigate what has transpired recently at the Black Obsidian Group. The more detailed, the better. And be cautious not to be detected." After concluding the call, she hung up. Juaning did not direct her subordinate to investigate Su Xiaoshuang, but rather to delve into the affairs of the Black Obsidian Group. After all, only internal matters could warrant such concern from Su Xiaoshuang. "Thank you," Yin-Chi expressed sincerely. Juaning pinched Yin-Chi's cheek. "Do not utter such formalities. It feels too distant." She then cleared her throat. "Ahem, let me pose a question. Should I ever find myself in a situation akin to Su Xiaoshuang's, would you endeavor to investigate me as well? Would you wish for me to be scrutinized?" Yin-Chi queried curiously. Without hesitation, Juaning nodded. "Naturally, though I might not articulate it as such. While I desire your assistance, I also wish to shield you from danger." She gazed out the window. "I suspect Su Xiaoshuang harbors similar thoughts." Upon hearing this, Yin-Chi chuckled. "Rest assured. I shall certainly assist you then." "You had better." Juaning laughed as well. She then glanced at the vegetables and meat on the table. "So, what shall we have for dinner?" Juaning was not adept at cooking, and Yin Qi, just out of the hospital, had little desire to prepare a meal. How about dining out? Yin Qi clapped his hands together. Juaning's interest peaked. Excellent. I happen to have a place in mind. An hour later, Juaning drove Yin Qi to the old district. Yin Qi gazed nostalgically out the window. So, you intended to come here. 3 years ago. He had rented an apartment in this very area. Their first meeting had also taken place here. At that time, they frequently dined at a quaint little restaurant nearby. Juaning's destination was precisely that restaurant. Before long, Juaning parked the car in front of the eatery. It has been ages since I last visited. I wonder if the owner still remembers us. She chuckled as she opened the car door. Yin Qi alighted, observing the somewhat dilapidated sign of the restaurant, Sanha Restaurant. He felt a pang of nostalgia. How swiftly 3 years had passed. As they approached the entrance and were about to open the door, they suddenly heard a commotion from within. Hurry up and pay. If you don't, this establishment will cease to operate. Juaning's instincts kicked in. Ah. Such familiar rhetoric. Chapter 38 Protection Fee. Within the restaurant, 2 unsavory delinquents were vociferously demanding a monthly payment of 2,000 yuan from a middle-aged couple, threatening, "If you pay even a cent less, we will smash your establishment." The couple cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. The ruffian arrogantly proclaimed, "What was in the past is irrelevant. You must comply with my demands now." Just then, the entrance swung open, and Yin Qi and another entered the premises. Juaning, with an air of disdain, called out, "Hey, you two over there, which gang do you belong to?" The thugs, taken aback by her words, turned around with fury etched on their faces, retorting, "What is it to you?" However, they faltered mid-sentence, not due to any recognition of Juaning, but rather captivated by her beauty. Juaning shook her head in resignation. She had grown accustomed to such situations. "I'm asking you a question. Which gang are you from?" Juaning inquired impatiently. The delinquents, ignoring her tone, leered as they approached. "Dear sister, don't be startled. We are from the Huangyu gang," they declared with a hint of pride. Typically, when they mentioned their gang, the opposition would display surprise, for the Huangyu gang wielded considerable influence. Yet, upon hearing this, Juaning merely curled her lip. "Ah, so you are under Old Wu, no wonder." At this, the thugs' expressions shifted dramatically. Old Wu was a notorious nickname for their boss, and anyone bold enough to utter such a name usually met a grim fate. "You filthy wench. Are you courting death?" they snarled, advancing to teach Juaning a lesson. But at that moment, Yin Qi stepped protectively in front of her. "Who the hell are you?" one thug exclaimed, throwing a punch at Yin Qi's head. Yin Qi swiftly seized his wrist and delivered a powerful kick to the thug's calf. The force of the blow sent the thug tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud, howling in pain. The remaining thug stood dumbfounded, astonished by Yin Qi's unexpected prowess. Having spent 3 years in the temple, Yin Qi had not been idle. He had engaged in daily labor, fetching water, chopping wood, and occasionally learning martial arts from the monks. His fighting abilities had strengthened significantly since 3 years prior. Juaning, slightly taken aback, remarked, "Wow, you're quite formidable. Just you wait. I'm calling for backup," the remaining thug declared, pulling out his phone. Juaning smirked disdainfully. "Perfect. I need to call someone too." With that, she also retrieved her phone and sent a WeChat message. Yin Qi, ignoring them, walked straight towards the counter. The thugs, now terrified, quickly recoiled. "Boss, can you still prepare food?" Yin Qi asked the bewildered couple behind the counter. The couple stared blankly at him. "In this situation, should we still eat?" Suddenly, the proprietress recognized Yin Qi. "Ah, you're that fellow from before." "Yes, indeed. You remember me after all this time. It has been 3 years since my last visit." Yin Qi replied with a hint of nostalgia. The proprietress brightened up and glanced towards the entrance where Juaning stood. "And that young lady over there. You two used to come here quite often." After sending a message on WeChat, Juaning approached the counter. "Let us have the usual 3 dishes, Peking-style shredded pork, stir-fried meat, and sauteed eggplant, along with 2 bowls of rice." Of course. The proprietress nodded with a cheerful smile. At this moment, the restaurant owner gave her a gentle nudge, signaling that the trouble with the ruffians had yet to be resolved. Rest assured, they won't cause any more disturbances. Juaning waved her hand dismissively. The owner hesitated slightly, but the proprietress kicked him lightly. "Stop dawdling and get to the kitchen." With no choice, the owner retreated to prepare the meal. "Please, take a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly." The proprietress indicated towards the second row of tables, where they often sat. Yin Qi nodded and joined Juaning at the table. Meanwhile, the 2 ruffians were left bewildered. Why was no one paying them any attention all of a sudden? Exchanging glances, they silently exited the restaurant. However, they did not flee. Instead, they went to rally reinforcements. They had already messaged their brothers. And soon dozens would arrive to teach Yin Qi and his companion a lesson. After sitting down, Yin Qi glanced outside. They won't run away, will they? Not a chance. I know they're tied too well. Zhuaning shook her head. They are the vengeful sort. They will certainly find a way to retaliate against us. Curiously, Yin Qi asked, what do you plan to do about it? I'll have their leaders summoned. Zhuaning shrugged her shoulders. If they want to fight, they can take it up with their boss. Yin Qi chuckled, finding the thought amusing. By the way, how is it that there are still people collecting protection fees in this day and age? He questioned, puzzled. Zhuaning then briefed Yin Qi on the local situation. The old district used to be under the control of the Ghost Fire Gang. However, the new leader of the Ghost Fire Gang had fallen out of favor with Zhuaning and was subsequently eliminated. After the demise of the Ghost Fire Gang, its territory was redistributed among other gangs, which also needed to generate income. Some gangs profited from legitimate businesses, much like the Ghost Fire Gang, which earned from mahjong parlors. Others, however, adhered to traditional methods, relying on extortion for revenue, such as the Huangyu Gang. It appeared that the Huangyu Gang had taken over this area and commenced their collection of protection fees. Zhuaning shook her head in disdain that old Wu was only skilled in this outdated practice. Just as they conversed, the proprietress returned with their dishes. Start with the sought-ed eggplant. The other two dishes will be ready shortly. The familiar aroma ignited Yin Qi's appetite. Just as he reached for his chopsticks, the proprietress quietly warned, young man, you'd best finish your meal and leave promptly. Those two individuals do not seem easy to deal with. Zhuaning smiled and reassured, it's all right, we are not afraid of them. However, the landlady seemed to have more to say, but ultimately sighed and retreated into the kitchen. Soon, 3 dishes were served, and Yin Qi and his companion began to reminisce about the past while enjoying their meal. This tranquil moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of urgent brakes outside. Shortly thereafter, a crowd disembarked from the vehicles. Yin Qi, intrigued, glanced towards the entrance, pondering whether the thugs or Zhuaning's acquaintances had arrived first. Before long, the answer revealed itself as a stooped, middle-aged man entered. Upon spotting Zhuaning at the dining table, he froze momentarily. This man was none other than Wu Yuqiang, the leader of the Huangyu Gang. Chapter 39. The humble underworld boss Wu Yuqiang was often mockingly referred to as Old Wu, not due to a timid disposition, but rather as a jest regarding his hunchback. In truth, his ruthless character was what enabled him to ascend to the leadership of a gang. Yet at that moment, he resembled a schoolboy caught in mischief, standing motionless at the doorway. However, his gaze was not fixed on Zhuaning, but rather on Yin Qi seated across from her. As he pondered, who is this person? Why is he dining with Zhuaning? Typically, Zhuaning exuded an air of superiority, and this was the first time Wu Yuqiang had witnessed her in the company of a man, especially in such a modest eatery. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Ah, it's him. The infamous Yin Qi who has recently gained considerable attention online. The pieces fell into place for Wu Yuqiang, and he understood why Zhuaning was investigating the perpetrator behind the assassination attempt. In his eyes, Yin Qi had become a mere trophy, a kept man for Zhuaning. Wu Yuqiang regarded Yin Qi with a tinge of sympathy, thinking, poor fellow, so young yet bound to serve such a tyrant. Despite Zhuaning's undeniable allure, none dared to pursue her. To Wu Yuqiang and his cohorts, she was a capricious ruler, capable of shifting from laughter to a lethal disposition in an instant. Who would dare to court such a tempestuous figure? One could only imagine the depths of despair that Yin Qi must endure daily. How pitiable. Yin Qi sensed Wu Yuqiang's scrutinizing gaze and quietly remarked, they've arrived. Zhuaning nodded in acknowledgement. Do not mind him. Let us continue our meal. Observing Zhuaning's dismissive demeanor, Wu Yuqiang realized the gravity of the situation. Summoning his courage, he ventured, Sister Zhua? Zhuaning's expression darkened as she set down her chopsticks and turned to address him. Wu Yuqiang, what era are we in that you still send your underlings to collect protection fees? Wu Yuqiang hastily bowed in apology. Sister Zhua, I sincerely apologize. However, were those two really my subordinates? He inquired tentatively, already having formulated his thoughts upon arrival. Since the events have already transpired, it would be prudent to swiftly dissociate oneself. Zhuaning immediately discerned Wu Yuqiang's intentions. With a gentle smile, she remarked, they have stepped outside to summon assistance and will return shortly. Kindly instruct your subordinates to refrain from blocking the entrance. We wouldn't want to frighten them away, would we? Wu Yuqiang's lips twitched. He had indeed planned to have his men intercept those brash youths. However, with Xuanning having spoken, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Thus, he stepped outside to request his men to conceal themselves. At that moment, Yanqi called out to the proprietress from the kitchen, "Madam, the bill, please." The proprietress emerged hastily, stating, "That will be 42 yuan. You can settle for 40. 3 dishes and 2 bowls of rice at such a price is undeniably a bargain." As Yanqi settled the bill, Wu Yuqiang re-entered the establishment, feigning a cheerful demeanor. "Sister Zhua, I have instructed them to hide." Xuanning nodded, then gestured towards the proprietress. "Allow me to introduce you. This is the owner of this restaurant. I frequent this establishment, so I shall ensure your men maintain a distance from here." Her tone was remarkably casual. Yet, Wu Yuqiang felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back. He hurriedly stepped forward, bowing his head in apology to the proprietress. "I sincerely apologize for any trouble caused." The proprietress looked at Yanqi with confusion. "And who might this be?" "He is the leader of those 2 ruffians," Yanqi replied nonchalantly. The proprietress gasped in surprise. "The leader? Does that not imply he is a figure of the underworld?" This was her first encounter with a gang leader apologizing to someone else. How remarkably courteous! Wu Yuqiang, with a beaming smile, assured her, "Rest assured, there will be no further disturbances." The proprietress nodded anxiously, then discreetly glanced at Yanqi and his companions. Who exactly are these individuals, capable of summoning even a gang leader for an apology? Just as Wu Yuqiang finished his assurance, he was abruptly contradicted. Outside, shouts and hurried footsteps erupted. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a brick shattered the glass door of the restaurant. The proprietress, startled, swiftly retreated behind the counter. Xuanning maintained her composure, sipping her tea, while Yanqi appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Only Wu Yuqiang's expression darkened ominously. "Damn it! Who dares to bully my brothers?" Over 20 ruffians charged in from outside, brandishing machetes and baseball bats, exuding a menacing aura. The leader of the gang sported dyed red hair, flanked by the 2 thugs who had been collecting protection fees. "Zhou, it's them," one thug shouted, pointing at Yanqi. "Not only did they assault us, but they also dared to invoke our boss's nickname." Wu Yuqiang was about to turn and admonish them, but Xuanning stood up first, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to hold his tongue. Wu Yuqiang let out a helpless sigh. If he had taken the initiative, the situation would have been somewhat easier to resolve. Now that Xuanning had stepped forward, matters had become troublesome. The notorious thug, known as Brother Jiu, scrutinized Xuanning with an appraising gaze, involuntarily swallowing hard. "Exquisite, truly exquisite. You must belong to the Huangyu gang, correct?" Xuanning replied with a light chuckle, "Indeed." Brother Jiu arrogantly fixed his gaze upon her, declaring, "That's right. Let me tell you, it would be easier for us at the Huangyu gang to crush you than to squash an ant." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuqiang trembled in fear. To crush Xuanning? He wouldn't even dare to utter such words in private. Xuanning stifled her laughter, clapping her hands together. "Wow, I didn't realize the Huangyu gang was so formidable. I truly feel frightened now." "Now you know fear?" Brother Jiu scoffed, disdainfully curling his lip. "Let me tell you, no matter how beautiful you are, you will be beaten today. Do you know why?" He sneered coldly, "Not because you bullied my brother, but because you dared to call our boss by his nickname. Today, I shall teach you a harsh lesson on behalf of our boss." At this proclamation, Yanqi could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Wu Yuqiang closed his eyes in despair. "Damn it, if you're seeking death, that's one thing, but why drag me into it?" Brother Jiu, gazing at the grinning Yanqi, appeared perplexed. Why was this kid laughing after he had just issued a threat? "Brother Jiu, this kid is quite formidable." A thug who had previously been defeated by Yanqi whispered. Brother Jiu sneered dismissively. "Oh really? You think you're tough? Stand up." Yanqi slowly rose to his feet. Patting Wu Yuqiang on the shoulder, "I won't accompany you in this fight. Let this gentleman take my place." Brother Jiu turned to observe Wu Yuqiang's back. "Him? A mere hunchback?" At this, the thugs erupted in laughter. Wu Yuqiang could no longer contain himself. It was one thing for Xuanning to mock him, but how dare this group of rascals laugh at him? "Shut the hell up," he shouted, pointing furiously at Brother Jiu. He stormed forward. "Do you even realize who I am?" Brother Jiu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in shock, before suddenly bursting into laughter again. "Ha, you look utterly hideous. Like a toad." The thugs laughed uproariously once more. At this point, not only Wu Yuqiang, but even Yanqi and Xuanning were taken aback. However, Yanqi quickly regained his composure. "Wait, they don't recognize Wu Yuqiang." Just then, Brother Jiu launched an attack. "A toad thinks it can help others. Huh? Go to hell." He delivered a powerful kick to Wu Yuqiang's abdomen. The force was tremendous, sending Wu Yuqiang crashing to the ground, his head striking the floor. Yan Qi gasped in astonishment. Well, things just got lively. Chapter 40. Dog bites dog. The influence of the Huangyu gang is vast, with numerous subordinates under its command. Even Wu Yuqiang himself is uncertain of the exact number of his underlings. Typically, he relies on a few trusted confidants to indirectly manage the others. Consequently, many of his subordinates have only heard of Wu Yuqiang's name without ever having encountered him in person. Clearly, this group of ruffians falls into that category. They are even unaware that the nickname Wu Laonian stems from Wu Yuqiang's stooped posture. At this moment, Brother Jiu was pointing at Wu Yuqiang and laughing heartily. Trash. With your level, you dare to challenge me? Wu Yuqiang lay on the ground, clutching his head. The recent fall had drawn blood from his scalp. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Brother Jiu and scolded, "How dare you hit me? What of it?" Brother Jiu replied arrogantly, gazing at him defiantly. "If you're not satisfied, fight back. Do you really think our Huangyu gang is afraid of you?" Upon hearing this, Zhuaning clapped her hands in delight. Ha ha ha. Well said. Your Huangyu gang is indeed formidable. She cast a sarcastic glance at Wu Yuqiang. It seems no one is afraid of you. Indeed. Brother Jiu, perceiving Zhuaning's mockery, chuckled with pride. Of course. In my life, I fear only two people, my brother Yu and our boss, Wu Yuqiang. As for the rest, he disdainfully glanced at Wu Yuqiang. In my eyes, they are nothing more than worthless trash. Yan Qi covered his mouth to stifle his laughter, while Wu Yuqiang's lips twitched in anger. The Yu that Brother Jiu mentioned was one of his trusted aides. I am Wu Yuqiang. Wu Yuqiang struggled to rise, but Brother Jiu delivered a swift kick, sending him back to the ground. Damn it. I was going to let you off. Brother Jiu growled through gritted teeth, but you dare impersonate our boss. If you're Wu Yuqiang, then I'm Zhuaning. He gestured to himself. At that moment, one of his subordinates reminded him, Brother Jiu, I heard that Zhuaning is a woman. Oh, is that so? Brother Jiu scratched his head. Then I shall be Wang Cheng of the Yulin Society. Yan Qi could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. What the hell are you laughing at? Brother Jiu snapped irritably. This fellow had been laughing since earlier, diminishing his intimidation factor. Yan Qi shook his head helplessly. Buddy, I advise you to run quickly. If you don't, it will be too late. With just a few words, he had managed to offend both Wu Yuqiang and Zhuaning. Brother Jiu was utterly bewildered. Why should he run? Just then, the subordinates that Wu Yuqiang had brought began to swarm in from all directions. Boss. That's it. Now there's no way to escape. Yan Qi sighed. Brother Jiu also noticed the arrival of reinforcements. So, you all called for backup as well? He turned to look. Then let us have a little clash. However, he halted mid-sentence. As Zhugo gazed at the leader, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Brother Yu, what brings you here? The man he referred to as Brother Yu was a burly bald figure, a loyal subordinate of Wu Yuqiang. Brother Yu, equally bewildered, replied, Mao Jiu? Isn't he one of your underlings? Unbeknownst to Mao Jiu, he had inadvertently stirred a great calamity. He still believed Brother Yu had come to his aid. Thus, he ingratiatingly approached Brother Yu, saying, Brother Yu, we have enough people here. There is no need for such a grand display. His followers behind him looked at him with awe, marveling at the fact that even Brother Yu had come to assist them. At that moment, Wu Yuqiang rose again from the ground, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze with rage as he bellowed at Brother Yu. Old Yu. Startled, Brother Yu trembled. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Wu Yuqiang in such a furious state. Mao Jiu turned to Wu Yuqiang and retorted, Who are you calling your father? Old Yu is no one you can address so disrespectfully. The moment those words left his lips, Brother Yu felt as if an atomic bomb had detonated in his mind. Had he heard correctly? Did Mao Jiu just refer to his elder brother as an old turtle? Before Mao Jiu could continue his tirade, Brother Yu delivered a swift kick, propelling him a meter away and shattering a dining table in the process. Mao Jiu's followers were rendered speechless, bewildered by Brother Yu's sudden aggression. Get lost. Brother Yu roared, pushing the ruffians aside, who hastily retreated in fear. He rushed to Wu Yuqiang's side, anxiously inquiring, Boss, are you all right? Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room, including the fallen Mao Jiu. The only sounds remaining were the laughter of Yan Qi and Zhuaning, who found the scene exceedingly amusing. Boss. Mao Jiu looked at Wu Yuqiang in disbelief, realizing that the only person who could command Brother Yu's respect was Wu Yuqiang himself. The revelation sent a wave of dizziness through Mao Jiu's mind. Indeed, this was the formidable Wu Yuqiang. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Wu Yuqiang slapped Brother Yu across the face, exclaiming, Damn it! It's been 5 years since anyone has struck me like that. Brother Yu, now fearful, lowered his head and stammered, I'm sorry. "Boss, I truly didn't know it was them." "Didn't know?" Wu Yuqiang delivered another resounding slap. "Do you understand now? Do you?" He continued to rain blows upon Brother Yu, swiftly swelling his face. "I understand." Brother Yu hastily nodded, his anger rising as he turned to face Mao Jiao. The latter froze in place, then, in a frantic scramble, fell to his knees before Brother Yu. "Brother Yu, I was wrong," he lamented, striking himself hard. "Please spare my life. I will serve you like a loyal beast." Brother Yu glared at him, his eyes brimming with fury. It was one thing to court death himself, but he had inadvertently dragged Brother Yu into his misfortune. Yet, Brother Yu recognized that he held no authority over the matter. He respectfully addressed Wu Yuqiang, saying, "Boss, however you wish to deal with this person, I shall comply." Wu Yuqiang was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that Juaning was still present. He quickly turned to her and asked, "Sister Zhua, how should we deal with this person?" "I will defer to your judgment." Juaning blinked, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, and was taken aback by the question directed at her. Unable to make a decision, she turned to Yin Qi, saying, "Yin Qi, what do you think we should do with this person?" "I will follow your lead." Instantly, the eyes of the crowd, numbering in the hundreds both inside and outside the establishment, converged upon Yin Qi. Chapter 41. Frantic speculation. Wu Yuqiang stared at Yin Qi in disbelief. Given Juaning's character, it was astonishing that she would seek others' opinions, much less assert that she would heed his advice. The mere thought of Juaning uttering such words sent a shiver down Wu Yuqiang's spine. He realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. He had initially thought of Yin Qi as a mere plaything, a man of no standing, simply a toy for Juaning. However, it appeared that Yin Qi's status was far more elevated than he had presumed. Even Juaning was inclined to listen to him. Wu Yuqiang quickly contemplated two possibilities. The first was love. Perhaps love had rendered Juaning blind, prompting her to heed Yin Qi's counsel. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion. How could someone like Juaning ever fall in love? That left only the second possibility. Yin Qi's standing was significantly higher than Juaning's, which would explain her willingness to follow his lead. Everything suddenly clicked for Wu Yuqiang. Why had the Qian Association, the Black Dawn Group, and various media outlets rushed to action following Yin Qi's stabbing? It must be because Yin Qi was of such high importance. This realization sent a tremor through Wu Yuqiang's legs. Only an individual of such significance could command the attention of both the Qian Association and the Black Dawn Group, compared to these ancient, hidden families. The Qian Association and the Black Dawn Group seemed like mere nouveau riche. At that moment, a glimmer of fear entered Wu Yuqiang's gaze. Only recently, his subordinate had brazenly threatened him, and if this esteemed individual were to be harmed, the Huangyu gang would surely meet its demise. Yin Qi, oblivious to Wu Yuqiang's thoughts, found himself at a loss for words. Why was he being drawn into this? In truth, he was reluctant to become entangled with the underworld. This group of gangsters was eagerly awaiting his decision, as if he were their leader. He sensed that any approach to dealing with Mao Jiao would be fraught with complications. A lenient punishment might undermine Juaning's authority, while a harsh one could result in the boy's demise. Getting embroiled in a homicide case was hardly prudent. He needed a solution that would impose a suitable punishment while also allowing him to evade blame afterward. After much contemplation, he finally devised a satisfactory plan. Coughing lightly, he declared, "Ahem, in that case, you should report to the police and turn yourselves in." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Everyone, including Juaning, gazed incredulously at Yin Qi. Surrender? They had contemplated countless forms of punishment, breaking legs, cutting tongues, or even tossing someone into the river to feed the fish. Yet, they never imagined that Yin Qi would demand their voluntary confession. For those entrenched in the underworld, surrendering, although not physically harmful, carried an immense level of humiliation. One would be ridiculed by peers for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, what a delightful punishment. Juaning clapped her hands in glee. Truly, you are remarkable. She then turned her gaze towards Wu Yuqiang. Did you hear that? This is how we shall proceed. Have your underlings call in to confess. Wu Yuqiang seemed taken aback. Sister Zhua, are we really going to surrender? Juaning's expression darkened. Are you questioning me? Instantly, Wu Yuqiang felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily shook his head. No. His fierce gaze turned towards Mao Jiao. Hurry and call in to confess. Just say you wrecked their shop. Mao Jiao stood in disbelief. It was his first time hearing of an underworld boss instructing his subordinate to voluntarily confess. This was utterly absurd. He furtively glanced at Yin Qi and the others, pondering who they truly were. Why was the boss so intimidated by them? Suddenly, He recalled Wu Yuqiang addressing the woman as Sister Zhua. In Yun City, there seemed to be only one individual who could command such respect. Could it be? Mao Jiao trembled with fear. This woman is the leader of the Qian society, Zhuaning? No wonder the boss treated her with such deference. Mao Jiao was rendered speechless. Daunted by the mere thought of Yin Qi's identity, surely more formidable than Zhuaning. Good heavens, what kind of people had he provoked? Such significant figures were instructing him to confess. Did he possess the audacity to refuse? With trembling hands, Mao Jiao retrieved his phone and dialed the police. The call connected swiftly. I wish to confess, Mao Jiao said despondently. He was a man who valued his pride above all else. Being forced to confess felt more unbearable than death itself. Yin Qi nodded in satisfaction at this turn of events. He was not particularly concerned with the punishment that Mao Jiao would face. His primary aim was to ensure the matter was resolved. Yin Qi surveyed the surroundings and addressed Wu Yuqiang. By the way, having caused such damage to their shop, do not forget to compensate them. At that moment, Wu Yuqiang perceived Yin Qi as even more formidable than Zhuaning. He hastily bowed and said, "Rest assured, Brother Yin, I will personally cover the cost for the shop." Brother Yin? Yin Qi scrutinized Wu Yuqiang, who appeared to be in his 40s. It was quite audacious to refer to him as brother. However, Wu Yuqiang believed Yin Qi found the term too informal and quickly corrected himself. Master Yin. Yin Qi raised his hand to halt him. Enough, enough. Go and settle the compensation. Understood. Wu Yuqiang disregarded his injuries and hurried to the counter. With a smile, he addressed the proprietress. I sincerely apologize. How about I compensate you with 10,000 yuan? The proprietress was already stunned into silence. And no, she stammered, shaking her head, clearly unwilling to accept money from the underworld. Wu Yuqiang assumed her hesitation stemmed from dissatisfaction. Consequently, he promptly increased his offer. 10,000 does seem a bit insufficient. Let us make it 100,000. 100,000? The proprietress gasped in astonishment. In the year since she opened her modest establishment, she had barely earned 50,000. 100,000 would suffice for 2 to 3 years of their income. Seeing her visibly pleased, Wu Yuqiang swiftly retrieved his phone and scanned the payment code on the counter. Ignoring the proprietress's objections, he directly transferred 100,000 yuan. The sound of her phone notifying her of the transaction echoed in the air. In disbelief, she pulled out her phone and confirmed that the money had indeed arrived. Wu Yuqiang hurried back to Yin Qi's side, bowing respectfully. Yin Yi, does this seem acceptable? It's passable, Yin Qi nodded. A wave of relief washed over Wu Yuqiang. At last, this esteemed figure was satisfied. He took a business card from his pocket and cautiously handed it to Yin Qi. Yin Yi. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to call me. Yin Qi raised an eyebrow. It was rather unusual for the underworld to have business cards. At that moment, Zhuaning snatched the card away and casually discarded it into the trash. Old Wu, don't think you can ingratiate yourself. Yin Qi will reach out to me if he needs anything. Wu Yuqiang dared not object and could only nod in agreement. Yes, yes. However, witnessing Zhuaning's protective demeanor, Wu Yuqiang became even more convinced of his suspicions. Zhuaning's fierce loyalty suggested that Yin Qi's status was far from ordinary. Yin Qi, the police are on their way. We should leave, Zhuaning whispered urgently into Yin Qi's ear. Yin Qi nodded and turned to Wu Yuqiang. You can handle things here. Remember, you must not return to this establishment. Zhuaning added, you should be aware of what can be said and what cannot. Rest assured, I understand the rules. Wu Yuqiang replied with a forced smile. Zhuaning linked her arm with Yin Qi's as they made their way toward the exit. The thugs instinctively bowed their heads and parted to make way for them, their previous arrogance dissipating. Once Yin Qi and Zhuaning stepped outside, the proprietress hurried after them. Bowing repeatedly, thank you both. No need for thanks. We shall return for another meal soon. Yin Qi waved as they got into their car. They subsequently drove away, leaving Wu Yuqiang staring at the taillights of their vehicle. He patted his chest in relief. Phew, I'm glad I didn't provoke that esteemed gentleman. I must swiftly inform my associates to steer clear of him. Following that evening, 2 pieces of news began to circulate among various gangs. The first was that members of the Huangyu gang had collectively surrendered, with over 30 being detained by the police all at once. The officers were bewildered during the arrests. It was truly unprecedented to witness a group of thugs eager to be apprehended. Another matter concerns the rumors surrounding Yin Qi. In these whispers, Yin Qi has seemingly become the sole heir of an ancient family. Even the queen of the underworld, Zhuaning, must heed his commands. Consequently, due to Wu Yuqiang's frenzied imaginings, Yin Qi has become a prominent figure among the various factions. Meanwhile, Yanqi and another individual are conversing in a car, their laughter resonating joyfully, particularly when recalling the moment Mao Jiu kicked Wu Yuqiang to the ground. At that moment, Xuanning received a message. She pulled out her phone, and her demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. "What's wrong?" Yanqi inquired hastily. Xuanning handed her phone to Yanqi, saying, "There's news from Su Xiaoshuang. You should see for yourself." Chapter 42. Does Su Xiaoshuang have a brother? Yanqi quickly took the phone and read the contents carefully. Upon finishing, he furrowed his brow. Does Su Xiaoshuang have a brother? According to the information on the phone, it stated that her brother had returned from abroad, prompting her father to summon her home. "I recall that Su Xiaoshuang is an only child," Yanqi remarked as he returned the phone to Xuanning. Xuanning accepted the phone, explaining, "She is indeed an only child. This brother is adopted, not a biological sibling." "Did she not mention this to you before?" Yanqi shook his head, noting that during their time together, Su Xiaoshuang had never brought up this brother. "Are they close?" he asked curiously. Xuanning sighed. "How could they be? Can you guess why her father chose to adopt a child?" She proceeded to recount the backstory. Su Dagua, despite his deep affection for his daughter, adhered to the family's traditions, which dictated that women could not head the family. After Su Xiaoshuang's birth, he desired a son to inherit the family legacy. However, a sudden car accident led to the loss of his wife, who was 7 months pregnant, resulting in her inability to conceive further. This incident transpired over 20 years ago, during a time when in vitro fertilization was not yet refined. Thus, the family adopted a boy whom Su Dagua named Suhan. It seems that this Suhan may be the future heir of the Heiyao group. Xuanning scoffed. "Do you think Su Xiaoshuang has a good relationship with her brother?" Yanqi suddenly understood. No wonder Su Xiaoshuang was so irate. The family fortune was not bestowed upon her biological child, but rather upon an adopted one. That indeed seemed rather excessive. Xuanning softly advised, "This is a family matter. It's best if you refrain from interfering." Yanqi remained silent, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Xuanning dropped him off at the bottom of his apartment building. "I need to follow up on matters at the restaurant, so I want tea be coming up," she said, patting Yanqi's hand. She was concerned that the group of ruffians might divulge information they shouldn't tea. If that were the case, a purge would be necessary tonight. "Do take care," he replied. Yanqi nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs. Suddenly, Xuanning seized Yanqi's hand, pulling him back, and planted a kiss on his lips. "Good night, little scoundrel," she said, before gracefully turning away and departing. Yanqi touched his lips, realizing he had grown somewhat accustomed to this. Tomorrow he would need to go to the office, so he ought to retire early tonight. As Yanqi approached his front door, he took out his access card to unlock it. However, he was startled to discover that the door was ajar. A jolt of alarm surged through him. He distinctly remembered closing it upon leaving. A thief. Yanqi's expression turned serious as he cautiously pushed the door open. To his astonishment, the lights in the room were still on. The audacity of this thief was remarkable, stealing while leaving the lights on. Yanqi grabbed a broom resting against the door, ready to confront the intruder. Just as he advanced cautiously, a figure emerged from the bedroom. Yanqi instinctively raised his hand to strike. "Yanqi, you're back," a melodious voice called, halting his broom midair. Surprised, he gazed at the person before him. Paleosi. Paleosi rushed into Yanqi's embrace, nuzzling against his chest. "I intended to pick you up from the hospital today, but an important award ceremony came up. You're not angry with me, are you?" Yanqi patted her head. "How could I be upset?" Yet, as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. He pushed Paleosi away and pointed toward the door. "How did you get in? I thought I had locked it." Paleosi blinked her beautiful eyes innocently. "Well, I just swiped the access card, and it opened." "Wait a moment," Yanqi replied, suspicion etched on his face. "There are only 2 access cards, one with me and one with the landlord. Where did yours come from?" Paleosi fidgeted, her hands entwined awkwardly. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Yanqi quickly deduced the truth. "You didn't secretly make a copy of it, did you?" he asked incredulously. Paleosi embraced Yanqi around the waist, her voice sweetly pleading, "I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Ever since their breakfast at Su Xiaoshuang's house, Paleosi had harbored such thoughts. Why should Su Xiaoshuang reside across from Yanqi, while she could only knock on the door to see him? She could not accept this. Thus, Paleosi devised a way to obtain an access card. As for the means, where there's a will, there's a way, especially if one has money. Yanqi sighed in resignation. He was hardly surprised by Paleosi's antics. This was truly her style, and her affection for him had always had a hint of obsession. This behavior, though bold, was restrained compared to her past. When they had first been together 3 years ago, Paleosi had engaged in even more outrageous acts, and he had grown accustomed to it. "Are you really upset?" Paleosi asked timidly. She hurriedly pulled out her access card from her pocket. "Please don't be angry. Would it suffice if I simply discarded it?" After a brief moment of contemplation, she added, "Here, you can hold on to it." Yinchi gently pinched her cheek and remarked, "Feel free to come by whenever you like." What else could he do? This woman had such a disposition. It wouldn't he do to scold her. He could only indulge her. Paleosi burst into a joyful smile. "I knew you were the best, Chi-Chi. Now let me give you a kiss." She tiptoed and planted a kiss on Yinchi's lips. However, her expression abruptly changed, and she took a step back with a wary gaze fixed upon him. "That scent, it's the fragrance of a woman's lipstick." Chapter 43. A heartfelt exchange. Yinchi was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that he had indeed been kissed by Xuanning earlier downstairs. Nonetheless, he had wiped away the evidence before ascending the stairs. It seemed Paleosi was astutely perceptive. "Aha, I guessed it right." Paleosi playfully pinched Yinchi. He chuckled. "Your nose is remarkably sharp. I can detect the scent of a vixen from a mile away." Paleosi clicked her tongue in displeasure. "Which vixen are you referring to? Su Xiaoshuang, Zhang Yue, or perhaps Xuanning? It can't possibly be that woman with the surname Bai." Upon hearing the surname Bai, Yinchi's expression slightly shifted. Paleosi realized she had misspoken and hastily waved her hand. "Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned her." Yinchi reassured her with a smile. "It's fine. Feel free to speak casually. I am not bothered." "Really?" Paleosi leaned closer, scrutinizing him. She then sighed. "Alas, you're lying again. You care far more than you let on. Clearly, she holds the most significance in your heart, while I am of little importance." Paleosi pouted. Yinchi felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back at her words. He needed to steer the conversation away from this topic swiftly. Thus, he wrapped his arm around Paleosi's shoulders. "Come now, just the two of us together. Let us not dwell on others." All right. I'll agree to whatever you say." Paleosi nestled against Yinchi. "After all, I do like you the most." Then she shifted the conversation. "But you must fulfill a small request of mine." "What request?" Yinchi raised an eyebrow. Paleosi grinned mischievously. "Watch a movie with me. The one I starred in." She retrieved a disc from her pocket. Yinchi inserted the disc into the television. The disc contained only one file, labeled Internal Preview Version of Double Butterfly. "Is this it?" Yinchi turned to Paleosi. Paleosi, nestled on the sofa, nodded. "Yes, this is a film that hasn't been released yet. You'll be among the first to see it." "Then I shall savor it thoroughly," Yinchi remarked as he opened the file. The classic dragon emblem appearing on the screen. He turned back to sit on the sofa, at which point Paleosi extended her arms. "Yinchi, come here for a hug." Her exquisite face, illuminated by the glow of the television, radiated an ethereal beauty. Yinchi found himself momentarily entranced. Once, when he was with Paleosi, the two would always cuddle together while watching various films. Paleosi merely wished to relive the feelings of the past. Thus, Yinchi gently embraced Paleosi, saying, "All right." With a cheerful smile, Paleosi settled onto Yinchi's lap, and together they nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the movie. The film's narrative was rather straightforward, depicting a pair of twin sisters entangled in a murder mystery, ultimately collaborating to apprehend the culprit. Remarkably, Paleosi portrayed both sisters with impressive skill. Her acting was commendable. Whether embodying the sister's madness or the other's tranquility, she executed both roles with remarkable depth. As if she were a genuine twin, Yinchi was utterly captivated by her performance. Before long, the 2-hour film concluded. Paleosi lifted her head with a hint of anticipation, asking, "What do you think? Was it all right?" "No wonder you possess such popularity," Yinchi remarked, ruffling her hair. "It appears you have some genuine talent." Paleosi smiled with a touch of pride. "Of course, I am not one of those sensationalized stars." However, her expression soon dimmed. "But this might be the last film I ever make." Yinchi inquired hastily. "Why is that? Has someone been bullying you?" Paleosi chuckled lightly, as if she had heard a joke. "How could that be? I still hold some status, you know. It has always been me who bullies others. When has it ever been the other way around?" Biting her lip, she continued, "Yinchi, I intend to withdraw from the entertainment industry." Yinchi was somewhat astonished. Paleosi was currently the most popular actress. If she were to retire, it would surely dominate trending topics for days. Tentatively, Yinchi asked, "Are you perhaps tired of acting?" Paleosi did not respond directly, but recounted past events. "When you left, I was genuinely heartbroken. To distract myself, I poured all my energy into acting. She then tenderly cradled Yin Qi's face, adding, but now that you have returned, my current identity makes it inconvenient for us to meet. As she caressed Yin Qi's features, she lamented, I have to hide every time we meet. So I thought it best to step away from being a star. Initially, her plan was to elevate Yin Qi's fame, allowing them to grow closer. Yet, she soon realized that Yin Qi's rising popularity brought him considerable trouble. As long as I am not a star, we can meet freely in the future. Overjoyed, Pei Liuxi embraced Yin Qi. For her, acting was undoubtedly important, but it paled in comparison to her connection with Yin Qi. Yin Qi was taken aback. Pei Liuxi's desire to leave the entertainment world was for his sake. He let out a gentle sigh. Pei Liuxi's personality might have its flaws, yet her feelings were undeniably sincere. However, this love bore an overwhelming weight. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qi lowered his head and inquired, Do you enjoy acting? Pei Liuxi hesitated slightly. Yin Qi gently patted her back, encouraging her to speak freely. In truth, I find it quite enjoyable, Pei Liuxi replied with a smile. Each time I perform, it feels as though I am embodying another person. However, she quickly shifted her tone, adding, but that is not what truly matters. What is important is that I wish to see you, and I want to see you every day from now on. Yin Qi fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, he carefully articulated, Since you cherish it so much, perhaps you should reconsider withdrawing. Why? Pei Liuxi lifted her head, a hint of grievance in her eyes. Do you not wish to see me? Yin Qi gently embraced her. How could that be? I long to see you as well. It's just that since you have discovered a passion, it may be best not to abandon it lightly, especially for my sake. I am not worth such sacrifices. Pei Liuxi quickly shook her head. No, it's my own desire to step back. She didn't want Yin Qi to feel guilty. With a hint of despondency, she lowered her gaze. I just feel that if this continues, you will drift further away from me. Yin Qi looked at her, a flicker of remorse in his eyes. He understood Pei Liuxi's nature. In moments like these, he needed to take the initiative to soothe her sensitive heart. Thus, he firmly grasped her hand. That won't happen. I will always be here. No matter how high you rise in the future, as long as you look back, I will be right here. Pei Liuxi hesitantly raised her head in disbelief. Having spent considerable time with Yin Qi, she could easily detect if he was being insincere. 3 years ago, he often sweet-talked her, promising they would always be together. Although she cherished those words, she was aware he sometimes spoke untruths. However, his recent declaration clearly bore no falsehood. This was the genuine sentiment of Yin Qi. He had indeed transformed significantly over these 3 years. Ah, you scoundrel, abandoning me. Pei Liuxi buried her face in Yin Qi's embrace and wept openly. I truly like you so much. Please don't run away again. How could she not harbor grievances towards Yin Qi? Yet, her love outweighed any resentment. In this moment, Pei Liuxi poured out all her pent-up emotions. All right, I promise you. Yin Qi held her tightly. I will never leave again. After crying for a while, Pei Liuxi gradually quieted down. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up and sniffled. May I continue acting? Of course. Yin Qi wiped her tears away. As long as you are happy. Pei Liuxi laughed through her tears. Yin Qi, you've changed so much. You never used to say such things. Do you prefer the current version of me or the one from before? Yin Qi teased, playfully pinching her cheek. Pei Liuxi planted a gentle kiss on Yin Qi's face and then leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I like you. Since you have promised me, there is no escaping now. Chapter 44. The bonus. Early the next morning, Yin Qi was awakened by the sound of the alarm clock. Groggily, he opened his eyes to discover a long, graceful leg resting upon his abdomen. Should this scene catch the eye of a paparazzo, it would undoubtedly ignite a social media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming, popular star Pei Liuxi spotted sleeping on sofa with a man. Yin Qi gently moved Pei Liuxi's leg aside, sat up, and stretched, exclaiming how exhausted he felt. The two had conversed late into the night. He recounted tales from the temple while she shared gossip from the entertainment industry. They had only succumbed to sleep around 3 in the morning. Rising, Yin Qi went to the bedroom and retrieved a blanket, carefully draping it over Pei Liuxi. He affectionately ruffled her hair, thinking to himself how endearing she could be when she wasn't acting out. Hearing his voice, Pei Liuxi stirred awake, her eyes heavy from the scant hours of sleep. Yin Qi, I need to head to the company. You should rest a bit longer, he said with a smile. Pei Liuxi, clutching the blanket, pouted sleepily. Then I want a kiss. Yin Qi silently offered a prayer of repentance to the abbot and expertly leaned in for a kiss. Now go back to sleep, he instructed, tucking the blanket around her snugly. Pei Liuxi nodded obediently, murmuring, All right, be careful. With that, Her eyelids grew heavy, and she quickly drifted back to slumber. Yin-Chi chuckled to himself, this girl. After a brief wash and changing his clothes, he made his way to the company. This time, he had learned his lesson. He opted for a taxi instead of the subway. Moreover, he donned a hat and a mask. Upon arriving at the company entrance, he was overwhelmed with emotion, finally having reached his destination without incident. Previously, each visit had been fraught with trouble, either being confronted by fervent fans blocking the entrance, resulting in scuffles that ended in detention, or suffering a stabbing that landed him in the hospital. Nearly 20 days into his employment, he had yet to experience a proper day at work. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the company doors. Just then, a series of loud bangs erupted. A throng of employees burst forth from the building, brandishing confetti poppers. As the poppers exploded, a cascade of colorful streamers and confetti rained down upon Yin-Chi. Congratulations, Teacher Yin. They cheered. Momentarily taken aback, Yin-Chi asked, what is this? This is a special welcoming ceremony prepared just for you. Came Zhang Yue's voice from the rear of the crowd. The employees parted to create a pathway as Zhang Yue, clad in a stylish striped suit, approached, clapping her hands. You are now the great benefactor of our company. Then she loudly declared to those around her, I announced that as of 1 o'clock this morning, our latest issue of the magazine has surpassed 200,000 subscriptions. To celebrate this momentous occasion, both this month's salary and bonuses will be doubled. Hooray! The employees joyfully exclaimed, Long live President Zhang. Long live Teacher Yin. Yin-Chi was somewhat taken aback. 200,000 copies, such a staggering number. In today's modern society, it is rare for individuals to subscribe to print magazines. Even the flagship publication of MOXIN Media typically garners only around 100,000 subscriptions. Yet this time, the figure had skyrocketed to an astonishing 200,000. Moreover, this was merely the subscription count. The actual sales would undoubtedly surpass it. This can be regarded as MOXIN Media's best-selling issue in history. After celebrating with his colleagues, Yin-Chi was ushered into the office by Zhang Yue. Were you startled? Zhang Yue poured a glass of water for Yin-Chi. He nodded. Indeed, a little. Sighing, he admitted, honestly, I hadn't intended for this to happen. Zhang Yue replied, but as you can see, the employees were so enthusiastic that they insisted on celebrating. Yin-Chi waved his hand dismissively, it's nothing. As long as everyone is happy. He hadn't been to the office for several days and felt he had no right to complain. Zhang Yue smiled. I have some delightful news for you. Would you like to hear it? What is it? Yin-Chi inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhang Yue sat beside him and whispered. Do you remember when you signed the contract? We discussed the profit sharing from the photography? Yin-Chi blinked. He indeed recalled this arrangement. Besides the base salary, bonuses would be awarded based on the magazine's sales. His eyes brightened. Are you implying? Exactly. This time, with the magazine selling so well, your bonus will be quite substantial, Zhang Yue teased, playfully pinching Yin-Chi's cheek. Eagerly, he asked, how much could it be? If we consider the 200,000 subscriptions, your bonus would be around 100,000, Zhang Yue calculated. Each copy yielded only 50 cents. But the volume sold made it substantial. 100,000. Yin-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. That was an astronomical amount. His monthly base salary was merely 8,000. And this bonus would amount to 100,000, equivalent to over a decade's worth of earnings. Observing Yin-Chi's astonishment, Zhang Yue smiled with satisfaction. She was aware of his modest means and had always wished to assist him financially, yet she understood that, given his character, he would likely refuse. Yin-Chi was determined to earn his keep through his own efforts. Just as they were conversing, a knock echoed from outside the door. President Zhang. There is someone outside looking for Teacher Yin. Who is it? Yin-Chi turned to inquire, a man or a woman? The employee replied from outside, it's a man. He says his name is Su-Han. Chapter 45. Su-Han? Yin-Chi was taken aback. Was he not the younger brother of Su Xiaoshuang, the future heir of the Helios Group? How had he come to the company? Zhang Yue furrowed her brow. Su-Han? I recall he was studying abroad. But he must have returned recently. Yin-Chi rose from his seat. Since he had come to seek me, I shall meet him. Zhang Yue gently grasped Yin-Chi's hand, cautioning, be careful, do not worry your sister. Rest assured. Yin-Chi reassured her with a pat on her hand. He then opened the door and stepped outside. Zhang Yue nervously clutched the hem of her clothing. Having spent so much time abroad, she had little knowledge of what kind of person Su-Han was. If he posed a danger, what would happen to Yin-Chi? With this thought, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Xiaoshuang. Meanwhile, Yin-Chi followed a female employee to the entrance of a meeting room, where two bodyguards clad in black stood watch. The employee appeared somewhat frightened as she said, "I brought him." Yin-Chi comfortingly patted her shoulder. "You may return to your duties. I will handle this." The employee sighed in relief. "Thank you, Teacher Yin." She hurriedly departed. As Yin-Chi approached the door, the bodyguards blocked his path. "Who are you?" one of them inquired. Yin-Chi frowned. "Did you not summon me?" He could tell they were feigning ignorance. "Mr. Yin," the bodyguard nodded. "Before you enter, I must conduct a search as per protocol to ensure you are not carrying any dangerous weapons." He extended his hand as he spoke. Upon seeing this, Yin-Chi seized the bodyguard's arm. "Who permitted you to touch me?" The bodyguard attempted to break free, only to discover that Yin-Chi possessed an alarming strength. He quickly clarified, "Mr. Yin, this is procedure." "Procedure? You dare discuss your protocols in my company?" Yin-Chi glared at them, his expression darkening. After hearing about Su-Han's situation last night, he felt an aversion towards him, stemming from a simple reason: Su Xiaoshuang. Regardless of the circumstances, he stood firmly by her side. Since Su Xiaoshuang disapproved of her brother, Yin-Chi resolved to intervene. The bodyguard was intimidated by Yin-Chi's imposing presence. Initially intending to assert authority over him, he was taken aback by Yin-Chi's ferocity. Just then, the large door of the meeting room swung open, revealing a hefty figure of around 6 feet tall. This man, weighing approximately 200 pounds, was none other than Su-Han, the future heir of the Helios Group. Su-Han slapped the bodyguard on the back. "Stop. Who authorized you to search my elder brother Yin?" The bodyguard looked bewildered. "But young master, you cough." Su-Han interrupted him with a loud cough. The bodyguard immediately grasped Su-Han's intent and swiftly bowed to Yin-Chi. "Apologizing, I sincerely apologize. It was my mistake to attempt the search." Yin-Chi scrutinized Su-Han with a hint of skepticism. Is this individual truly the heir of the Obsidian Group? In Yin-Chi's mind, a scion of a prominent family ought to possess a more imposing demeanor. Su-Han starkly contrasted with his expectations. Perhaps appearances can be deceiving. This young man might merely seem untrustworthy, Yin-Chi pondered. He then cut to the chase and inquired, "What do you seek from me?" "Brother Yin-Chi, let us step inside and converse," Su-Han replied with a smile. Without hesitation, Yin-Chi followed him in and took a seat. Su-Han closed the door and settled across from Yin-Chi. Rubbing his hands together with a grin, he remarked, "Brother Yin-Chi, you have been quite the sensation lately. It's a pleasure to see you." "Enough with the pleasantries. Speak directly," Yin-Chi interjected, raising his hand. Su-Han's expression faltered momentarily, yet he nodded in agreement. "All right. I shall be candid. Brother Yin-Chi, are you my sister's boyfriend?" Yin-Chi was not the least bit surprised. He had anticipated this question. Su-Han's intent in approaching him was undoubtedly linked to his relationship with Su Xiaoshuang, more accurately, as her ex-boyfriend. He tapped his fingers on the table. Su-Han, with a satisfied smile, continued, "Regardless of whether you are her former or current boyfriend, my sister must have a fondness for you. What exactly do you wish to convey?" Yin-Chi inquired, growing slightly impatient. Su-Han retrieved a black card from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Brother Yin-Chi, this card holds 50 million. I have a favor to ask of you." Yin-Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Here it comes. He suspected Su-Han had ulterior motives. He had the black card on the table, thinking, surely this isn't some glitch request for me to distance myself from your sister. Su-Han shook his head. "On the contrary, I would prefer if you stayed with my sister." After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated before saying, "Well, it pertains to our family's inheritance rights." This revelation was not unexpected for Yin-Chi. He scoffed. "You want me to persuade Su Xiaoshuang not to contest the inheritance with you, don't you? You are indeed an intriguing character." He let out a cold laugh. "You're already the heir. Why the need to be wary of your sister?" Then he stood up, intending to leave. "I decline. I will not engage in such matters for money." Su-Han was momentarily taken aback by his words. As Yin-Chi prepared to depart, he quickly interjected, "Wait. You've misunderstood. I wish for you to persuade my sister to inherit the Obsidian Group." Yin-Chi froze, incredulous. Had he misheard? Encourage Su Xiaoshuang to inherit the Obsidian Group? What nonsense is this? Turning to Su-Han, he found him approaching, scratching his head. "What I mean is, I do not wish to inherit the family business. Could you help my sister take it up instead?" "Huh?" Yin-Chi was bewildered. The storyline is not aligning with my expectations. There are individuals who willingly relinquish their claim to inheritance. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that Su Daohua, as the wealthiest individual in Yunqing, possesses a fortune amounting to hundreds of billions. Such an immense wealth prompts the question, why would anyone choose not to inherit it? Yin-Chi, Perplexed, inquired, "Do you not aspire to be the wealthiest?" Su-han sighed deeply. In truth, being the wealthiest merely appears glamorous. The reality is far from it. He counted off on his fingers. Firstly, one must constantly worry about company affairs, which is exceedingly troublesome. Secondly, there are frequent attempts on your life. My father has survived 6 assassination attempts this year, poisonings, car crashes, you name it. There are countless individuals who would relish my father's demise. As Su-han spoke, his expression grew increasingly grim. If I were to inherit the family business, there would undoubtedly be those who would wish for my death as well. That is truly terrifying. Yin-chi fell into contemplation, beginning to grasp Su-han's perspective. Ultimately, he continued, regarding wealth, having too much serves little purpose. My father indeed possesses hundreds of billions, but can he truly spend such an amount? It is simply unattainable. Thus, 10 billion and hundreds of billions hold no distinction. I only need 10 billion, and the remainder should go to my sister. He chuckled. Brother Yin-chi, to be candid, I have been living quite splendidly abroad. Every day, I indulge in various extravagant pleasures, sometimes indulging in several at once. Do you think I could continue this lifestyle if I were to inherit the family business? He then handed a black card to Yin-chi. Therefore, please allow my sister to inherit the family fortune. I simply wish to travel abroad and enjoy life. One must admit that Yin-chi found himself convinced by Su-han's reasoning. There was indeed merit in his argument. Inheriting the Black Rock Group would undoubtedly come with significant responsibilities, which could feel burdensome to some individuals. Su-han perfectly exemplified the type who wished to avoid effort and simply indulge in spending. Compared to inheriting the family business, he preferred to receive a sum of money to venture overseas, freeing him from responsibilities while allowing him to spend at will. For a moment, Yin-chi was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally suggested, "Then why not approach your sister directly?" Su-han sighed in resignation. "The main issue is that my sister is also unwilling." Before he could finish his thought, a commotion erupted outside the conference room. "Miss, you cannot enter. If you dare to stop me, be gone." With that, the door was forcefully kicked open. Su Xiaoshuang, fuming with anger, shouted, "Su-han." Startled, Su-han's legs weakened, and he sank to the floor. Chapter 46. The Dragon and the Phoenix. Su Xiaoshuang had initially intended to visit the company to see Yin-chi. As she neared the establishment, she received a WeChat message from Zhang Yue. "Your brother is looking for Yin-chi." Upon reading the message, Su Xiaoshuang pressed the accelerator and sped to the company's entrance. At that moment, she glared fiercely at Su-han, as if she were ready to devour him whole. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Yin-chi, and her expression softened instantly. Rushing over, Su Xiaoshuang threw her arms around Yin-chi, nuzzling against him before lifting her head and sweetly asking, "What did you eat last night while I was away?" They casually dined outside. Yin-chi gently patted her head and remarked, "Without your cooking, I find no appetite." Su Xiaoshuang, upon hearing this, beamed with delight. "Then I shall prepare a feast for you tonight." Their conversation left the bodyguards and Su-han utterly astonished. It was the first time they witnessed Su Xiaoshuang exhibiting such an attitude towards someone. "Is this for real?" Su-han pinched his thigh with force. The pain affirmed that this was no dream. The once terrifying Su Xiaoshuang was genuinely behaving affectionately. Yet, alongside this revelation blossomed an overwhelming joy. Su-han was certain he had not misidentified her. Others might have found it futile to persuade Su Xiaoshuang, but perhaps Yin-chi's counsel would prove effective. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuang recalled Su-han. Curiously, she inquired, "Yin-chi, what did this fellow say to you?" Yin-chi glanced at Su-han, noting the desperate plea etched on his face. He expressed a desire not to inherit the family business, preferring for you to take over, Yin-chi replied candidly. Su Xiaoshuang's countenance shifted dramatically. "I knew it." She then released her grip and turned to point at Su-han, exclaiming, "You've grown bold, haven't you? How dare you come to persuade Yin-chi on my behalf?" "Let me tell you, Su-han, the designated heir by father is you." She let out a cold laugh. "If you think you can drag me down with you, you're sorely mistaken. You should dutifully inherit the family business." Su-han's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He hurriedly knelt before Su Xiaoshuang, pleading, "Sister, I implore you, let it be you who inherits the company. Just look at my appearance. If I were to inherit, it would bring disgrace to our family." He gestured towards his rotund belly. Then he pointed to Su Xiaoshuang. "You are so beautiful. If you were to inherit, it would certainly bring honor to our family." "Bah." Su-shan spat dismissively. "Stop flattering. It's of no use. I refuse to inherit the company." "Sister, you should inherit." "Get lost. I have no desire to inherit." The two exchanged words back and forth, leaving Yin Qi utterly bewildered. They could actually pass the buck to one another. He realized that neither wished to take on the responsibility of the company, both intending to shift the burdens onto the other while enjoying the financial rewards. Yin Qi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. What on earth is this? Yesterday, he observed Su Xiaoshuang in such low spirits, thinking it was due to the inheritance being bestowed upon an adopted child, which caused her unhappiness. Yet now, it appeared he was gravely mistaken. Su Xiaoshuang's reluctance to see Su Han likely stemmed from her desire to avoid discussing matters of inheritance. TSK. With such a pair of hidden talents in the Su family, it felt as though their downfall was imminent. Yin Qi mused internally. As their argument escalated, Yin Qi swiftly positioned himself between them. Enough. Stop the quarrel. You want to reach a conclusion through this noise. Seeing Yin Qi intervene, Su Xiaoshuang obediently fell silent. She linked her arm with Yin Qi's. Yin Qi, let us disregard him and depart. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Han was taken aback, and he immediately clutched Yin Qi's thigh, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, please don't leave." Brother-in-law? Yin Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that something one can call? Meanwhile, Su Xiaoshuang's face flushed crimson in an instant. Su Han, what are you shouting about? She chided. Yin Qi and I are not. Su Han detected the delight in Su Xiaoshuang's words and realized he had struck the right chord. Seizing the moment, he proclaimed with fervor, "Sister, regardless of what you say, from this day forth, Yin Qi is my brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law. Anyone who dares to oppose my brother-in-law shall find themselves at odds with me." Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but chuckle softly at his declaration. Her gaze softened as she looked at Su Han. "I never noticed before. You are quite perceptive for your age." Su Han felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was the gentlest Su Xiaoshuang had spoken to him in nearly a decade, all thanks to Yin Qi. He gazed at Yin Qi with admiration, thinking, goodness, brother Yin, or rather, brother-in-law. How on earth did you manage this? You are truly remarkable. Taming a fierce girl like Su Xiaoshuang to be so obedient and understanding. He felt a desire to take Yin Qi as his mentor. As Su Han sensed the opportune moment had arrived, he carefully said, "Sister, to be honest, I actually wish to pass the inheritance to you. Primarily for the sake of brother-in-law." He disregarded any reservations and forcefully steered the conversation back to Yin Qi. Really? Su Xiaoshuang's interest was piqued. Su Han sincerely nodded. Of course, it is true. I have long heard that brother-in-law is an unparalleled genius. By giving you the inheritance, I am essentially hoping that brother-in-law will help us manage the company, which will surely lead our family to prosperity. Hearing Su Han praise, Yin Qi brought great joy to Su Xiaoshuang. Humph, at least you have good taste. Yin Qi is indeed the best. Su Han's heart swelled with elation. Finally, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. Clearly, approaching the matter through Yin Qi was the right strategy. Just as he was about to press his advantage, a female voice interrupted from outside. "Brother-in-law? I didn't hear that Yin Qi got married." Yin Qi turned to see Zhang Yue entering with a displeased expression. Chapter 47. The call from the wealthiest. Zhang Yue had heard that Su Xiaoshuang was present and decided to come take a look. However, as she approached, she overheard Su Han calling Yin Qi brother-in-law. She walked up to Yin Qi, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Xiao Qi, have you gotten married? Why is there someone calling you brother-in-law?" Yin Qi felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. He cleared his throat. "Sister Wei, the situation is actually like this." Before he could finish, Su Xiaoshuang firmly linked her arm with Yin Qi's. "What's wrong with calling him brother-in-law? The child is just playing around." "Is that not acceptable? Child?" Zhang Yue looked at Su Han in disbelief. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he resembled a hefty figure. Is this really a child? Seeing this, Yin Qi hurriedly introduced, "Sister Wei, this is Xiaoshuang's brother, Su Han." Su Han? Zhang Yue was taken aback even more. Like Yin Qi, she had anticipated that the heir of the He Yao group would be a formidable character. Upon seeing him in person, however, Zhang Yue felt utterly disappointed. Is this it? Had she known, she wouldn't have informed Su Xiaoshuang. Su Han was a bit bewildered. Who is this woman? She is exceedingly beautiful, on par with Su Xiaoshuang. Su Han had always been defenseless against stunning women. He feigned nonchalance as he awkwardly stood up and retrieved a business card from his pocket, offering it to Zhang Yue. "Indeed, I am Su Han, Mississippi." Yet, Zhang Yue completely disregarded Su Han, instead linking her arm with Yin Qi's other arm. Some people are truly despicable, teaching their brother to call Yin Qi brother-in-law. Huh. Su Xiaoshuang retorted indignantly, who taught him? He insisted on calling that himself. Okay. Who would believe that? Today, your brother came to the company on your orders. Didn't he? I wondered why it was so sudden. Hey, 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 do not slander me. I usually can't be bothered to speak to this fatso. Yanqi quickly intervened. All right, let us not argue. There are others working in the company. Instantly, Zhang Yue and Su Xiaoshuang fell silent. Sister Wei. The situation is as follows. Yanqi explained the background to Zhang Yue. Meanwhile, Su Han stood there, dumbfounded. What is happening? Isn't Yanqi the ex-boyfriend of my sister? Then who is this Zhang Yue? She seems to share a close relationship with Yanqi. Could it be? Is he playing both sides? No way. Su Han looked at Yanqi with disbelief. Based on his understanding of Su Xiaoshuang, she could never tolerate a man who plays both sides. Yet, the situation before him was undeniably real. Who exactly is this Yanqi? Su Han scratched his head. As the son of the wealthiest man, Su Han certainly did not lack women. However, the women around him were merely drawn to his wealth. In contrast, Su Xiaoshuang and Zhang Yue, who were by Yanqi's side, were different. The affection in their eyes was almost palpable. A feeling Su Han had never experienced before. He looked at Yanqi with a tinge of envy. TSK, 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 quite impressive indeed. At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out and was instantly taken aback. Sister. Su Han looked up at Su Xiaoshuang. It's Dad calling. What should I do? Su Xiaoshuang's expression shifted slightly. Answer it. Let's hear what he has to say. Su Han took a deep breath and swiped the screen. With a trembling voice, he asked, Hello, Dad. Where are you? A commanding middle-aged voice emanated from the other end of the line. This voice belonged to the wealthiest man in Yunsheng, Su Degua. Su Han replied somewhat sheepishly, I'm outside. You went to MOXIN Media to find Yanqi, didn't you? Su Dagwo unceremoniously exposed him, saying, Your sister should be by your side, right? Put the speaker on. Su Han, unable to refute, hurriedly activated the speakerphone. Xiaoshuang, did I not instruct you to stay at home? Su Dagwo inquired from the other end of the line. Su Xiaoshuang impatiently retorted, I'll say it once more. I have no interest in inheriting the company. Can you please stop bothering me? Su Dagwo fell silent. Then let out a resigned sigh. Yanqi, listening in, could feel the weight of the atmosphere. He empathized with Su Dagwo's plight, realizing how excruciating it must be. With only 2 children, neither seemed reliable. It was disheartening to contemplate. After a while, Su Dagwo spoke again. Yanqi should be there as well. Before Yanqi could respond, Su Xiaoshuang snatched the phone. Let me tell you, stop plotting against Yanqi. Calm down, give me the phone. Yanqi quickly extended his hand. Su Xiaoshuang attempted to reason. Yanqi, my dad is fine. Just give it to me. Ultimately, she handed the phone to Yanqi. Hello, uncle. This is Yanqi. What can I do for you? Su Dagwo asked straightforwardly, Do you have time tonight? Come to our house. I have some matters to discuss with you. I'm sorry, but I really do not wish to get involved in family affairs. Yanqi decisively declined. Su Dagwo's invitation was merely a ploy to have him persuade Su Xiaoshuang, but Yanqi had no desire to partake in that. Though he could empathize with Su Dagwo's suffering, he had to side with Su Xiaoshuang. Su Dagwo chuckled, just as rumored, quite resolute. If you don't have time, then we'll wait until you do. You might be waiting a long time, Yanqi replied bluntly. That won't be the case. You will come to find me soon, Su Dagwo stated before ending the call. Yanqi stared at the phone, frowning. How could he possibly seek him out? He tossed the phone back to Su Han, saying, Regarding your family's inheritance issues, please don't approach me again. Since Xiaoshuang doesn't wish to inherit, I will certainly support her. Su Han accepted the phone, feeling utterly despondent. Was he truly destined to inherit the family business? His life would surely be ruined. With a resigned sigh, Su Han said, All right, I apologize for the disturbance. He then left, dejected, accompanied by his bodyguard. Su Xiaoshuang looked up at Yanqi's profile, her eyes sparkling. Yanqi, you are truly wonderful, she said, nudging his arm. She understood that he had just spoken on her behalf. At that moment, Zhang Yue interjected. Tisk, it's still working hours. There are plenty of people outside still on duty. And so what? Su Xiaoshuang shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not like some people who pretend to keep their distance from Yanqi in front of the employees. Zhang Yue found herself momentarily speechless in the face of criticism. Within the company, she had indeed been deliberately maintaining a distance from Yanqi, as she had personally instituted a policy against office romances. As the boss, it would be inappropriate for her to be the first to violate this rule. Observing her discomfort, Yanqi quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Wei Jie, don't we have a shooting task today? Oh, yes. Zhang Yue recalled. Since you haven't been here for over 10 days, We have quite a backlog of shoots. Let's tackle them all at once today. All right, Yanqi nodded. Su Xiaoshuang, intrigued, chimed in. I also want to watch Yanqi's shoot. But you mustn't cause any trouble, Zhang Yue warned. I promise I won't. Su Xiaoshuang retorted. Chapter 48. Water Royal Flower City. Having gained shooting experience, Yanqi was much more adept this time around. The 4 sets of photographs were completed in just 8 hours. During the shoot, Su Xiaoshuang stood at the doorway, watching with great enthusiasm, occasionally exclaiming, Wow, Yanqi looks so handsome. By the time the shoot concluded, it was already 6 in the evening. Well done, Teacher Yan. The photographer and his assistants expressed their gratitude, their demeanor noticeably more respectful than before. Fatigued, Yanqi sat in a chair, smiling as he waved his hand. You all worked hard too. At that moment, a bottle of icy mineral water was pressed against his face. Ah, Yanqi jolted. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Yue, chuckling as she handed him the water. You've worked hard, big star. Yanqi accepted the bottle, grinning. Working for Wei Jie makes any hardship worthwhile. You're only saying what I like to hear, Zhang Yue replied with a smile, playfully pinching Yanqi's cheek. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, What if I end up liking you more and more? Then I will like you even more, Yanqi responded quietly. Zhang Yue felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she teasingly pinched his arm. You better mean that. The two continued their conversation for a while, but soon, Yanqi sensed something was amiss. Where's Xiaoshuang? He wondered, scanning the surroundings. Zhang Yue also looked around. She was just here. She wouldn't have left without saying anything. Would she? Yanqi shook his head. I doubt it. Even if Su Xiaoshuang had to go home, she would have informed me. Just then, Yanqi's phone vibrated. He pulled it out to find a WeChat message from Su Xiaoshuang. He exhaled in relief. However, upon reading the message, his heart sank once more. I had someone take Xiaoshuang home. If you want to see her, come to Water Royal Flower City. If you don't come tonight, you may never see Su Dogwa again. Yanqi's eyes widened in shock. He recalled Su Dogwa's words before hanging up. You will come looking for me soon. Ah. So this was a trap laid out for him. Yanqi smacked his lips in contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue had also caught a glimpse of the WeChat message. She grasped Yanqi's arm, her expression serious as she inquired, What are you planning to do? Sister Wei, I must go, Yanqi replied, gently patting Zhang Yue's hand. Zhang Yue nodded. All right, I will accompany you. Despite her frequent banter with Su Xiaoshuang, Zhang Yue was a woman who prioritized the greater good. In times like these, one should never add insult to injury. Her role was to offer Yanqi unwavering support. Thank you, Sister Wei, Yanqi said kindly, looking at Zhang Yue. She pressed a gentle kiss on Yanqi's cheek. I have told you, do not speak to your elder sister in such a distant manner. Zhang Yue drove Yanqi to their destination, Shui Yuhuadu, one of the most expensive properties in Yun City. It was said that each apartment was valued at tens of millions, a haven for the affluent. Yanqi gazed at the towering buildings and then opened the car door. Sister Wei, I can go in alone. Zhang Yue grasped Yanqi's sleeve. Xiaoqi, promise me, no matter what happens, you will prioritize your safety, all right? Don't worry. I will be fine, Yanqi reassured her, squeezing her hand before alighting from the vehicle and walking toward the entrance. Zhang Yue watched Yanqi's retreating figure, her fingers anxiously twisting the fabric of her clothing. Ultimately, she dialed a number. Zhuaning? It's me, Zhang Yue. Meanwhile, as Yanqi approached the entrance, he was intercepted by a woman. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a sleek black suit. With a smile, she inquired, You must be Mr. Yanqi, am I correct? I was sent by Mr. Su to escort you. Yanqi raised an eyebrow. Is he so certain that I would come? Indeed, the woman replied with a smile. Gesturing for him to follow, Please, come with me. Yanqi trailed the woman into the community. It was undeniable that the opulence of the area, from its luxurious decor to its lush greenery, far exceeded that of ordinary neighborhoods. Yet, Yanqi had little interest in such superficialities. His mind raced, contemplating every conceivable scenario. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a lavish residence. The woman took out her phone and made a call. Mr. Su, I have brought him. As soon as she finished speaking, the grand door automatically swung open. Please, go in. Mr. Su is waiting for you inside, the woman said politely. Yanqi took a deep breath and stepped into the house. Just as he entered, the door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud. Yanqi surveyed his surroundings cautiously. Directly facing the entrance was a spacious, brightly lit living room, estimated to be around 150 square meters. The array of opulent furnishings was overwhelming. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Even a living room is this vast, Yin Qi mused in astonishment. However, he understood that this was not the time for such distractions. Thus, he called out directly, I have arrived. Where is Xu Xuan? In the first room at the corner of the second floor, a voice responded from above. As Yin Qichao directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, he discovered a miniature speaker affixed to the edge of the rooftop. Was this merely a wealthy individual's peculiar taste? Yin Qichao shook his head and proceeded into the house. The residence was even more expansive than he had anticipated, with the ground floor alone measuring approximately 400 square meters, not to mention the presence of a second floor. Ascending the staircase, he soon arrived at the first room around the corner. He knocked gently on the door. Come in, a man's voice echoed from within. Without hesitation, Yin Qichao pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to be taken aback. The decor of the room was surprisingly austere: stark white walls, a somewhat worn large bed, a sofa revealing its stuffing, and a wardrobe along with tables and chairs that were rather grimy. It was hard to fathom that such an interior could exist in a mansion. A modestly dressed middle-aged man sat on the sofa, beckoning Yin Qichao with a wave. You arrived quite swiftly. It seems you did not hesitate to come, which is commendable. Yin Qichao recognized this man, albeit only from online encounters. He was Su Dagua, the wealthiest individual in Yunqing. Yin Qichao did not take a seat, but rather got straight to the point. Where is Xiao Shuang? Rest assured, she is my daughter, and I shall ensure her safety, Su Dagua replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Qichao exhaled in relief. He then bluntly inquired, if you have something to discuss, please do so directly. I dislike circumlocution. Very well, I share your sentiment, Su Dagua nodded appreciatively. He then rose and approached Yin Qichao, whispering, Yin Qichao, are you interested in managing a company? Chapter 49. A proposal for marriage. Su Dagua had been experiencing considerable distress lately. He had originally intended to cultivate Su Han to inherit the family business, even sending him abroad for further education, trusting in his son's abilities. Su Dagua refrained from interfering excessively in Su Han's life. However, he soon realized his mistake. Not everyone possessed the same self-discipline as he did. The foreign environment proved to be a veritable melting pot of influences. Before going abroad, Su Han had not been as overweight and had shown some diligence. Yet, within just 2 years abroad, he had devolved into a state of disgrace. Now, Su Han's mind was consumed with thoughts of spending money, chasing women, and even indulging in marijuana. He had completely transformed into a wastrel. It was clear that Su Han had no desire to inherit the company, even if he did. Su Dagua could not entrust it to him. This young man would likely sell the company within a day of taking over. Consequently, Su Dagua turned his attention to his daughter, Su Xiaoshuang. However, in his view, women were not suited to lead. He had no intention of passing the company to his daughter. Neither son nor daughter seemed fit for the task. Su Dagua found himself at a loss for solutions. At that moment, he noticed Yin Qichao, the man frequently mentioned by Su Xiaoshuang. He had read a considerable amount of news regarding Yin Qi and found him to be quite admirable in various aspects. Thus, Su Dagua conceived a bold idea. Since there was no heir, why not create one? Although his wife was no longer capable of bearing children, their daughter could fulfill that role. The son-in-law was readily available, so they could simply have Yin Qi marry into the family. Once Yin Qi and Su Xiaoshuang had a child, the child could inherit the Su surname. After all, his health was still robust enough to last another 20 years. Within that time frame, he could devote himself entirely to nurturing his grandson. If Yin Qi were dissatisfied, they could always have 2 children, one bearing the Yin name and the other the Su. Su Dagua was convinced that no one could refuse such a proposal. Thus, he summoned Yin Qi to Shui Yuhuadu. Yin Qi, are you interested in managing a company? Su Dagua inquired, directing his gaze at Yin Qi. Upon hearing this, Yin Qi felt no surprise. He had already deduced Su Dagua's intentions midway through their conversation. It was simply a ploy to have him marry into the family. Therefore, Yin Qi responded candidly, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of becoming a son-in-law, nor do I wish to run a company. Su Dagua was taken aback. The young man had rejected him far too swiftly. He furrowed his brow and said, Yin Qi, you must understand the position of the He Yao group in Yunqing. Yin Qi nodded indifferently. Yes, it's the wealthiest in Yunqing, with assets worth hundreds of billions. Quite impressive. Then why do you refuse? Su Dagua's tone turned somewhat incensed. Although not all the money would be yours, we could still offer you 8 to 10 billion. You could never earn such a sum in 10 lifetimes. Yin Qi shrugged. Your reasoning is quite sound. However, could you inform me where Xiaoshuang is? He no longer wished to engage in further debate with Su Dagua. Yin Qi understood that Su Dagwa merely intended to use him as a tool. Once he had a child with Su Shaoan, his usefulness would wane. Yin Qi had no desire to be a mere instrument. Su Dagwa, infuriated, laughed bitterly. Ha! So you're saying that my wealth is not sufficient to entice you? After a fit of laughter, he despondently sank back onto the sofa. After a considerable pause, Su Dagwa finally spoke. Since you are unwilling to marry into the family, there is no need for you to see Xiao Shuang again. I will seek another candidate willing to fulfill the role of heir. At this declaration, Yin Qi's expression darkened. With a cold laugh, he rebuked, Su Dagwa, you truly lack shame. Su Dagwa, incredulous, stared at Yin Qi. Are you speaking of me? It had been many years since anyone had dared to insult him to his face. Yes, it is you. Yin Qi stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on him. I recall your family's rule. Women cannot head the household, correct? For this reason, you even adopted a child, intending to groom him as your heir. Su Dagwa, somewhat perplexed, replied, yes, and what of it? Ah, that is precisely why I say you are shameless. Yin Qi scoffed coldly. You would rather adopt a child than nurture Xiao Shuang. Now you have squandered your son and are contemplating finding a son-in-law to serve as a mere tool. How audacious of you. Su Dagwa was momentarily stunned. He had indeed never regarded Su Xiao Shuang with any significance, nor had he ever considered leaving the company to her. He would rather bequeath the company to his grandson than entrust it to Su Xiao Shuang. Thus, he was hastening to find a son-in-law, hoping to raise a grandson instead. Yin Qi fixed his gaze intently on Su Dagwa. I know you look down upon Xiao Shuang, but I can unequivocally assure you, she is exceptionally talented, far surpassing your plump son. The more Yin Qi spoke, the angrier he became, directly pointing at Su Dagwa's nose and exclaiming, if you truly desire an heir, why not attempt to nurture Xiao Shuang instead? This was the crux of Yin Qi's indignation. Su Dagwa, deep down, held Xiao Shuang in contempt. He would rather adopt or find a son-in-law than spare Xiao Shuang a glance. How could he endure this? For Yin Qi, even if this man were the wealthiest in Yun City, he felt compelled to speak on behalf of Xiao Shuang. Su Dagwa fell silent. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. If I recall correctly, Xiao Shuang does not wish to inherit the company, does she? Or is it that you do not allow her? Yin Qi retorted coldly, Xiao Shuang has a very strong will. You have never valued her since childhood. Do you truly believe she would want to concede? With that, he leaned forward, grasping Su Dagwa by the collar. I shall ask you once more, where is Xiao Shuang? Su Dagwa let out a heavy sigh and gently clapped his hands. All right, come out. In an instant, the sparsely decorated room trembled. Subsequently, the large white wall slowly parted, revealing a throng of bodyguards clad in black emerging from within, swiftly surrounding Yin Qi. He was taken aback. Behind the wall lay yet another room. No wonder Su Dagwa dared to meet him alone. It turned out the bodyguards were merely next door. Yin Qi, a clear voice rang out. Yin Qi hurriedly turned to look into the adjacent room, where he saw Su Xiao Shuang rushing out with red eyes, accompanied by an elegant middle-aged woman. Get away. Su Xiao Shuang forcefully shoved a bodyguard aside and leaped into Yin Qi's embrace, unable to contain her tears. What? All right. Do not cry. Yin Qi gently patted her head. Are you all right? Su Xiao Shuang shook her head in distress. I'm fine. She sniffled and added, Yin Qi, I heard everything you said from the next room. Oh? Yin Qi glanced back into the room, noticing several monitors displaying the very scene of their conversation. He muttered a curse under his breath. Su Shaoshuang tiptoed to Yin Qi's ear and whispered, You were truly so handsome just now. I love you, Yin Qi. She gently kissed Yin Qi on the cheek. Chapter 50. The Guilt of Song Qingyi. When Su Shaoshuang was young, she envied her younger brother immensely, for Su Dagwa devoted nearly all his energy to nurturing Su Han, striving to cultivate him into an exemplary heir. At that time, Su Shaoshuang pondered why, despite being his child as well, her father never imparted any knowledge to her. One day, mustering her courage, she posed a question to Su Dagwa. Father, I too wish to be like my brother. She vividly recalled that day when Su Dagwa reprimanded her harshly and warned her never to utter such words again. The young Su Shaoshuang was terrified, and thereafter, she did not dare to bring it up again. But did she truly wish to forego the role of heir? Certainly not. Just as Yin Qi had articulated, she once lacked the qualifications, and now she was merely indignant. It was only after Su Dagwa's failure in raising his son that he remembered her. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? Under such circumstances, how could she possibly agree to inherit? Yet, no one understood Su Xiaohan's true sentiments. And she had never confided in anyone. Until just now, when she heard Yin Qi's words, she felt as though her heart had been struck. Everything Yin Qi expressed were the very thoughts she yearned to voice, as if they shared a profound connection. It is worth noting that even her parents could not fathom Su Xiaoshuang's innermost feelings, yet Yin Qi effortlessly discerned them. When Su Xiaoshuang witnessed Yin Qi advocating for her, she felt as though her heart was melting. In that moment, she nestled in Yin Qi's embrace, her gaze dreamy. She clutched him tightly, as if wishing to fuse him into her very being. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached them. She gently patted Su Xiaoshuang's back and said, "All right, Xiaoshuang. It's time to let go." Su Xiaoshuang obediently nodded and released her hold, softly introducing Yin Qi. "Yin Qi, this is my mother." "Hello, Auntie." Yin Qi nodded at the woman. He had seen her online before. Song Qingyi, the chairwoman of the largest charitable foundation in Yunqing, appeared elegant in her white qipao. Song Qingyi regarded Yin Qi with satisfaction, saying, "Xiao Qi, your words earlier were quite commendable. Much better than some others." With that, she turned and shot a fierce glare at Su Dagua. Su Dagua, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. Song Qingyi then turned back, smiling gently, "Rest assured. I will advocate for you. You may continue to see Xiaoshuang without anyone hindering your meetings." Su Dagua abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Wife, how can you? Am I not to be consulted?" Song Qingyi interrupted him loudly. Su Dagua was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such an attitude from her. Reluctantly, he sat back down. Seeing this, Yin Qi let out a sigh of relief. As long as the matter was resolved, that was sufficient. "Xiao Qi, we need to discuss some matters at home shortly," he stated. Song Qingyi patted Su Xiaoshuang's shoulder and remarked, "I'm afraid we won't be able to keep you for dinner tonight." Yin Qi nodded in agreement. "As long as Xiaoshuang is fine, I have no worries. Mom, may I leave with Yin Qi?" Su Xiaoshuang turned to look at Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi smiled gently. "Xiaoshuang, after tonight, you may meet as you wish." "All right then," Yin Qi, recognizing the situation, said, "And I shall take my leave now. Let me see you off." Su Xiaoshuang quickly offered. This time, Song Qingyi did not oppose. Once she watched the two depart the room, she quietly sighed. What an intriguing child. It seems Xiaoshuang has excellent taste. Subsequently, she waved a hand to the bodyguards surrounding her. "All right, everyone out." "Yes." The bodyguards responded in unison, swiftly vacating the room. As Song Qingyi closed the door, her gaze darkened as she turned towards Su Dagua. After a moment of silence, she spoke with a hint of guilt. "We truly have failed. We are completely unaware of what our daughter thinks." When she observed on the monitor Yin Qi shouting at Su Dagua, her initial reaction was one of bewilderment. Surely her daughter did not wish to inherit the family business. Did she not know her own daughter? Yet, as Song Qingyi shifted her gaze to Su Xiaoshuang, she was taken aback. She saw the joy radiating from Su Xiaoshuang's eyes, akin to a prisoner basking in the light of freedom once more. In that instant, Song Qingyi realized her grave error. Her understanding of her daughter was less than that of Yin Qi. Overwhelmed with guilt, she recognized the necessity for action. Looking resolutely at Su Dagua, she declared, "Since Xiaoshuang harbors such thoughts, I believe we should nurture her aspirations." Su Dagua sighed. "Alas, she is a girl. How can she engage in such endeavors? She should simply behave at home." "Su Dagua," Song Qingyi interrupted fiercely, her voice rising. In a surge of anger, she seized an old vase from the table and smashed it onto the floor. With a sharp crack, the vase shattered into countless pieces. Su Dagua, startled, trembled at the unexpected display of fury from his wife, a first in over 20 years of marriage. He quickly rose. "Qingyi, what are you doing?" "Su Dagua, after more than 20 years of marriage, I have always acquiesced to your wishes," Song Qingyi exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at him. "You wanted to adopt the child, and I agreed. You insisted on nurturing Su Han as the heir, and I complied. For all these years, I have supported your desires. Yet, I never anticipated that Xiaoshuang would endure such grievances." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yin Qi was right. You do not value Xiaoshuang. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze unwaveringly on Su Dagua. "You do not appreciate my daughter, do you? Very well, then let us part ways. Divorce." The esteemed Mr. Su Dagua was perplexed. Song Qingyi had always been obedient to him, never engaging in quarrels, let alone contemplating divorce. However, it was evident to him that she was not jesting this time. Wait. Who said I looked down upon Xiaoshuang?" He hastily reassured her. "I have always believed that Xiaoshuang has immense potential. After all, if Su Han cannot inherit, it must be my daughter who does." Song Qingyi gasped for breath. "Then do you still intend to recruit a son-in-law?" "Yin Qi will not consent." Are you truly trying to arrange someone else for Xiao Shuang? What are your intentions? That was merely a test for Yin Qi. Su Degua awkwardly scratched his head. If you think that lad is worthy, then shall I just let it be from now on? Upon hearing this, Song Qingyi's emotions began to stabilize slightly. After a moment of silence, she spoke with some gravity. Old Su, Yin Qi is not as simple as he appears. She retrieved her phone, pressed a few buttons, and handed it to Su Degua. Didn't you ask me to investigate Yin Qi's background? The results have come in. Take a look for yourself. Su Degua accepted the phone, scoffing. How remarkable could that boy be? He directed a dismissive glance at the screen. Yet, his expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. The Bai family? Su Degua raised his head in disbelief. This lad grew up in the Bai household. Song Qingyi nodded. From the age of 5 to 18. He resided with the Bai family. What connection does he have with them? Su Degua furrowed his brow. Song Qingyi approached him, swiping the screen of the phone. From this photograph, the relationship seems quite profound. Displayed on the screen was a group photo featuring two youthful individuals with their faces close together. Su Degua recognized both. One was Yin Qi, and the other was Bai Ji. Su Degua gasped. Indeed, the young lady of the Bai family, Bai Ji. Wow, this Yin Qi is truly extraordinary. Su Degua inhaled sharply. Chapter 51, Secret Protection. Meanwhile, Su Xiao Shuang had escorted Yin Qi to the entrance of Shui Yuhua. Du Shi gently grasped his hand and whispered, Yin Qi, thank you for standing up for me earlier. I have always wanted to speak to my father about this, but I was too afraid. She feared that Su Degua would scold her as he did in her childhood. Yin Qi tightened his grip on her hand. Do not fear. No matter what happens in the future, I will always stand by your side. Su Xiao Shuang nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with affection. By the way, Xiao Shuang, what was today truly about? Yin Qi inquired curiously. Although he had scolded Su Degua, he still did not quite grasp the situation. Su Xiao Shuang explained the entire context to Yin Qi. In truth, Su Degua merely wished to test Yin Qi today. If Yin Qi performed well, he would be directly invited to marry into the Su family, while also allowing Song Qingyi a glimpse of her future son-in-law. The outcome was that Yin Qi behaved in an utterly unpredictable manner. He immediately directed a barrage of insults at Su Degua. Had it not been for Song Qingyi intervening, that group of bodyguards would have already rushed out to restrain Yin Qi. So this is how it is, Yin Qi mused. Recalling the sparsely furnished room, he inquired. Xiao Shuang, what was the matter with that room earlier? Ah, that was where my parents lived before they embarked on their entrepreneurial journey. It was a poorly decorated basement. Su Xiaoshuang explained. Thus, every property our family owns contains a room like that. According to my father, it serves as a reminder not to forget past hardships. Yin Qi suddenly understood. Wealthy individuals truly revel in reminiscing about their struggles. At that moment, Su Xiaoshuang stood on her toes and gently kissed Yin Qi on the lips. I must return now. May I come find you tomorrow? Go ahead, and if you encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to notify me, Yin Qi said, caressing her cheek. Su Xiaoshuang nodded, reluctantly departing. As Yin Qi watched her silhouette fade away, he turned to leave the water Yuhua Du scanning his surroundings. He quickly spotted Zhang Yue's car. However, parked in front of that vehicle was a black Range Rover. Zhuaning? What is she doing here? Yin Qi scratched his head. As he approached the Range Rover, Zhang Yue and Zhuaning emerged from the vehicle. Xiao Qi, are you all right? Zhang Yue asked anxiously. Glancing around, Zhuaning leaned in closer, pinching Yin Qi's arm. You have quite the audacity, venturing into Su Degua's territory alone. If Zhang Yue had notified me, no one would have known if something had happened to you today. Yin Qi chuckled. Rest assured, they wouldn't dare do anything to me. Don't be so confident. It would be too late if something actually happened, Zhuaning replied, somewhat displeased. Zhang Yue echoed her sentiment. Indeed, you should engage in fewer perilous activities. Both of them were older than Yin Qi, one by 2 years and the other by 5, speaking to him as if they were his elder sisters. Yin Qi nodded. All right. I will certainly steer clear of danger in the future. That's more like it, Zhuaning said, satisfied. She then took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello. It's me. Tell everyone to withdraw. As her words fell, dozens of vehicles on the roadside simultaneously roared to life and departed in an orderly fashion, leaving Yin Qi stunned. He turned to Zhuaning. Is this all for my safety? I just called a few people over, Zhuaning replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yue pinched Yin Qi's cheek. If you hadn't emerged within an hour, she would have led a team to storm in. Yin Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he had exited in time. Otherwise, Tomorrow's headlines would have been explosive, something akin to Underworld Forces assault tycoon-ass mansion. Yin Qi shook his head helplessly, while you advise me against engaging in risky activities. What you've done is quite dangerous as well. Upon hearing this, Xuanning let out a cold laugh. I can't be bothered with such matters. If anything were to happen to you, I would ensure that your entire family pays the price. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with a murderous intent. In that moment, she transformed into the queen of the underworld, wielding power and authority. Yin Qi, witnessing this, quickly grasped her hand. All right. Let's not resort to threats of burial. It would be better to maintain peace, wouldn't it? Xuanning's expression softened rapidly as she squeezed Yin Qi's hand. Very well then. I shall heed your words. Zhang Yue, feeling a pang of jealousy, seized Yin Qi's other hand. Xiao Qi, do you have time tonight? There's a wonderful movie I wish to see. Would you care to join me? Xuanning tightened her grip on Yin Qi's hand. Both women clung desperately to him. Unwilling to let go, Yin Qi cleared his throat. Ahem, why don't we all go together? Sounds good. I have no objections, Xuanning replied with a smile. I just wonder, Miss Zhang, if you can accommodate my presence? Zhang Yue's expression faltered momentarily, yet she maintained her smile. Miss Zhua, you jest. I have always been quite accommodating. Unlike Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi, these two were adept at cultivating a competitive atmosphere while wearing friendly facades. Yin Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Thus, he urged, let us set off. So, Yin Qi, whose car do you intend to take? Zhang Yue turned to him. Xuanning also looked at Yin Qi. Yin Qi, what do you say? At that moment, Yin Qi broke into a cold sweat. Indeed. Being a scoundrel was no easy feat unbeknownst to the trio embroiled in their competition. A man was observing them through binoculars. He was perched atop a building across from Shui Yuhua, engaged in a phone call. Yin Qi has successfully exited Shui Yuhua, he reported, relaying Yin Qi's status. A cold female voice responded from the other end. Good. Arrange for part of the team to withdraw, while the rest continued to follow him. Understood. The man replied. Just as he was about to end the call, the woman's voice suddenly inquired. By the way, which woman is he currently with? The man looked through his binoculars. It appears to be Xuanning from the Qi and Association and Zhang Yue from Machine Media. TSK, this scoundrel. The woman clicked her tongue in displeasure. Taking a deep breath, she continued to command. Forget it. Ensure his protection. We cannot allow a repeat of the incident at the subway station. The man assented. Of course, Miss Baishi. What did you just call me? The woman's tone turned icy in an instant. The man trembled in fear, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have mentioned your name. I will be more careful next time. After delivering this warning, the woman hung up. The man, panting heavily in terror, thought to himself, how frightening. If I provoke her, my life will be forfeit. He then lifted the binoculars once more. Gazing at Yin Qi, who exactly is this young man that warrants the personal protection of the Bai family's eldest daughter? Chapter 52. Where did Daddy go? The rivalry between Xuanning and Zhang Yue had reached a standstill, prompting Yin Qi to ultimately choose to ride in Xuanning's car to the cinema and return home in Zhang Yue's vehicle, thus diffusing the tension. The film they watched was a rather cliché romance. Despite its lack of originality, it was somewhat enjoyable if one refrained from overthinking it. By the time the credits rolled, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The trio exited the screening room, where Zhang Yue and Xuanning engaged in a spirited discussion about the film's plot. The male lead was such a scoundrel at first, only to transform into a devoted husband after becoming a father. The ending felt so abrupt. Well, it's common for men to become doting fathers, Xuanning replied. Zhang Yue quickly approached Yin Qi, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Qi, do you prefer boys or girls? Xuanning chimed in, most would generally favor daughters. Yin Qi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, having never contemplated the prospect of parenthood, let alone the gender of a potential child. In fact, he rather disliked children, especially the noisy ones. Just then, he felt a tug at his pants. Turning around, he saw no one, a chill running down his spine. Was it a ghost? Uncle, a voice called from below. Yin Qi looked down to find a delicate little girl, perhaps 2 or 3 years old, clutching his trousers. Her large, curious eyes gazed up at him as she blinked and asked, Are you my daddy? Yin Qi was taken aback. Whose child was this? Why was she calling him father? The expressions on Zhang Yue and Xuanning's faces shifted dramatically. Yin Qi has a child? How did we not know? They thought, incredulously. You sly dog, Yin Qi, concealing a child from us. Xuanning seized the collar of his shirt, while Zhang Yue pinched him sharply. Why didn't you tell me about your child? There's no reason to hide such matters. Speak. Have you been seeing another woman? Yin Qi was utterly bewildered. When had he ever pursued another woman? He hastily waved his hands in denial. No, I don't even know this child. He looked down at the girl, little one. Are you sure you have the right person? The child, with an adorably naive expression, shook her head. I don't know. I'm looking for my daddy. Did you hear that? It's a misunderstanding. Yin Qi reassured Zhang Yue and Zhuanning. This child is clearly lost and searching for her family. Gradually, they regained their composure. That seemed a far more plausible explanation. Zhang Yue knelt down and gently patted the girl's head. Little friend, what is your name? Did you get separated from your family? My name is Qingqing. I'm looking for my daddy. The little girl repeated earnestly. Zhuanning crouched down and asked, Do you know your father's name or his contact information? Little Qingqing shook her head despondently. Yin Qi, noticing her demeanor, remarked, She is so young. How could she possibly remember so much? He also crouched down and inquired, What does your father look like? Perhaps we can help you find him. Qingqing pondered for a moment and raised her hand, declaring, I know. Mommy says that daddy is the most handsome man in the world. Yin Qi was momentarily speechless. Such a vague description was hardly helpful. If you were to ask 80% of men, they would likely claim to be the most handsome as well. However, he soon detected a clue. The child mentioned that her mother said so, rather than claiming it herself. Little one, have you never met your father? Yin Qi asked. The little girl nodded. Yes, that's why I want to find him. Understanding dawned upon Yin Qi, and he turned to Zhang Yue and the others. This child must come from a single-parent household, having lived with her mother all her life. Zhang Yue and the others suddenly comprehended, and it all made sense. Zhuanning quickly asked, Little friend, how do you know your father is here? Did your mother come with you? Upon hearing this, little Qingqing made a gesture for silence. Sure, I overheard mommy on the phone. She said daddy is at Yushan Cinema. I tricked the housekeeper into bringing me out. Please don't tell her. Yin Qi and the others fully understood now. The child hadn't gotten lost but had sneaked out. What should we do, Xiaoqi? Zhang Yue looked at Yin Qi. Without hesitation, Yin Qi replied, Let's call the police and have them help her find her father. No, we can't involve the police. Qingqing shook her head vigorously. Mommy will definitely scold me if she finds out. After contemplating, Yin Qi picked up Qingqing. Then let's help you find the housekeeper. But what about daddy? The little girl asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Zhang Yue gently squeezed her tiny hand. Be good, Qingqing. We should return home first. Otherwise, your mother will worry. Oh, all right. Qingqing nodded obediently. Yin Qi smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. He found the child quite pleasant, as she didn't cry or throw a tantrum, but was instead well-behaved. He let her ride on his shoulders, and Qingqing giggled joyfully. Hee, I'm riding a horse. Be careful, Zhang Yue and the others said somewhat nervously. Yin Qi, unfazed, called out, Whose child is this, anyway? Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the shopping mall, a middle-aged woman clad in a black suit, accompanied by 7 or 8 bodyguards, was frantically searching the premises. She held her phone, asking everyone around. Have you seen this child? She is wearing a pink outfit and has a bow in her hair. The passers-by shook their heads in response. The woman gasped in panic. Oh no, if I lose the young lady, I will be utterly doomed. At that moment, the woman's phone in her pocket rang, startling her into a tremor. Trembling, she retrieved the device and pressed to answer. A cold voice on the other end spoke. Anqua, didn't you take Qingqing out for a day of fun? Why haven't you returned yet? Anqua found her words lodged in her throat, unable to utter a single syllable. Anqua? The woman on the other end sensed something amiss. Where's Qingqing? Anqua took a few deep breaths, mustering the courage to respond. The young lady, she has gone missing. What? The woman's fury erupted. Gone missing? What have you been doing? However, she quickly regained her composure and decisively commanded. Where are you now? I will notify the police to seal off the area immediately. Anqua promptly replied. We are at Yunshan Mall. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Did you say Yunshan Mall? How could you still be there? Before she could finish, a sudden commotion erupted behind Anqua. A throng of people surged past them, rushing upstairs while shouting, Are you sure it's him? Absolutely, he seems to be helping a child find her lost family. This is fantastic. We can finally get a photo with him. Hearing this, Anqua shot her head up. Helping a child find her family? Could it be? She quickly spoke into the phone. Please don't worry. I have located the young lady. With that, Anqua waved to the bodyguards behind her. They followed the crowd all the way to the 6th floor. Anqua saw a large gathering by the cinema entrance. Due to the sheer volume of people, she could not discern who was inside, only catching a glimpse of Qingqing perched on someone's shoulders. Anqua sighed in relief, Phew, thankfully she is safe. At that moment, she heard a voice from the crowd shouting, "Photos are fine, but everyone needs to help me find this child's family. Does anyone recognize her?" Inqua shouted, "Here, here." She desperately pushed through the crowd until she reached the front. With a face full of gratitude, she said, "Thank you for looking after her." "I am her," but her words faltered as she gazed at the man before her, whispering in astonishment, "Yin-Chi?" Chapter 53. The name of Qingqing Yin-Chi despised being recognized, as being surrounded for photos was truly bothersome. Yet this time, he willingly allowed himself to be identified. After all, the more people present, the greater the chance of finding Qingqing's family. Thus, a large group of fans converged around him. Witnessing this, Zhang Yue and Zhuaning discreetly stepped aside, not wishing to make headlines. At long last, their efforts bore fruit, as someone finally stepped forward to claim the child. Yin-Chi gazed at the middle-aged woman before him, pondering, "Am I really that famous? Even this middle-aged woman recognizes me." Meanwhile, Inqua felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her heart racing. How could this person be here? Moreover, is Qingqing still with him? Could it be that the housekeeper is here? Qingqing exclaimed loudly. Her voice snapped Inqua back to reality. Yin-Chi looked up and inquired, "Qingqing, do you know her?" "Yes, she is the housekeeper," Qingqing replied with a cheerful nod. Upon hearing this, Yin-Chi gently set Qingqing down. "Quickly return to your grandmother. And remember not to wander off," he advised. "Understood, uncle." Upon hearing the term uncle, Inqua's anxious heart began to settle. It seemed that the worst had not yet transpired, and there was still a chance for redemption. Thus, she forced a smile and embraced Qingqing. "What brought you to the 6th floor? You nearly gave your grandmother a fright." Qingqing's eyes darted around. She couldn't reveal she was searching for her father. Otherwise, her mother would scold her. So she chuckled, "Hee, I just got lost." Inqua ruffled her hair and then bowed deeply to Yin-Chi. "Thank you so much." "It's nothing. It was my duty," Yin-Chi waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, the surrounding fans gasped in admiration. Inqua took Qingqing's hand. "Let us go home, otherwise your mother will worry." "All right." Qingqing nodded and waved at Yin-Chi, saying, "Goodbye, uncle." Yin-Chi approached Qingqing and quietly asked, "By the way, what is your name?" He found himself quite fond of the little girl and hoped they might meet again in the future. Inqua's heart skipped a beat as she intended to intervene. But Qingqing had already spoken. "My name is Yin-Chi." Yin-Chi tilted his head, realizing they shared a surname. No, she's not the Yin of strictness." Inqua quickly clarified, "but rather the Yin of extension." Yin-Chi understood at once. "Ah, I see. The Yin surname is rather rare. Well then, until next time." "Little Yin-Chi," he said while shaking her hand. Qingqing beamed. She then leaned in and kissed Yin-Chi on the cheek. "Thank you, uncle." "All right. We should head home now," Inqua said, taking Qingqing's hand and turning to leave, anxious to avoid any further mishaps. Qingqing waved goodbye with a hint of reluctance before following Inqua. Yin-Chi watched their departing figures, feeling a sense of relief. At last, the issue had been resolved. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the housekeeper looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Before he could ponder further, a throng of fans surged forward. "Yin-Chi, let us take a photo together. I've been waiting forever." "Don't crowd. I want to take a photo with Yin-Chi first." Yin-Chi quickly reassured, "Everyone, please don't rush. We will all have the opportunity for photos today." At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhuaning and her companions. They stood not far from the crowd, watching him with a hint of schadenfreude. Then they pointed downwards, indicating they were about to leave. Yin-Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Zhuaning and the others descended the stairs first. A deep sigh escaped Yin-Chi's lips. It seemed he wouldn't be returning home anytime soon. Meanwhile, Inqua swiftly exited the mall with Qingqing. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, and she appeared utterly exhausted. "Are you all right, Grandma?" Qingqing inquired softly. Inqua forced a smile, replying, "I'm fine, dear, but you must promise me that you won't wander off carelessly in the future. Otherwise, I won't take you out again." "Yes, I promise I won't run away again," Qingqing obediently assured her. Taking a deep breath, Inqua asked, "By the way, Qingqing, do you know that uncle we just met?" "I do." Qingqing beamed. Inqua's heart raced momentarily, but Qingqing continued, "I just met him today. He was really nice." "Oh, that's good to hear." Inqua sighed in relief. Just then, her phone buzzed again from her pocket. Inqua handed Qingqing over to the bodyguard beside her, instructing, "Take the young lady back to the car." "Yes." The bodyguard swiftly took Qingqing away. Inqua then pulled out her phone and answered the call. The woman on the other end impatiently asked, "Did you find him?" "Rest assured, we have found him," Inqua replied hastily. After a brief pause, the woman inquired, "What else?" Ekwa swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly as she confessed, "We encountered young Master Yen Qi." The line fell silent. After a long moment, the woman asked, "Did Qingqing meet him as well?" "Yes, he was the one helping Qingqing find us," Ekwa admitted, feeling guilty. The silence on the other end stretched longer this time, and Ekwa dared not urge her. Approximately 3 minutes later, the woman spoke slowly. "So, how did Qingqing fare with him?" "It seems they got along well. He even let her ride on his shoulders." Ekwa responded truthfully. The woman chuckled softly. "Well, that's good. All right, bring Qingqing back. We can discuss the rest later." "Understood." The woman then ended the call. Ekwa turned her gaze towards the mall's entrance, sighing in resignation. "Ah, it seems you still can't forget him." Chapter 54. Yen Qi's past. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of his fans, by the time Yen Qi arrived at the underground parking lot, an hour had already elapsed. During this time, he had lost count of how many photos he had taken with people. Even the mall security had joined in the excitement. Once it was over, Yen Qi felt utterly drained. In the underground parking lot, he scanned his surroundings and quickly spotted Zhang Yue's car. Exhausted, he opened the door and got in. Zhang Yue, sitting in the driver's seat, teased him with a smile. "Finally done, superstar. Don't even mention it. I'm completely worn out." Yen Qi sighed as he leaned back in the passenger seat. "In the future, I think I should dress more discreetly when going out." He turned his gaze towards the window. "Where is Xuanning? Has she returned?" "She received a phone call and left. Apparently there was a clash between two gangs," Zhang Yue remarked as she started the car. She looked at Yen Qi. "Are you heading home?" "Yes, I need to get a good night's sleep." Yen Qi nodded in agreement. Zhang Yue drove out of the underground garage. "By the way, how is that young girl?" Zhang Yue asked curiously. Yen Qi chuckled. "She was taken away by her caretaker. It seems her family has a steward as well. They must be quite affluent." After a moment of silence, Zhang Yue suddenly said, "Xiao Qi, don't you think that girl resembles you quite a bit?" Initially, Xian Ti noticed. But the more she thought about it in the car, the more she felt the resemblance, especially those enchanting peach blossom eyes, which were strikingly similar to Yen Qi's. "Sister Wei, I assure you, I truly do not have a child." Yen Qi laughed and shook his head. Zhang Yue pouted. "Well, you never know. With so many girlfriends, you might just— Oh, come on, let's break it down." Yen Qi turned to the side and began counting on his fingers. "First of all, Sister Wei, we certainly don't have any children, do we?" "Not at the moment." Zhang Yue gripped the steering wheel tightly. Then she murmured softly, "But I suppose it's not entirely out of the question. I wouldn't mind." "Huh." Yen Qi's eyes widened. Zhang Yue hurriedly shook her head. "It's nothing. Please continue." "Ahem." Yen Qi cleared his throat. "Then there's Xuanning. She was present just now. So it definitely isn't her." Zhang Yue acknowledged with a hum. "True. Next is Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi." Yen Qi continued. "If either of them had a child, they would have been eager to tell me. There is no way they could keep it hidden this long." He then spread his hands. "See, it's impossible." Zhang Yue fell silent. After a considerable pause, she softly inquired, "What about Bai Ji?" The moment those words left her lips, Yen Qi's demeanor froze. He felt his heart skip a beat, and his right hand unconsciously tightened around the seat. Zhang Yue keenly noticed the change in Yen Qi. A flicker of sadness crossed her eyes. Indeed, Bai Ji held a unique place in Yen Qi's heart. She was even less likely to be the one. Yen Qi forced a smile. "After all, she doesn't even like me." As he spoke, he sighed and leaned back against the chair. The car once again descended into silence. After a few minutes, Zhang Yue asked, "Could you share the story of you and Bai Ji with me?" "Of course. If you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. I'm just a bit curious." Yen Qi gazed somberly out of the window. "Well, that might take us back 20 years. 20 years ago, Yen Qi had just turned 5. At that time, he was a privileged young master. His parents were harmonious, their life affluent. It was the epitome of a perfect beginning. Until his 5th birthday, when that idyllic life shattered completely. On that fateful day, Yen Qi remained at home, eagerly awaiting the return of his parents to celebrate his birthday. However, they never returned. Instead, a group of police officers arrived at their residence. It was only later that Yen Qi learned of the tragic fate that had befallen his parents at the hands of their adversaries. Subsequently, their family fortune was hastily divided among various relatives, yet none wished to take Yen Qi in. It was an old friend of his father's, Bai Wenhao, who kindly took Yen Qi into his home. Bai Wenhao's only daughter was Bai Ji. He introduced Yen Qi to her with the words, "This is Yen Qi. He will live with us from now on." Although Baiji was merely a year older than Yin Qi, her demeanor and actions exuded a maturity beyond her years. Yin Qi vividly recalled her first words to him. "You're not bad. From now on, consider me your protector." Naively, he agreed. Baiji's words were not mere platitudes. She indeed took Yin Qi under her wing, bringing him along wherever she went. At that time, Yin Qi, having just lost his parents, felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. To alleviate this feeling, he eagerly accompanied Baiji on her adventures. Whatever she asked him to do, he complied without hesitation, becoming her devoted junior. This dynamic continued as they entered elementary school together, both attending a prestigious institution filled with affluent children. Since Baiji was a year older, she was in the second grade while Yin Qi was just beginning first grade. Initially, their school life was pleasant until one day. The news of Yin Qi's orphan status spread throughout the class. To the eyes of young children, being parentless equated to being vulnerable and an easy target for bullying. Consequently, some mischievous classmates began to torment Yin Qi. At that time, he was quite timid and did not dare to retaliate, let alone report the bullying. Each day, he would hide in his room, shedding silent tears. Although Baiji was still quite young, she sensed something amiss. Yin Qi, who usually followed her closely, had suddenly stopped doing so. Upon inquiring in his class, she discovered that he was being bullied. That day, Baiji armed herself with a wooden stick and confronted the group of first graders. The outcome was a bittersweet victory. She broke one of her arms while the other children left with injuries that sent them to the hospital. It is worth noting that the very students who had clashed with Baiji all transferred to different schools the following day. When Yin Qi learned of the incident, he wept uncontrollably by Baiji's bedside. "Stop crying. You look ridiculous," Baiji said, playfully twisting his ear. Then, she gently patted his head and uttered a phrase that Yin Qi would never forget. "Yin Qi, even though you have no mother or father, you still have me. You are my little brother, and I am your big brother. If anyone bullies you in the future, do not endure it. I will stand up for you." The 7-year-old Yin Qixin was deeply moved. In his eyes, Baishi seemed to radiate a celestial light, resembling an angel. It was on that very day that Yin Qixin resolved to transform himself. After all, he could not always rely on Baiji for protection. He yearned for the day when he could, in turn, shield her. Thus, Yin Qixin began to attempt making friends and learning the art of communication. Gradually, he underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. By the time he reached the 5th grade, Yin Qixin had become a star at school, buoyed by his eloquence and striking appearance. It was then that he discovered his charm with the opposite sex, as numerous girls would gravitate towards him. Yet, in Yin Qixin's eyes, there was only Baiji. Soon, the day of Baiji's graduation arrived. Yin Qixin decided to undertake a bold endeavor, one he had meticulously prepared for. That was to confess his feelings. After the graduation ceremony, he led Baiji to a prearranged location. He emulated the romantic scenes he had seen on television, complete with roses and candles. With a heart full of trepidation, Yin Qixin read aloud the love letter he had painstakingly composed. He believed it to be beautifully written, certain that Baiji would be deeply touched. However, contrary to his expectations, Baiji not only remained unmoved, but laughed heartily. "Ha, Yin Qixin, are you joking with me?" "I'm not joking. I truly like you and will care for you for a lifetime," Yin Qixin exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Baiji merely sighed, patting his head gently. "I'm sorry, but I only see you as my little brother. Please refrain from such awkward gestures in the future. Now, hurry home." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Yin Qixin standing there in stunned silence. Chapter 55. The absence of love that day. Yin Qixin returned to Bai's home in a daze. He locked himself in his room, staring blankly at the ceiling. He realized that he may have been overly sentimental. Baiji's feelings for him were confined to the bond of a little brother and an elder brother. To her, the confession had merely been an embarrassing incident. Yin Qixin spent a sleepless night. By the next morning, he finally came to terms with his predicament. However, the mindset of a 5th grader was still rather immature. Humph. If Baiji does not like me, then I will seek someone else. Thus, with his charm and charisma, Yin Qixin soon found himself a girlfriend. Yet, he discovered that despite having a girlfriend, he felt an emptiness within. After much contemplation, he devised a rather dubious solution. If one girlfriend was insufficient, why not pursue several? And so, he embarked on a path of hedonism, juggling multiple romantic entanglements as a matter of course. Indeed, it must be said that this approach proved somewhat effective. During the tumultuous interactions with his girlfriends, Yin Qi found himself feeling less empty. However, The bond between Yin Qi and Bai Ji gradually became more distant due to the confession incident, compounded by the fact that they attended different middle schools. During this period, Bai Ji's demeanor towards others also became increasingly indifferent. Yin Qi was perplexed by this change, yet he harbored no desire to delve deeper into the reasons. After all, he was preoccupied with navigating the complexities of his relationships with various girlfriends. It was not until Yin Qi entered his first year of high school that Bai Wenhao summoned both Yin Qi and Bai Ji. "When you were young," he began, "I arranged a betrothal between you two with Yin Qi's father," he informed them. "However, this was a long time ago. I simply wish to inquire about your thoughts. If you feel it is unsuitable, we shall annul the engagement." Yin Qi was taken aback. He had been unaware of this arrangement. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. By this time, Yin Qi had matured considerably in high school. He understood that his personal feelings were of little significance. This was merely a formality. What truly mattered to Bai Wenhao is Bai Ji's perspective. As long as Bai Ji disagreed, any agreement from him would be futile. Yin Qi was certain that Bai Ji would reject the proposal, just as she had dismissed his earlier confession. However, Bai Ji's subsequent words left Yin Qi utterly astonished. "I agree. I will marry Yin Qi," she declared. At that moment, Yin Qi's mind went blank, rendering him incapable of processing the ensuing conversation. Later, he approached Bai Ji to clarify. "What do you mean? Do you genuinely wish to marry me? If you don't want to, please don't feel obligated. I can speak to Uncle Bai." Yet, Bai Ji merely regarded him coolly. "It's up to you. Honestly, I wouldn't mind marrying anyone. But marrying you might be slightly more comfortable." Upon hearing this, Yin Qi comprehended the situation entirely. For the scions of affluent families without a betrothal, adulthood often entailed alliances with other families. Thus, Bai Ji seemed to believe that marrying Yin Qi was preferable to being wed to those wealthy heirs. At least Yin Qi would be easier to manage. Disappointment washed over Yin Qi. It became evident that Bai Ji did not harbor any genuine affection for him. Consequently, on that day, Yin Qi and Bai Ji officially became a couple. Although the childhood dream had materialized, Yin Qi found himself unable to feel joy. A couple devoid of love is no different from two lifeless entities. This continued until Yin Qi moved out of the Bai household after entering university. Bai Ji remained indifferent towards him. No longer wishing to dwell on the matter, Yin Qi resolved to seek companionship elsewhere. Thus, he gradually found 4 new girlfriends: Su Xiaoshuang, Pei Liuxi, Zhang Yue, and Zhuan Ning. Although Yin Qi was juggling multiple relationships, he rarely encountered Bai Ji. Even on the rare occasions they did meet, their outings consisted merely of aimless wandering. The two had not even shared a kiss, nor had they held hands very often. This state of affairs persisted until the second semester of their junior year. One day, Bai Ji unexpectedly invited Yin Qi out. Without a moment's hesitation, she kissed him. At that moment, Yin Qi felt as if struck by lightning. He pushed Bai Ji away and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Yin Qi, let us find a hotel." Bai Ji replied with an impassive expression. Yin Qi was taken aback. Hand-holding was a luxury in their relationship, so how could she suddenly leap to this? "My father said that after graduation, we should marry," Bai Ji explained. "Since that is the case, it would be wise to get accustomed to it beforehand. Of course, if you are unwilling, we can forget it." With such words from Bai Ji, Yin Qi found it impossible to decline. Thus, that night, he took Bai Ji's innocence. He remembered that Bai Ji cried, tears falling in deep sorrow. He did not comprehend why she wept. Yet, after her tears, Bai Ji returned to her usual indifferent demeanor. "From now on, it will be once a month. Do not be late." After saying this, she left. In the following months, Yin Qi dedicated an entire day to Bai Ji. This continued until their graduation, when his affairs with 5 other women were exposed. Yin Qi fled. He was indeed frightened by Su Xiaoshuang's family background and also by Pei Liuxi's madness. However, what truly terrified him was Bai Ji. Unsure of how to face her, he could only escape from Yun City under the cover of night. Thus, 3 years passed. Yin Qi gazed out of the car window. This was the entirety of his story with Bai Ji. Zhang Yue listened, captivated. She had not expected that Yin Qi and Bai Ji were childhood sweethearts, nor that so much had transpired between them. Zhang Yue sighed softly. "Indeed. Your feelings for her are unique." "Yes," Yin Qi replied, his eyes clouded with sorrow. "I care for her, yet she shows little interest in me, treating me merely as a subordinate." Zhang Yue fell silent. After a considerable pause, she quietly remarked, "I met Bai Ji once. I believe she still harbors feelings for you." Chapter 56. An unexpected turn of events. Zhang Yue had only encountered Bai Ji once, the day before Yin Qi left Yun City. At that time, she along with 3 others, received a text message from Baiji. The message invited them to meet. Initially, Zhang Yue had no intention of going. However, upon seeing the signature at the end, Yin Qi's fiancé, her curiosity piqued, and she ultimately decided to attend. Not only her, but the others were also intrigued to meet Yin Qi's fiancé. Thus, the 5 girlfriends of Yin Qi gathered for the first time. Zhang Yue's first impression of Baiji was one of icy detachment. Every word and gesture conveyed a sense of aloofness. Even in the presence of her fiancé's 4 girlfriends, her eyes remained devoid of any emotion. It seemed as though she cared not at all. Even Zhang Yue initially believed that Baiji harbored no feelings for Yin Qi. It was only when Su Xiaoshuang furiously proposed a bounty of 1 million to take Yin Qi's life that Baiji's demeanor finally exhibited a hint of vulnerability. At that moment, both Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi were consumed with a desire to eliminate Yin Qi, engrossed in a heated debate on how best to deal with him. Oblivious to Baiji's unsettling shift in behavior, only Zhang Yue and Juaning perceived the looming danger, though it was but a fleeting moment. The murderous intent radiating from Baiji's gaze directed at Su Xiaoshuang was palpable. That terrifying aura of violence struck fear into Zhang Yue. Akin to being stalked by a formidable predator in the wilderness, as though Baiji might erupt and commit murder at any instant. Yet, just as swiftly, her expression returned to its customary indifference, as if nothing had transpired. In fact, Baiji ultimately concurred with Su Xiaoshuang's proposition. Thus, the 5 of them cast their votes, resulting in 3 in favor and 2 against. They resolved to exact a fierce revenge on Yin Qi, which culminated in the issuance of the 1 million bounty. Such was the situation at that time. Zhang Yue cast a glance at Yin Qi, remarking, "If Baiji were indifferent toward you, she would never have exhibited such a look." I could sense that she truly wanted to kill Su Xiaoshuang. Yin Qi sighed in response. Yet she still agreed to the bounty on me. That part eludes me. Zhang Yue shook her head. I cannot fathom what she is truly thinking. Yin Qi gazed out the window, expressing his frustration. I too am at a loss regarding her thoughts. She has always been this way since childhood. Sometimes she is exceedingly kind to me, while at other times, she acts as though I am invisible, leaving me utterly perplexed. Zhang Yue chuckled softly. All right. No need to sulk. Regardless of Miss Baiji's thoughts, I shall always be by your side. She reached out and patted Yin Qi's head. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to confide in me. Do not bottle everything up inside. Yin Qi, touched, leaned affectionately against Zhang Yue's hand. Sister Wei, you are truly wonderful. I genuinely love you. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Zhang Yue laughed, withdrawing her hand. Today, these words were a privilege only to be shared with Zhang Yue. Divulging such sentiments to Su Xiaoshuang and the others would likely result in endless scorn. Zhang Yue radiated warmth and brightness, like a small sun. At that moment, Yin Qi's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Su Xiaoshuang. He answered, Xiaoshuang? On the other end, Su Xiaoshuang joyfully exclaimed, Yin Qi. Mom says I will be the heir to the corporation from now on. Moreover, Dad even apologized to me. Yin Qi, delighted by the news, replied, That's wonderful. Congratulations. Xiaoshuang, no, you should be addressed as President Shuang from now on. Haha. Su Xiaoshuang laughed heartily. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, Dad would never have apologized to me. Humph. Considering his apology was somewhat sincere, I shall reluctantly forgive him. She quietly inquired, By the way, Yin Qi, where are you? Can I come to find you now? Yin Qi gazed out the window. I'm almost at the community, but his words trailed off abruptly. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. A blinding light flared from the right. No, it was not a mere light, but the headlights of a vehicle. Wait, yeah, be careful. Yin Qi shouted in alarm. Yet, it was too late. A deafening shriek pierced the night sky. With a resounding crash, a black SUV barreled into their car. Yin Qi felt as though the world was spinning, an immense force tearing at his body. Moments later, the airbag deployed, striking him squarely in the face. When he regained his senses, his first instinct was to check the driver's seat. He saw that Zhang Yue had already lost consciousness, blood streaming from her head. Wei Jie. Yin Qi reached out to unbuckle her seatbelt, but a wave of agonizing pain engulfed him. He realized that his left arm was completely immobile. It had been fractured in the collision. Damn it. Yin Qi roared in frustration. Just then, Su Xiaoshuang's voice broke through. Yin Qi. What is with that sudden noise? Are you all right? Yin Qi turned to see his phone had been flung to the back. He hurriedly shouted, Xiaoshuang, please call an ambulance. We're near the north gate of Jinghu Garden. Huh? All right. I'll call right away. Though Su Xiaoshuang was bewildered by the situation, she sprang into action without delay. Yin Qi first used his right hand to unbuckle his own seatbelt. Then, gritting his teeth against the pain, he crawled to the driver's side. The door on the right was crumpled and could not be opened. He had no choice but to exit from the left. He initially checked for Zhang Yue's breath and, relieved to find she was still breathing, he proceeded to unbuckle her seatbelt and open the door from the left side. He climbed over her to escape, then wrapped an arm around her and dragged her out of the car. Yin Qi carried Zhang Yue away from the vehicle, panting heavily. What caused this sudden accident? Just then, the door of the SUV swung open. 6 or 7 burly men emerged from the vehicle. Yin Qi glared at them and shouted, "Hey, how do you drive like that?" But soon, he sensed something was amiss. This group exuded an air of menace, clearly not ordinary citizens. It dawned on Yin Qi in an instant. This accident was no mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by these individuals. They quickly approached Yin Qi and the leading man. A foreigner with short golden hair pulled out his phone. He glanced at the screen, then at Yin Qi. "You must be Yin Qi, right?" Yin Qi silently positioned himself in front of Zhang Yue, his demeanor cautious as he inquired, "What are your intentions?" Logically, with Xuanning present, the underground factions of Yunqing should have refrained from acting against him. Who, then, could these individuals possibly be? The foreigner sneered, "Rest assured, we have no immediate plans to take your life. Come with us." In an attempt to buy some time, Yin Qi posed another question. "You must at least inform me of our destination." But before he could finish, a dark barrel was pressed against his temple. "No more idle chatter, move swiftly," the foreigner said impatiently. A surge of alarm coursed through Yin Qi. This group was armed? It effectively ruled out the underground factions of Yunqing, who likely lacked the audacity to brandish firearms in public. Taking a deep breath, he gestured towards Zhang Yue behind him. "I will accompany you. But you must not harm her." "Very well, we have no interest in her," the foreigner conceded with a nod. Just as he reached out to seize Yin Qi, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A white van sped towards them, hurtling directly at the foreigner and his associates. Dodge. The foreigner rolled back just in time to evade the collision, though the others were not as fortunate, being struck directly by the van. Blood splattered in an instant. The van positioned itself between Yin Qi and the foreigner, akin to a guardian angel. "Damn!" The foreigner cursed under his breath before pulling out a walkie-talkie, exclaiming, "Mission failed." He then dashed towards an off-road vehicle, hastily fleeing the scene. At that moment, the van's window rolled down, and a man leaned out, assessing Yin Qi's injuries before shouting, "He is fine, evacuate immediately." No sooner had he spoken than the van accelerated away, leaving Yin Qi standing there in a daze. Chapter 57. The enraged Yin Qi. Thanks to Su Xiaoshuang's prompt call to emergency services, both an ambulance and police arrived swiftly. The officers were taken aback by the gruesome scene before them. 5 lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground, all victims of the earlier van collision. The loss of so many lives constituted a significant case. Meanwhile, doctors lifted the unconscious Zhang Yue onto a stretcher for the ambulance. Yin Qi watched, his chest tightening with a sense of suffocating frustration. Those individuals had aimed for him, yet it was Zhang Yue who bore the consequences. Clenching his fist silently, he vowed that this group would pay dearly for their actions. 2 hours later, within the hospital, the doctors conducted a thorough examination of Yin Qi. The results indicated that aside from a fractured left arm, he had only sustained minor injuries. The doctors were astonished, after all. Yin Qi had been seated in the passenger side, the area most severely impacted. The door had been crumpled by the force of the collision. Yet Yin Qi emerged relatively unharmed. It was nothing short of miraculous. "Doctor, is the woman who came with me in any danger?" Yin Qi inquired, his voice laced with anxiety. The doctor examined the scan and reassured him, "Rest assured, there is no threat to her life. She will awaken after some time." Upon hearing this, Yin Qi felt a slight relief wash over him. The thought of Zhang Yue suffering due to his actions would haunt him for a lifetime. After his arm was bandaged, the police summoned Yin Qi for questioning regarding the incident. He recounted everything truthfully, remembering the license plate numbers of the 2 vehicles involved and promptly relaying that information to the authorities. Once the officers departed, Yin Qi approached Zhang Yue's hospital room. Peering through the window, he beheld her lying silently on the bed, her head wrapped in bandages. Pain gripped him, and he shut his eyes in anguish. Zhang Yue had always been the most understanding and gentle person towards him, unconditionally supportive of his desires. Witnessing her in such a vulnerable state filled his heart with sorrow. Moments later, Su Xiaoshuang and the others arrived in succession. "Yin Qi, are you all right?" Su Xiaoshuang asked. her face etched with concern as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Earlier, she had been joyfully conversing with him on the phone, only to be startled by a deafening crash. Initially believing it to be an ordinary car accident, she was stunned to learn that someone had attempted to abduct him. Nearly fainting at the revelation, Yinqi shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just a fractured arm. It's Yue who has a head injury. And I don't know when she will wake up." He cast a glance towards the room. Su Xiaoshuang followed his gaze, her eyes betraying a flicker of sadness. Though they often exchanged playful banter, seeing Zhang Yue in such a state stirred discomfort within her. Pei Liuxi clenched her fists, her expression darkening. Who did this? Such audacity. Turning to Xuanning, she questioned sharply, "It can't possibly be that gang of thugs again, can it?" "Impossible," Xuanning replied sternly, shaking her head. They would never dare to lay a hand on Yinqi again. Following the incident at the small restaurant, he has become somewhat of a celebrity among the various factions. Rumors abound that he is the sole heir of a mysterious family, even instilling fear in Xuanning herself. Under such circumstances, no one in their right mind would act recklessly against him. Yinqi concurred. "It likely isn't them. Those individuals are armed." "Armed?" Xuanning frowned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pei Liuxi let out a scoff. "Humph. What do I care about that? If they dared to act, they should be prepared to face the consequences. I will have them located immediately." Typically, Yinqi would have intervened to deter Pei Liuxi's impulsive behavior, but this time, he chose not to. "I will mobilize my brothers as well," Xuanning declared, pulling out her phone. "We will conduct a citywide search. It shouldn't take long to find them." Yinqi nodded in agreement, reassured by the presence of Pei Liuxi and Xuanning. Locating the culprits should not pose a significant challenge. The troublesome matters lie ahead. It is essential to recognize that those individuals are armed, and the extent of their weaponry remains unknown. Even the Red in society would suffer significant casualties when confronted with such uncertain hostility. Undoubtedly, the most prudent course of action would be to ascertain their location and promptly inform the authorities to address the situation. Yet, Yinqi felt an insatiable sense of discontent. If he were the only one injured, he would undoubtedly advocate for involving the police, as he did previously. However, this time the situation involved Zhang Yue, who had lapsed into unconsciousness as a consequence. The nature of the affair had thus transformed dramatically. Yinqi was the type who could tolerate his own injuries, yet could not bear the thought of harm befalling someone dear to him. Therefore, this time, a decisive response was imperative. The only individual who could potentially resolve this predicament flawlessly occupied Yinqi's thoughts. He sighed softly, realizing he had no choice but to proceed. He then turned to the trio, stating, "I must step out for a while. You can manage things here at the hospital." "Absolutely not." Pei Liuxi grasped Yinqi's right hand firmly. "Your injuries are severe. You must rest." Su Xiaoshuang concurred. "Indeed, you should take a break and not overexert yourself. Leave those individuals to me. Rest assured, I will handle them." Xuanning gently patted Yinqi's head. Yinqi resolutely shook his head. "I must go." "Do not try to stop me." The three women looked at each other in astonishment. They understood that Yinqi rarely displayed such seriousness, indicating that he was genuinely enraged. Under these circumstances, they knew that no amount of persuasion would alter his resolve. Exchanging glances, Pei Liuxi and the others reluctantly nodded. "Then please be cautious. If danger arises, notify us immediately." Thus, with the trio providing cover, Yinqi stealthily departed the hospital. He hailed a taxi and journeyed toward the outskirts of Yun City. His destination was the Bai family estate. Chapter 58. Moon Lake Manor. The Bai family resided on the outskirts of Yun City, where they owned an estate exclusive to them, known as Moon Lake Manor. Spanning an area of 60 acres, or approximately 40,000 square meters, such a vast private residence would typically be prohibited in Yun City. However, the Bai family cleverly exploited a loophole. Moon Lake Manor publicly claimed to be a hotel estate, designating it as commercial property. Nonetheless, despite its claims of being a hotel, Moon Lake Manor operated on a membership basis, remaining closed to the general public. In simple terms, the Bai family constructed a hotel, yet it was accessible solely to their own. While this may sound straightforward, implementing such a scheme necessitated the cooperation of various departments in Yun City, turning a blind eye to the situation. This required not only financial resources, but also considerable influence, a combination that the Bai family possessed in abundance. As Yinqi sat in the taxi, he observed the changing scenery outside, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. He had not returned to Moon Lake Manor for 7 years, and his memories of it had grown somewhat hazy. However, more pressing than that was the anxiety of meeting Bai Shi. How should he even begin to speak? Would Baishi truly be willing to assist him? To be frank, Yanqi felt utterly uncertain. After all, his departure from Yun City 3 years ago had been rather disgraceful. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of not being able to leave. This was also the reason he had chosen to come alone, without bringing Su Xiaoshuang and the others along. An hour later, the taxi arrived near Moon Lake Manor. The driver turned to him and said, "Young man, the area ahead is private property. I cannot proceed any further." "I understand," Yanqi nodded. Those without an invitation were not permitted to approach Moon Lake Manor, as the surrounding area belonged to the Bai family. After paying the fare, he exited the vehicle. "Do you want me to wait for you?" the driver inquired, leaning out of the window. Yanqi smiled and waved his hand. "No need. I might not come back out." With that, he strode forward without looking back. After walking approximately 100 meters, a few bright lights illuminated his path. "Who goes there?" A large group of security personnel clad in black uniforms approached, shining flashlights on Yanqi's face. "This is private property. Leave immediately." Yanqi remained unfazed and stated directly, "Please go inside and inform Baishi that I wish to see her." "Do you have an appointment?" "No, but if you notify her, it will suffice." The security personnel paused, exchanging bewildered glances. They then regarded Yanqi as though he were a lunatic. "Do you even know where you are? You think a mere notification will grant you entry?" Typically, entry to Moon Lake Manor required an appointment, and for significant guests, the manor would inform the security personnel of the specific time. However, this individual, appearing uninvited at night, lacked both an appointment and prior notification. Consequently, the security personnel drew their batons and stun guns. "I'll say it again. This is private property. Leave at once." "Wait," Yanqi exclaimed, quickly adding, "I am Yanqi. Don't you recognize me?" He attempted to leverage his past presence at the manor for entry. After all, he had lived there for 13 years. Surely someone would remember him. Yanqi? The security personnel scrutinized his face for a moment before realization dawned upon them. "Ah, you are Yanqi." Yes. Yanqi nodded, relieved. "Finally remembered?" The security personnel exchanged dismissive smiles. "Oh, you're just that internet celebrity who has been trending lately? Don't think that being a celebrity grants you access. Even stars must make appointments. Get out now." Yanqi felt somewhat speechless. They indeed remembered him, but had misremembered entirely. He let out a resigned sigh and had no choice but to mention an old acquaintance. "Could you inquire with Team Leader Guan via the walkie-talkie? He must know me." The security personnel chuckled upon hearing this. "Haha, are you out of your mind? Team Leader Guan returned to his hometown 4 years ago. Our current leader is Team Leader Hu." Yanqi fell silent. 7 years is indeed an eternity. No one recognized him anymore. The leading security officer grew impatient. Pointing his electric baton at Yanqi, "Hurry up and leave. Don't force us to take action." Just as the standoff continued, a leisurely voice echoed from afar. "Old Chi, what are you all doing here?" The security officer, known as Old Chi, changed his expression in an instant. He quickly turned and walked over with a fawning demeanor. "Team Leader Hu, there's an outsider who has intruded." The man referred to as Team Leader Hu appeared to be in his 30s, holding a thermos. "Do you have an appointment?" he asked while sipping his tea. "No." But he said a notification would suffice, Old Chi replied, shaking his head. Team Leader Hu dismissively waved his hand. "A mere notification? Who does he think he is? For someone like this lunatic, we should just kick him out." With that, he took another sip of his tea. Old Chi chuckled. "We thought the same. But this fellow named Yanqi actually believes he." Before he could finish, Team Leader Hu spat out his tea. Who? He stammered. Old Chi pointed behind him. "It's that Yanqi who's been trending online recently." "You didn't know?" Upon hearing this, Hu swallowed hard. His hand gripping the thermos trembled involuntarily. "My goodness, how did this ancestor return?" Hu grasped Old Chi's shoulder. "You didn't lay a hand on him, did you?" Old Chi was still in shock. What was going on with Team Leader Hu? Was he perhaps a fan of that Yanqi? Hu appeared quite serious. It was surprising that he followed internet celebrities in private. Relieved that no action had been taken, Hu pushed Old Chi aside and swiftly approached Yanqi. Under the beam of the flashlight, he recognized that familiar face. It truly was him. Team Leader Hu gasped in astonishment. He then bent down, approaching Yanqi with a sycophantic expression. "Young Master Yan, why didn't you notify us in advance of your return?" Upon hearing this, all the security personnel were left dumbfounded. Young Master? How could the Bai family have a young Master Yan? They had never heard of him. However, their ignorance did not diminish their awareness of the prestige associated with the title Young Master. Old Chi's lips twitched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It seemed he had stirred up trouble. Feeling somewhat guilty, he moved to the back of the line, attempting to conceal himself. "You know me?" Yanqi asked, his face lighting up with joy. Team leader who hurriedly nodded. "Of course, I came to the Bai family 8 years ago and worked under team leader Guan. How delightful it is to finally be recognized." Yanqi gently patted his shoulder and urged, "Quickly inform the manor. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Bai Shi." Team leader who turned sideways with a smile. "There's no need for that. I shall escort you inside directly." Yanqi regarded him with appreciation. "No wonder you are the captain. You truly possess insight." Subsequently, he followed Hu into the manor, while the security personnel dutifully cleared a path. At that moment, Yanqi recalled something and turned to inquire, "By the way, who was it that pointed an electric baton at me just now?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The atmosphere was thick with the potential for retaliation. Old Seven sighed, his face a mask of contrition as he stepped forward, bowing his head in apology. "I sincerely apologize. I did not realize you were young Master Yan." Seeing this, team leader Hu quickly chimed in, "Young Master, I assure you, upon my return, I shall reprimand him thoroughly." "If you are not appeased, enough. I will handle this myself," Yanqi interjected, who shook his head in resignation, realizing Old Seven was in for a rough time. Yanqi approached Old Seven and slowly raised his hand. In a state of trepidation, Old Seven shut his eyes, fearing the various forms of torment he had witnessed from affluent ruffians. "Mother, I fear I cannot fulfill my filial duties any longer," he lamented silently. "You have done well," Yanqi suddenly exclaimed, patting Old Seven on the shoulder. Old Seven, bewildered, raised his head. "Huh?" The other security personnel turned their gazes towards them. "Done well?" Surely, they had not misheard. Just moments ago, they had intended to assault Yanqi. How could this be construed as commendable? Was he perhaps speaking ironically? Yanqi turned to team leader Hu mentioned scolding him. "I believe not only should he not be reprimanded, but he should also be rewarded. The security personnel are tasked with safeguarding the manor. Their actions in halting me were merely their duty. This incident was my oversight, and I assure you, I shall make prior arrangements in the future. If they are deterred because of this, it would only complicate matters for the Bai family." After a moment of contemplation, team leader Hu grasped Yanqi's intent. "Indeed, young Master Yan's words rang true. I shall return and ensure they are rewarded handsomely," he said with a smile. Moving closer to Yanqi, Yanqi nodded in agreement, smiling as he advised Old Seven, "Remember, next time, do not hesitate to stop anyone. Maintain your resolve." "Yes, I assure you, the task will be completed," Old Seven responded, his excitement evident as he stood tall. How fortunate to encounter such an understanding young master. Yanqi, satisfied, nodded and then followed team leader Hu away. As they walked further, Old Seven reflected, "No wonder he is a young master, such magnanimity." He then turned to the other security personnel. "Remember this. Treat young Master Yan with the utmost respect in the future." Yes, given the vast expanse of the manor, a small transport vehicle was required to navigate its grounds. Hu drove a small vehicle, bringing Yanqi to the entrance of a villa. Within the estate, there were numerous buildings, totaling over a dozen. This particular villa served as the primary residence of the Bai family. Yanqi gazed out at the familiar structure, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It was here that he had once lived with Bai Shi. "Young Master Yan, I will go inside to make an announcement and return shortly," Hu said quietly to Yanqi. Yanqi nodded in acknowledgement. "Go ahead." Hu exited the vehicle and knocked on the grand door of the villa. After a brief moment, a young girl clad in a long maid's uniform opened the door. After exchanging a few words with Hu, she hurriedly turned and dashed back into the villa. Shortly thereafter, she returned. Upon receiving a reply, Hu approached the car and opened the door for Yanqi. "Young Master Yan, you may follow that young lady inside." Yanqi alighted from the vehicle, giving Hu's shoulder a friendly pat. "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all," Hu quickly shook his head in response. Yanqi then made his way toward the villa's entrance. Hu watched his retreating figure, murmuring softly to himself. It feels as though the estate is on the verge of a transformation. Meanwhile, Yanqi stood before the grand entrance. The lovely maid bowed to him. "Young Master Yan, please follow me." Yanqi assessed the maid, noting that she appeared to have just reached adulthood. She certainly had not been present 7 years ago. He followed her into the interior of the villa. The decor was exceedingly opulent, predominantly adorned in shades of platinum. The maid led him to a door, saying, "Please wait here for a moment." Yanqi recognized the familiar door. "I believe this is the study." "Indeed, it is where the young lady requested I bring you." The maid confirmed with a nod. Yanqi chose not to elaborate further and simply pushed the door open. Though referred to as a study, It resembled more of a small library. Baiji's father, Bai Wenhao, had a profound love for reading, which accounted for the spaciousness of the room. The area spanned approximately 300 square meters, filled with 20 bookshelves. At the center stood a 2-meter-long desk. Yan Qi recalled fond memories of playing in the study with Baiji when they were children. After closing the door behind him, he approached the desk and took a seat. Yan Qi closed his eyes, contemplating the words he wished to convey. Without prior thought, he knew he would struggle to articulate anything meaningful. His eloquence seemed utterly ineffectual in Baiji's presence. Approximately 10 minutes later, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the room. His heart began to race. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat echoed like a drum. As the doorknob slowly turned, the door was pushed open, revealing a woman clad in a white silk nightgown. The satin fabric clung to her figure, accentuating her exquisite curves. The woman's long, lustrous hair cascaded down like a waterfall, perfectly framing an exquisite oval face adorned with delicate features. Beneath her elegantly arched brows lay a pair of indifferent black eyes. The moment Yan Qi laid eyes on her, he was momentarily transfixed. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he found it difficult to contain his emotions. This woman was none other than Baiji's eldest daughter, Yan Qi's former betrothed, Baiji. Baiji gently closed the door behind her, her cold gaze sweeping over Yan Qi before finally settling on his injured left arm. A fleeting expression of complexity flickered in her eyes, but it quickly reverted to calmness. Under ordinary circumstances, Yan Qi would have noticed this subtle shift, but at that moment, his mind was clouded. The carefully crafted opening line he had prepared now eluded him entirely. Baishi remained silent, choosing instead to sit down beside him in a nearby chair. The study fell into a profound silence as they sat together, 10 minutes passing without a word exchanged. Eventually, Yan Qi swallowed hard and broke the silence. Baishi, I. Baishi turned to him, her tone remarkably frosty. Yan Qi, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze. He simply could not hold her stare. Sigh. Baishi exhaled softly, leaning back in her chair as she inquired, "Why did you wait until now to seek me out?" Chapter 60. The godfather Yan Qi, who had meticulously prepared his response, found himself at a loss for words. Throughout his life, he had always been able to charm any girl with sweet talk, yet he struggled to articulate his feelings to Baishi. This was true 3 years ago, and it remained true now. After much contemplation, he resolved to speak honestly. "Because I was afraid to come," he murmured. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flickered in Baiji's eyes. She then spoke with a touch of sarcasm. "You were too afraid to come before. Yet suddenly today you have the courage? It must be for your little girlfriend, that girl named Zhang Yue." Yan Qi was taken aback, staring at Baiji in disbelief. "You already know?" he exclaimed. It had only been 3 hours since the accident, and Bai's family resided in the outskirts of Yun City. The speed at which the news had traveled was astonishing. Baiji lightly tapped her chair, asserting, "As long as it concerns Yun City, there is nothing I am unaware of. You simply wish for me to assist you in finding someone to avenge your little girlfriend, correct?" "Ahem, rather, my ex-girlfriend," Yan Qi corrected, clearing his throat. Baiji's eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded him. "And what about me? Am I merely your former fiancé?" Caught off guard by her question, Yan Qi faltered. Was there even a term for former fiancé? Observing his awkwardness, Baiji's lips curled into a faint smile, followed by a sigh. "It truly is disheartening that your reason for seeking me is for another woman." At that moment, Baiji noticed Yan Qi gazing intently at her. She trembled slightly, yet her tone remained indifferent as she inquired, "What are you staring at?" "I merely wish to see if you are truly heartbroken," Yan Qi replied. Scratching his head, Baiji raised an eyebrow at this. "So, did you discern it?" "No," Yan Qi admitted honestly, shaking his head, as always. "I have no idea what you were thinking." During elementary school, Baiji would occasionally reveal her emotions, but upon entering middle school, the expressions on her face grew increasingly scarce, as if she were donning a mask. With her eyelids slightly lowered, Baiji spoke coldly. "You need not know what I am thinking." "Oh," Yan Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. Baiji was indeed the same as before, maintaining a demeanor that kept others at arm's length. No matter how hard Yan Qi tried, he could never penetrate the fortress of her heart. Observing Yan Qi's despondent state, Baiji silently clenched her fists. She swiftly regained her composure and spoke in her usual tone. "I may assist you, but I cannot do so without compensation." "What do you desire?" Yan Qi promptly inquired. "As long as it is within my capability, I shall oblige." Baiji regarded him with a curious gaze. "Rather, I wish to ask you, what do you believe you can offer me?" Yan Qi fell silent. The question struck home. The Bai family possessed both wealth and power. He seemed to have little of value to present. Perhaps this. Baiji elegantly crossed her legs. If you kneel and beg me, I shall lend my assistance. All right. Yanqi responded without hesitation, rising to his feet. Baiji was momentarily taken aback, then flustered in a way rarely seen. She hadn't anticipated his prompt acquiescence. As she observed Yanqi bending his knees, preparing to kneel, she seized his arm, saying, "Never mind, I've suddenly lost the desire." Huh? Yanqi was somewhat bewildered. What was this woman thinking? You have changed, Baiji murmured softly. 3 years prior, Yanqi would never have considered kneeling to anyone. Baiji then extended her right hand, gently asking, "Do you remember our little agreement?" Yanqi gazed at the familiar gesture, momentarily lost in thought. In their childhood, Baiji had been enamored with the film The Godfather, often playing the role of Vito Corleone while Yanqi portrayed her subordinate. At that time, Baiji would raise her right hand like now, signaling for Yanqi to kiss it as a sign of respect and obedience to the Godfather. Understanding her intent, Yanqi thought to himself, she desires my submission to all her commands. Grasping Baiji's hand, he recited their childhood lines. I shall comply with all your instructions. Your Excellency. With that, he lowered his head and kissed the back of Baiji's hand. At the moment their lips made contact, Baiji quivered violently. And even Yanqi sensed it. Baiji abruptly withdrew her hand, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. However, tranquility swiftly returned as she cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, since you have shown me respect, I shall assist you. Before dawn, I will locate the person who collided with you and reveal the mastermind behind it." Upon hearing this, Yanqi exhaled in relief. As long as Baiji was willing to help, everything would become straightforward. He settled back into his chair, and as the tension in his body eased, a wave of fatigue washed over him. By the way, is Uncle Bai not here? Yanqi yawned and inquired. Uncle Bai naturally referred to Baiji's father, Bai Wenhao. Baiji shook her head nonchalantly. He has gone abroad. I am currently in charge of the Bai family. Is that so? Yanqi was somewhat astonished. Baiji was merely a year older than him, yet she had already begun to take control of the Bai family. How impressive. It seemed that much had transpired over the past 3 years. However, Yanqi had no intention of prying further. After all, he did not truly belong to the Bai family. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Oh, there's one more thing. Never mind. I want to ask. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Don't hesitate," Baiji remarked, casting a glance at him. Yanqi, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Actually, it's about whether you have a child now? He remembered what Zhang Yue had said, that the child bore a striking resemblance to him. Baiji's eyes widened, her expression uncharacteristically flustered, clearly taken aback by Yanqi's inquiry. Seeing her reaction, Yanqi felt even more embarrassed and hurried to explain. It's just that I encountered a child at the cinema today, and I felt that the child looked a bit like me. Before he could finish, Baiji interrupted. So you assumed that was your child? Then, after questioning your several girlfriends and discovering none of them were the mother, you came to ask me, correct? She then teasingly looked at Yanqi. Why not take a guess? Do you think I would bear a child for you? Yanqi was momentarily at a loss for words. He yearned to find a hole to hide in. How could Baiji possibly have a child for him? What a foolish question. Forget I asked. Yanqi quickly waved his hand. Nevertheless, he had obtained the answer he sought. That little girl, Qingqing, merely bore an uncanny resemblance to him. For some reason, Yanqi felt a void within him. I must be utterly exhausted, he said wearily as he leaned back against the chair. Let me rest for a moment. Wake me if there is news. Yanqi closed his eyes. In less than half a minute, he fell into a deep sleep. Baiji gazed at the profile of Yanqi, a smile curving her lips. Silly. Why don't you take a guess? She murmured to herself. Baiji stood up and retrieved a blanket from behind the table, gently draping it over Yanqi. Baiji gently brushed through Yanqi's disheveled hair and softly said, "Good night." She then turned and exited the study. Outside stood 2 individuals. The beautiful maid who had accompanied Yanqi and the current housekeeper of the Bai family, Aunt Gua. Is Qingqing asleep? Baiji inquired. Glancing at Aunt Gua nodded. She has already gone to bed. Then I shall go check on her, Baiji replied, a tender smile gracing her face. She gestured toward the study. Yanqi is asleep inside. Please do not disturb him. Understood. With that, Baiji ascended the stairs with soft steps. Sigh. Aunt Gua looked toward the study and sighed. Now that the child's father has come, they might as well meet. Chapter 61. The Ambush. Meanwhile, in the old district of Yun City, within an abandoned warehouse, a group of heavily armed foreigners had gathered. Leading them was the blonde foreigner who had driven into Yinqi. His name was John Byron, a retired soldier from a major power, currently working as a mercenary worldwide. His arrival in Yun City was due to a contract he had accepted, offering $30 million for the capture of a man named Yinqi. John thought that capturing someone should be relatively straightforward. Initially, their plan went smoothly. They successfully intercepted Yinqi on the road, and all that remained was to take him away. However, John did not anticipate the sudden appearance of a van that resulted in the death of all his men. Outnumbered by the occupants of the van, John was forced to retreat for the time being. At that moment, John was on the phone, angrily shouting, "Damn it. That van was not part of the plan. Why didn't you inform me? I lost 5 brothers, 5. The voice on the other end was deep and magnetic. I apologize. That was indeed my oversight. I intended to catch Yinqi off guard, but I didn't realize the Bai family was keeping a close watch on him." "The Bai family?" John asked, perplexed. Being new to the area, he was entirely unaware of the local power dynamics. "They are a powerful family. Their influence pervades Yun City." The man replied with a hint of trepidation. "They are not to be trifled with, unlike those underground thugs." John scoffed derisively. "Oh, don't sound so intimidating. It seems you are the one who is afraid." The man, now impatient, responded, "Think what you will. In any case, this transaction is concluded. Consider the initial payment as compensation for your troubles. You must leave Yun City immediately. Do not let the Bai family find you." With that, the man hung up, furious. John smashed his phone to the ground. He cared little for Yinqi's fate or the so-called Bai family. His sole concern was financial gain. Although he had received an advance of $150,000, it paled in comparison to the promised $30 million. He had envisioned retiring comfortably with that sum. The retirement plan has once again been thwarted. At this moment, a mercenary approached and inquired, "John, what shall we do? Should we retreat? The White family sounds perilous." John seized the man's throat. "Freeman, you are afraid, aren't you? What terror can a mere family pose? The firearms you wield are mere toys." Freeman's face turned crimson as he gasped, "I understand. John, I shall continue to follow you." Upon hearing this, John released his grip. He then addressed the other mercenaries. "This will be our final mission. We must secure sufficient funds. Since the White family is so affluent, let us procure some wealth from their household. Surely, none of you wish to return home in disgrace?" John approached a wooden crate and opened it, revealing a dozen automatic rifles inside. He picked one up, declaring, "Those who yearn for riches, follow me. Cowards may swiftly return to their homeland." The other mercenaries exchanged glances and began to gather around, all contemplating retirement after this job. Since the final payment was unattainable, they might as well engage in one last grand endeavor. A satisfied smile spread across John's face. "Excellent. It is time for these country bumpkins to comprehend what true violence entails." He proceeded to outline the battle plan. "Everyone, heed my commands. First, Freeman. You and a few others." However, mid-sentence, John abruptly turned around. The battlefield's instinct honed over the years warned him of impending danger. "Beware," he shouted. No sooner had the words left his lips than the windows of the dilapidated warehouse shattered simultaneously. Over 20 smoke grenades were hurled through the openings. In an instant, a thick blanket of white smoke enveloped the warehouse. Almost immediately, the main entrance was breached. More than 40 individuals, donned in night vision goggles and armed with M16 rifles, surged inside, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire upon John and his companions. The bullets poured down like a torrential rain. During this chaos, John and his team attempted sporadic counterattacks, but the smoke obscured their aim. The gunfire continued relentlessly for a full 3 minutes before finally ceasing. The leading figure gestured, "Enter. See if there are any survivors." The 40-odd individuals surged into the warehouse. Soon, they discovered John and his comrades. Most of the international mercenaries lay riddled with bullets, resembling a hive of hornets. A few gasped for breath, yet their time was limited. At that moment, John suddenly emerged from beneath a corpse, having narrowly escaped death by using a teammate's body as a shield. He drew his pistol, ready to pull the trigger, but with a resounding bang, a bullet pierced through his wrist. "Ah!" John cried out, the pistol clattering to the ground. Immediately, 7 or 8 burly men pinned him down. As John struggled vehemently, he shouted, "Who are you people?" The leader, upon hearing this, removed his night vision goggles and chuckled. "We must have met before." John's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, he had seen this man before, the very one who had driven a van to intercept him when he attempted to take Yinqi away. Suddenly, everything made sense. "You are from the Bai family? Now you understand," the leader replied, pressing his foot forcefully onto John's head. Let me tell you, foreigner. You have picked the wrong fight. Chapter 62 Yeniching within the Moonlake Manor. Bai Shi sat beside the bed, gazing affectionately at the slumbering Qingqing. To outsiders, the matriarch of the Bai family appeared as cold as ice, yet before her child, she displayed a rare softness. More accurately, it was her and Yin Qi's child. 3 years prior, just 7 days after Yin Qi departed from Yun City, Bai Shi discovered she was pregnant. A visit to the hospital revealed that she had conceived a month prior. The Bai family urged her to terminate the pregnancy, but she resolutely chose to give birth and named the child Yeniching. Her family deemed her foolish. After all, Yin Qi, that scoundrel, had absconded. Yet she insisted on giving their daughter his surname. Bai Ji offered no explanations, simply raising her daughter in silence. As Qingqing's features began to take shape, Bai Ji noticed an uncanny resemblance to Yin Qi, particularly in those enchanting peach blossom eyes, identical to Yin Qi's as a child. Consequently, her affection for Qingqing deepened. Though merely 2 years and 4 months old, Qingqing exhibited intelligence far surpassing that of her peers, often surprising Bai Ji with her insights. For instance, that evening, when Bai Ji was on the phone with her subordinates inquiring about Yin Qi's situation, Qingqing eavesdropped. Ever since Yin Qi's return to Yun City, she had been monitoring him discreetly, refraining from sending anyone to follow him until recently, when he was stabbed at the subway station. Upon hearing this news, Bai Ji was taken aback, and once she regained her composure, a surge of fury propelled her to eradicate the Yulin society. However, before she could initiate any action, Zhuaning had already resolved the matter. Consequently, Bai Shi dispatched a team to vigilantly guard Yin Qi, ensuring similar incidents would not recur. Earlier that afternoon, upon learning that Yin Qi was summoned to Shuiyu Huadu by Su Dagua, Bai Shi promptly reinforced her surveillance team. After receiving word that Yin Qi was unharmed, she allowed a portion of her team to withdraw while the remaining members continued to shadow him to Yunshan Cinema. Unbeknownst to her, Qingqing had overheard their conversation. Although Bai Ji had not mentioned Yin Qi's name, the astute child deduced that her father was at the cinema, leading her to deceive Aunt Gua into taking her there to find him. The occurrence of this unfortunate incident primarily stemmed from a lack of communication between the two parties. The individuals tasked with safeguarding Yin Qi were prohibited from inquiring into the affairs of the Bai family, thus they had never encountered Aunt Gua or Qingqing. Aunt Gua, who was responsible for managing the internal affairs of the Bai household, was not permitted to involve herself in other matters. She remained oblivious to Bai Ji's decision to assign someone to protect Yin Qi. With neither side familiar with the other, it allowed Qingqing to coincidentally come across Yin Qi. Later, when Bai Ji inquired how Qingqing had discerned her father's presence, Qingqing merely fluttered her large eyes and replied, "I saw Mama smiling secretly after finishing a phone call. Thus, I surmised that it must be Papa at the cinema, for Mama loves Papa the most." Bai Ji, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of astonishment. She had previously believed she had mastered her emotions perfectly, yet she found herself unable to maintain composure when confronted with matters pertaining to Yin Qi. At that moment, as she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Qingqing, her expression became rather complex. She gently clasped Qingqing's small hand and muttered to herself, "Qingqing, Papa is downstairs right now." Yet, with a hint of melancholy, she added, "Mama hasn't yet decided whether to let you meet him. I do not know if Yin Qi can accept you. If he cannot, perhaps it is better not to meet at all." It was only during such moments that she could reveal her genuine emotions. "Just moments ago, your father confided in me that he was afraid to see me." Bai Shi sighed. "Am I truly that terrifying?" He also mentioned that he did not know what I was thinking. "That fool, sometimes ignorance is the safest course. Alas, it is evident that your father and I are not suited for one another." Bai Ji, in her distress, closed her eyes. Even as the head of the Bai family, there were still matters beyond her control. At that juncture, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon retrieving it, her expression instantly turned serious. She promptly rose and exited the room, dialing a number. "Heling, what is the situation on your end?" Bai Ji inquired directly. The man referred to as Heling was the one Bai Ji had assigned to ensure Yin Qi's protection. He was responsible for the van collision with the foreign mercenaries and for the subsequent raid on the abandoned warehouse. On the other end of the line, Heling responded, "It took some effort, but I managed to extract the information you sought." As he spoke, Bai Ji could faintly hear the sounds of pleas and moans. It was evident that the captured mercenary, John, was enduring considerable torment. "That foreigner isn't dead, is he?" Bai Ji inquired with an unruffled tone. "No. I deliberately left him with a breath of life." "Very well, then bring him to the estate," Bai Ji commanded, His fate is to be dealt with by Yin Qi. Understood, Ling replied succinctly. Subsequently, Baiji posed a crucial question. So, who exactly hired these foreign mercenaries? After a moment of silence, Ling cautiously replied. It was the Yin family. As soon as these words were spoken, Baixi's expression slightly changed. Yin Qi experienced an exceptionally long dream, wherein he found himself marrying 5 of his former girlfriends simultaneously. However, midway through the ceremony, a fierce altercation erupted among the 5. The scuffle escalated dramatically, resulting in the demise of 4, leaving only Baiji alive. Covered in blood, she shouted, "This is the fate of a scoundrel." Yin Qi jolted awake, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat. He clutched his chest and murmured to himself, "How terrifying." At that moment, a voice emerged from beside him. "What did you dream about? You seem quite frightened." Yin Qi turned to his side, and the exquisite visage of Baiji came into view, instantly reminding him of the Baiji from his dream. Startled, he leaned back and fell to the ground. Baiji bent over, looking rather perplexed at his reaction. "Am I really that frightening?" "Not at all." Yin Qi scrambled to his feet, offering an awkward smile. "I just had a nightmare." Baiji's interest was piqued. "Oh? What kind of nightmare?" "Seeing you so terrified must have something to do with me." At a loss for words, Yin Qi hesitated, pondering how to respond without revealing that he dreamed of Baiji murdering the other 4. "I see," Baiji concluded, nodding. "You must have dreamt about me and your other girlfriends, right?" Yin Qi grimaced, impressed by her keen perception. From the slightest change in his expression, she had deduced much. He decided to be honest. "I dreamt of marrying you, and then stop." Baiji raised her hand to interrupt. "That's enough. No need to elaborate." Yin Qi nodded in understanding. "All right." He silently complained. "Is hearing about marriage with me so unappealing that you wish to avoid it?" Baiji turned away, a subtle smile betraying her amusement at the notion of him dreaming of marrying her, while wishing to avoid any mention of other women. After regaining her composure, she resumed her calm demeanor. "By the way, the person you were looking for has been captured." Yin Qi's eyes brightened instantly. "Really? I've had someone bring him to the estate. Come with me." Baiji beckoned with a finger, and Yin Qi hurriedly followed her. However, just as they exited the study and approached the front door, Yin Qi suddenly heard the sound of children's laughter emanating from upstairs. He quickly turned to look. Baiji, appearing somewhat anxious, inquired, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to leave?" "No, I just heard the sound of a child," Yin Qi replied, puzzled. "Are you still half asleep?" "Perhaps." He scratched his head and followed Baiji out of the villa. Shortly after they stepped outside, the little one, Qingqing, bounced into view at the top of the stairs, curiously peering down. "Oh?" Butler Anqua hurried over, exclaiming, "Miss, why have you run out again?" "Anqua, I think I heard that uncle's voice just now." Qingqing blinked innocently. "The one from the cinema yesterday." Anqua forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Perhaps you misheard." "Qingqing, let us go watch the animated film instead." "Yay, let us watch the animated film." Qingqing joyfully dashed back. Anqua, with a helpless glance downstairs, pondered how long they would have to keep this secret. Chapter 63. The miserable mercenary Yin Qi was led by Baiji to an underground facility, accompanied by 7 or 8 bodyguards. "I never knew such a place existed within the estate," Yin Qi mused, casting curious glances around. Having lived in the manor for 13 years, he had never heard of this location. "It's no surprise you didn't know," Baiji replied calmly. "I only discovered it in the past 2 years as well." Soon, they arrived before a large transparent glass chamber. Opposite the glass was a pitch-black room, where mercenary John was bound to a chair. Upon seeing John, Yin Qi couldn't help but gasp. The once arrogant kidnapper was now utterly wretched. His hands were drenched in blood, and a closer inspection revealed that 3 fingers were missing from his left hand and 2 from his right. The nails on his feet had been pulled out, and rusty nails were driven into them. In addition to this, his body was riddled with countless wounds. Yin Qi instinctively inhaled sharply. "Ouch, just looking at it is painful." "This foreigner is a mercenary from overseas, quite tough," Baiji explained matter-of-factly. "Thus, some methods had to be employed. Fortunately, he has confessed everything." Yin Qi hurriedly inquired, "Who exactly is behind my kidnapping?" Baiji fell silent. "Do speak up," he pressed, unable to tolerate the notion of someone plotting against him from the shadows. With a sigh, Baiji conceded, "All right, since you wish to know. It is the Yin family." Turning to him with a serious expression, she continued. Stunned, Yin Qi stood frozen. "The Yin family? Surely I misheard." He stammered. "Is it the Yin family I'm thinking of?" "Yes, those relatives of yours," Baiji nodded. "The one who financed your abduction is your third uncle, Yin Ehai. Yin Qi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. To be honest, he was aware of his relatives, but his memories of them were faint. After the death of his parents, those relatives divided the Yin family estate among themselves and refused to take him in, passing the responsibility to one another. He vividly recalled their sharp, disdainful faces. From that day on, although he retained the surname Yin, he no longer considered himself a part of the Yin family. Furthermore, since most of those relatives resided far from Yun City, he gradually forgot about them. As for that so-called Uncle Yin Ehai, Yin Qi had no recollection of him whatsoever. Who on earth is he? Why would he kidnap me? Yin Qi inquired, perplexed. I have no ties to the Yin family, and I lack both wealth and power. Is it really necessary to hire a group of foreign mercenaries to abduct me? Bai Ji remained silent, her expression somewhat peculiar. However, Yin Qi was so consumed by questions that he failed to notice her demeanor. Soon, Bai Ji reverted to her usual self, shaking her head. I don't know. This mercenary is merely in it for the money. He is not privy to the specifics. By the way, how do you plan to deal with him? She glanced at Yin Qi. Yin Qi looked at John, who was in such a tortured state that he was unrecognizable, and quietly asked, May I go in and ask him a few questions? All right, though I wonder if he can still speak. Bai Shi signaled to the bodyguard behind her, open the door. The bodyguard quickly approached the glass door and opened it for Yin Qi. Here you go. The bodyguard handed Yin Qi a machete. You may end his life at your discretion. Yin Qi took the machete with ease and stepped into the room. With a click, the door closed behind him. Turning around, Yin Qi was astonished to discover that it was a one-way mirror. The outside could see in, but the inside could not see out, akin to a police interrogation room. So this is the structure. It seems the Bai family harbors quite a few secrets. Yin Qi shook his head and approached the bound John. Hearing the footsteps, John slowly raised his head. One could only say that he was indeed a battle-hardened mercenary. Even in such a tormented state, he still retained his consciousness. Upon seeing Yin Qi approaching, he hoarsely uttered, It's you? Yin Qi stood before him, bluntly asking, It was Yin Ehai who hired you, wasn't it? John weakly scoffed, Indeed. I hear he is your relative. How tragic that family turns against one another. Before he could finish, Yin Qi struck his thigh with the machete. In an instant, blood splattered. John trembled in agony. I ask, you answer. No trivialities. Yin Qi coldly stared at him. John was taken aback. This seemingly frail young master showed no hesitation in delivering violence. Yin Qi continued, Did Yin Ehai tell you why he wanted to kidnap me? I don't know. He didn't say, John, having learned his lesson, refrained from unnecessary chatter this time. Yin Qi nodded and pressed on. How much did he pay you? $30 million. He provided me with a deposit of $1.5 million in advance, John replied truthfully. Yin Qi's eyes widened in shock. $30 million converts to 200 million yuan, doesn't it? 200 million? Am I truly worth that much? He pondered, his mind swirling with questions. Yin Qi found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Surely Yin Ehai could not be so idle as to frivolously squander money. He dared to spend 200 million to hire someone for a kidnapping, which surely indicated that he was confident in recouping the investment. Yet, as Yin Qi pondered, he could not fathom what made him worth such a sum. The only plausible explanation was that Yin Ehai sought ransom, perhaps from Su Xiaoshuang or Bai Ji. However, the Yin family was presumably not in want of money. Was it truly necessary to resort to a public abduction for a mere ransom? After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qi continued, One last question. Where do you plan to make the exchange after capturing me? At sea, John replied weakly. After we capture you, we will head directly out to sea, where the transaction will take place. I am merely responsible for collecting the money. Beyond that, I know nothing. Yin Qi nodded, sensing that the man was not lying. Yin City, being a port city, made it quite convenient to venture out to sea. He weighed the machete in his hand and inquired, Is there anything else you have not disclosed? Nothing more. Just go ahead and kill me, John said, his head bowed. He was in such despair that he longed for a swift end. You need not have suffered so terribly, Yin Qi said, his gaze as icy as steel. But since you have involved someone of great importance to me, you must die. Upon hearing this, John gave a self-deprecating laugh. It must be that woman who fainted. Right? It seems I have indeed crossed the wrong person. No sooner had he spoken than Yin Qi's machete gleamed ominously, followed by a spray of blood. Yin Qi, drenched in crimson, pushed open the door and casually handed the bloodied weapon to the bodyguard at the entrance. Here, take this. Yet the bodyguard did not reach out to accept it. Yin Qi turned to him, questioning, What is the matter? He noticed that the bodyguard was staring at him in terror, as were the others present. Clearly, they were all taken aback by his ruthless decisiveness. But soon, the bodyguard regained his composure and hastily accepted the machete. My apologies. Yan Qi said nothing further, merely turning his gaze toward Bai Ji. She remained impassive, revealing no emotion. In her usual tone, she remarked, "You are quite dirty. Let us wash you up first." As the rain poured down, Yan Qi stood beneath it, cleansing the blood from his body. Despite this being only his second act of killing, he felt no tumult within. It was as though nothing had transpired. At that moment, the outer door of the bathroom swung open. The bathroom was designed with a separation of wet and dry areas, consisting of an inner bathing space and an outer washing area. Bai Ji called out from beyond the door, "I have brought you some clean clothes. They are outside." "All right." Yan Qi nodded in response. Bai Ji said nothing further and prepared to leave the bathroom. However, Yan Qi stopped her, saying, "Wait a moment. What is it?" Bai Ji turned to ask. After a moment's deliberation, Yan Qi said, "Thank you for this time." "Huh," she replied. Bai Ji chuckled lightly in response. "You ought to express your gratitude to me. After all, I have avenged the most significant person in your life." She emphasized the phrase "most significant person," clearly indicating that she had overheard everything Yan Qi had confided to John. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yan Qi replied, "I didn't mean most significant. I meant very important." Bai Ji's interest was piqued instantly. "Oh, really? Then who is this most significant person to you?" "You." Yan Qi blurted out impulsively, immediately covering his mouth, wondering if he had been too blatant. Bai Ji smirked coldly. "Ha, you must say that to every woman, quite the performer, aren't you, Yan Qi?" "No." He quickly clarified, "The most important person to me has always been you." Taking a deep breath, he resolved to express everything he had been holding back. "Do you remember when we were in elementary school and I was bullied by our classmates?" Yan Qi spoke softly. "I was genuinely frightened and didn't know what to do, so I would hide in my room and cry in secret. But then you saved me, wielding a wooden stick and confronting those boys. You even ended up in the hospital because of that. Do you recall what you said to me while you were there?" Yan Qi, uncharacteristically bashful, continued, "You said, 'Yan Qi, even though you don't have parents, you still have me. I will protect you from now on.' I was truly happy then." He pressed his lips together and said earnestly, "I know I may not have the right to say this, but whether in the past, present, or future, Bai Ji, you have always been the most important person to me." After he spoke, silence enveloped the bathroom, punctuated only by the sound of the falling water. After a considerable pause, Bai Ji finally broke the silence. "Fool." With that, she opened the door and left. Yan Qi felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, Bai Ji seemed indifferent to his words. Once outside the bathroom, Bai Ji hurriedly walked towards the bedroom with her head down. Along the way, she encountered Aunt Gua, who remarked, "Miss, young Master Yan Qi is still bathing." However, Bai Ji disregarded her, striding directly into the bedroom and shutting the door behind her. "What is going on?" Aunt Gua pondered, having noticed a glimmer of tears in Bai Ji's eyes. Surely, she must have been mistaken. After all, this was Bai Ji, who had never been seen crying. Meanwhile, Bai Ji locked the bedroom door and leaned against it, desperately trying to suppress her emotions. Yet, Yan Qi's words echoed incessantly in her mind. Eventually, her composure shattered completely. Sliding down the door, she broke into loud sobs, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks and falling to the floor. It was as if she was determined to release all her grievances at once. After a long while, her emotions began to stabilize slightly. She covered her eyes and murmured softly, "Yan Qi." Yan Qi said that the most important person to him is Bai Ji. Yet, isn't Bai Ji's most significant person also Yan Qi? She longed to express these thoughts directly to Yan Qi, but the moment was not yet ripe. "Wait for me. I will resolve everything." Bai Ji lifted her head with unwavering determination. "This time, I will protect you." Half an hour later, Yan Qi donned a new outfit. At that moment, the door swung open, and Bai Ji entered, inquiring, "Does the clothing fit well?" She examined Yan Qi from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. The size seems just right." This was the attire she had arranged in advance, finally proving its worth today. Yan Qi, however, regarded Bai Ji with curiosity. "Why do your eyes appear somewhat red?" Bai Ji's heart raced. She had indeed applied a warm egg to soothe them. Cough. Perhaps she just hadn't slept well. Bai Ji coughed lightly and swiftly diverted the conversation. "By the way, I will have someone take you home later." Yan Qi nodded. "Bai Ji, I truly owe you for this." Before he could finish, Bai Ji suddenly stood on her toes and gently pressed her lips against Yan Qi's. In that instant, Yan Qi trembled. After a moment, Bai Shi slowly pulled away, turning as if nothing had transpired. Let us go. Yin Qi's cheeks flushed crimson. He touched his lips. Bewildered, pondering, what on earth is Bai Shi thinking? Chapter 65. Back to the hospital, leave the matter concerning Yin Yihai to me. I will find a way to locate him. You need not involve yourself further. Just return home and behave, Bai Shi stated firmly. After speaking, without waiting for Yin Qi's agreement, she forcibly ushered him into the car and instructed the head of the estate security, Captain Hu, to take Yin Qi away. As Yin Qi sat in the car, he continued to savor the lingering sensation of that kiss. He was perplexed as to why Bai Shi had suddenly kissed him. At that moment, a daring thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Bai Shi harbors some affection for him? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. Recalling his previous unsuccessful confession to Bai Shi, wherein he had assumed she reciprocated his feelings, only to realize it had been a mere figment of his imagination. While he pondered, Captain Hu, seated in the driver's seat, broke the silence, cautiously asking, "Young Master Yin, where shall I take you?" It dawned on Yin Qi that he had yet to provide the address. To the first hospital, he replied with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble." Captain Hu promptly shook his head. "You were too kind. It is my honor to assist you." Then he suddenly remembered something, saying, "By the way, young Master Yin, I have informed my subordinates. Next time you visit the estate, there is no need for an appointment. You may come right in." Yin Qi nodded with satisfaction. "I truly appreciate your help." "Not at all. After all, this manor is your home as well," Hu Team replied with a smile. Yin Qi gazed out the window, letting out a gentle sigh. Home? Do I truly still have a home? Meanwhile, at the Moon Lake Manor, Bai Shi returned to the villa after seeing Yin Qi off. "Mom!" Qingqing exclaimed as she hurried over with little steps. Bai Shi crouched down and embraced Qingqing. "Have you been obedient?" "Yes, I've been the most obedient." Qingqing nodded sweetly. "Mom said to stay in my room and not come out, so I didn't tea." Bai Shi affectionately patted her head. "So well behaved. Now, what reward do you wish for, my dear?" Qingqing beamed, leaning closer to Bai Shi's ear. "Mom, I want to see Dad." Upon hearing this, Bai Shi's expression stiffened momentarily. She found herself at a loss for words. She certainly couldn't reveal that her father was just here moments ago. Qingqing pouted, feeling a touch wronged. "Oh, Mom, you said you would let me." "I do keep my promises," Bai Shi quickly reassured her. "How about this? Once you recite the 300 Tang poems perfectly, I will take you to see your dad." "All right." Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she raised her hand. "Great. I'll go memorize the poems right away." Bai Shi sighed inwardly, realizing that she must find an opportunity for them to meet soon. At Yin City's first hospital, after alighting from the car, Yin Qi first sent a WeChat message to Su Xiaoshuang and others, informing them that the matter had been resolved and there was no need to search for anyone anymore. He then proceeded into the hospital, making his way directly to Zhang Yue's ward. As he neared, he noticed a group of police officers gathered at the entrance of the room. Upon seeing him, the officers approached immediately. "Mr. Yin Qi, is it?" Yin Qi remained calm, nodding as he inquired, "Have you found the perpetrator from last night's incident?" "We are here to inform you," the officer responded. "We have located those individuals. They're a group of foreign mercenaries, but due to an internal conflict among them last night, compounded by their possession of firearms, the casualties were quite severe." Yin Qi was taken aback. The Bai family had indeed handled the situation by framing it as a mercenary dispute. Impressive maneuvering. "I see. You have my gratitude for your hard work," Yin Qi replied with a bow. After exchanging a few more words, the officers took their leave. Yin Qi then approached the ward, peering inside. He found only two individuals present, the awakened Zhang Yue and Su Xiaoshuang, who appeared quite fatigued. He quickly entered the room. "Sister Wei, you're awake." Zhang Yue turned her head upon hearing his voice, a hint of color returning to her pale face. "Xiao Qi." Su Xiaoshuang let out a sigh of relief. Rising from her seat, she pouted slightly. "You're finally back. I thought you had run off again." "How could I?" Yin Qi approached her and gently patted her head, saying, "You've worked hard taking care of Sister Wei. Xiaoshuang has matured as well." Su Xiaoshuang, feeling a bit pleased, let out a soft huff. Of course, looking after someone is a trivial matter for me." Before she could finish, a wave of fatigue washed over her, and she yawned. Since last night, she hadn't closed her eyes at all. Yin Qi pinched her cheek lightly. "You should go rest now." Su Xiaoshuang opened her arms towards Yin Qi. "Give me a hug." Yin Qi enveloped her in his embrace. "You've done well." This feels so much better." Su Xiaoshuang nuzzled against Yin Qi. After exchanging a brief farewell with Zhang Yue, she exited the ward. Yin Qi settled beside the hospital bed, gazing at the frail Zhang Yue, who met his eyes. They both spoke simultaneously. I'm sorry. Huh? Yanqi was taken aback. Sister Wei, what do you mean by sorry? Zhang Yue, feeling a twinge of guilt, murmured, if only I had been more attentive at that moment. At that time, Yanqi had brushed her hand, causing her heart to race, and she failed to notice the approaching vehicle. How can this be your fault? Yanqi gently grasped Zhang Yue's hand. Those people were after me. I put you in danger. I should be the one apologizing. Zhang Yue shook her head. Let's not talk about blame. There is no such thing between us. Yanqi tightened his grip on Zhang Yue's hand. All right, let us agree that you won't apologize to me again, Sister Wei. Okay. Zhang Yue replied with a smile. She then quietly inquired, Xiao Qi, I heard from Su Xiaoshuang that you handled this matter alone. Don't worry, it has been resolved. Yanqi nodded. They won't come back. Seeing his confidence, Zhang Yue refrained from pressing further. If Yanqi said it was resolved, she believed him completely. By the way, there is something else. She looked at Yanqi and said, our magazine is set to officially launch tomorrow. And I may not be able to manage company affairs from the hospital. So, rest assured, Yanqi confidently patted his chest. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure our magazine sells out. Chapter 66. Zhuaning and Pei Liuxi in the executive office of the Hongan Group. Zhuaning sat in the chair. Reviewing a WeChat message from Yanqi, the matter has been resolved. There is no need to pursue them further. Resolved? So swiftly? Zhuaning furrowed her brow in confusion. After returning last night, she had mobilized everyone. In no time, all underground factions in Yunqing were on high alert. Yet, 12 hours later, they had found no leads. In contrast, Yanqi had already settled the issue, which exceeded Zhuaning's expectations. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Come in, Zhuaning set her phone aside. The door opened, and her female secretary entered. Zhuaning inquired, have you found anything? The female secretary opened her notebook and said, President Zhuo, according to the police reports. That group consists of overseas mercenaries. However, they engaged in an internal conflict last night, resulting in a shootout, and they are all deceased now. Upon hearing this, Zhuaning chuckled. Internal strife, how clever of them. She then inquired again, that is not what I asked. I want to know the true circumstances of this matter. The secretary shook her head. That is all we have, and nothing more has been uncovered. Zhuaning narrowed her eyes. Not even a shred of information? No. All intelligence has been sealed, the secretary replied. Zhuaning's expression turned grave. She had great confidence in her team's intelligence-gathering capabilities. The complete lack of information indicated that their opponent was operating at a significantly higher level. In the entire Yun City, only a select few could accomplish such a feat. Understood, Zhuaning leaned back in her chair. It seems Yanqi went to the Bai family last night. Meanwhile, Pei Liuxi was in the makeup room, fuming with rage. She pointed an accusatory finger at her assistant, shouting, 12 hours have passed, and you have found nothing? Her situation mirrored that of Zhuaning. Last night, she deployed all her media resources but also came up empty-handed until Yanqi informed her that the matter had been resolved. The assistant cautiously replied, Sister Pei. Some media outlets have secretly informed me that they do know a few things. Then why haven't they shared it with us? Pei Liuxi asked in confusion. All the money I've given to those media has gone to waste, hasn't it? Pei Liuxi's prominence in the entertainment industry stemmed not only from her acting skills and beauty, but also from her substantial annual expenditures to bribe the media. Consequently, most media outlets had become her mouthpieces. Yet this time, they seemed to be disobedient. The assistant whispered, Sister Pei, they are too afraid to speak. They said to forget this matter as if it never happened. Upon hearing this, Pei Liuxi understood. Undoubtedly, a force beyond their reckoning had pressured the media. With a cold smile, she thought, so that's how it is. Her gaze turned fierce as she looked out the window, contemplating, it must be that by person. That wretched homewrecker, stealing Yanqi from me. One day, I shall make you pay for this. The assistant trembled at Pei Liuxi's fierce demeanor, fearing that her wrath might turn toward her. Just then, Pei Liuxi's phone rang. Growing impatient, she retrieved her phone, but upon seeing the caller ID, her expression brightened instantly. She answered, hello. Yes, I have time. Great, I'll head over right now. Wait for me. After hanging up, she wore an elated expression, leaving her assistant bewildered. What just happened to Sister Pei? Pei Liuxi donned the coat beside her and turned to her female assistant, stating, I must step out for an important matter. Unless it is urgent, do not seek me. The assistant hastily replied, Sister Pei, but you have a gala to attend this evening, don't you? Pei Liuxi promptly interrupted her, then rushed out with barely contained eagerness, leaving the assistant in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, she let out a resigned sigh. Alas, it seems Sister Pei has truly fallen in love. If this matter were to be exposed, it could lead to significant repercussions. On this occasion, Pei Liusi opted for a different vehicle. Her assistant had advised her that the Porsche was simply too conspicuous, making it easy for others to uncover her true identity. Consequently, Pei Liusi chose a more understated BMW 4 Series. After donning a hat and mask in the car, she set off, humming a cheerful tune. The mere prospect of receiving a call from one person in the world, Yin Qi, transformed her initial fury into delight. Although she was unsure of the reason for Yin Qi's call, the very act of him reaching out was enough to keep Pei Liusi elated for an extended period. After all, when Yin Qi faced trouble, she was the first person he thought of. An hour later, Pei Liusi arrived at the entrance of MOXIN Media. Upon seeing the black Range Rover parked outside, her expression soured. TSK, that vixen Xuanning has shown up too. Among Yin Qi's former lovers, Pei Liusi harbored the strongest disdain for Bai Ji, closely followed by Xuanning. Her aversion to Bai Ji stemmed from the fact that she was once Yin Qi's fiancée. Her disdain for Xuanning was far more straightforward, purely due to Xuanning's astonishing figure. It was simply unfair, bordering on scandalous. How she used her physical allure to entice Yin Qi. Seated in her car, Pei Liusi took a deep breath. I cannot lose. With that, she opened the car door and stepped out, making her way directly into MOXIN Media. However, as soon as she entered, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning. There stood Yin Qi leaning against the wall, while Xuanning was playfully pinning him there. Today, Xuanning wore a fitted black lace gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Coupled with a pair of 10-centimeter red-soled stilettos, she appeared exceedingly alluring. At that moment, her ample curves were nearly brushing against Yin Qi's face. Pei Liusi glared at them with gritted teeth. Clearing her throat, she coughed. Ahem. Both Yin Qi and Xuanning turned to face her. Upon realizing Pei Liusi had arrived, they quickly separated. Yin Qi hurried over, exclaiming, Liusi, you're here. It appears I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Pei Liusi replied with a hint of sarcasm. I fear I may have interrupted someone's revelry. Xuanning, hearing this, chuckled. Oh, don't be so fiery. I was merely discussing a few matters with Yin Qi. Nothing scandalous was occurring, I assure you. Is that so? Pei Liusi looked toward Yin Qi. Yin Qi nodded, affirming, of course it's true. Who would engage in merriment right at the company entrance? That would surely attract unwelcome attention. Pei Liusi pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. She then leaned closer to Yin Qi, wrapping her arm around his. So, what have you summoned me for? Have you encountered yet another dilemma? Well, it's not precisely a dilemma, Yin Qi replied hesitantly. Our company is set to launch a magazine tomorrow. And since Zhang Yue is currently hospitalized, they have temporarily assigned me to. Before he could finish, Pei Liusi grasped his intent. You wish for me to assist in promoting it, don't you? Chapter 67. A separate date given Pei Liusi's esteemed reputation. Her endorsement would undoubtedly amplify the magazine's sales manifold. Indeed, Yin Qi nodded. You need only to lend a modest hand in its promotion. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Liusi readily acquiesced. Certainly, I shall post a video recommendation shortly. Wait, Yin Qi interjected, raising his hand in protest. That approach seems rather perilous. If your fans observe you making a special video to endorse a magazine, they will undoubtedly investigate the connection between you and MOXIN Media. The situation could spiral out of control. Then what should we do? Pei Liusi inquired, puzzled. Yin Qi leaned in closer, whispering a few suggestions into her ear. After listening, Pei Liusi nodded in agreement. That method is indeed quite clever. All right, I will follow your advice tomorrow. Yin Qi exhaled in relief. This would certainly enhance the magazine's marketability. At that moment, Pei Liusi quietly asked, Yin Qi, having assisted you, don't you think you should repay me? Is there a need for repayment? Xuanning chimed in, drawing closer. If that is the case, I too would like a token of gratitude. Pei Liusi shot a sharp glance at Xuanning, who met her gaze with equal boldness. Observing this exchange, Yin Qi cleared his throat. Ahem, of course there is a form of repayment. Feel free to suggest anything within my capabilities. In unison, Pei Liusi and Xuanning declared, then let us go on a date. As soon as the words escaped their lips, both women simultaneously clicked their tongues. TSK, how clever. Pei Liusi expressed her disdain. I certainly do not wish for a trio outing. Xuanning added with a huff. I only desire to be alone with Yin Qi. Yin Qi found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. Yet, a brilliant idea soon struck him. It was noon, and 12 hours remained until midnight. Tentatively, he proposed, "How about we each take 6 hours?" Even as he uttered the suggestion, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. What a ludicrous proposition. The idea of dividing 6 hours each sounded utterly absurd. Typically, no reasonable person would accept such an offer. However, to his surprise, Pei Liusi and Juaning responded in unison, agreed. It is evident that neither of them is quite normal. Pei Liusi eagerly exclaimed, "Then I shall go first." "Very well." Juaning replied with a knowing smile, "Let it be settled thus." Pei Liusi found it rather peculiar that this woman did not contest her claim. Soon, realization dawned upon her. It was noon, precisely 12 o'clock, and in 6 hours, the sun would set. This meant that Juaning would be going on a date with Yin Qi in the evening. The hazy night, coupled with Juaning's alluring figure, sent shivers down Pei Liusi's spine at the mere thought of potentially inappropriate happenings. Hastily, she raised her hand. "Wait a moment. Shoo, we cannot go back on our word." Juaning decisively interrupted her. "I shall take a small loss and allow you to go out with Yin Qi first." Pei Liusi, upon hearing this, bit her lip in frustration. Alas, I underestimated her. Yin Qi, noticing the tension, quickly interjected, all right, it is settled then." He turned to Juaning. "Juaning, could you please keep an eye on the company for me?" Juaning smiled gently and traced a circle on Yin Qi's chest with her finger. "Sure thing. I will be right here waiting for you. Do remember to save a little energy for me." After saying this, she shot him a flirtatious glance. Yin Qi felt a rush of blood to his face. Juaning was undeniably too tempting. Pei Liusi promptly stepped between them. "Apologies, but Yin Qi currently belongs to me." She wrapped her arm around Yin Qi's, beaming at him. "Shall we go?" Given the circumstances, there was no use in overthinking. It was time to relish the moments of their date. Yin Qi nodded. After bidding farewell to Juaning, he followed Pei Liusi out of the company. Juaning watched their departing figures with a smile curling on her lips. Although the man she cherished was off to date another woman, she found herself feeling surprisingly jealous. This was due to the clarity she had gained over the past couple of days. The catalyst was her realization that every time she sought intimacy with Yin Qi, he seemed somewhat resistant. It was hard to believe that 3 years ago, he was anything but this way. Back then, Yin Qi was known as the super pile driver, a presence that could bring Juaning to her knees. Yet, 3 years later, he appeared almost innocent. Juaning understood that his reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid repeating past mistakes. Still, she could see his psychological defenses gradually weakening, from outright refusal to now slowly accepting. Her goal was to completely dismantle Yin Qi's mental barriers. Thus, she made a bold decision to encourage him to embrace his inner rogue. After all, Yin Qi had always been somewhat of a scoundrel, unable to let go of any woman, which made him appear indecisive. Since changing the reality was futile, why not give him a gentle push? Let Yin Qi be a rogue to the end. Stepping onto 5 boats is better than not stepping onto any, isn't it? Yin Qi, oh Yin Qi, you will inevitably succumb. Juaning licked her crimson lips and remarked. Meanwhile, Yin Qi settled into Pei Liusi's new car. "Have you decided where to go for our date?" he inquired, turning to her. Upon hearing this, Pei Liusi suddenly froze, lost in thought. She had only considered the prospect of dating Yin Qi without contemplating the destination. Pei Liusi fell into contemplation, setting aside her own feelings. Yin Qi had also been quite in the limelight recently. Despite their efforts to keep things under wraps, the possibility of being recognized loomed large, which could lead to significant trouble. This thought brought a sense of melancholy to Pei Liusi. Being a celebrity held little appeal. Ordinary couples could freely visit amusement parks, cinemas, or wherever their hearts desired, while they were forced to evade crowds and conduct their rendezvous in secrecy. Yin Qi, perceptive to Pei Liusi's mood, softly suggested, "How about I recommend a place? There shouldn't be many people there." "Sounds great." Pei Liusi responded enthusiastically, nodding her head. Half an hour later, Pei Liusi gazed at the sign of the establishment before her, escape room. "Is this the place you mentioned?" she asked, looking at Yin Qi. He nodded. "Yes. It's quite nice, isn't it? The room will be just for the 2 of us, no one else." Pei Liusi's eyes lit up instantly. Alone together? What a splendid opportunity. She eagerly grasped Yin Qi's wrist and hurried into the shop. Chapter 68. The Haunted Soul escape rooms enjoyed significant popularity a few years back, but their allure had waned in recent times. Yin Qi recalled visiting this very establishment 3 years prior. The quality of their escape rooms was exceptionally high. Devoid of any contrived scares, focusing purely on puzzle solving, this was precisely why he brought Pei Liusi here. As they entered, the shop was remarkably quiet. with only a young attendant dozing at the counter, clearly indicating the business was not thriving. Yin-Chi turned to Paleosi. Should we consider another place? No. I think this is quite nice. At least it's peaceful, Paleosi smiled. The fewer people, the better. She only desired to be alone with Yin-Chi. Yin-Chi nodded and approached the counter. Hello. He gently tapped the table. The attendant awoke with a start, rubbing his eyes. Are you here for an escape room? He asked, handing them a brochure. Choose one you like. There are only 2 of you? The attendant looked up at them, then waved his hand dismissively. We require a minimum of 4 participants. I'll pay double. Paleosi interrupted him directly. The attendant's expression brightened with eagerness. In that case, no problem. Yin-Chi picked up the brochure and began to peruse the available escape rooms. 3 years ago, he recalled, this escape room featured 3 distinct themes. Now, after the passage of time, it has only expanded to 4, revealing the establishment's lackluster business performance. The themes are as follows: the mysterious cave, the abandoned school, the top-secret hospital, and the terrifying vengeful spirits. Notably, the last theme is a recent addition. Yin-Chi turned to Paleosi and inquired which one she preferred, hoping she would avoid the terrifying vengeful spirits. He thought to himself that he had already experienced the other 3 and remembered the locations of the mechanisms, providing an opportunity for him to showcase his skills in front of her. Let us go with the terrifying vengeful spirits, Paleosi exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Yin-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Her choice was remarkably precise. Noticing his surprise, Paleosi quietly asked, Yin-Chi, are you afraid of ghosts? Should we choose another? No need. Yin-Chi replied, placing his hands on his hips. How could I be afraid? This is the one. Even if he felt fear, he believed he must bravely feign indifference in such a moment. The terrifying vengeful spirits, then? The attendant nodded. Stepping out from behind the counter, he gestured, come along. I'll lead you. Yin-Chi and Paleosi followed closely behind the attendant. Does this escape room employ any deliberate scare tactics? Paleosi inquired with curiosity. The attendant shook his head. No, we refrain from such lowbrow methods of fright. They arrived at a large door, where the attendant produced his employee card and swiped it on the electronic lock. With a chime, the door swung open, revealing a few descending steps leading to a somewhat dilapidated wooden door at the bottom. You may enter through that door, the attendant smiled, adding, if you find it too frightening, you can speak to the cameras inside. Upon hearing this, Yin-Chi quietly asked, is this theme particularly scary? Indeed. The attendant replied with a hint of pride, this escape room has a success rate of only 30%. Most participants are scared off midway. Yin-Chi swallowed hard. In truth, he harbored a fear of ghosts and similar entities. Sensing his trepidation, the attendant offered, if you are frightened, I can arrange a different room for you. Yin-Chi longed to accept the offer, but with Paleosi watching, he steeled himself. No backing down. No need. Yin-Chi waved his hand dismissively. He then took Paleosi's hand, assuring her, don't worry. We will successfully complete this challenge. Okay. Paleosi responded with a cheerful nod. The 2 cautiously made their way down the stairs. Enjoy your experience. The attendant called out from behind before shutting the door. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into darkness. Soon after, dim red lights illuminated their faces, enhancing the atmosphere. Yin-Chi took a deep breath. I'll lead the way. Just follow me. They approached the wooden door, and Yin-Chi gently pushed it open. The door creaked as it swung ajar. Yin-Chi stepped inside first, with Paleosi closely trailing behind. Before them lay a corridor stretching over 10 meters long. The corridor is flanked by stark white walls stained with crimson marks. The entire passage is shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by a flickering dark red lamp. Suddenly, an eerie sound reverberates through the air, reminiscent of Kayako's breath from The Grudge. Ah, ah, ah. Yin-Chi's body tenses instinctively. Paleosi, sensing his fear, clutches his arm tightly and whispers, Yin-Chi, I am so frightened. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Yin-Chi replies, forcing down his own terror. At this moment, a hint of panic wells up within him. Under normal circumstances, he would easily discern that Paleosi is merely feigning fear. Unlike Yin-Chi, Paleosi possesses a remarkable immunity to the supernatural. Her choice of this theme stems from her desire to experience the sensation of being protected by Yin-Chi. Thus, the current situation is somewhat comical. One is terrified yet strives to maintain composure, while the other remains unperturbed, feigning fright. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Yin-Chi grips Paleosi's hand tightly and advances step by step. With each stride forward, the breathing sound intensifies, echoing ominously in his ears. After a harrowing journey, They finally reach the end of the corridor, where a dilapidated door stands, presumably leading to the second room. Yanqi exhales in relief, thinking to himself, phew. It seems not so daunting after all. Throughout their passage, only the sound of breathing could be heard, devoid of any truly frightening apparitions. Could it be that the attendant was merely putting on a show? It makes sense. In an escape room themed around horror, what terror could exist without substance? With this thought, Yanqi relaxes, realizing he has merely been scaring himself. Just as he prepares to move on to the next room, a sudden plopping sound arises behind him, akin to droplets hitting the floor. Yanqi turns around, scoffing, "Are you trying to scare me with sound again?" Yet, before he can finish his sentence, he freezes in shock. There, at the far end of the corridor, stands a blood-soaked ghostly figure clad in red. Its mouth emits a haunting breath, as blood drips onto the floor, producing the same plopping sound. In an instant, it lunges towards Yanqi and Perliosi, shrieking, "You are the ones who caused my demise." Ah! Yanqi screams in terror. Meanwhile, the attendant watches this scene unfold from behind a computer screen, chuckling with delight. The sight of patrons rendered speechless with fear brings him immense joy. The attendant is not deceiving. There are indeed no terrifying entities within their establishment. Such tactics are too rudimentary, incapable of instilling true fear, and could easily provoke retaliation from customers. Their venue specializes in sophisticated holographic projections. The ghostly figure they encountered was merely a hologram, indistinguishable in the dim lighting unless one looked closely. As guests typically reach the end of the corridor, they often presume that this segment has concluded, leading them to let down their guard. At such moments, activating the holographic projection tends to yield the most striking effect. The staff member, feeling a surge of excitement, resolved to give Yanqi and his companions a fright. Just then, the shop door swung open. A scruffy middle-aged man stepped inside. "Welcome. Are you here to partake in the escape room experience?" The attendant hastily inquired. The man ignored him, instead pulling down the shutter and locking it with a swift motion. The attendant was bewildered. What was he planning? The man approached the counter with quick strides, producing a sharp knife from behind his back. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." Chapter 69. Allow me to protect you. The attendant was swiftly bound and tossed behind the counter, trembling with fear. The middle-aged man leisurely lit a cigarette. His name was Feng Lei, a fugitive murderer known for targeting couples. Today, his hideout had been discovered by the police, prompting his escape. He chose this particular escape room because of its quiet business, making it less likely for him to be found. "Phew, I'll just hide here for a while," he muttered to himself, taking a drag of his cigarette. "I'll wait until the heat dies down before I venture out." At that moment, he noticed the computer screen, which displayed a dark red hue. Upon closer inspection, he could see a man and a woman featured in the footage. Intrigued, Feng Lei kicked the attendant. "Kid, what are they doing?" "Guests," the attendant stammered. Upon hearing this, Feng Lei revealed a cruel smile. "Ha ha ha, just when I was feeling bored. It seems I have found some entertainment." Meanwhile, within the escape room, Pei Liusi leaned against the wall, while Yanqi lay on her lap, his face pale. Pei Liusi, filled with concern, asked, "Are you all right?" "I didn't realize you would be so frightened. It's all my fault. I should have known better than to enter." "It's not your fault. It's all on me," Yanqi replied, shaking his head. His emotions were quite complex at that moment. When that female ghost had lunged at him, he nearly fainted from fright. Only afterward did he realize it was merely a holographic projection. How embarrassing it was to be so terrified by a mere illusion. Initially intending to impress Pei Liusi, he had been startled right from the first challenge. Pei Liusi caressed Yanqi's face. "Why did you insist on coming in if you were so scared? We could have chosen something else." Yanqi hesitated, saying, "I just wanted to show off in front of you. Alas, I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Upon hearing this, Pei Liusi's gaze softened. She gently patted Yanqi's head, saying, "You silly boy, whether you are brave or timid, you will always be the best in my eyes. Next time, if you feel scared, please do let me know, all right?" With that, she bent down and kissed Yanqi on the forehead. Normally playful and prone to throwing tantrums, Pei Liusi now seemed to transform into a caring older sister. She cherished Yanqi's affection and his tendency to comfort her. However, if Yanqi faced a dilemma, she would not hesitate to temporarily assume the role of his protector. "All right," Yanqi nodded. Pei Liusi grasped his hand, their fingers interlaced. "In that case, let me protect you moving forward." Yanqi tightened his grip on her hand. "Then I shall entrust this to you." After all, he felt there was little point in feigning bravery when he was already embarrassed. The two of them stood up once more. Paleosi led Yin Qi to the second door and pushed it open. Before them lay a dilapidated room, its walls drenched in a sinister crimson hue, exuding an eerie ambience. The moment they crossed the threshold, peculiar operatic sounds filled the air, sending shivers down Yin Qi's spine. He instinctively leaned closer to Paleosi. She softly reassured him, "Do not fear, I am here." Internally, she felt a surge of joy. It was a rare sight to see Yin Qi in such a vulnerable state, almost endearing. Suppressing the urge to kiss him, she guided him further inside. To their surprise, nothing terrifying transpired. They swiftly unraveled the room's mystery, with no frightful apparitions appearing, only the disconcerting sounds of the opera. Following the clues, they discovered the third door. Yin Qi cautiously surveyed their surroundings, wary of any holographic projections that might leap out to startle them. Yet, none appeared, and the unsettling opera continued. Could it be that the second challenge was designed to lull us into complacency? He pondered, only to soon realize his assumption was erroneous. The third and fourth rooms also lacked any frightful elements, merely featuring different haunting melodies in each space. By the end, Yin Qi felt somewhat exasperated. So, all the terrifying elements were front-loaded? We've encountered a trickster here. Paleosi shared his frustration. She had envisioned pulling Yin Qi into her embrace when something scary appeared. Yet her plan had been thwarted. This place deserves a poor review. They both silently agreed. Unbeknownst to them, the room's music played automatically, while the holograms and mechanisms required an operator outside. However, the staff had been bound, leaving no one to control the mechanisms and projections, thus diminishing the terror. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the final room, their interest waning. "Let us just get this over with," they sighed. Yin Qi sighed and said, "Once we step outside, let us explore another place." Paleosi nodded, glancing at her phone to discover it was already 4 in the afternoon. Only 2 hours remained until their date concluded. Leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened, she had anticipated an exhilarating and thrilling outing, yet it turned out to be quite the opposite. As they reached the final stage, she hoped for something more stimulating. Paleosi pushed open the grand door before her, revealing yet another corridor that mirrored the one they had entered, suggesting the establishment aimed for a pleasing symmetry. Yin Qi and Paleosi walked in with expressions of indifference. The familiar, chilling sound of labored breathing echoed once more. But this time, Yin Qi felt no fear. He was almost fatigued by it. Just as they intended to proceed, they suddenly noticed a figure standing at the end of the corridor. It was a middle-aged man, scruffy-looking, wielding a sharp knife that measured several inches in length. Paleosi's eyes brightened at the prospect of excitement. Finally, something thrilling was upon them. She promptly shielded Yin Qi, declaring, "Do not be afraid. I shall protect you." Although Yin Qi felt no fear, he complied and stepped behind her. However, he suddenly sensed something amiss. If this were a holographic projection, the figure should not cast a shadow. Yet, the man in the distance had one. Chapter 70, The Pursuit in the Secret Chamber. Feng Lei observed the couple from a distance. Both were adorned with hats and masks, obscuring their features. The woman stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing an appealing figure, while the man was over 1.8 meters, with his left arm bandaged, indicating a recent injury. Feng Lei smiled. A woman and an injured man, ideal prey. Simultaneously, Yin Qi scrutinized Feng Lei. Something was amiss. This was definitely not a holographic image. Yin Qi furrowed his brow, contemplating. This doesn't add up. Didn't the staff claim there weren't any? Moreover, the man brandished a knife. As this realization dawned on him, a chill ran down his spine. Danger. Although he was unsure of the man's intentions, it was clear he posed a significant threat. Yin Qi discreetly grasped Paleosi's hand. Oblivious to the looming peril, she remained lost in the joy of protecting Yin Qi. At that moment, he whispered urgently in her ear, "Run. This man is not a hologram. He is dangerous." Paleosi was momentarily taken aback before examining Feng Lei closely, quickly recognizing the threat. Just then, Feng Lei moved, weighing the knife in his hand as he called out, "Hey, you too." Before he could finish, Yin Qi and Paleosi turned and fled. They hastily returned to the previous room and shut the door behind them. Feng Lei was taken aback. Their retreat was remarkably decisive. Without hesitation, he chased after them, knife in hand. On the other side, Yin Qi and his companion used a stool from the room to brace the doorknob, and then without hesitation, they dashed back. "Who exactly is Yin Qi?" Paleosi inquired. Bewildered, Yin Qi shook his head. "I don't know, but he is undoubtedly very dangerous." This secret chamber had 2 exits. One was blocked by Feng Lei. Yin Qi and his companion had no choice but to retrace their steps and exit through the entrance. Meanwhile, A loud crash echoed as Feng Lei forcefully burst through the door behind them. The chamber, designed to evoke a sense of terror, had a dilapidated door that could hardly keep anyone out. You can't escape. Feng Lei laughed maniacally as he charged towards Yin Qi and his companion. I checked when I entered. The entrance door is electronically locked, and you can't open it. You two will simply be obedient and die at my hands. One stab at a time. Yin Qi remained silent, gripping Pei Liuxi tightly as they hurried forward. However, Pei Liuxi's expression darkened upon hearing Feng Lei's intentions to kill Yin Qi. The beast within her stirred restlessly. Yin Qi, running like this isn't a solution, she whispered. The entrance is indeed electronically locked. Without an employee card, we cannot open it. Yin Qi turned to Pei Liuxi. What do you propose? It's simple. We just need to take him down, Pei Liuxi replied coldly, drawing a dagger from behind her. It was her habit to carry a knife wherever she went. Yin Qi took a deep breath. Hand me the knife. I will confront him. You should run towards the exit. It should be unlocked. Pei Liuxi quickly shook her head. No, you're still injured. Liuxi, listen to me, Yin Qi urged rapidly. That man is formidable. Our chances are slim even if we attack together. In this situation, every escape counts. Pei Liuxi gazed at Yin Qi, her eyes filled with sorrow. Biting her lip, she whispered, Yin Qi, are you still feeling guilty about what happened 3 years ago? Pei Liuxi was not naive. Since Yin Qi returned to Yun City, he seemed like a different person. His demeanor towards her had softened considerably. For instance, just a few days prior, when Pei Liuxi had copied Yin Qi's access card and sneaked into his home. She expected him to be angry, at least the Yin Qi from 3 years ago would have been. Instead, he merely patted her head and welcomed her anytime. It was then that Pei Liuxi realized that Yin Qi still felt remorse for the events of 3 years ago. He continually sought to atone, accommodating her at every turn. The current situation was no different. Yin Qi was contemplating sacrificing himself to allow Pei Liuxi to escape first, driven by a desire to amend past wrongs. Yin Qi, I was indeed very angry 3 years ago, Pei Liuxi whispered, but I have come to understand now. There is no need for you to constantly bear the weight of compensating for past mistakes by enduring for my sake and protecting me. You should know that I cannot live without you. She tightened her grip on Yin Qi's hand, declaring, if you were to perish, then I would not wish to live either. Yin Qi fell silent upon hearing her words. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke slowly, I comprehend. But there is one thing you have misjudged. My desire to protect you is not to atone for any wrongs. He inhaled deeply and softly confessed. I wish to protect you because I cherish you. Upon hearing this, Pei Liuxi was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at Yin Qi in disbelief. He had professed his affection for her countless times before, yet most of those declarations had been insincere. However, she could discern that this utterance was heartfelt. Pei Liuxi murmured softly, her eyes glistening with tears. Yin Qi turned to her and said, I have a plan. If it fails, we may both meet our demise. Liuxi, would you be willing to die alongside me? Pei Liuxi nodded vigorously. Yes, I would. Thus, Yin Qi whispered, listen carefully, the plan is as follows. Meanwhile, Feng Lei leisurely trailed behind Yin Qi and Pei Liuxi, unhurried, for the entrance was indeed unreachable. He relished the thrill of the hunt. The opportune moment for the kill would arise once this couple grew weary. Soon, Yin Qi and Pei Liuxi returned to the first room, the familiar blood-red corridor. Feng Lei followed in at a leisurely pace. Looks like there's no escape now, he remarked nonchalantly. You might as well kneel and surrender. I can grant you a swifter end to your suffering. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Qi and Pei Liuxi abruptly halted. Observing this, Feng Lei chuckled. Have you come to your senses? That's splendid. I have a rule. I prefer to eliminate men first, then women. I'll start with you, kid. Yin Qi turned to face Feng Lei and replied, from your tone, it seems you've taken many lives. Aren't you afraid that those victims might return as vengeful spirits to haunt you? Feng Lei burst into laughter. Ha ha, you were quite the amusing one. He strolled closer to Yin Qi, brandishing his knife with a derisive smirk. Indeed, I have killed many, but I have yet to encounter a ghost. Yin Qi fixed Feng Lei with an eerie smile and retorted, just because you haven't seen them does not mean they do not exist. Spirits manifest in places steeped in heavy energy, like this very chamber. Feng Lei raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to frighten me? It is not a scare tactic, but a reality, Yin Qi said, his expression shifting to one of trepidation. Listen closely. Do you hear that sound? It is a soft pattering. Feng Lei perked up his ears and indeed heard the sound, which grew increasingly pronounced, a sound he had not encountered in the preceding rooms. A mere sound, is that all? Feng Lei expressed his disdain, declaring, if there truly are ghosts, Let them reveal themselves. Yanqi appeared utterly terrified, his voice trembling. It's here. It has truly come. He then eerily pointed behind him. If you don't believe me, look. Instinctively, Feng Lei raised his gaze, only to be rendered speechless. At the end of the corridor stood a blood-soaked female ghost clad in red. Blood dripped from her form, producing a chilling sound with each drop. Chapter 71. The ghost's great achievement. Feng Lei was frozen in shock, his eyes fixated on the apparition, his mind completely paralyzed. How could this be possible? Was it merely a person in disguise? That seemed implausible. He had thoroughly inspected the premises multiple times. There should be no one else here. Moreover, he distinctly recalled that just moments ago, the area was devoid of any presence. This ghost had appeared out of thin air. As this realization dawned upon him, a chill ran down his spine. There truly was a ghost. Even the bravest of souls would tremble in the face of such an eerie sight. Even Feng Lei, who had taken countless lives, felt the grip of fear, perhaps due to his violent past. He couldn't shake the feeling that this ghost bore a striking resemblance to a woman he had once killed. Was she truly here to exact her revenge? At that moment, the ghost lunged forward, shrieking, "You all are the ones who caused my demise." Feng Lei let out a terrified scream. In that instant, Yanqi swiftly drew a dagger from behind and plunged it into Feng Lei's wrist. The blade pierced through flesh, and blood gushed forth. Overwhelmed by fear and excruciating pain, Feng Lei instinctively released his grip. The dagger fell from his hand. Pang Liusi, quick-witted, caught the falling dagger and without hesitation, stabbed it into Feng Lei's thigh. A wave of intense pain washed over him, rendering his body weak. Seeing this, Yanqi pounced on Feng Lei like a ravenous wolf, pinning him down. "Stab him!" Yanqi shouted. Feng Lei was still dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. The ghost's sudden appearance, coupled with the couple's unexpected attack, felt eerily premeditated. However, he had no time for contemplation as Pang Liusi began to viciously stab at his thigh. Feng Lei attempted to resist and rise, but Yanqi held him down with all his might. "Don't even think about escaping." Panic set in for Feng Lei. What was the nature of this couple? They not only showed no fear of him, but were intent on retaliating. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would never have entered. Now, he had transformed from hunter to prey. Suddenly, Yanqi shouted, "Enough! Stop stabbing!" At last, Pang Liusi slowly ceased her assault. Feng Lei's legs were riddled with numerous wounds. A gruesome sight indeed. He cried out in agony. Yanqi rose to his feet and delivered a forceful kick to Feng Lei's chest, sending him crashing against the wall. "Let us go." Yanqi gestured to Pei Liusi. "We'll discuss this outside." Pei Liusi turned to Feng Lei, inquiring, "Are we going to kill him?" Yanqi glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner and shook his head. "Let the police handle it afterward. It's best not to commit murder in front of the cameras." "All right." Pei Liusi nodded in agreement. The two then proceeded towards the exit. "Wait." Feng Lei called out to them. "What was that female ghost about?" Yanqi chuckled lightly. "Oh, it was merely a holographic projection." With that, he led Pei Liusi away. Feng Lei leaned against the wall in despair, realizing he had been outsmarted by a hologram. The duo hurried towards the exit. "Yanqi, you are quite clever." Pei Liusi admired. "To think of using a holographic projection." Yanqi smiled modestly. "It just came to me." The so-called holographic projection was essentially a pre-recorded video. To prevent repetitive video play from detracting from the guest experience, the store had configured the first 30 seconds to be terrifying, followed by 4 minutes and 30 seconds of blank screen. The activation and deactivation of the holographic projection were managed by the staff outside. However, due to Feng Lei's unexpected arrival, the staff had no time to turn off the projection. Thus, the 30-second horror clip replayed every 5 minutes. Earlier, after being frightened, Yanqi had taken a moment to rest in the corridor. During that time, the female ghost had appeared several times, leading him to realize that it was merely a holographic projection that surfaced periodically, while being pursued by Feng Lei. He had recalled this detail and cleverly lured Feng Lei into the first room. Yanqi's seemingly endless chatter was merely a tactic to buy time. Fortunately, the plan proceeded smoothly, and Feng Lei was indeed frightened. Soon, Yanqi reached the exit. The two ascended the stairs and finally pushed open the door to emerge outside. "Phew," Yanqi gasped for breath, while Pei Liusi clutched her chest, somewhat unsettled. Initially, they had sought a thrill in the escape room, but the excitement had indeed exceeded their expectations. Yanqi took Pei Liusi's hand and approached the counter. Upon seeing them, the staff member exclaimed, "Help. What on earth is going on?" Yanqi moved behind the counter and untied the staff member. The staff then recounted the events to Yanqi and Pei Liusi. "That person is incapacitated," Call the police, Yin Chi instructed the staff. Pei Liusi leaned in closer to Yin Chi, whispering, Yin Chi, if the police arrive, we'll have to go to the station to give a statement, right? If she were to enter the police station, it would undoubtedly become another headline. Yin Chi furrowed his brow. This indeed posed a significant predicament. While he himself was indifferent, the repercussions for Pei Liusi would be detrimental. Should the surveillance footage circulate, the situation would escalate even further. The clerk, sensing the quandary faced by Yin Chi and his companion, quietly suggested, why don't you leave first? I will delete all the footage shortly and claim that it was the murderer who did it. However, Yin Chi hesitated, but he was the one we stabbed. The clerk patted his chest confidently. You are my saviors. I shall say it was I who did it. Yin Chi exchanged glances with his companion. This was indeed a viable solution. Yet, if the clerk were to misstate something, the matter could become even more convoluted. As they wrestled with their dilemma, a knock resonated on the shop shutter. Is anyone there? Police investigation, please cooperate. Yin Chi's expression shifted noticeably. There was no longer room for deliberation. Chapter 72. Seizing the opportunity for publicity, a contingent of police officers stood outside the shop, vigilantly watching the shutter. They had just received word that a person resembling the suspect had entered this establishment. With no response from within, the officers withdrew their firearms, preparing for a direct breach. At that moment, the shutter was raised, and a commanding voice rang out, "Don't move." The officers swiftly aimed their weapons at the entrance. Yin Chi emerged from the shop. Hands raised, "Don't shoot." At this moment, he had removed his mask and hat. One of the officers immediately recognized him, Yin Chi. This recognition stemmed not from the police's interest in social media influencers, but rather from the sheer volume of cases Yin Chi had been involved in over the past month. Many officers had already become acquainted with him. As the officers noticed the bloodstains on Yin Chi's clothing, they quickly redirected their weapons toward him, demanding, "What is the meaning of the blood on you?" "Stay calm," Yin Chi explained. "A man armed with a knife barged in, intending to kill us. The clerk and I subdued him, and this blood is from that encounter." Upon hearing this, the officers inquired urgently, "Where is that individual?" "In the back room." Yin Chi gestured behind him. No sooner had he spoken than the officers surged inside. The clerk, witnessing this, promptly guided them. "This way, please follow me." Some officers accompanied the clerk to the back room, while others remained stationed at the entrance. One officer scrutinized Yin Chi, commenting, "Why does trouble seem to follow you wherever you go?" Yin Chi offered a forced chuckle. "I wonder the same." Ever since his return to Yun City, a series of events had unfolded in quick succession. Yin Chi recalled the abbot's parting words as he left the temple. "Master Yin, your fate is entwined with romantic entanglements. I implore you not to repeat past mistakes." Could it be that I truly have a romantic misfortune? Yin Chi pondered. While metaphysics may seem absurd, at times one cannot help but believe. Soon, the police dragged Feng Lei out. Due to excessive blood loss, Feng Lei was in a semi-conscious state. The police officer beside Yin Chi gazed at Feng Lei's dire condition, astonished, and inquired, "Did you do this?" It was a joint effort with the shop assistant. He restrained the individual, and I inflicted the stab wound, Yin Chi replied, scratching his head. "Officer, this should qualify as self-defense, wouldn't you agree?" The shop assistant nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we both acted together." The officers gasped in amazement, for Feng Lei was a notorious serial killer responsible for over 20 deaths. Confronting him was already a formidable challenge, let alone incapacitating him to such an extent. Impressive indeed. The officers then scanned the surroundings. Is there surveillance in the store? This man disabled all the cameras upon entering and even deleted the footage, the shop assistant elaborated. The officers nodded, harboring no suspicions, after all. It was not unusual for a fugitive to tamper with surveillance. "All right, accompany us to record a statement," the officer gestured. Yin Chi sighed, alas. Off to the police station again. Well, no need to complain, we should be out swiftly this time. Subsequently, Yin Chi followed the officers away. Before departing, he cast a glance back into the store. 10 minutes after their exit, Pei Liusi stealthily emerged from another concealed room. Prior to the police's arrival, Yin Chi had instructed the shop assistant to disable the cameras and erase the recordings, while also ensuring that Pei Liusi found a hiding place. As a prominent star, Pei Liusi could not afford to be entangled in a murder case. It would lead to significant trouble. At this moment, Pei Liusi quietly left the store and returned to her vehicle. Leaning back in her seat, she exhaled softly, reflecting on the events that had just transpired, a smile unconsciously curling her lips. Yin Chi had indeed matured considerably. His presence now instilled in Pei Liusi a sense of being protected, a feeling that was remarkably comforting. Lost in her thoughts, she gazed dreamily out the window. Ah, Yin-Chi, if only we could have perished together just now. Then we would be forever united. She chuckled softly. For her, the ultimate romance lay in shared mortality. Suddenly shaking her head, she admonished herself. No, no, I mustn't speak such things. Or Yin-Chi will come to despise me. She then retrieved her phone, the screensaver displaying a candid photo of Yin-Chi asleep. Pei Liusi gazed tenderly at the image. You performed splendidly today. A little reward is in order. With that, she dialed her assistant. Hello, it's me. Please inform a select group of media that there's something I need them to cover. Meanwhile, Yin-Chi remained at the police station for over an hour. The officers found no incriminating evidence and thus permitted him and his companion to leave. As they stepped out of the precinct, they were immediately besieged by a throng of reporters. The camera in the hands of the reporter was continuously focused on Yin-Chi. Mr. Yin, I have heard that you assisted the police in apprehending a fugitive murderer. Is that true? What exactly transpired? Could you elaborate? Yin-Chi was somewhat taken aback. The reporters seemed remarkably well informed. It had only been an hour since the incident. However, he quickly deduced that Pei Liusi must have been the source of this information, as it was too swift otherwise. Recognizing this as a splendid opportunity for publicity, he casually fabricated a story. You see, our magazine is in need of material for the next issue on escape rooms. I intended to gather some content and unexpectedly encountered a fugitive murderer. Fortunately, I had this brave staff member by my side. Together, we subdued the criminal. Upon hearing this, the reporters turned their attention to the staff member, who was utterly unprepared for such scrutiny and instantly panicked. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Next time, I'll treat you to a free game, he stammered nervously to Yin-Chi. With that, he squeezed through the crowd and fled. Be careful on your way. Yin-Chi waved after him. Once the staff member had departed, a reporter raised his hand. Mr. Yin, the magazine you mentioned, is it? Yin-Chi was momentarily stunned. The reporter's question was astute. It must have been prearranged by Pei Liusi. Indeed, he nodded. Our new issue will be released tomorrow. I hope everyone will lend their support. After half an hour of interviews, the reporters finally departed, satisfied. Once they left, Yin-Chi checked his phone. It was already 6:30. He also received a WeChat message from Pei Liusi, which read, "A date is fine, but no cheating." Yin-Chi chuckled and shook his head. That silly girl. As he was about to respond to her message, a Land Rover pulled up in front of him. Zhuaning rolled down the window and smiled. The internet sensation certainly attracts attention. I've been waiting here for quite a while. Yin-Chi promptly got into the car and fastened his seatbelt. You won't believe it. I ran into a murderer as soon as I stepped outside, he said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Had my luck been any worse, both Pei Liusi and I might not have made it through the day. Zhuaning regarded Yin-Chi with a grin. I've heard about it, sometimes. I truly can't tell if you're fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, so many girls are enamored with you. On the other, you're either in a car accident or encountering murderers all day long. After a brief silence, Yin-Chi quietly inquired, Zhuaning, do you believe in the concept of peach blossom calamity? Peach blossom calamity? Zhuaning asked, puzzled. Yin-Chi then recounted the words of the temple's abbot to her in full detail. Zhuaning laughed heartily, exclaiming, haha. So that master told you that if you get too close to women, various misfortunes will befall you. Is that right? Yin-Chi, stroking his chin, nodded thoughtfully. At first, I found it rather unscientific, but with so many unfortunate events occurring in succession, I suddenly feel there might be some truth to what the master said. If it were just my own misfortunes, it would be bearable, but I dread the thought of dragging those around me into it. He let out a helpless sigh. Noticing his expression, Zhuaning playfully pinched Yin-Chi's cheek, saying, You fool, stop overthinking. This is not your fault. Besides, if there truly exists such a thing as a romantic calamity, then you might as well stick with me every day. I'm not afraid of being dragged down by you. Yin-Chi chuckled. That's what you said. Just don't regret it later. I have no regrets, Zhuaning replied confidently. Lifting her chin, she then started the car, declaring, All right, enough of that. For the next 6 hours, you're all mine, correct? Indeed, my queen, whatever you command. I shall obey. Yin-Chi feigned flattery. Zhuaning was amused, laughing. Haha, splendid. Then I shall take you to a place of amusement. With that, she pressed down on the accelerator. Half an hour later, Pei Liusi parked the car at the entrance of a street. Compared to other areas, this street appeared distinctly out of place. The dimly lit road was illuminated only by a few flickering streetlights. Most of those standing by the roadside were burly men with fierce expressions, clearly not to be trifled with. Not far away, a group of thugs was engaged in a brawl, blood already spilling. Rather than intervening, the onlookers cheered loudly. Yin Qi surveyed the chaotic scene before him and turned to Juaning, asking, "This is the fun place you mentioned? Is this your first time on Guyuan Street?" Juaning nodded. Yin Qi grimaced. "I've heard of it but never visited. Normally, decent people wouldn't come to such a place. Guyuan Street is one of the most chaotic streets in Yunqing, teeming with thugs like weeds. No matter how rigorously the police crack down, new troublemakers always seem to emerge after a while." "Let's go," Juaning said, opening the car door. Yin Qi, seeing this, quickly grasped her arm, cautioning, "Wait. Are we going in just the two of us? Do those thugs know you? What if they call for reinforcements?" Juaning patted his hand reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'm not that reckless." As soon as she finished speaking, a dozen vehicles approached from a distance, neatly parking behind the Land Rover. Shortly thereafter, dozens of people disembarked from the cars. Juaning smiled. "Don't fret, let's get out." Yin Qi sighed. He was quite averse to being in such places, but having promised Juaning, he decided to honor his word. Thus, he followed Juaning out of the car. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, approached them and bowed deeply to Juaning, saying, "Boss, I've brought the people you asked for." Juaning chose to disregard him and instead affectionately wrapped her arm around Yin Qi's, smiling as she said, "Don't look so grim. I assure you, it's nothing dangerous." "All right? Really?" Yin Qi cast a doubtful glance in her direction. Juaning raised 3 fingers, swearing, "I promise, we're merely here to enjoy the spectacle." The younger members behind them stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the scene. Was this truly the decisive Juaning they knew? Why did she appear so soft and tender? Who was that man? One of the younger members couldn't help but inquire. Why is the boss treating him so kindly? The others regarded him as if he were a fool. "You don't even know him?" That asked Yin Qi. "Ah, no wonder the boss behaves this way. He must be someone of significance from a prominent family." Due to the previous incident at the restaurant, nearly all underground factions had become acquainted with Yin Qi. Since Juaning had refrained from denying the rumors, they only grew more outrageous. Some even claimed that Yin Qi was the true power behind the Qian society, asserting that the entire underground world was under his influence. The most absurd part was that some genuinely believed these rumors, including numerous members within the Qian society itself. Today's conversation between Juaning and Yin Qi further solidified this speculation. Yin Qi must be the mastermind behind the Qian society. Otherwise, why would Juaning treat him with such favor? Surely it couldn't be due to affection, could it? Of course, Yin Qi remained blissfully unaware of all this. At that moment, he found himself with Juaning's arm around his, walking deeper into Guyuan Street, with the younger members trailing closely behind. On their way, the fierce-looking delinquents, upon spotting the Qian society's presence, hastily retreated, eager not to obstruct their path. The group that had been fighting also ceased their brawling, lowering their heads and stepping aside, abandoning their previous bravado. Before absolute power, even the most ferocious wolves can transform into meek sheep. Juaning led Yin Qi to the entrance of a somewhat dilapidated shop, Lao Jiu Antique Store. Yin Qi read the sign aloud, glancing at Juaning beside him. "Are you here to purchase antiques?" Juaning shook her finger. No. Establishments like this are merely for show. The real treasures lie beneath. Come, let me show you the excitement." With that, she pulled Yin Qi into the store. An elderly man, well past his 50s, greeted them. "Sister Zhua, you've arrived." "Lao Jiu, has it begun?" Juaning inquired directly. The old man replied in a hushed tone. "It has started. It should be at its liveliest now." He turned and pushed open the door to the back room, revealing a somewhat run-down warehouse. After fiddling around a bit, a sudden creaking sound filled the air as the floor beneath them slowly shifted open. A staircase, over 2 meters wide, appeared before Yin Qi. He stood there in astonishment. Juaning grasped his wrist, saying, "Let us go." Yin Qi swallowed hard, but followed suit. The underlings of the Qi and society trailed behind. After they descended, the old man nonchalantly restored the entrance. Yin Qi and his companion made their way down the stairs and soon encountered a grand door. Inscribed upon it were the words "Fire Exit." Juaning, familiar with the place, pushed the door open. The sight beyond left Yin Qi utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Before him lay a rather expansive underground market. Numerous vendors were loudly hawking their wares, though their merchandise was far from respectable. The customers perusing the goods appeared equally unsavory. What sort of place is this? Yin Qi felt a bit bewildered. Juaning extended her hand in introduction. "Welcome to the black market." a realm where one can procure anything. Chapter 74. Observations of the Black Market. Yanqi had heard whispers of this name before. It was said to be a hub for underground gang transactions, shrouded in secrecy, with few knowing its location. It existed almost as an urban legend. He had always assumed it was mere fabrication, yet here it was, undeniably real. Yanqi glanced around. This underground market resembled a typical shopping center, albeit with a different array of offerings. Here, many contraband items were brazenly for sale. There were vendors specializing in various weapons, others trafficking prescription drugs, and even some selling adult films. Additionally, an assortment of peculiar shops could be found, such as those dealing in intelligence and those accepting various commissions. One shop's sign even proclaimed, "Murder contracts accepted, price negotiable." Zhuaning observed Yanqi's astonishment, a hint of pride gracing her features. "What do you think? Quite lively, isn't it?" Indeed, it was bustling. Yanqi nodded in agreement. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Is it true that anything can be purchased here?" "That's the advertising spiel," Zhuaning replied, "but it's not quite as magical as it sounds. For instance, there's a clear rule here, no firearms. Guns are too perilous, even underground. They must be regulated." Yanqi nodded in understanding. "That makes sense." Zhuaning grasped Yanqi's hand. "Stop dawdling. Let us explore a bit. At 8. I'll take you to an even more vibrant place." Yanqi hesitated, then asked earnestly, "Zhuaning, you're not involved with this place, are you? If this black market were to be shut down one day, I wouldn't want you to be caught in the crossfire." Zhuaning paused, then quickly waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, the Qian society has distanced itself from this black market for 6 years now." She leaned closer to Yanqi, whispering, "Just so you know, people are listening to what you say." "That's more like it," Yanqi replied with satisfaction, tightening his grip on Zhuaning's hand. Zhuaning turned to the Qian society's underlings. "You all can stop following us for now. Go explore as well. We'll notify you if anything comes up." She had come to rendezvous with Yanqi, but a throng of people trailing behind her posed an obstacle to their intimacy. Indeed, the younger companions all bent slightly, quickly dispersing. Zhuaning turned to Yanqi with a smile and said, "Let us go." The two of them strolled through the black market side by side, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers. Aside from the peculiar setting of their outing, it appeared to be an ordinary date. Although Zhuaning was the leader of the Qian Association, very few had actually laid eyes upon her. Even when someone occasionally recognized her and attempted to approach, a mere glance from Zhuaning would send them retreating in understanding. This was the intimidating influence of the Qian Association. As Yanqi and Zhuaning wandered aimlessly, a sudden crash echoed through the air as a middle-aged man was hurled from a nearby shop, landing heavily at Yanqi's feet. Moments later, 7 or 8 burly men emerged from the shop, mercilessly pummeling the middle-aged man. "Have mercy. Give me another month, and I swear I can repay my debts," the man pleaded, cradling his head. However, the assailants only intensified their blows, shouting, "You weren't saying that when you borrowed the money. Hurry up and pay." Seeing this, Yanqi stepped back a couple of paces, unwilling to involve himself in such affairs. Soon, the middle-aged man lay battered and on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, a tall young man emerged from the shop, raising his hand to halt the violence. "Enough. If you kill him, you won't be able to reclaim your money." At these words, the thugs immediately ceased their assault. The young man approached the debtor, his demeanor resembling that of a smiling tiger as he said, "I'll give you 3 more days. If you fail to gather the funds, I shall sell your wife and daughter to Southeast Asia." With a dismissive gesture, he added, "Now take him away. He is a nuisance here." The thugs promptly acted, dragging the debtor away, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Yanqi observed this scene with a stoic expression, feeling no sympathy for the debtor. Those who ventured into the black market for loans were typically either drug addicts or gamblers. Such individuals deserve their fate. Just as Yanqi intended to escort Zhuaning away, he noticed a peculiar change in her countenance. Before he could inquire, the young man approached them, exclaiming, "Ah, if it isn't Miss Zhua, it's the first time in years I've seen you here." Zhuaning replied coolly, "I merely came to take a look around." "I see." The young man nodded, then turned his gaze to Yanqi. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Yanqi." He scrutinized Yanqi with curiosity, asking, "I've heard you're the sole heir of a prominent family? With the surname Yin, could you possibly belong to the Yin clan?" Yanqi raised an eyebrow, pondering who this young man was. Not only did he know Zhuaning, but he also dared to initiate conversation and was aware of the Yin family. Observing his seemingly effortless demeanor, it is evident that substantial forces back him. Yanqi shook his head, asserting, "You may have misheard. I have no ties to the Yin family. I am merely an ordinary individual." Upon hearing this, the young man chuckled lightly. "I believe that to be true. I have had dealings with the Yin family and have yet to hear of your existence. Therefore, the rumors circulating must be false." He regarded Yin Qi with a hint of disdain, adding, "In that case, do not inflate your status. Remain a humble commoner and cease your aspirations to climb the social ladder." Yin Qi wore a puzzled expression, wondering why he was being accused of striving for high status. Before he could voice his thoughts, Xuanning could no longer contain herself. Fixing a cold gaze upon the young man, she declared, "If you seek a quarrel, the Qian society would gladly engage you." The young man, taken aback, stared incredulously at Xuanning. "Miss Xue, you cannot be serious. Whether I am serious or not, you are welcome to test it," Xuanning retorted without reservation. The young man was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Xuanning's assertiveness. Her words were tantamount to a declaration of war. Should he choose to escalate matters further, bloodshed would undoubtedly ensue that evening. Suddenly, the young man burst into laughter. "I was merely joking with Yin Qi, Miss Xue. Please do not take it to heart." Seeing his demeanor shift, Xuanning waved her hand. "Then step aside and do not obstruct our path." With Xuanning refusing to yield, the young man's expression darkened. "Very well. The Qian society certainly possesses a bold attitude." With that, he took a few steps back. Xuanning grasped Yin Qi's hand and hurried away from the young man. As the young man watched their retreating figures, he sneered. "Ah, so he is merely a pretty boy." After covering some distance, Yin Qi suddenly turned to Xuanning and inquired, "Did that fellow show any interest in you?" Reflecting on the earlier exchange, he deduced that the climbing of the social ladder referred to Xuanning herself. "You noticed that?" Xuanning replied, somewhat surprised, then nodded honestly. "Indeed. He has been pursuing me for the past 2 years. A glint of menace flickered in Yin Qi's eyes. "Really?" Xuanning quickly reassured him. "Do not worry. I have never entertained his advances. If it were not for his family background, I would have long since dispatched someone to eliminate him." She sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Yin Qi asked, "If you do not dare to kill him, who exactly is this fellow?" Xuanning's expression grew somewhat peculiar. After a moment of silence, she leaned closer to Yin Qi's ear and whispered, "His surname is Bai." "Bai?" Yin Qi echoed, recalling that in Yun City, there was only one influential family by that name. He quickly turned to Xuanning. "Is he the Bai I am thinking of?" "Yes," Xuanning confirmed with a nod. "He belongs to the Bai family, the same one your fiancé Yi is from." Yin Qi furrowed his brows. "It's impossible. I grew up in the Bai family. How could I have never seen this kid?" "Perhaps it's just as well that you haven't," Xuanning replied with a smile. "You reside in the main estate of the Bai family, while this boy is merely a distant relative." Yin Qi began to understand, realizing why Xuanning had exhibited a peculiar expression earlier. Given her temperament, she would never be intimidated by any opposing force except for the Bai family. She was reluctant to provoke them. More specifically, she wished to avoid any conflict with Bai Ji, as Yin Qi found himself caught in the middle, which Xuanning did not wish to exacerbate. "Damn. So that's how it is," Yin Qi exclaimed, frustration bubbling within him. It turned out the issue originated from his side. He inquired, "What is this kid's name?" "I need to ask Bai Ji how such a person could emerge from the Bai family." "His name is Bai Jingming," Xuanning replied softly, pinching the hem of Yin Qi's shirt. "Perhaps you should let it go. After all, this matter involves Bai Ji." Yin Qi interrupted her, "Precisely because it involves Bai Ji, I must clarify this matter. Otherwise, it would appear as though the Bai family is engaging in usury." With that, he pulled out his phone and sent Bai Ji a WeChat message. "Do you know someone named Bai Jingming?" Just as he was about to tuck his phone back into his pocket, it vibrated. He glanced down to see Bai Ji had replied almost instantaneously, with a single word, "Who?" Yin Qi felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that Bai Ji did not recognize this Bai Jingming? He sent another message. "He seems to be your cousin. I just encountered him. It appears he is involved in loan sharking in the black market. I recall that the Bai family forbids such dealings, correct?" A few seconds after sending the message, his phone vibrated again, another swift reply. "Indeed, it is not permitted. I will inquire and inform you of any updates." Upon reading this message, Yin Qi felt a sense of relief. It seemed Bai Jingming's standing within the Bai family was quite low. Otherwise, Bai Ji would surely have recognized him. Yin Qi exhaled, grateful that Bai Ji was unaware. Otherwise, facing her in the future would have been quite uncomfortable. "What is the outcome?" Xuanning inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Yin Qi shook his head. "Bai Ji doesn't he know him? This relative must be quite distant." "I would surmise the same," Xuanning responded with a smile. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to business in the black market. Yanqi clicked his tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. A distant relative of the Bai family dares to assert himself in the black market. Indeed, Zhuaning replied with a resigned shrug. People often say that even a dog born into a powerful family enjoys certain privileges. Though Bai Jingming belonged to a collateral branch, he was still part of the Bai family, and thus, various factions hesitated to offend him. Zhuaning expressed her discontent. However, he has indeed grown increasingly arrogant lately. He is quite irksome to behold. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanqi's phone vibrated once more. He glanced down to see a message from Bai Shi. There is indeed such a person. I will have someone handle it. Yanqi smiled slightly upon reading this. Reflecting on the advantages of having Bai Shi, the head of the Bai family, as his fiancée, Zhuaning leaned in to tease him. Whenever you wish to contact her, you can do so at your convenience. There was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Yanqi promptly shifted the topic. By the way, didn't you mention there would be some excitement at 8? It's already 50 minutes past 7. Zhuaning suddenly recalled, grabbing Yanqi's wrist. Come on, let me show you something thrilling. The black market was not only home to various illicit goods, but also boasted a plethora of entertainment venues. The most popular among them was a place known as the Underground Fighting Arena, essentially a venue for illegal fights. This arena specialized in life and death combat, with winners receiving prizes amounting to millions. Given that it was the only one of its kind in Yun City, it attracted not only gang members, but also many affluent individuals seeking thrills. At this moment, Yanqi sat in a private box on the second floor of the Underground Fighting Arena, his brow furrowed as he watched the ring below. Two muscular men were engaged in a brutal close-quarters brawl, devoid of any protective gear, their bodies already marred with injuries. One had a dislocated nose, blood streaming profusely, while the other had broken 3 fingers, unable to clench his fist. Yet, driven by the prospect of the final prize, they continued to scream and attack each other. The crowd on the first floor stand shouted, "Break his arm. Kill him. I bet on your victory. If you lose, you won't get away with it." Zhuaning was visibly excited, yet Yanqi felt no interest in the spectacle. He could not comprehend the allure of such brutality. At that moment, Zhuaning turned to him. "What do you think?" "Quite entertaining. Isn't it?" Yanqi forced a smile. "It is indeed rather interesting." Since Zhuaning enjoyed it, he deemed it best not to dampen her spirits. "By the way, where is the restroom?" he inquired as he stood up. Zhuaning pointed outside. "Turn left at the end after you exit. I'll just step out for a moment. I'll be right back," Yanqi replied, turning to leave the box. Zhuaning watched his departing figure, letting out a sigh of disappointment. Alas, it seems he doesn't quite enjoy it. Meanwhile, as Yanqi exited the box, Bai Jingming appeared with several burly men, having waited outside for nearly half an hour for Yanqi to emerge. He signaled to his followers, "Go. Teach that kid a lesson." One of his underlings asked, "Boss, to what extent should we teach him?" "Do as you wish. But one thing is non-negotiable. Make sure to mar that pretty boy's face." Bai Jingming commanded with a fierce glare. Chapter 76, 1 against 4 in Bai Jingming's perspective. Yanqi was merely an ordinary individual devoid of power or influence, and his ability to capture Zhuaning as favor was attributed solely to his handsome appearance. Therefore, if he were to mar Yanqi's fair visage, Zhuaning would undoubtedly distance herself from him. "Go on. Make sure to be a bit rough," Bai Jingming grinned maliciously. "If anything goes awry, I shall take the blame." "Understood." His accomplices chuckled as they cracked their knuckles and advanced towards the men's restroom at the corridor's end. Meanwhile, Yanqi sat atop the toilet in a stall, harboring little interest in participating in underground fights. He resolved to linger in the restroom for 10 minutes until the match concluded before returning. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Su Xiaoshuang. Without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, are you enjoying your break?" I just woke up," came Su Xiaoshuang's languid voice from the other end. She had spent the night at the hospital watching over Zhang Yue and had only returned home to rest that morning. In a soft and playful tone, Su Xiaoshuang inquired, "Yanqi, where are you? I miss you so much. Can I come to see you now?" "Now." Yanqi glanced around and replied, "It's a bit inconvenient for me at the moment. The black market was too perilous, and it would be best for Su Xiaoshuang to stay away." Su Xiaoshuang suddenly perked up. "Are you with another woman? Who is it? Zhang Yue, Pei Liuxi, or Zhuaning?" Realizing he had no choice, Yanqi decided to be honest and recounted the day's events to Su Xiaoshuang. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang seemed slightly jealous. "Oh, they are helping you promote the magazine, so you are going on dates with them? I can help you too. Will you take me out?" Yin Qi chuckled lightly. All right, how about tomorrow? Not acceptable. I want to see you tonight. Su Xiaoshuang insisted resolutely. Otherwise, that woman Juaning will surely try to seduce you. Reluctantly. Yin Qi agreed. Fine. Wait for me at the apartment. Yay. Su Xiaoshuang exclaimed joyfully. Don't worry, Yin Qi. I will help you promote the magazine as well. While she spoke, Yin Qi heard the restroom door swing open. Soon after, he heard voices outside. Close the door. Don't let that brat escape. A chill ran down his spine. It seemed he was the only one inside the restroom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly hung up the phone. The intruders began searching through the stalls, calling out, Yin Qi, get out here. Taking a deep breath, Yin Qi recognized they were indeed after him. Although he was unaware of who had sent them, he understood that maintaining his composure was paramount. He first attempted to call Juaning, as she was the closest and could arrive swiftly. However, the call failed to connect. Sighing, Yin Qi lamented that the arena was likely at its most intense, and Juaning probably couldn't hear her phone ring. Thus, Yin Qi sent a message to Juaning. Someone is blocking me in the restroom. Hurry and bring help. After sending the message, Yin Qi slowly rose to his feet. He was uncertain whether Juaning would receive it, and thus he had to rely on himself from that moment onward. Meanwhile, outside, the thugs had located the stall where Yin Qi was hiding. There were 4 of them in total. One stood guard at the entrance while the other 3 brandished 10-centimeter-long knives. One thug violently kicked the stall door, shouting, Stop hiding and come out now. Another thug grasped the door frame and leaped, attempting to vault over. Yin Qi, come out obediently, or else, before he could finish. A resounding crash echoed. Something struck his head, causing him to tumble down from the door frame. The other 3 were taken aback by the scene. They quickly looked down to see that the man's head had been severely dented, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, and he appeared completely unconscious. Before they could react, the stall door suddenly swung open. Yin Qi burst forth from the restroom, wielding a weapon, and swung it forcefully at one of the thug's heads. The thug had no time to react and was struck with a loud clang, instantly losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Yin Qi hesitated not for a moment and charged toward the second thug. At that moment, the remaining thug regained his wits and distanced himself from Yin Qi. Finally noticing the weapon in Yin Qi's hand, it was the lid of a toilet tank, a thick, white ceramic lid weighing approximately 10 pounds. Such a heavy object, when brought down upon one's head, certainly possessed formidable power. The thugs were bewildered. Bai Jingming had told them that Yin Qi was merely a delicate, harmless youth. Nothing to fear. Yet, this seemingly frail youth had managed to take down 2 of them. What shocked them even more was that typically, a normal person would be terrified when surrounded by 4 knife-wielding assailants. Yet, in Yin Qi's eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, they burned with a fierce determination. As if he intended to vanquish them all, Yin Qi had instilled a sense of dread among the thugs. The guard, feeling apprehensive, took a step back. Another thug, seeing this, shouted, Don't be afraid. This kid has a broken arm. He is not so fearsome. Let us take him on together. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the thug bellowed and charged at Yin Qi with his knife, viciously aiming for Yin Qi's throat. In the face of the incoming blade, Yin Qi remained remarkably calm. To everyone's astonishment, he deliberately rammed his injured left arm forward. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through Yin Qi's left arm. The thug clearly did not anticipate such madness from Yin Qi. He attempted to extract the short blade, but it was lodged firmly against Yin Qi's bone. Simultaneously, Yin Qi seized the lid of the water tank and struck. With a resounding clang, the thug's head was directly impacted, the immense force rendering him instantly unconscious. Initially, the thug had intended to continue his assault, but upon witnessing this scene, he immediately faltered, retreating in fear. Yin Qi had felled 3 out of the 4 thugs. The tide of the confrontation in the restroom had turned. Without even drawing the short blade from his left arm, Yin Qi approached the last remaining thug, his gaze fierce. Who sent you? He demanded. The thug fell to his knees, pleading, Please don't kill me. Bai Jingming is the one who ordered me. Upon hearing this, Yin Qi chuckled, having initially suspected it was someone from the Yin family. So it was Bai Jingming after all. That simplified matters considerably. Rest assured, I shall not take your life, Yin Qi declared, looking down upon the thug. The thug exhaled in relief, only to hear Yin Qi add, I will merely strike you once. Your fate shall depend on fortune. With that, he lifted the water tank lid and brought it crashing down. In an instant, blood splattered across the room. Meanwhile, Bai Jingming stood at the corner, eagerly anticipating the outcome. With a face like yours, let me mar it. I wonder if Juaning will still pay you any heed. He muttered venomously to himself. He had never considered the possibility of defeat for the thugs. After all, for armed men should easily overpower Yinchi, a mere pretty boy. Just then, the restroom door swung open, and Bai Jingming's spirits lifted. That was swift. It seemed that Yinchi was indeed just a fool. However, the next moment, he was stunned. Emerging from the restroom was not the group of thugs, but a blood-soaked Yinchi. A short blade protruded from his left arm and in his right hand. He held a blood-stained water tank lid. No way. Is this real? Bai Jingming gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide. This kid managed to turn the tables? Who on earth was he? Before Bai Jingming could gather his thoughts, Yinchi suddenly turned his gaze toward him. A menacing smile spread across Yinchi's face. Now it's your turn. Chapter 77. Viciously beating Bai Jingming. Meanwhile, in the private room on the second floor, Xuanning stood excitedly before the glass, shouting towards the arena below, "Kill him. Just kill him." Her phone rested not far behind her on the sofa. As Yinchi had surmised, Xuanning was so engrossed in the underground fight that she failed to notice the commotion of her phone. Soon, the outcome of the match was determined. Xuanning leaped in joy, exclaiming, "We won." The fighter she had supported emerged victorious in this contest. Xuanning had wagered a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan prior to the match, with a potential return of 250,000 upon victory. To her, this was merely a trifling amount, a source of amusement rather than a significant concern. What truly exhilarated Xuanning was the joy that triumph brought. She settled back onto the sofa, casually grasping her phone. Winning is exhilarating. Next time. However, her words were abruptly cut short. Xuanning's gaze fixed on the screen, as a chill cascaded through her entire being. There was an unread call from Yinchi, accompanied by a WeChat message. "Someone is blocking me in the bathroom. Bring people quickly." The message had been sent merely 5 minutes prior. A wave of dread washed over Xuanning, rendering her limbs weak. 5 minutes may seem brief, yet it is ample time for a person to meet their demise 100 times over. With trembling hands, Xuanning dialed the phone, shouting into the receiver, "Everyone, come to me now." Outside the boxing gym, a throng of spectators had gathered. In the underbelly of the black market, where most individuals thrived on the fringes of society, brawls were a common occurrence, often dismissed by those present. However, today's altercation drew many to witness the spectacle, primarily because both participants were notable figures. One was Bai Jingming from the Bai family, whose reputation rendered him virtually untouchable in the black market. The other was Yinchi, a well-known figure among various factions, rumored to be the sole heir of a prominent family. Yet, referring to this as a mere fight would be an understatement. It was more accurately described as a one-sided assault. At that moment, Yinchi had Bai Jingming pinned down, relentlessly pummeling his face with a flurry of punches. "Dare to scheme against me, you bastard!" Yinchi shouted, his voice laced with fury. Bai Jingming could only ineffectively shield his head, having initially attempted to retaliate with a few strikes. However, he quickly realized that Yinchi's strength was overwhelming, leaving him no option but to focus on defense. At this moment, Bai Jingming felt utterly humiliated. How could the seemingly effete young man possess such formidable fighting prowess? This was a severe blow to his reputation. How could he continue to navigate this realm after being so publicly bested? The onlookers were spellbound, marveling at Yinchi's audacity. Good heavens, he dares to strike Bai Jingming. This Yinchi is remarkably fierce. They whispered among themselves. That is the Bai family we're talking about. Even if Yinchi is powerful, can he truly afford to provoke them? They exchanged glances, adding, "It may be enjoyable now, but the repercussions from the Bai family will be troublesome." Suddenly, Yinchi ceased his assault, leaving both Bai Jingming and the spectators momentarily relieved, believing he had satisfied his fury. However, the next action taken by Yinchi left everyone in attendance utterly aghast. From behind him, he brandished a 10-centimeter-long dagger, a weapon that had been thrust into his arm earlier in the restroom by a thug. As Yinchi pursued Bai Jingming, he forcefully pulled him down. Gazing at Bai Jingming sprawled on the ground, he smirked and remarked, "Having had my fun, it is time to bid you farewell." These words left everyone in stunned silence. Was Yinchi truly intent on taking Bai Jingming's life? This was beyond belief. While a mere beating could have been negotiated, to kill Bai Jingming would undoubtedly provoke the Bai family into a relentless vendetta. Bai Jingming panicked, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Bai family. My cousin is Bai Ji, the head of the Bai family. If you take my life, they will certainly retaliate." His threats echoed loudly. However, Yinchi remained unfazed, while the onlookers were visibly intimidated. The Bai family was a formidable force capable of eradicating the black market at will. "Yinchi, reconsider," someone shouted. Provoking the Bai family brings no benefit to anyone. Another voice chimed in. You've already struck him. Just let him be. If you kill him, the black market will be unable to continue operations. Hearing these words, Bai Jingming suddenly felt emboldened. Did you hear that? I have the Bai family backing me. You cannot afford to cross them. Yet, he soon realized that Yin Qi remained not only undeterred but even amused. Huh. You claim Bai Ji is your cousin, but let me ask you this. Does Bai Ji truly know you? As a collateral branch of the Bai family, you hardly qualify for an audience with her. At this, Bai Jingming's body visibly trembled. Yin Qi's words pierced through his facade like a dagger. Indeed, Bai Jingming had never met Bai Ji. He belonged to a distant branch of the family, lacking the standing to approach her. It appears I have hit the mark. Yin Qi sneered. The crowd began to murmur. Is what Yin Qi said true? Bai Jingming is so peripheral in the Bai family? Bai Jingming, sensing the shift, shouted defiantly. You're talking nonsense. I grew up alongside my cousin Bai Ji. If you dare to touch me, she will kill you. Enough, Yin Qi replied dismissively. Let me make myself clear. Even if Bai Ji herself came to plead on your behalf, your fate is sealed today. Bai Jingming was left in a daze. The notion that even Bai Ji's intervention would be futile was absurd. Yin Qi pressed his foot onto Bai Jingming's chest and coldly declared, Before you meet your end, there is one thing I must inform you. Xuanning is my woman. In your next life, remember to steer clear of her. Chapter 78. The confrontation. Xuanning was genuinely alarmed. If she failed to notice Yin Qi's message and he fell victim to harm, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Without waiting for her subordinates to arrive, she hurried to the men's restroom alone. In her heart, she fervently prayed not to encounter Yin Qi's lifeless body. Soon, she stumbled upon a restroom drenched in blood and 4 bodies lying on the floor. Upon discovering that there was no sign of Yin Qi, Xuanning finally exhaled in relief. She cautiously checked the 4 individuals' breaths, only to find that they had all succumbed. At that moment, her subordinates rushed over, exclaiming, Boss, we arrived too late. Xuanning cast a disapproving glance at them, urging, Hurry and find Yin Qi. Ensure his safety at all costs. Her subordinates promptly replied, We have already located him. Where? Xuanning inquired hastily. Right at the entrance of the boxing gym. They began to explain, but before they could finish, Xuanning shoved past them and bolted outside. She swiftly exited the gym, only to be met by a throng of onlookers. Simultaneously, she caught the sound of Yin Qi's voice echoing through the crowd. Xuanning is my woman. In the next life, stay far away from her. At that moment, Xuanning felt her heart skip a beat, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. How outrageous. Yin Qi would dare to utter such words in front of so many people. Even she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just then, a gasp arose from the crowd. Oh my, the Bai family has arrived. Snapped back to reality by this announcement, Xuanning pushed her way through the crowd, commanding, Make way for me. The onlookers, upon recognizing Xuanning, parted to create a path. Only then did she discern the situation unfolding within. There lay Bai Jingming, battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground, while Yin Qi brandished a sharp knife, attempting to stab him. However, his hand was firmly grasped by a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. Old Zhou, you finally made it. Bai Jingming exclaimed, clutching the man's leg in relief. This could almost killed me. Yin Qi glared at the imposing figure before him, having intended to eliminate Bai Jingming, only to be thwarted by this sudden intervention. Moments later, a dozen bodyguards emerged from the crowd, wielding machetes, positioning themselves behind Old Zhou. Unlike the ruffians, these men were the bodyguards dispatched by the Bai family to protect Bai Jingming. They had originally been engaged in a card game when they received Bai Jingming's desperate message, Help. Someone is trying to kill me at the boxing gym. Thus, Old Zhou had rushed over with his men. Although he was unclear about the specifics of the situation, he stood resolutely in front of Yin Qi. Do you even know who you're trying to kill? Old Zhou fixed his steely gaze on Yin Qi. He is a member of the Bai family. Someone you cannot afford to provoke. Yin Qi, undeterred, retorted, I will reiterate. Even if Bai Ji herself were to come today, I would still eliminate him. Old Zhou's mouth twitched at the mention of Bai Ji, the current head of the Bai family. This young man truly was audacious. Just as Old Zhou was about to respond, Xuanning's voice rang out. Zhou Weilong, let him go. With fury radiating from her, she surged through the crowd, flanked by dozens of her subordinates from the Qian society. Xuanning? Zhou Weilong furrowed his brow and stated, This matter has nothing to do with the Qian society. You should not meddle. Xuanning scoffed disdainfully. Bai Jingming seeks to eliminate my man, and you dare claim it is not my concern? Let me make it clear, the Qian society will never rest until we have taken down Bai Jingming. As her words echoed, her subordinates swiftly drew their weapons, poised for an imminent confrontation. The onlookers, startled, hastily retreated a few steps, wary of becoming collateral damage. Zhou Weilong, momentarily bewildered, glanced at Bai Jingming, young master. What on earth is happening? Bai Jingming, feeling a pang of guilt as he recognized his role in this tumult, remained silent and turned his gaze towards Xuanning. Xuanning, have you truly considered the ramifications? Are you prepared to declare war on the Bai family? Upon hearing this, Zhou Weilong comprehended the situation. It was clear that Bai Jingming had once again instigated trouble. Although he had often been a source of disturbance, he typically exercised some restraint. However, it had come to this, directly provoking the Qian society. If a war is what you seek, then so be it. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? Xuanning glared at Bai Jingming through clenched teeth. Bai Jingming found himself at a loss. Her demeanor was exceedingly resolute. Observing Xuanning's fierce expression, he realized that she genuinely intended to take his life. Thus, he grasped Zhou Weilong's arm. Old Shou, please assist me. I am a member of the Bai family. If I fall to the hands of the Qian society, it would bring disgrace upon my entire clan. Zhou Weilong found himself in a quandary. Although Bai Jingming belonged to the Bai family, he was merely a distant relative. Was it worth risking enmity with the Qian society for him? At that moment, Yin Qi interjected, "You are Zhou Weilong, correct? I advise you to reconsider your allegiance. This brat has violated the Bai family's rules by engaging in usury in the black market. If the family discovers this, you too shall face consequences." Upon hearing this, Zhou Weilong's expression shifted. Yin Qi spoke the truth. Bai Jingming had indeed broken family regulations. Should this come to light, their fates would be sealed. Sensing Zhou Weilong's wavering resolve, Bai Jingming hastily exclaimed, "Old Shou, we are in this together. How much have you received from me? Surely it amounts to several million by now. Do you think you can extricate yourself from this connection? If you save me, I will find a way to protect you from the Bai family. You will not be implicated." Zhou Weilong and his companions were designated as bodyguards. Yet their role often leaned towards oversight, monitoring Bai Jingming to ensure he did not breach family protocols. Engaging in usury undoubtedly fell under such violations. Nevertheless, Zhou Weilong had chosen to turn a blind eye, as Bai Jingming had bestowed upon him substantial benefits, totaling over 5 million. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Weilong recognized he had no choice but to safeguard Bai Jingming. He then addressed Yin Qi and Xuanning, "I offer you a chance. Leave at once, or you will become enemies of the Bai family. I regret to inform you that you have made an erroneous choice," Yin Qi remarked coldly. Observing this, Xuanning gestured dismissively, commanding, "Eliminate this group." Her subordinates echoed in unison, "Yes." Onward. Zhou Weilong also shouted loudly. As both factions, armed with weapons, advanced, a voice from the crowd interrupted the tense atmosphere. "Zhou Weilong, cease your actions at once." Zhou Weilong's body trembled. The voice was all too familiar. In disbelief, he turned to look, as the crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged man wielding a thermos, accompanied by a large group dressed in black uniforms. It was none other than Hu Delu, the captain of the security team at Yuehu Manor. "Captain Hu," Zhou Weilong exclaimed, "what brings you here?" It was important to note that although Hu Delu was merely a captain, he represented the Bai family's main lineage. Hu Delu cast a furtive glance at Yin Qi, and upon noticing the bloodstains on him, his pupils constricted. "You are courting death," he shouted, delivering a resounding slap to Zhou Weilong's face. Chapter 79, Young Master? Hu Delu felt his heart racing. Zhou Weilong's audacity was astonishing. How dare he lay hands on young Master Yin? If the family head were to find out, it would surely lead to significant trouble. Zhou Weilong, having been struck, felt no anger. Despair enveloped him. It's over. The main family must have learned about Bai Jingming's usury, he thought, closing his eyes in resignation. Bai Jingming, on the other hand, appeared utterly bewildered. As a collateral descendant, he had never encountered Hu Delu, let alone Bai Ji. However, he wasn't foolish. Recognizing Hu Delu's imposing presence, he quietly inquired, "What is the situation?" Zhou Weilong was in no position to answer. He wished to sever ties with Bai Jingming immediately. At that moment, Hu Delu turned his gaze towards Bai Jingming, his expression laced with disdain. "So you are Bai Jingming," he stated. "You are suspected of engaging in usury on the black market, which contravenes the Bai family's regulations. I have been dispatched by the main family to escort you back." Bai Jingming was taken aback. He had never anticipated that these individuals were from the main family. However, rather than panic, he smiled joyfully. Yes, I admit to violating family rules. Please, take me back." He was acutely aware of the consequences of his transgressions, which would likely culminate in expulsion from the Bai family. Yet, remaining here would mean facing execution by the Qian society. Choosing the lesser of two evils. Being expelled from the Bai family seemed preferable. Hu Delu frowned, having previously dealt with errant members of the Bai family, yet he had never encountered one like Bai Jingming. At that moment, Bai Jingming provocatively glanced at Yin Qi as if to say, "Aren't you arrogant? Let SCU maintain that bravado in front of a member of the main family." Yin Qi, observing this, offered a slight smile and calmly stated, "Captain Hu, I fear this individual cannot accompany you back." Upon hearing the words, Hu Delu shuddered. Prior to this, Bai Ji had specifically instructed him to avoid exposing the connection between Yin Qi and the Bai family. Thus, he deliberately refrained from speaking to Yin Qi, intending to directly escort Bai Jingming away. However, since Yin Qi had taken the initiative to speak, Hu Delu could not feign ignorance. Just as he was about to respond, Bai Jingming spoke up first. "You truly are blind. Do you even know who this is? He is someone sent by Yuehu Manor." He then turned to Hu Delu, his tone oozing with flattery. "Captain Hu, this brat just insulted my cousin Bai Ji." He claimed that Bai Ji's plea would be of no use. A person so ignorant must be taught a lesson. Noticing Hu Delu's increasingly grim expression, Bai Jingming smugly thought, he must have angered a member of the family. Yin Qi is finished. Suddenly, Hu Delu delivered a kick that sent Bai Jingming sprawling to the ground. "Shut your mouth," Hu Delu growled fiercely. To suggest teaching Yin Qi a lesson was tantamount to courting death. Disregarding Bai Ji's admonition, he cautiously approached Yin Qi and said, "Young master, please don't take it to heart. How could I dare to discipline you?" At this utterance, everyone present was taken aback. "Young master?" Zhou Weilong looked up in disbelief. It was known that few could command Hu Delu to address them as such in the entire Yin city. Bai Jingming was utterly perplexed. How had Yin Qi become a young master? Wasn't he an ordinary person? The onlookers began to indulge their curiosity. Indeed, the rumors were true. To have a direct descendant of the Bai family call him young master implies that Yin Qi must be the sole heir of a prominent family. No wonder he exudes such confidence. Evidently, his family is not any less esteemed than the Bai family. Yin Qi paid no heed to their chatter and candidly addressed Hu Delu. "Captain Hu, this brat just sent someone to kill me, so I must ensure his life is spared today." Upon hearing this, Hu Delu abruptly turned to stare at Bai Jingming. He had not anticipated that the injuries Yin Qi bore were inflicted by Bai Jingming. Enraged, Hu Delu found himself momentarily speechless. Bai Jingming, feeling guilty, lowered his head. Unable to meet Hu Delu's gaze, Hu Delu's mind raced in turmoil. This was indeed troublesome, although Bai Jingming was merely a collateral descendant. If he were to perish in the black market, it would tarnish the Bai family's reputation. Yet, disregarding Yin Qi's words seemed to carry even graver consequences. It was a predicament from which there seemed no right escape. Yin Qi perceived Hu Delu's discomfort and thus placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "All right. I will speak with Bai Ji myself." With that, Yin Qi pulled out his phone and, before the crowd, dialed Bai Ji's number. Within 3 seconds, the call connected. Bai Ji's somewhat cold voice came through the line. "Hello, is this Yin Qi?" As Yin Qi was about to speak, Zhuaning abruptly snatched the phone away. "Bai Ji. Is it?" Zhuaning exclaimed with fury. "I am Zhuaning." This left Yin Qi utterly bewildered. What on earth was Zhuaning up to? After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, a voice slowly inquired, "Where is Yin Qi? How dare you even ask about Yin Qi?" Zhuaning replied sharply, "That Bai Jingming from your Bai family nearly killed him." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji, usually composed, was taken aback. Is Yin Qi hurt? How could he not be hurt? His severed arm was stabbed again, blood gushing everywhere. Zhuaning spat through gritted teeth. "Bai Ji, I know your Bai family is formidable, but I am not afraid of you. Today, I must eliminate Bai Jingming. If you wish to protect him, I am more than willing to confront your family." Nearby, Hu Delu gasped in shock. This leader of the Qian society was indeed as wild as the rumors suggested. Bai Jingming trembled in fear, never expecting Zhuaning to be so resolute. She was truly willing to oppose the Bai family for the sake of his life. On the other end of the line, Bai Ji fell silent. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "Okay, hand the phone to Hu Delu." Zhuaning raised an eyebrow and promptly passed the phone to Hu Delu. "It's for you." After Hu Delu took the phone, Zhuaning signaled to her followers, indicating that they were ready to launch an attack at any moment. Regardless of Bai Ji's intentions, Bai Jingming was as good as dead today. "Miss, what do you say?" Hu Delu respectfully addressed the voice on the line. "All right, I understand. After a series of affirmations, Hu Delu ended the call. He cleared his throat and began to announce Bai Zhi's orders. Cough. From now on, the Bai Jingming family is expelled from the Bai family. Their fate, whether life or death, has no bearing on the Bai family. This statement echoed in the ears of everyone present, plunging the room into an eerie silence. All gazes turned to Hu Delu in disbelief. Bai Zhi had voluntarily taken a step back, publicly expelling Bai Jingming from the Bai family. This was significant, as Bai Zhi, being the head of the Bai family, represented the entire lineage. It meant the Bai family had made a concession. Zhou Weilong's eyes widened in shock. In his memory, Bai Zhi had always been exceedingly resolute. This was a situation he had never witnessed before. Was it because of Zhuaning? Was the family head wary of the Qian society? Zhou Weilong pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. The Bai family's strength could not possibly be intimidated by the Qian society. That left only one possibility. Yin Qi? Zhou Weilong's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the calm Yin Qi. He had overheard the exchange between Zhuaning and Bai Zhi. They were discussing Yin Qi's injuries. This meant Bai Zhi's concession was likely due to Yin Qi being harmed. Upon contemplating this, Zhou Weilong involuntarily shuddered. What manner of being could compel the head of the Bai family to relent? This Yin Qi, who exactly is he? Not only Shou, but the majority of those present shared this sentiment. The onlookers, ruffians of the streets, directed their gaze toward Yin Qi, whispering amongst themselves, does the Bai family harbor some apprehension towards Yin Qi, leading them to alter their decision at the last moment? I believe so, but after all, it is the Bai family. Would they truly fear others? This implies that the forces backing Yin Qi are formidable enough that even the Bai family cannot afford to offend them. Listening to the murmurs, Zhuaning felt somewhat bewildered. She had not anticipated that Bai Zhi would genuinely concede. This, in turn, left her feeling somewhat disheartened. It appears Bai Zhi harbors deep feelings for Yin Qi. Undoubtedly. The most astonished among them was Bai Jingming, who had just been expelled from the Bai family. Bai Jingming sat there, stupefied, his gaze vacantly fixed on Hu Delu. Had he truly been cast out from the Bai family? Moreover, it seemed he was not alone. Even his parents had been ousted alongside him. Bai Jingming felt as though his mind had gone blank. He even began to question whether he was trapped in a dream. Without the protection of the Bai family, he realized that not only Yin Qi and Zhuaning, but even a mere street thug could easily take his life. In that moment of realization, Bai Jingming let out a terrified scream. Ah. He crawled to Hu Delu's side, stammering, Captain Hu, did you perhaps miss here? I recall that when a Bai family descended heirs, a collective decision by the elders is required. Hu Delu wrinkled his brow in disdain. Since the young lady assumed the role of head of the family, she has amended this family rule. All decisions of the Bai family are now made by the head. In any case, you are no longer a member of the Bai family. Bai Jingming, pale as death, slumped to the ground, realizing as a collateral descendant, he was utterly unaware of the change in family rules. At this juncture, Hu Delu, wearing a broad smile, turned to Yin Qi. Young master, you may deal with this lad as you see fit. If there is nothing else, I shall return to report to the young lady. Go ahead. Yin Qi waved his hand. Please convey my regards to Bai Zhi. Hu Delu nodded eagerly. Certainly, I will ensure she receives them. Then he cast a darkened glance at Zhou Weilong. Zhou Weilong, come with me to face the consequences of the family rules. Zhou Weilong sighed heavily. He was not a member of the Bai family. Committing such a grave error could not be resolved merely by expulsion. The outcome would surely be either death or severe injury. Zhou Weilong regretted it. He regretted accepting Bai Jingming's money. He regretted not heeding Yin Qi's counsel moments ago. With heavy steps, he approached Hu Delu. At that moment, the oblivious Bai Jingming shouted, Old Zhou, please help me. I still have quite a bit of money in my account. I will give it all to you. At those words, Zhou Weilong's fury ignited instantaneously. To hell with you. He turned around and struck Bai Jingming in the face with a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the blow was so tremendous that it knocked out 8 of Bai Jingming's teeth. If it weren't for you, would I have fallen to such depths? Zhou Weilong intended to deliver a few more kicks, but Yin Qi stepped forward to restrain him. Enough. If you kill him, what will I do? Zhou Weilong, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly bowed in apology. Young Master Yin, it was my folly not to recognize your stature. Please forgive me. If Bai's family punished him, he might still have a chance at life. But if Yin Qi were to take action, it would be certain death. Forget it. You can return with Team Hu. Yin Qi said casually, waving his hand. Today, I only intend to kill Bai Jingming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weilong breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your magnanimity. Let us leave quickly, he urged. Hu Delu, growing impatient, urged Zhou Weilong to follow him. Soon, Zhou Weilong and the other bodyguards left. Trailing behind Hu Delu with a sense of despondency, Bai Jingming lay on the ground, trembling as he watched the unfolding scene. He could feel Yan Qi's gaze, sharp as that of a venomous serpent, as if he were about to be torn apart at any moment. Slowly, he raised his head, attempting to plead for mercy. "Young Master Yin," but Yan Qi interrupted him. "Enough. I have no desire to hear your drivel." He extended his hand aside. "Bring me a stick." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a baseball bat was placed into his hands. Yan Qi weighed the bat, nodding in satisfaction. This should serve well. With that, he swung the bat, striking Bai Jingming's leg. A sharp crack echoed as Bai Jingming's right leg was instantly shattered. Ah! Bai Jingming clutched his thigh. Howling in agony, Yan Qi regarded him coldly. "Don't rush to scream. We've only just begun." With that, he swung the bat again, this time breaking Bai Jingming's right arm. The excruciating pain caused Bai Jingming to convulse. Grasping Yan Qi's pant leg with his left hand, he trembled as he begged. "I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please spare my life. You only realize you are about to die, don't you?" Yan Qi sneered, striking Bai Jingming's left arm with another blow. In this crime-ridden black market, Yan Qi ruthlessly inflicted blow after blow upon Bai Jingming in front of all the onlookers. No matter how Bai Jingming pleaded for mercy, Yan Qi continued his merciless assault. Even the hardened thugs, accustomed to violence, could not help but break into a cold sweat at the sight. It was utterly brutal. They could see that Yan Qi was deliberately tormenting Bai Jingming. The torment persisted for a full 10 minutes, until Bai Jingming's body lay shattered, breathless. Only then did Yan Qi gradually cease his onslaught. At that moment, the baseball bat in his hands was stained with blood. Panting heavily, he looked up at the surrounding thugs. "From now on, you better behave yourselves," Yan Qi declared with a fierce glare. "Anyone who dares to engage in underhanded tactics behind my back, this Bai Jingming will be your fate." His ruthless display was intended to establish his authority publicly. Otherwise, this unruly band of ruffians might provoke him again at any moment. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, lowered their heads, too fearful to meet Yan Qi's gaze. If Yan Qi's exploits had merely been whispers before, his actions today had solidified those rumors into truth. They were even more terrifying than anticipated. "Are you deaf?" Yan Qi bellowed. "Did you not hear me?" The ruffians chorused in unison. "We heard you." Thus, Yan Qi acquired a new moniker among the gangs, the King of Hell. As the saying goes, when the King of Hell calls you at midnight, who dares linger until dawn? Chapter 81. Is there really a peach blossom catastrophe? 2 hours later, Yan Qi returned to Zhuaning's Land Rover. He had changed into a fresh outfit and taken a shower. He even had a black market doctor redress his injured left arm, which had suffered a fracture and a puncture wound. It would take time to heal. Yan Qi gazed out the window, observing Zhuaning as she admonished the members of the Qian society. Ultimately, he had killed 5 men that night, and it was imperative to handle the aftermath properly. Fortunately, disposing of these 5 individuals was not complicated, for were mere underground thugs, their lives inconsequential to anyone. As for Bai Jingming, he had been cast out from the Bai family, rendering him equally unworthy of concern. Burning the bodies overnight would suffice. At that moment, Yan Qi suddenly recalled something. He hastily retrieved his phone, noticing 99 unread WeChat messages and over 70 missed calls, all from Su Xiaoshuang. Earlier, while in the men's restroom, he had been on a call with her, but when those 4 ruffians confronted him, he had abruptly ended the conversation. Surely, Su Xiaoshuang must be frantic by now. Upon opening WeChat, he saw her messages. "Why did you hang up the call? Where are you? Can I come find you? Yan Qi, are you alright? Don't scare me." Feeling a pang of guilt upon reading her messages, Yan Qi promptly replied, "I encountered a minor issue, but it's resolved now. Don't worry, be good." Just seconds after sending his message, Su Xiaoshuang responded immediately. "Lu, you scared me to death. I'm relieved you're okay." After offering her a few words of comfort, Yan Qi finally eased her worries. At that moment, the front passenger door swung open and Zhuaning entered, locking the door behind her. Her expression was somewhat peculiar as she stared silently at the steering wheel. With a sense of urgency, Yan Qi initiated a conversation, saying, "Oh dear. Today's date hasn't gone quite as planned." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuaning suddenly burst into tears, large droplets cascading onto the steering wheel. Yan Qi was taken aback, after knowing Zhuaning for so long. This was the first time he had witnessed her cry. He quickly reached for a tissue in the car, gently dabbing at her tears. "What is the matter? Please don't cry." Zhuaning softly grasped Yan Qi's hand, and then pulled him into an embrace. Overwhelmed with emotion, she sobbed loudly, apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Yin-Chi. I was too engrossed in the game and didn't notice your messages. It's all my fault for bringing you here. I was wrong." Realizing that this was the source of her distress, Yin-Chi patted her back, softly reassuring her, "There is no need to apologize. The situation was indeed urgent. Besides, I share some blame too. You brought me here for a date, and I was sulking." Zhuaning shook her head, still sniffling. "No, it's still my fault. If I had dealt with Bai Jingming sooner, you wouldn't have been hurt." All right, Yin-Chi said gently. "In that case, let us not blame you or me. If we must assign blame, let it be on the whims of fate." At this, Zhuaning paused, suddenly rising from his embrace. A look of astonishment washing over her face as she inhaled sharply. Is there truly such a thing as fate? Earlier, she had dismissed Yin-Chi's comments as mere jest, but the events of the evening had made her reconsider. It seemed that Yin-Chi always encountered some misfortune after being with a woman. Zhuaning hesitated. Could it be that her presence was the reason for Yin-Chi's misfortunes tonight? This realization only deepened her guilt. Yin-Chi, sensing her turmoil, reassured her. "Don't overthink it." He pinched her cheek playfully. "This has nothing to do with you." Zhuaning nodded, then quietly asked, "Yin-Chi, if there truly is such a fate, will you distance yourself from me?" She bit her lip anxiously. Yin-Chi affectionately stroked her head. "Not at all. As long as you don't distance yourself from me, I want to do the same. And if fate does exist, we shall face it together." Looking into Yin-Chi's eyes, Zhuaning nodded, profoundly touched. "Yes, I will do my utmost to protect you and shield you from all misfortunes." "Well then, I'll be counting on you," Yin-Chi replied with a warm smile. Zhuaning rested her head against his chest. "Leave it to me." In that moment, they embraced tightly in the car. Zhuaning felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. As long as she could be with Yin-Chi like this, she would be willing to pay any price. However, she was also acutely aware that Yin-Chi was not yet ready to fully accept her. And the reason was clear. He was, after all, a scoundrel, and a rather mediocre one at that. 5 women. Yet he finds himself unable to part with any of them. However, he is also fearful of causing distress to Zhuaning and the others. Thus, he is caught in a continual struggle, seeking a flawless resolution. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, where can perfection be found? Zhuaning has been entangled in this dilemma for quite some time. She yearns for a solution, yet cannot conceive one. In light of her inability to find a way out, Zhuaning decides to abandon all restraint. She resolves to encourage Yin-Chi to embrace his role as a cad. After all, she is rather indifferent to his dalliance with 5 women. Might it not be more prudent to drag the others down with him? At that moment, leaning against Yin-Chi, Zhuaning reflects on her plan. After a brief internal conflict, she finally musters the courage to inquire, "Yin-Chi, do you love me?" Why the sudden question? Yin-Chi lowers his gaze. "Of course, I love you." Zhuaning's lips curl into a delighted smile. Clearing her throat, she continues, "Ahem. What about Su Xiaoshuang, Zhang Yue, Paleo Si, and Baiji? Do you love them?" Yin-Chi is taken aback, caught off guard by the topic. It is indeed a challenging question to answer. He does love them, yet to declare such feelings at this moment would seem rather unfaithful. Zhuaning perceives his hesitation instantly. In a hushed tone, she reassures him, "Yin-Chi, I can help you win over all 4 of them." "What?" Yin-Chi pushes Zhuaning away, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "What did you just say?" He feels as though he might have misheard. Yet, Zhuaning, with utmost seriousness, insists, "Yin-Chi, I am serious. This way of handling things is not sustainable. Why not let me assist you in conquering all 4? Let us start with the simplest, Zhang Yue." Before she can finish, Yin-Chi interrupts her, raising his hand. Wait. Are you testing me?" He questions, a hint of suspicion in his voice. His incredulity is understandable. Zhuaning's proposition is indeed rather outrageous. Yet, deep down, he senses that she is not the type to toy with him. "I am not testing you. I am earnestly discussing this matter with you." Zhuaning shakes her head. Leaning closer to Yin-Chi, she asks, with so many ex-girlfriends, "Have you decided who you wish to reconcile with?" Yin-Chi finds himself momentarily speechless. He has not made a decision. Observing his silence, Zhuaning offers a slight smile. "See, you lack the resolve. You cannot simply reconcile with one person and disregard the other 4. Do you intend to sever ties with the others?" She gently pinches Yin-Chi's cheek. "And even if you do muster the courage, do you believe those 4 would allow you to go so easily?" Yin-Chi falls silent, compelled to acknowledge that Zhuaning's words strike at the heart of the matter. In truth, he is already intertwined with his ex-girlfriends in numerous ways. Once he attempts to sever those connections, it would be akin to skinning and peeling away layers of flesh. Yin Qi is acutely aware of this reality. Yet he finds himself devoid of a viable solution. I have correctly surmised your situation. Zhuaning raised her head with a hint of pride. I told you. This little scoundrel cannot let go of anyone. So why not forego choices altogether and embrace them all? She boldly expressed her opinion. Yuan Qi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Zhuaning pressed her finger to Yuan Qi's lips. Do not pretend you do not desire this. I understand, man. Then she leaned closer to his ear and spoke softly. Just imagine, you could orchestrate a splendid affair with 5 partners. Would that not be delightful? With that, she gently blew a breath of air. Yuan Qi shivered. Since returning to Yun City, Yuan Qi had been striving to restrain himself, preventing himself from becoming too deeply entangled. Yet Zhuaning's words were akin to a devil's temptation, incessantly probing at his inner turmoil. She was right, how he wished to have them all. However, the obstacles he faced were formidable. Do not worry, as long as you desire it, I shall assist you, Zhuaning said, tenderly caressing Yuan Qi's face. Yuan Qi, look at me. Do you wish for my help? Yuan Qi gazed into Zhuaning's eyes, his reason and desire waging a fierce battle within him. Reason warned him of the dangers, while desire incessantly urged him to acquiesce to Zhuaning's proposition. Yet, in most cases, human reason often succumbs to desire. After a moment of silence, Yuan Qi sighed. You are right. I truly wish to have them all. Zhuaning smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. That is the spirit. Let us begin with Zhang Yue. She is undoubtedly the easiest to win over. Zhuaning then elaborated on her strategy. She had categorized the other 4 women into 3 tiers. Firstly, Zhang Yue belonged to the simplest category, where a modest effort would suffice to make her accept Yuan Qi's scoundrel nature. Secondly, there were Su Xiaoshuang and Pei Liuxi, whose possessiveness posed a moderate challenge, requiring all manner of schemes to achieve success. Lastly, of course, was Bai Ji, the head of the Bai family, whose esteemed status made it hard to imagine her accepting Yuan Qi's multifaceted romantic pursuits. She had yet to devise a plan for her. Yuan Qi listened to Zhuaning's fervent discourse, feeling somewhat entranced. His ex-girlfriend was devising strategies to win over his other 4 ex-girlfriends. Indeed, it was quite absurd. After Zhuaning concluded her thoughts, Yuan Qi nodded. All right, I will take some time to contemplate this. No rush, take your time, we have plenty of it. Zhuaning smiled as she started the car. Then let me take you home. During the journey back, Yuan Qi's mind was consumed by Zhuaning's earlier words. By the time he regained his senses, they had already arrived at his neighborhood. I want to accompany you inside. I have instructed my subordinates to handle the bodies of Bai Jingming and the others, Zhuaning said, glancing at Yuan Qi. I must go supervise to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, Yin Qi did not exit the vehicle. Instead, he leaned closer to Zhuaning and gently pressed his lips against hers. See you tomorrow, he said with a tender smile before opening the door and stepping out. Zhuaning stood frozen, her fingers brushing her lips, her cheeks flushing with warmth. This was the first time Yin Qi had initiated a kiss since his return. Though it was merely a light kiss, her heart raced uncontrollably. Watching Yin Qi's retreating figure, she bit her crimson lip and thought, honestly, he always tempts me like this. I might not be able to resist pulling you back. Meanwhile, Yin Qi felt elated as he ascended in the elevator. Previously, he had been burdened with confusion, constantly pondering his choices. However, after Zhuaning's subtle encouragement, clarity began to dawn on him. After all, he had always been a cad and bore no need for heavy psychological burdens. Whether it was Su Xiaoshuang, Zhang Yue, Pei Liuxi, Zhuaning, or even Bai Ji, one thought filled his mind. I want them all. Though it would be challenging, he was determined to give it a try. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 5th floor. Yin Qi straightened his attire and strode out confidently, arriving at the door of room 507, where Su Xiaoshuang resided across from him. He gently knocked. Xiaoshuang? No sooner had the words left his mouth than footsteps echoed from within. The door swung open, and Su Xiaoshuang rushed out, wrapping her arms around his waist and affectionately nuzzling against him. You're finally back. I've missed you so much. Suddenly, she lifted her head, sniffing the air like a hound. Is that the scent of Zhuaning's perfume? I told you, I went on a date with Zhuaning, Yin Qi replied, ruffling her hair. It dawned on Su Xiaoshuang. Oh right. She had been so preoccupied with Yin Qi's lack of replies that she had momentarily forgotten about his outing. Humph. Su Xiaoshuang huffed playfully, you scoundrel. Just finished a date with another woman, and you come running to me. Feigning guilt, Yin Qi sighed dramatically. Indeed. I should not have acted this way. Perhaps I should return home then. I'll visit you tomorrow. He pretended to turn and leave. Su Xiaoshuang immediately panicked, grasping his hand. Wait, I'm not that upset. You Haven Tea had dinner, right? I made your favorite dish. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Are you really going to leave? Seeing her reaction, Yinchi smiled softly and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. I'm not going anywhere. I must enjoy the meal prepared by my little Xiaoshuang. Now that S more like it, Su Xiaoshuang beamed, leaning against his shoulder. Come on, let us go inside. With laughter and chatter, they entered room 507 together. Chapter 83. Gazing at the stars, it must be said that Su Xiaoshuang excels remarkably at capturing a man's heart through his stomach. Each time Yinchi indulges in her culinary creations, he is always left thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, he is heartily consuming the dishes laid out before him, while Su Xiaoshuang sits beside him, gazing at him with tender eyes. They appear to be akin to an elderly couple, with an unspoken understanding enveloping them. Soon, Yinchi has had his fill and leans back contentedly in his chair. Su Xiaoshuang gently dabs his mouth with a napkin and inquires, was it to your liking? Absolutely delicious, Yinchi replies, giving her a thumbs up. I have always cherished your cooking the most since childhood. Su Xiaoshuang smiles with delight, her lips curling in satisfaction. Hee. I'm glad you like it. Her passion for cooking was ignited solely to please Yinchi, and he is the only one she cooks for. After a brief silence, Su Xiaoshuang gathers her courage and asks, Yinchi, could you possibly stay here with me tonight instead of going back? Her voice carries a hint of melancholy. We haven't had the chance to be alone together these past few days. Observing her vulnerable demeanor, Yinchi feels a pang of compassion. All right, I won't go anywhere tonight. He reassures her, playfully pinching her cheek. I will stay here with our little Xiaoshuang. Joyfully, Su Xiaoshuang rises, exclaiming, great. Let's go stargazing tonight. Stargazing? Yinchi blinks in surprise as memories flood back. Su Xiaoshuang has always harbored a deep interest in astronomy, capable of identifying the names of numerous stars in the night sky. During their university days, she would often drag him along to admire the stars. Although Yinchi isn't particularly fond of stargazing, he would always accompany her. All right, whatever you want to see tonight, we'll see, Yinchi states, rising to his feet. He takes hold of Su Xiaoshuang's arm. Let's head to the rooftop. On the rooftop, they lean against one another, gazing at the vast expanse of stars above. Su Xiaoshuang rests her head on Yinchi's shoulder and softly asks, do you remember the first time we met? Of course, he replies. It was during the beginning of university. You drove into campus in a Lamborghini, stepping out in a stunning little black dress. I was completely captivated at first sight. Yinchi reminisces, I secretly vowed to win over this beautiful girl. Su Xiaoshuang giggles at his words. Yes, you burst out of the crowd and asked me, beautiful. Can we exchange WeChat? I was genuinely startled, but I didn't give you my contact information. Indeed, Yinchi chuckles, stroking his chin. You said you wouldn't add me, and then just turned away. Su Xiaoshuang playfully pinches him. That was only because you were so persistent. I had no choice but to give it to you. You were the belle of our school back then. If I hadn't persistently pursued you, how could I have won your heart? Yinchi chuckled. Su Xiaoshuang curled her lips in disdain. I actually discerned your ulterior motives long ago. She then spoke softly. Yinchi, to be honest, I felt quite fond of you the first time we met. However, I had never been in a relationship before. And your sudden request for my WeChat caught me off guard. If you hadn't been so proactive, we might have missed this opportunity. After expressing her thoughts, Su Xiaoshuang felt considerably lighter. She gazed up at the starry sky. Yinchi, it would be wonderful if we could remain like this forever. Watching the stars and reminiscing about the past. Though I dare not claim forever. Yinchi gently caressed her hair. As long as I am alive, I shall always be by your side. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang turned to face Yinchi, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Suddenly, she blurted out, Yinchi, how about we get back together? The moment she uttered those words, she realized their inappropriateness and quickly covered her mouth. Yinchi looked at her in disbelief. Although their actions were already quite intimate, with hugs and closeness, there still remained an unspoken barrier between them. They both tacitly avoided breaking through this barrier, knowing that if one were to propose reconciliation and the other were to decline, the situation would become quite awkward. Moreover, with Yinchi having numerous ex-girlfriends, Su Xiaoshuang felt even more reluctant to bring it up. She quickly shook her head. No, just pretend I said nothing. Had it been a day earlier, Yinchi would have gone along with Su Xiaoshuang's words. But now, he had changed. Influenced by Zhuaning, he had resolved to embrace his inner rogue. Thus, He firmly grasped Su Xiaoshuang's hand. Quietly now. I heard what you said. You're implying you wish to reconcile with me, aren't you? Su Xiaoshuang trembled, her cheeks flushing crimson. I was just speaking nonsense, she said, shaking her head vigorously. Fearing rejection from Yin Qi, she instinctively took a step back. However, Yin Qi had no intention of letting her off that easily. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drawing her closer. Their bodies pressed tightly together. And Su Xiaoshuang could even feel his breath. Her heart raced like a drum. She felt her body weaken, and had Yin Qi not supported her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Xiaoshuang, let me speak. Yin Qi gazed at her with his enchanting eyes. I have been contemplating our relationship these past few days. I believe it's time we had a serious discussion. Su Xiaoshuang felt a tingle all over, leaning against Yin Qi completely. Then, go ahead, she stammered. Yin Qi leaned closer to Su Xiaoshuang, his voice soft and gentle as he inquired, Xiaoshuang, do you still have feelings for me? Su Xiaoshuang shivered, fully aware of Yin Qi's earnestness this time. After a brief silence, she slowly replied, I do like you, Yin Qi. Upon uttering these words, a wave of relief washed over her, as if the heavy stone that had lodged in her chest had finally been lifted. She buried her head in Yin Qi's embrace, whispering, Yin Qi, for these past 3 years, I have longed to see you. Even though you have done some unforgivable things, I could not help but miss you. With a hint of melancholy, Su Xiaoshuang continued, Yin Qi, regardless of your future choices, please do not leave me again. All right? Hearing her words, Yin Qi gently patted her back, reassuring her, do not worry, I will not leave you again. I believe you, Su Xiaoshuang nodded. Then, lifting her head, she pouted and asked, you asked if I liked you, but you haven't answered me yet. What about you? Do you still like me? Without hesitation, Yin Qi nodded. Of course I like you. Whether in the past, present, or future, my feelings for you will remain steadfast. Well, that is more like it, Su Xiaoshuang said, a cheerful hum escaping her lips. However, her eyelids soon drooped, and in a subdued tone, she admitted, Yin Qi, I did mention wanting to reconcile. I genuinely wish to be with you again. If we could reunite, I would be truly happy. Yin Qi, eager to respond, thought about saying they should reconcile. He was determined to have it all. If he could find a breakthrough with Su Xiaoshuang, it would be a promising start. Yet, before he could speak, Su Xiaoshuang raised her hand to cover his mouth, saying, Shu, I know what you want to say, but please hold off for now. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist reconciling with you. She tightly shut her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Yin Qi, I know you still have feelings for other women, but I am not yet ready to share you with them. Su Xiaoshuang had considered the possibility of allowing Yin Qi to have multiple relationships, but each time the thought crossed her mind, it brought a pang of pain to her chest. However, if Yin Qi were to propose such an arrangement, she feared that despite her reluctance, she might still acquiesce. Thus, she wished to prevent him from voicing it. Observing Su Xiaoshuang trembling, guilt surged within Yin Qi once more. He gently removed her hand from his mouth, his tone softening. All right, I will follow your lead. With a sigh of relief, Su Xiaoshuang stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yin Qi's lips, saying, I wanted to keep you waiting too long. She then took his hand, adding, let us head back now. Aren't we going to look at the stars? Yin Qi asked, following behind her. Su Xiaoshuang smiled, not tonight. I am already quite happy. Yes, I should also get to bed early. I have to rise early for work tomorrow. Yin Qi nodded. Yin Qi, could you hold me while I sleep? She requested. Of course, whatever you wish, he replied. The following morning, Yin Qi was stirred from his slumber by the blaring of an alarm clock. He felt an unusual heaviness upon him, and, upon opening his eyes, discovered that Su Xiaoshuang was nestled against him. Her figure was exquisite, and Yin Qi could distinctly feel the softness of her presence. Gently, he shifted Su Xiaoshuang aside and tucked her in comfortably. Subsequently, he rose to wash and returned to his rented room across the hall to change into a fresh outfit. By the time he returned, Su Xiaoshuang had awakened. Are you heading to the company? I'll accompany you, she yawned, still drowsy. Yin Qi affectionately patted her head. Be a good girl and sleep a little longer. All right, Su Xiaoshuang nodded. Yin Qi, I informed the group last night. They will assist in promoting the magazine. Then you rest well. I shall take my leave now. Be careful on the road. Yin Qi arose early that day, arriving at the company by 7 o'clock. However, the staff had arrived even earlier. After all, the more magazines sold, the higher their earnings would be. Zhang Yue had previously declared that for every additional 1,000,000 copies sold, each employee would receive an extra month's salary, with no upper limit. Motivated by financial incentives, the employees were naturally full of vigor. Upon Yin-Chi's arrival, the staff stood in unison, quickly gathering around him with admiration gleaming in their eyes. "Teacher Yin, how did you manage this? It's astonishing." Yin-Chi was somewhat bewildered. "What is so astonishing?" "The trending news." The employees eagerly produced their phones. "Haven't you seen today as trending topics?" Having taken the subway to the company, Yin-Chi had been preoccupied with concealing his identity and had no time to check his phone. He took one of the employees' devices, and upon viewing the content, he gasped in astonishment. The top trending topic read, "Yin-Chi's magazine has been released," with an explosive emoji trailing behind. Moreover, Weibo featured a total of 50 trending topics, more than half of which were related to Yin-Chi. For instance, due to his assistance in apprehending a murderer during an escape room game yesterday, the second trending topic was, "Yin-Chi captures a fugitive," another explosive headline. Additionally, there were trending topics such as Yin-Chi's magazine cover, "Handsome. Did Yin-Chi get injured?" "Yin-Chi enjoys an escape room." In essence, nearly all social media platforms have been inundated with Yin-Chi's name. Naturally, the latest issue of Machine Media's magazine had become the focal point of the entire city. The employees excitedly reported, "Teacher Yin, this morning our magazine's pre-orders have reached 3 million, and the numbers continue to rise." Yin-Chi inhaled deeply, aware that such a surge of trending topics must be attributed to Paleo's strategic efforts. "At what time does the magazine officially go on sale?" he inquired, returning the phone to the employee. One of the employees hurriedly remarked, "It's 8:30, roughly another hour and a half." "All right, everyone, let's get moving." Yin-Chi clapped his hands with vigor. "Today is the moment of truth. Let us aim to sell 4 million. No, 6 million. Yes." The employees were instantly invigorated. If they could sell 6 million copies, it would equate to an additional 6 months' worth of bonuses. Subsequently, the staff swiftly returned to their stations. At that moment, Yin-Chi's phone in his pocket began to ring. He took it out and discovered it was a call from Zhuaning. Realizing this, Yin-Chi moved to a quieter area to answer the call. "Are you awake?" Zhuaning inquired from the other end. Yin-Chi chuckled. "I've already arrived at the company." "That's good," Zhuaning replied softly. "I've arranged everything. Once the time arrives, we will mobilize collectively." "Understood. I'll keep things progressing on my end as well." After exchanging a few more words, Yin-Chi ended the call. The Hongan Group, founded by Zhuaning, encompasses numerous ventures, one of which is the advertising business. Over half of the large screens in the shopping malls of Yun City are controlled by the Hongan Group. Additionally, there are mobile advertisements, like the small trucks with screens commonly seen on the streets, displaying various commercials. Besides the trucks, there are also advertisements on airships, among others. In short, all advertising spaces under the Hongan Group have been secured by Yin-Chi for today. His objective is to bombard the city with announcements, ensuring that everyone in Yun City is aware of the impending magazine release. Chapter 85. Citywide rush today is Sunday. Except for companies like Exes and Media that are obligated to work overtime, the vast majority of businesses and schools are closed. However, many employees and students, who would typically rest, have chosen to venture out early this morning. Their singular aim today is to purchase the magazine. Since Yin-Chi's return to Yun City, a myriad of events have unfolded around him, elevating his fame significantly. Even he himself is unaware of the number of fans he has amassed. Today marks the culmination of that build-up. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, bookstores and shopping centers across Yun City were already teeming with long lines. Many bookstores that typically see little foot traffic were filled with patrons today. The bookstore owners were flabbergasted. They hadn't witnessed such a phenomenon in nearly a decade. The location with the longest queue was undoubtedly the Black Obsidian Square in Yun City. This square, created by the wealthiest individual in Yun City, the Black Obsidian Group, spans approximately 150 acres, making it the largest comprehensive square in the entire city. Today, the entirety of Black Obsidian Square was closed for business. In its place, rows of magazine sales points had emerged, a clear initiative orchestrated by Su Xiaoshuang, in a bid to assist Yin-Chi in selling magazines. She shuttered all the plazas under her ownership, with the exception of the Obsidian Plaza. The Obsidian Group's numerous malls also ceased operations, transforming into points of sale for the magazines. At this moment, tens of thousands congregated at the Obsidian Plaza, all drawn by the desire to purchase the magazine. The vast majority were ardent fans of Yin-Chi, while a small fraction were scalpers hoarding stock. Surrounding the plaza, a multitude of media outlets clamored to report on the event. Behold, with merely 20 minutes to the magazine's release, the Obsidian Plaza was already teeming with queues. A female host approached the line. Let us interview some of these devoted fans. She sidled up to a girl clad in a shirt emblazoned with Yin Chi's photographs, holding a handmade support banner, epitomizing fervent enthusiasm. Are you a fan of Yin Chi? The host inquired with curiosity. The girl vigorously nodded and then exclaimed into the camera. Oh, Yin Chi, I love you. I will support you forever. The host's smile faltered, clearly taken aback by the girl's exuberance. Observing this, others in line gathered closer, shouting into the camera, Yin Chi, you must persevere. We will protect you. Ah, Yin Chi, please activate your social media account. I truly wish to follow you. Step aside. I also need to speak to Yin Chi. Don't crowd me. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the host hastily stepped back 2 paces. All right. I'm sure Yin Chi will receive your heartfelt sentiments. With that, she swiftly distanced herself from the scene, undeterred by the fans' attempts to impede her. Goodness, Yin Chi's popularity is truly staggering, the host thought, astounded. This scene was merely a microcosm of the day. Throughout Cloud City, such fervor was palpable. Unbeknownst to Yin Chi, he had amassed a considerable following of passionate fans. As the clock struck 8:30, the magazine was officially launched. Concurrently, the Hongan Group's advertisement vehicles and airships were deployed. Instantly, the streets of Cloud City overflowed with advertisements from machine media. Above, dozens of airships traversed the sky, each adorned with massive banners showcasing the magazine's cover. Even those who typically paid little heed to social media could not help but notice the deluge of promotional advertisements. Ultimately, people tend to gravitate towards the crowd. Witnessing the throngs lining up, even those indifferent to Yin Chi began to join the queue. Naturally, there remained a segment online composed of individuals who found Yin Chi particularly disagreeable. They complained that the advertisements surrounding him were excessively numerous and irksome. However, such dissenting voices were swiftly drowned out by a trending topic that escalated the day's atmosphere to its zenith. At 9:30 in the morning, the most celebrated actress in Cloud City, Pei Liusi, posted a Weibo update. The post featured a seemingly ordinary selfie alongside a simple caption. In the photograph, Pei Liusi sat on her balcony, basking in the sun while sipping coffee. The text was equally unremarkable, consisting of just a few words. A beautiful day begins with coffee. Although the Weibo post appeared rather mundane, Pei Liusi's immense popularity caused the likes to surge past 1 million in no time. However, astute observers soon noticed an unusual detail in the photograph. On the table where Pei Liusi was seated, in addition to the coffee pot, a vase, and some decorative items, lay an open magazine. It didn't take long for someone to realize that this magazine was none other than the latest issue of Fashion Trends, released that very morning by Moxin Media. Almost instantly, a trending topic shot to the top. Is Pei Liusi reading Fashion Trends? With her astonishing fan base, many of whom delighted in purchasing items favored by celebrities, the Weibo post propelled Fashion Trends to become a fashion benchmark in Cloud City. It created an atmosphere where not buying a copy felt akin to being left behind by the times. Thus, without any deliberate endorsement from Pei Liusi, the magazine's reputation soared. This was precisely the plan that Yin Chi had imparted to Pei Liusi the previous day. Direct promotion would have suggested that Pei Liusi was simply a paid spokesperson, which would not only diminish the effectiveness of the campaign but also invite skepticism. After all, why would a popular star like Pei Liusi endorse Yin Chi? Therefore, the optimal strategy was to allow her fans to discover it organically, facilitating a natural spread of interest. With Zhuaning's advertising blitz, Su Xiaoshuang's extensive venue support, and Pei Liusi's vigorous promotion, the entire city was abuzz with one name, Yin Chi. This synergy led to remarkable sales for the magazine, as numerous bookstores quickly sold out due to insufficient stock. Even after several rounds of restocking, they could not quell the fervor of the citizens. The rush continued well into the evening. According to post-event statistics from Moxin Media, the sales for that single day reached an astounding 6.5 million copies. Chapter 86. Reactions from all sides in the evening at Shui Yuhuadu, the current chairman of the Black Obsidian Group, Su Dagua, lounged on the sofa, idly flipping through the latest edition of Fashion Trends. He shook his head in bewilderment, expressing his confusion. I just don't understand today's youth. What is so captivating about this that the entire city feels compelled to snatch it up? Sitting beside him, Su Xiaoshuang's mother, Song Qingyi, was also perusing the magazine. With a smile, she remarked, "What do you know? Yin Chi has managed to create such a buzz around this magazine that the entire city is clamoring to buy it. That is true talent." Regarding this future son-in-law, Song Qingyi is immensely satisfied. Handsome, Bold and capable, he possesses many admirable qualities. If only he were not so fickle. Through her investigation, Song Qingyi discovered that Yin Qi, apart from Su Xiaoshuang, was entangled with other women as well, one being Zhang Yue, the president of Machine Media, and the other, Bai Shi, the current head of the Bai family. Nonetheless, even with this knowledge, Song Qingyi did not take it too seriously. After all, Su Dagua had his fair share of romantic escapades in his youth, yet ultimately, he was won over by her. In her eyes, neither Zhang Yue nor Bai Shi posed a significant threat. Although Zhang Yue is the president of Machine Media, it is merely a small company and pales in comparison to the Onyx Group. As for Bai Shi, while her influence is indeed vast, Song Qingyi believed that Bai Shi likely looked down upon Yin Qi, who probably merely grew up in the Bai household. In comparison, Song Qingyi felt her daughter had a greater chance. She planned to educate her daughter thoroughly, striving to ensure that Yin Qi would sever ties with the other women soon. Song Qingyi also felt a sense of relief that Yin Qi was only involved with 2 women. Had there been more, it would certainly have complicated matters. That said, Song Qingyi did not disclose the entirety of her findings to Su Dagua. Knowing his temperament, she was certain he would erupt in fury upon learning of the situation. Gazing at Yin Qi's handsome visage on the magazine cover, she nodded in satisfaction. Look, dear husband, how handsome your future son-in-law is. Future son-in-law? Su Dagua furrowed his brow. I have yet to agree to this. This lad appears rather slick and unreliable. Song Qingyi smirked. Really? Yet. Last night when Xiao Shuang expressed her desire to utilize the group's plazas to sell magazines for Yin Qi, I recall you did not object. Su Dagua cleared his throat softly. Ahem, I was merely indulging Xiao Shuang's wishes. It has nothing to do with that lad. Song Qingyi chuckled, well aware that Su Dagua was merely being obstinate. In truth, he was quite pleased with Yin Qi. He intended to hand over the company to the newlyweds after their marriage, allowing Yin Qi to assist Su Xiaoshuang in managing the business. As Su Dagua perused the magazine, he muttered to himself, however, this lad does possess some skills. At the Moon Lake Manor, Bai Shi sat in her study, scissors in hand, meticulously trimming the latest issue of a magazine on her desk. With a gentle smile gracing her face, she gazed at Yin Qi's image on the cover. Suddenly, the study door swung open, and little Yin Yiqing dashed in, exclaiming, Mommy, come play with me. Bai Ji's body jolted. She had forgotten to lock the door. As the head of the Bai family, this rare moment of panic overtook her. She hastily grabbed the magazine on the table, attempting to conceal it. However, Qingqing took the lead and rushed over. She looked at the magazine in Baiji's hand and exclaimed, Ah, it's the uncle from the cinema. Baiji momentarily found herself at a loss for words. She was holding Yin Qi's magazine. How could she explain this? After all, she never usually read such things. At that moment, Qingqing continued, even Grandma Butler is reading this book. Did Grandma Butler give this to you? Yes, Baiji quickly nodded. The butler bought an extra copy and gave it to Mom. She sighed in relief, managing to divert the conversation. Baiji then lifted Qingqing into her lap. Curious. Qingqing gazed at the magazine on the table and remarked, Mom, the uncle looks so handsome. Baiji gently stroked her daughter's forehead, asking, Does Qingqing like the uncle? Yes. Qingqing nodded vigorously. Mom, can you let the uncle be my dad? At this, Baiji suddenly coughed. Ahem. She hurriedly changed the subject. Qingqing. Isn't it time to watch cartoons? Yay, let us watch cartoons. Qingqing instantly perked up. She hopped off Baiji's lap and scampered out of the study. Once Qingqing left, Baiji sighed helplessly. She then gently caressed the cover featuring Yin Qi, whispering, Did you hear that? Your daughter really likes you. Baiji's gaze was soft, resembling an ordinary, virtuous wife. Just then, her phone on the desk rang unexpectedly. Baiji's expression shifted instantly, her gentle smile transforming into her usual icy demeanor. She answered the call. Is it me? Have you found Yin Qi's third uncle? Good. Well done. Find a way to bring him back. Remember, leave him alive. Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Yunqing, Zhang Yue leaned against her hospital bed, flipping through the latest issue of the magazine. Unlike others, as the CEO of Machine Media, she was thoroughly familiar with this edition. To boost sales, she had requested the design department to revise several drafts. The sales results for today had far exceeded her expectations, with 5 million copies sold on the first day alone. Typically, the first day's sales would account for about half of the final total. This indicated that the ultimate sales figure could reach approximately 13 million copies. Such a number was indeed astonishing, considering that the usual sales for the magazine hovered around 100,000. This issue had surged over 100-fold. Given that Yunqing's total population was merely 15 million, it was nearly on track for 1 copy per person. However, this was not an exaggeration, as many fervent fans purchased 10, 20, or even 100 copies. Additionally, scalpers were stockpiling them in large quantities. Overall, the sales of this issue had far surpassed expectations, and Zhang Yue was immensely excited. Were it not for her current injury, she would have leapt from her bed in jubilation. As a self-made businesswoman, Zhang Yue possesses an unwaveringly strong character. She only reveals her softer side in the presence of Yin Qi. Before others, she remains fiercely competitive. Zhang Yue comprehends that the success of this magazine issue not only signifies considerable financial gain, but also offers her an opportunity to expand her company. This is her true aspiration. Yin Qi, I truly adore you. Zhang Yue fervently kissed the magazine. Her gaze lingered on Yin Qi's image on the cover, her eyes nearly sparkling with delight. Just as she pondered how to express her gratitude to Yin Qi, a knock echoed at the door of her hospital room. A nurse's voice called out, "Miss Zhang, there is a lady here to see you." Furrowing her brow, Zhang Yue realized she had not been informed of any visitor. Nevertheless, she called out, "Let her in." No sooner had she spoken than the door swung open abruptly. A stylishly dressed middle-aged woman entered, bearing several gifts. With great enthusiasm, the woman approached the bedside and exclaimed, "Sister Yue, it's been such a long time." Zhang Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. She recognized the woman before her, Feng Shuiyun, the founder of Wuyin Entertainment, the largest entertainment company in Yunqing. Paleosi was one of her company's artists. Zhang Yue had collaborated with Wuyin Entertainment on several occasions and had met Feng Shuiyun multiple times. "Feng Jie, what brings you here so suddenly?" Zhang Yue inquired, perplexed. Feng Shuiyun replied with a smile, "I heard you were injured, so I specifically came to check on you." Zhang Yue found this hard to believe. She was well aware of Feng Shuiyun's character. She was not the type to act without ulterior motives. Thus, Zhang Yue cut to the chase. "Feng Jie, let us get straight to the point." Feng Shuiyun appeared somewhat embarrassed. She had initially intended to engage in pleasantries. "All right then, I shall be direct," she said quietly. "Yue, does your Yin Qi have any inclination towards becoming a star?" At this revelation, Zhang Yue instantly understood. Feng Shuiyun must have already learned about the magazine's sales figures. It is worth noting that even at Wuyin Media, there was only one artist with the charisma of Yin Qi, Wang Paleosi. Furthermore, Paleosi's contract with Wuyin Media was unique, imposing very few restrictions on her. Wuyin Media typically had to cater to Paleosi, fearing she might leave if displeased. Thus, Feng Shuiyun had long desired to cultivate another artist, ideally one with comparable popularity to Paleosi, but more manageable. However, she had yet to find a suitable candidate. Today's magazine sales figures had ignited a glimmer of hope in Feng Shuiyun. The majority of individuals are drawn to Yin Qi, captivated by his immense charisma and solid fan base. Coupled with his appealing appearance, with a slight cultivation, he could easily ascend to stardom, rivaling Paleosi. This is precisely why Feng Shuiyun found herself at the hospital. As she gazed at Zhang Yue, she smiled and said, "I wish to have Yin Qi join our Wuyin Entertainment. You may set the price." "Apologies, Feng Jie," Zhang Yue replied, shaking her head. "Yin Qi holds significant importance to our company. No amount of money could persuade us to part with him." Feng Shuiyun, upon hearing this, felt no disappointment. She anticipated the refusal. In fact, if Zhang Yue had acquiesced, that would have been truly peculiar. Thus, Feng Shuiyun took a step back, suggesting, "Why not consider a collaboration between our two companies? Yin Qi could remain with you, while we would take responsibility for his training. Our resources are quite substantial. Please give it some thought." On the surface, it appeared that Feng Shuiyun was at a disadvantage, yet she was far from foolish. Her strategy was to first connect with Yin Qi through Zhang Yue, and gradually entice him to her side. After all, in a financial contest, Wuyin Entertainment could easily outmatch Machine Media. Zhang Yue, well aware of Feng Shuiyun's intentions, contemplated for a moment before responding, "I cannot make this decision lightly. I must consult Yin Qi for his opinion." "That's understandable," Feng Shuiyun acknowledged with a nod. "But may I add Yin Qi on WeChat?" "That might be difficult." Zhang Yue replied. "Very well." Meanwhile, at Machine Media, due to unexpectedly stellar sales performance, everyone in the company was in a celebratory mood. They surrounded Yin Qi, their admiration nearly overflowing. "Teacher Yin, you were truly remarkable. How did you manage to contact Hongan Group? They deployed so many advertising vehicles." "Indeed. It's astonishing that the Black Obsidian Group ceased operations to allow us to sell our magazine. How did you achieve this?" Moreover, Paleosi had even purchased a copy of our magazine. It's simply miraculous. Not long ago, Yanqi had been a mere newcomer, yet merely a month had passed, and he had already won over the entire company. With a smile, Yanqi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, merely utilizing some connections. Please don't spread this around. Rest assured, we all signed confidentiality agreements upon joining the company, the employees pledged, raising their hands in oath. At that moment, one employee inquired, Teacher Yin, we are planning to celebrate at a restaurant later. Would you care to join us? Never mind. I must visit our President Zhang at the hospital, Yanqi replied as he stood up. You all enjoy your meal. I'll reimburse you for the expenses upon your return. At this, the employees erupted in cheers. Hooray for Teacher Yin. After bidding them farewell, Yanqi departed alone. The employees watched as Yanqi departed, whispering among themselves, do you think Teacher Yin and General Zhang have that kind of relationship? Sure, don't speak carelessly. Even if they do, we must pretend we are unaware. Indeed, otherwise it would be quite awkward for them. Yanqi hailed a taxi and noticed a copy of the latest issue of a magazine resting on the passenger seat, a testament to its popularity. After half an hour, the taxi arrived at the first hospital. Upon disembarking, Yanqi made his way straight to Zhang Yue's hospital room. As he ascended the stairs, he brushed past Feng Shuiyun, who was descending. Due to Yanqi's hat and mask, Feng Shuiyun did not recognize him. Arriving at the hospital room, Yanqi peered inside. Zhang Yue was absorbed in a magazine, seemingly in much better spirits. A sigh of relief escaped Yanqi's lips. He then pushed the door open and cheerfully exclaimed, Sister Wei, I've come to see you. Zhang Yue immediately looked up, her previously tense expression softening. Xiaoqi, I missed you so much, she said, extending her arms. Yanqi gently closed the door and embraced Zhang Yue. I missed you too. How are your injuries? He inquired. The doctor says I need to stay for a while longer, but I'm feeling much better, she replied, planting a kiss on his cheek. You've done remarkably well. The magazine sales are impressive. Yanqi chuckled. That's only because Sister Wei has such good taste. You sign me right away. At this remark, Zhang Yue recalled her conversation with Feng Shuiyun and quietly asked, Yanqi, do you want to become a star? Chapter 88. Preparing to enter the entertainment industry? Zhang Yue felt conflicted. From a business perspective, she naturally wished for Yanqi to become a superstar, as it would also propel the company forward. However, as a lover, she hoped he would not gain too much fame, fearing it would bring him greater dangers. She desired nothing more than for him to remain safe. Unsure of what to think, Zhang Yue decided to hear Yanqi's thoughts. Yanqi, do you want to be a star? She whispered in his ear. Yanqi furrowed his brow in confusion. A star? Yes, someone like Paleosi, Zhang Yue nodded. The owner of Wuyin Entertainment came to the hospital earlier and expressed a desire to collaborate with our company to mold you into a superstar alongside Paleosi. She then recounted her entire conversation with Feng Shuiyun. After a moment of contemplation, Yanqi questioned, if I remain with the company, would Feng Shuiyun truly offer me resources? Is she genuinely that benevolent? I suspect she wishes to engage with you first before attempting to draw you over, Zhang Yue calmly analyzed. Yanqi quickly reassured her. Sister Wei, rest assured, I will never join another company. When he initially struggled to find employment, it was Zhang Yue who offered him a job. Therefore, even if other companies extended more lucrative offers, Yanqi could never bring himself to leave. I know, Zhang Yue gently caressed Yanqi's face. I have never worried that you would abandon me. You need only follow your heart. If you are unwilling, I shall simply decline. Yanqi fell into silence, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The advantages of being a star were indeed substantial, particularly in terms of a significant increase in income, as well as an enhancement of his visibility and social standing. Yet, the drawbacks were equally apparent. With greater fame came a myriad of potential troubles. Conversely, if he chose not to pursue stardom, he might enjoy a more tranquil existence. If it had been the Yanqi of yesterday, he would have unhesitatingly opted for the latter, for he harbored no grand ambitions. Contentment with a simple life sufficed. However, following his conversation with Xuanning the previous night, Yanqi sensed that it was time for a change. He was acutely aware that his current position was largely due to the support of his former girlfriends. Yet, continuing down this path was not a sustainable solution. If Yanqi truly intended to pursue all 5 women, he could not rely solely on others. He must begin to cultivate his own influence. Armed with this resolve, he found clarity in his thoughts. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, Sister Wei, I believe I can accept. Zhang Yue's emotions became complex upon hearing this. She felt joy that Yin Qi was making this step forward, yet fear that he would drift further away from her. Nodding, she replied, I understand. I will contact Feng Shuiyun, but you must protect yourself. The entertainment industry is not easy to navigate. Rest assured, Yin Qi reassured, thumping his chest. I will lead our company to greatness. Zhang Yue chuckled softly. Then I shall look forward to it. She then changed the subject. By the way, Yin Qi, having performed so well this time, what reward do you desire? I intend to promote you to vice president of the company. Yin Qi grinned. All I require is a sweet kiss from Sister Wei. Zhang Yue laughed, cupping Yin Qi's face in her hands. Is that so? Then I shall grant you the sweetest kiss. With that, she leaned in and their lips entwined. After a few minutes, they slowly parted. Zhang Yue, her face flushed, asked, was that sweet enough? Well, it still feels a bit lacking, Yin Qi teased. It needs to be a touch deeper. Zhang Yue playfully punched him. You little rascal, always trying to tease me. Then let's do it, she replied, embracing Yin Qi as they shared another deep kiss. An hour later, Feng Shuiyun sat nervously in her office at Wuyin Media. As the proprietor of Wuyin Entertainment, she confidently navigates the entertainment industry. It has been a considerable time since she has felt such anxiety. For Feng Shuiyun understands that although Wuyin Entertainment appears to be the largest entertainment company in Yunqing, it conceals immense internal challenges. Foremost among these is the stark disparity in popularity among its artists. Wuyin Media boasts a roster of 91 performers, yet the majority possess only modest fame. The company's revenue predominantly hinges upon 2 or 3 leading artists, with Pei Liuxi alone contributing approximately 60% to Wuyin Entertainment's income. This is an exceedingly unhealthy state for a company. Once Pei Liuxi's contract expires, Wuyin Media's standing will plummet. Thus, Feng Shuiyun must cultivate a successor capable of replacing Pei Liuxi, and that individual is Yin Qi. Should Zhang Yue oppose Yin Qi's foray into the entertainment realm, Feng Shuiyun's circumstances will become exceedingly dire. She fervently hoped that Zhang Yue would persuade Yin Qi to reconsider. At that moment, her phone rang. Feng Shuiyun swiftly retrieved it from her pocket and, upon seeing that the caller was Zhang Yue, promptly answered. Hello, how is Yin Qi's consideration progressing? Typically, Feng Shuiyun would engage in pleasantries first, but now she lacked the energy for such formalities. On the other end, Zhang Yue replied, Sister Feng, I just spoke with Yin Qi. He seems quite interested in this field, so you might arrange a discussion with him. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuiyun's spirits soared. Success. As long as she could connect with Yin Qi, she was confident in her ability to entice him aboard. Excellent. Let us meet tomorrow morning, Feng Shuiyun said, suppressing her excitement. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. As soon as she set her phone down, Feng Shuiyun stood up in exhilaration. Wonderful. Truly, perseverance yields rewards. She was already preparing to elevate Yin Qi's status. Recently, a renowned singer in the industry was planning to shoot an album, and the lead roles were still unfilled. If Yin Qi could participate in this project, he would undoubtedly achieve fame. To fortify this opportunity, Feng Shuiyun envisioned having Pei Liuxi play the female lead, thereby leveraging her popularity to enhance Yin Qi's visibility. However, the greatest obstacle now was that Pei Liuxi had no interest in the role. The theme of the song revolves around love, narrating the tale of a couple. Yet since entering the industry, Pei Liuxi has consistently refrained from performing intimate scenes with male actors. Consequently, nearly 3 years into her career, she has yet to share even a single screen kiss. The reasons remain a mystery, for Pei Liuxi's stance is resolute. If she were forced to perform such roles, she would rather withdraw from the entertainment industry. Seeing her unwavering stance, Feng Shuiyun naturally refrained from coercing her. Nevertheless, this time, Feng Shuiyun hoped to make a persuasive attempt. After pondering for a moment, she called Pei Liuxi. The first call went unanswered. Undeterred, Feng Shuiyun dialed a second time, and this time, the call connected. On the other end, Pei Liuxi's impatient voice resounded. What do you want at this late hour? Feng Shuiyun, unfazed by the tone, had grown accustomed to Pei Liuxi's abrasive demeanor. Cautiously, she inquired, Cici, have you given any thought to the matter I previously discussed? What matter? Pei Liuxi retorted. Feng Shuiyun responded, the matter we spoke of. Before she could finish, Pei Liuxi abruptly interrupted. Did I not say I have no interest? Recognizing the shift in the conversation, Feng Shuiyun quickly interjected, Cici, please listen. The male lead this time is immensely popular. Yet, before she could utter the name Yin Qi, Pei Liuxi rudely hung up the phone. In an instant, Feng Shuiyun felt a surge of anger. With a forceful kick, she toppled the chair onto the floor. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "Damn it. If you weren't of any use to me, I would have kicked you out long ago. Just wait. Once I cultivate yin qi, I will send you packing."